1. Consumption rebate system. Su Xiaoyu, your employment relationship with Xinhua Technology has been terminated. The company will compensate you with 2 months' salary, 26,000 yuan. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu dragged her tired body back to her rental house. As soon as she entered the room, Su Xiaoyu collapsed on the bed, turned on her mobile phone, looked at the corporate WeChat message on her mobile phone expressionlessly, and fell into a long period of contemplation. That's right, Amelia Su was fired from the company today. Su Xiaoyu, 31, is still a programmer during the day. 5 years at Xinhua Technology, more than 1,000 days and nights. I worked countless overtime hours for the company's projects, but was fired because of my age. More than a month ago, news spread that the company's performance was declining, its expenses were not enough to cover its income, and it was short of money, so it was going to lay off employees. Those who did not do any practical work in the company and only knew how to flatter and please their leaders were not fired, but a large number of people like Su Xiaoyu, who could not speak and only knew how to work hard, were laid off. Su Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. He felt that his contribution to the company was much greater than those smooth-talking employees. Why would the company prefer to keep those useless people who have nothing to offer except their mouths, rather than someone like Su Xiaoyu who works so hard? As a programmer, it is not impossible to change jobs if you are over 30 years old, but it is very difficult, especially in this competitive society. The only companies you can easily find jobs in are outsourcing companies. Otherwise, you can only submit your resume slowly. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu still had 26,000 yuan in her pocket, so she had enough time to find a new job. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Su Xiaoyu picked it up and saw that it was her girlfriend Wang Jing calling. "Hey, baby, what's wrong?" Although Su Xiaoyu was in a bad mood, she still had to act very happy in front of her girlfriend. Because he has lost his job now and Wang Jing is the only one left, he doesn't want his girlfriend to be unhappy with him. "Xiaoyu, are you going back now?" Wang Jing asked. Su Xiaoyu said, "Yes, I'm back." "Oh, I heard that you were fired from the company?" Wang Jing asked with seeming concern. "You know everything?" Su Xiaoyu didn't know how Wang Jing knew it. "Of course I know. Your colleagues told me. The company also compensated you for 2 months' salary, right? A total of 26,000? Su Xiaoyu felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to make Wang Jing unhappy, so he concealed the news of layoffs. He didn't expect that these bastards would betray him. "Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it." "Then buy me a bag." "I just happened to fall in love with the latest model of Hermes bag today. It costs 25,000 yuan, which is just enough for you to buy it. Honey, please buy one for me," Wang Jing said bluntly. After just 2 sentences, she completely forgot that Su Xiaoyu was now in the sadness of being unemployed and didn't even say a word of comfort. Su Xiaoyu said, "This money should be kept for backup. I don't have a job now, so many things are hard to say." "If you don't have a job, can't you find one? Do you expect to live your whole life on this 26,000 yuan? Wang Jing was very dissatisfied with Su Xiaoyu's answer. "Of course I will look for one, but I'm old now and it's not that easy to change jobs, you know? I was fired by the company because of my age," Su Xiaoyu explained. But Wang Jing didn't listen to Su Xiaoyu's explanation at all. Wang Jing is only 23 years old this year, 8 years younger than Su Xiaoyu. He fell in love with Su Xiaoyu at the beginning because Su Xiaoyu was quite handsome, 180 centimeters tall and thin, and he was one of the few programmers who was not bald, and his salary was high. But now Su Xiaoyu has been fired, and he was so stingy when asked to buy him a bag, so Wang Jing was a little unhappy. Wang Jing asked impatiently on the other end of the phone, "I've been with you for more than a year. Have I ever asked you to buy anything expensive?" Su Xiaoyu recalled that in the past year or so, apart from eating out and giving out red envelopes, she had spent about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, and she really hadn't bought anything expensive, no. "Today I have a rare sight for a bag, why don't you buy it for me?" "It's not that I don't want to buy it for you, but I can't do it now." "Can you wait until I find a job?" Su Xiaoyu said humbly. At the age of 31, it is good enough to have a girlfriend, and Wang Jing has a good appearance and figure, so Su Xiaoyu is not unqualified to choose. "Amelia Su, finding a job is your own business. I am with you, and it is your responsibility to support me with your money. You can't delay me buying a bag just because you want to find a job, right? If you can't find a job in a month, I have to wait for you for a month?" Su Xiaoyu was struggling internally. He had already lost his job and didn't want to lose his partner again. He explained to Wang Jing earnestly, "Jingjing, please don't say that. We are not rich people. We have to spend every penny wisely. What's the use of luxury goods? They are just for storage." At this time, a man's voice appeared on the other end of the phone. Su Xiaoyu sounded very familiar. He said, "Jingjing, hang up quickly. I said that this kind of man is unreliable." "Jingjing, who is the man next to you?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Wang Jing's tone changed immediately, and she did not directly answer Su Xiaoyu's question. "Then there is nothing to say. Since you are not willing to spend money on me, let's break up. That's it, hang up." Su Xiaoyu wanted to speak again, but it was too late, the phone had been hung up. When Su Xiaoyu was about to call again, Wang Jing sent a message. "Su Xiaoyu, you and I are not from the same world. I know you are the kind of person who can put things in a plastic bag and have no ambition, but I am different. I want Hermes, LV, etc. I have my own pursuits. What I need is a man who can be as ambitious as me, not a worker who only knows how to work and get a fixed salary. I have finished speaking. If you want to delete WeChat, just delete it. Don't contact me again in the future." This news directly touched Amelia Sue's soul. Su Xiaoyu cursed and swore loudly, his eyes moistened. He lost his job and his partner on the same day. This blow was like a bolt from the blue for him. Why is God so unfair to me? Why? Just as Su Xiaoyu was crying hysterically, an electronic prompt sound suddenly appeared in her mind. "Congratulations, you have been noticed by the consumer rebate system. Please get ready and start binding." Su Xiaoyu's mind regained its calm. He looked around but didn't see anything. After turning left and right several times, he still couldn't see any figure and was extremely panicked. At this time, the voice sounded again, "The consumption rebate system is being bound. Binding successful. The host has been deeply bound to this system and enjoys all the capabilities granted by the system." After hearing this, Su Xiaoyu was no longer so scared. It seemed that this thing called the consumption rebate system was to help him and did not have any ill intentions towards him. In this case, he listened carefully to what specific abilities this system gave him. 2. If you get cashback for spending, why not buy now? All I heard was the system saying, "Consumer rebate system," that is, every penny spent by the host on the online platform or in reality can get a rebate. The minimum rebate multiple is 1 times, and the maximum is 10 times. If you make a purchase, you can get rebates, and you can directly buy the bag that Wang Jing mentioned. Moreover, you can win back your goddess without spending a penny. This is simply a gift from God to Su Xiaoyu. I'll send the bag to Jingjing right away. Su Xiaoyu thought to herself, if she bought the bag and sent it to Wang Jing's room, Wang Jing would choose to stay with her. It's still early now. It shouldn't be too late to go to the Hermes store to buy something and then go to the house that Wang Jing rented. Like Su Xiaoyu, Wang Jing also works and rents a house in Shanghai. Although she and Su Xiaoyu have been in a relationship for more than a year, she has always been very conservative. They have not lived together yet, and have never let Su Xiaoyu touch her body. However, Su Xiaoyu would sometimes go to her house at night to cook and help her clean the house, so Su Xiaoyu could still go to Wang Jing's house at any time. Su Xiaoyu came to the nearest Hermes flagship store and asked the waiter, "Hello, beautiful lady, may I ask if you have the latest bag worth 25,000 yuan?" When the waiter heard this question, he immediately smiled, because generally the customers who asked this question had done their research in advance and were ready to pay for the product. "Yes, that's right, handsome guy, we just got the latest model this year, take a look, this is it." Then he took Su Xiaoyu to the newest and best-looking bag. This bag was a combination of brown and white. It was not big and could not hold much stuff, but the material was high-end and the shape was unique. It was very suitable for girls to take out shopping, and it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Su Xiaoyu didn't have time to wonder why the bag was so expensive. She just bought it first, as time waits for no one. "Please help me wrap it up." The waiter was so excited when he saw Su Xiaoyu bought the bag so readily. He had been planning to recite the sales lines he had learned in today's training and practice on Su Xiaoyu, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't need anything. The other shop assistants nearby were also very shocked when they saw this scene, and they were so envious because they received commissions for sales here. How can you not feel jealous when you see others get a deal so easily while you spend so much time and effort but can't close a single deal? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Su Xiaoyu saw that the other party was standing there motionless and quickly reminded him. At this point, the clerk came to his senses and said embarrassedly, "Oh, sorry, here, pay the bill. Just WeChat." Amelia Sue had already taken out the WeChat payment code and was waiting for the cashier to scan it. Hurry up! After urging again, the cashier sped up and finally completed the order. He gave Su Xiaoyu the invoice, helped him seal the bag, and put it in the Hermes shopping bag. At this moment, the system sound immediately rang in Su Xiaoyu's mind. The efficiency was very high. The rebate arrived as soon as the bill was settled. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x rebate and earning 125,000 yuan. Su Xiaoyu was simply stunned. Half an hour ago, he had just obtained the system. Although he was very excited, it was only in the theoretical stage. Now it was different. Seeing real money, he felt so happy. Now Su Xiaoyu has 126,000 yuan in his WeChat balance, which makes him a 100,000 yuan household. You should know that he never had more than 100,000 yuan in his possession in the past 31 years. There was no time to be excited, as such exciting things would happen frequently in the future. The most important thing now was to give Wang Jing a surprise. Su Xiaoyu took the bag and immediately walked away without stopping. The salespeople in the store watched Su Xiaoyu leave with envy. They were all wondering in their hearts, why don't they have such an excellent boyfriend? A man is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot to buy a bag for his girlfriend. How much does he love his girlfriend? Su Xiaoyu rushed to Wang Jing's house in a hurry, holding the Hermes shopping store. The house Wang Jing rented was a one-bedroom apartment, about 300 meters away from Su Xiaoyu's rental house. It was well decorated and much better than Su Xiaoyu's house. At this time, Su Xiaoyu had not arrived yet, but there was another man's voice in Wang Jing's room. Jingjing, have you broken up with your boyfriend? I've already fired him, and we can be together openly from now on. There was only a table and a bed in the room. Wang Jing and the man were sitting on the bed, acting ambiguously in their untidy clothes. This man was none other than Su Xiaoyu's direct leader. He fired Su Xiaoyu because he disliked her just because he wanted to be with Wang Jing. Now he found Wang Jing's room, and the two of them made some very indecent actions, which was simply outrageous. Wang Jing said with disdain, "It doesn't matter whether we break up or not. This loser has been with me for a year and I haven't even let her touch my hand. She is so poor and has no future. She can't even compare to 1/10,000th of your courage, Mr. Su. Ha ha ha, it's different now that you're with me. In the future, I can buy you any bag you want. After this is over, we'll go buy the latest Hermes bag, and then we'll go eat seafood, okay, dear?" Mr. Su's stinky hands moved back and forth on Wang Jing's thighs, and he kept talking happily. But Wang Jing acted as if nothing had happened and let Mr. Su do whatever he wanted. "Okay, everything is up to Mr. Su's arrangements, huh?" When the two were about to fall on the bed, they suddenly heard footsteps outside. Every time Su Xiaoyu came, he would knock on the door before entering, but this time he heard the sound in the room, so he just pushed the door open and came in. After seeing Amelia Su coming in, Wang Jing was startled and quickly sat up straight, then straightened her clothes, her eyes a little evasive. "Amelia Su? Who told you to come in without knocking?" Wang Jing's words were full of reproach, which made Amelia Su a little bit unacceptable. Mr. Su, who was sitting on Wang Jing's bed, made Amelia Su even more furious. His eyes were bigger than the wineglass. "Xu Yong, why are you here? When did you two hook up together?" When Xu Yong saw Su Xiaoyu, he was very calm. He didn't feel embarrassed at all because he was Su Xiaoyu's previous leader. His expression was natural, but he didn't say anything. He left the matter to Wang Jing to explain. Wang Jing stood up and walked in front of Su Xiaoyu and said impatiently, "Since you have already found out, then I will tell you the truth. I have been with Mr. Su for several months. You are such a poor man. Since you can't support me, I have to find someone who can support me." Chapter 3:3. I arranged it all. Su Xiaoyu looked at Xu Yang again and couldn't believe it. His expression at the moment was like seeing a megalodon appear on the streets of a big city. He had never expected that Wang Jing would have an affair with his boss. Is money so important? I've been with you for more than a year, and I haven't even touched your hand. How could you do such a thing? What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Xu Yang pointed at Su Xiaoyu and asked. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with anger, but he still suppressed his anger. He had just obtained the system, and a wonderful life was waiting for him to enjoy in the future. He didn't want to hit anyone and get into trouble. Let me tell you one more thing. I was the one who planned your dismissal from the company. From now on, your girlfriend will be mine, and you are just a worker at the bottom of society. Without money, you are doomed to be played with. Now that you have no job and your girlfriend has left you, do you think money is important or not? Ha 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 ha. President Su said these words to Amelia Su in an extremely humiliating tone, and Wang Jing stood by and added with a smile, "Okay, now that everything has been made clear, we have broken up, right? What are you still standing here for? Get out now, don't get in the way of me and President Su." The more Su Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he listened, the angrier he became. He had even thought of buying an Hermes bag to win back Wang Jing, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. The Hermes shopping bag in his hand had been crumpled beyond recognition because of his anger. Calm down and think carefully. There is no need to be angry for such a woman. This incident made Su Xiaoyu see Wang Jing's true face. If he hadn't bought Hermes today, he might not have come to Wang Jing's house, nor would he have discovered this scene, and would continue to be kept in the dark. A company like yours is suffering from losses and is about to go bankrupt. Even if you don't let me go, I will leave. Why are you so proud? Su Xiaoyu pointed at Mr. Su and said, "Oh, now you're fired, you must have become more capable, right? You used to work very hard in the company, and were always the first to work overtime. Wasn't it to show off in front of your boss and not to be fired? Why are you pretending here now?" Xu Yong immediately retorted. Su Xiaoyu said, "This is a different time, now even if you beg me to go to work, I won't go. It's no use being stubborn. You know clearly that our company won't want you anymore, so you can say whatever you want. As a worker at the bottom of society, what qualifications do you have to look down on Xinhua?" Xu Yong is an older generation executive of Xinhua. Not only does he receive an annual salary, but if Xinhua Technology really goes bankrupt and liquidates in the future, he will not suffer any loss because he is not a shareholder and does not have any shares. He just walks around the company in a domineering manner every day, pointing fingers at his subordinates and getting paid. With such a good place to enjoy himself, Xu Yong certainly didn't want to leave. Moreover, he did not allow Su Xiaoyu to say bad things about Xinhua. Saying bad things about Xinhua would be tantamount to saying that Xu Yong himself was doing nothing and was just living out his retirement in this company. That being said, I will never forgive you for framing me and firing me. Amelia Su pointed at Mr. Su and Wang Jing and said, "Also, you hooked up with my girlfriend. Although I find her dirty when I see her, I will settle accounts with you for this matter too." President Su smiled and curled his lips and said, "I really can't imagine how you, a person who doesn't even have a job, can retaliate against me? Amelia Su, if I want to kill you now, it will be like killing an ant. Do you understand? It's hard to say who killed whom." The bag that Su Xiaoyu had been holding in her hand since she entered the door was finally noticed by Wang Jing. When she saw Su Xiaoyu turning around to leave, she immediately called her, "Stop, what are you holding in your hand?" Su Xiaoyu stopped, turned around, opened the shopping bag, and took out the latest Hermes bag from it. She said coldly, "This is your favorite latest Hermes model. I sent it here specially to give you a surprise, but now it's not necessary." Wang Jing stared at the bag intently. It was indeed the latest model of Hermes bag she had mentioned before. She had been wanting to get this bag day and night in the past few days. Now it was right in front of her, how could she not be tempted? "But I have already drawn a line with Amelia Su, so I can only transfer my love for Hermes to Xu Yong. Boss Su, look, he is still using the bag to humiliate you." She said this because she wanted Mr. Su to buy her one as soon as possible. Mr. Su had no resistance to such a young and beautiful girl like Wang Jing. He agreed immediately and made an even stronger promise, "It's just a bag. What's so good about showing off? He probably spent all his money. It's okay, Jingjing. I'll take you to buy it later. I'll also buy you a few sets of Hermes clothes and a few sets of Givenchy cosmetics. How about that? Really? Mr. Su, you are so domineering, I like it." Wang Jing excitedly hugged Su Yong's neck and leaned her head on Su Yong's shoulder and acted coquettishly. Su Xiaoyu was too lazy to stay here, because he was still thinking about going out and using this rebate system as soon as possible to make more money. Once he had enough money, he would acquire Xinhua Technology. Xinhua Technology is currently suffering from losses, but the company's operations are in good condition. The main reason is that internal friction is particularly serious and labor costs are very high. To put it bluntly, the company has a lot of idle people. This round of layoffs is mainly to reduce labor costs and streamline the organizational structure, but it turns out that all the people in power are those idle people. How can a company make a profit if idle people have the final say in the company? It's good enough if it doesn't go bankrupt. Now we don't know how many people like Xu Yang there are in the company, who do not do practical work and keep fleecing the company. If such people are cleared out and the company's capital chain is properly replenished, it will soon be able to operate normally and return to profitability. Moreover, the total market value of Xinhua Technology is now around 500 million yuan, which is not too high. As long as Su Xiaoyu goes shopping all night long and gets rebates for her consumption, it won't take too long for her assets to reach 500 million yuan. After buying Xinhua Technology, she can still get rebates. If she is lucky and gets 10 times the rebate, wouldn't she have 5 billion yuan in an instant? It was already very late, and Su Xiaoyu planned to have a meal first, and then think about how to spend the money faster. After Su Xiaoyu walked out of Wang Jing's house, she heard unbearable noises coming from the house again. Boss Su, please don't do that. You are so bad. Chapter 4. 1 million balance. After Su Xiaoyu went out, he came to the door of a Western restaurant in a nearby shopping mall. It was the peak time for dinner in the evening, and most of the stores in the entire mall were full. Only this high-end restaurant had some empty seats. Su Xiaoyu searched for this restaurant on shoujiangdianping.com. The average consumption per person was 1,100 yuan, which met his requirements for spending money, so he chose this restaurant. After walking in and sitting down at a random seat, Su Xiaoyu picked up the menu on the table and ordered food. The waiter stood by with his feet together, wearing a professional suit, very capable, and kept explaining the dishes here to Amelia Su. Su Xiaoyu asked, "What kind of wine do you recommend?" The waiter flipped through the wine list and said, "The best wine here is Latour. Most people think it tastes very good. I've heard of it, but isn't Lafite better?" Su Xiaoyu asked again. Lafite is quite well known in our dragon country, but it is actually ranked last among the 5 great wineries of France. The one that truly reaches the pinnacle is Latour, explained the waiter. "Okay, then let's have a bottle," Su Xiaoyu said. Then I started looking at the menu again. I had no idea what each dish was after looking at its name. But it didn't matter because the food here looks good but not filling. Most importantly, it's expensive, and that's it. Su Xiaoyu wanted rebates, he didn't really come here to eat. Charcoal grilled Southwest lobster, 888 yuan. Classic tomato pasta, 198 yuan. Caviar tart, 888 yuan. Beihai scallops, 488 yuan. Mule and horse stewed noodles, 618 yuan. Foie gras trio, 588 yuan. Cod, 388 yuan. We went there at around 7 or 8 o'clock, and the total bill, including the wine, was 15,088 yuan. After the waiter announced the price, Su Xiaoyu was very excited. He quickly took out his mobile phone and prepared to pay the bill. He wanted to know as soon as possible how much rebate the system would give. "Do you want to buy the bill?" "Sir, please pay the bill after you finish eating," said the waiter. Amelia Su thought, waiting a little longer would give her more suspense. "Okay, it's okay." "Okay sir, call me if you need anything." After the waiter left, Su Xiaoyu sat at her seat and waited. I opened Douyin out of boredom and watched some videos. They were all insane videos with a lot of likes. Su Xiaoyu didn't know what was so good about them and she swiped past them in less than 2 seconds. She scrolled through the videos one after another, and after scrolling through more than 20 videos, a live broadcast room of a beautiful woman named 1.7 meters tall suddenly appeared, which deeply attracted Su Xiaoyu's attention. His name is Yumiki, which means he must have long legs. Moreover, he is from Shanghai, which aroused Su Xiaoyu's interest even more. The live broadcast shows a girl, probably in her 20s, wearing ancient-style clothes, sitting in front of the camera and playing the guqin. She looks very beautiful, with top-notch looks and figure. Although in this age of beauty filters, it is impossible to tell whether her beauty is real or fake, but live broadcasts are meant to be fun. There were 100,000 people in the live broadcast room. This data shocked Su Xiaoyu. In the end, he did not swipe away directly, but instead came to see what the charm of this female anchor was. At the same time, Su Xiaoyu also thought of giving a reward to the female anchor, because spending money online is much faster than spending money in real life. Going to a physical store to shop requires running errands, which is extremely inefficient and tiring. Now that there is such a ready-made lazy way, it would be a waste not to use it. Except for large items such as houses and cars, which cannot be purchased online, everything else can be operated online. Take the live broadcast room for example, some of the props in it are more expensive than some things in reality. Su Xiaoyu watched the live broadcast for about 1 minute and saw many rich people giving gifts to the female anchor. Carnivals, dream castles and other things were flying all over the screen, and it was as if the money was not money. Su Xiaoyu didn't understand. These people didn't have a system, and they couldn't get any rebates on the money they gave as rewards. What were they trying to gain? Just want the female anchor to say thank you, big brother? If this is the case, Su Xiaoyu doesn't need any tips when she does a live broadcast and can just say thank you, brother, or thank you, sister. She only needs to click the like button. At this time, the top brother on the list is a man named Green Waterman, and the total amount of rewards he has given is 280,000. The second and third place winners also received 150,000 and 110,000 rewards respectively. Su Xiaoyu looked at the gift list. The most expensive one was something called Kuanpeng Wanli, which was worth 16,000 yuan. Next were the Golden Guardian, Carnival, etc., which were also very expensive. If you want to swipe, just swipe the most expensive one, which is more efficient and gives you quick returns. Without saying a word, Su Xiaoyu recharged 100,000 yuan to her Douyin account, and immediately received a cash rebate after the recharge. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x rebate and earning 700,000 yuan. This luck is really amazing. Su Xiaoyu never thought that the cashback would be so high. He used all the money to buy Kuanpeng Wanli, which allowed him to buy 6 in total, and he had 4,000 yuan left. These 6 Kuanpeng Wanli were sent out at once. All I saw was the dazzling special effects on the screen, which completely blocked the audience's comments and I couldn't see the words at all. But you can hear the hostess' excited heart and trembling mouth, constantly thanking Amelia Su. Thank you for the reward, brother Amelia Su. Brother Amelia Su was so generous. Su Xiaoyu's online name is Su Xiaoyu because he was too lazy to think of a name. Anyway, no one knows that this name is the same as his real name. After hearing the host's thanks, Su Xiaoyu had no time to respond, because his goal was not just 700,000 yuan. Tonight, he was going to sprint towards tens of millions. After giving the reward, he quickly recharged the 700,000 yuan rebate into his account again. Now Su Xiaoyu has another 704,000 yuan in her account. Su Xiaoyu used a calculator to calculate that it was just enough to buy 44 Kuanpeng Wanli. So Su Xiaoyu spent all his money in one go, but when he was waiting for the system to rebate, there was no response for a long time, which scared him half to death. 5 seconds later, Su Xiaoyu discovered that the system had issued a red exclamation mark prompt. The current rebate amount has exceeded 1 million yuan. In order to facilitate the host's daily consumption, this system will give you an exclusive white card. This card is not subject to any restrictions and is linked to all banks around the world. All rebate amounts will go directly to the white card. Please feel free to use it. Before Su Xiaoyu could react, a white bank card with a glittering golden luster appeared in front of him, and the last number of the card was 6,666, which looked very noble. After getting the white card, all the money under Su Xiaoyu's name was deposited into it, so he no longer had to transfer the money around for consumption in the future. At this time, the system rebate has finally reached. Congratulations to the host for punishing 5 times the rebate and obtaining 3.5 million yuan. The total amount on the white card is already 3,526,000 yuan. Su Xiaoyu didn't waste time looking for other anchors, and just focused on this 1.7 meter tall anchor. Another series of Kuanpeng Wanli came overwhelmingly, and this live broadcast room has become less ordinary. Many bigwigs from outside came to watch the fun. Chapter 5, Date with Chi-Chi. After Su Xiaoyu cast out 10 Kuanpeng Wanli in a row, the popularity of the live broadcast room became even more exaggerated. Thank you, brother Su Xiaoyu. I love you, brother Su Xiaoyu. The beautiful anchor started to express her gratitude again. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't wait any longer and started to join in the fun. Brother, I'm really scared when you do this. Who are you, brother? Brother Xiaoyu, can you please stop brushing? I'm going to start a live broadcast later. Can you brush in my live broadcast room? This must be an official account, it's deliberately fake. No one's money comes from the wind. Is it possible that the anchor hired someone himself? While everyone was discussing endlessly in the live broadcast room, Su Xiaoyu sent out 10 Kuanpeng Wanli in a row. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was like snowflakes, and the female anchor's face turned red. Under the spotlight, she began to feel shy, because the top brother in her live broadcast room could directly ask her out for a day and do whatever she wanted. At this time, Su Xiaoyu had already given more than 400,000 gifts and sat firmly at the top of the list. Green Waterman is now number 2 on the list. He is very angry. He has just spent more than 200,000 and thought he would definitely be number 1, but he was surpassed by a guy who came from nowhere. If he doesn't continue to brush it this time, not only will he get nothing, but the more than 200,000 anchors will not return them to him, which is a waste. Green Waterman hesitated for a long time, but decided to continue to recharge because he was also a native of Shanghai, his family was a well-known energy tycoon, and he had assets worth hundreds of millions. It was not a problem for him to take out hundreds of thousands to reward the beautiful anchor. But when he was about to click on the recharge interface, Kuanping Wanli appeared on the screen again. After a careful count, there are 20 of them, which means 320,000 yuan. Adding the nearly 500,000 previously, Su Xiaoyu earned a total of 800,000 in the 1.7-meter live broadcast room. If Green Waterman wanted to surpass him, he would need to swipe another 600,000, which was a bit difficult for him because he didn't have that much cash on him and needed to ask his father for money, so he gave up reluctantly. At this time, the dinner that Su Xiaoyu ordered had just started to be served. Every dish is exquisite, and can even be described as ingenious, with perfect and unique shapes and beautiful colors. The taste is not important. Su Xiaoyu is not here to eat a full stomach anyway. The workload seems to be huge, and the speed of serving the dishes is already very fast. When Su Xiaoyu saw that her account balance was increasing so quickly, she smiled so hard that her mouth was crooked. Seeing that there was no movement on the second place on the list, Su Xiaoyu stopped swiping her account and instead recharged 200,000 yuan for daily shopping. She received a threefold rebate and her account balance reached 4,126,000 yuan. At this moment, the female anchor Imichi had already followed Su Xiaoyu and sent him a private message. Su Xiaoyu opened the message notification on Douyin, and Yumiki said, "Thank you for the reward, brother. Are you free tomorrow? I can accompany you for a day. You can ask for anything you want." "What do you mean?" Su Xiaoyu asked, a little surprised. Because she didn't know the rules in advance, Su Xiaoyu asked such a ridiculous question to the female anchor. She ignored Su Xiaoyu and directly told her own rules. "You gave me so many gifts, don't you just want to meet me offline? If you give me gifts in my live broadcast room, you can date me for a day." After listening to the female anchoress description, Su Xiaoyu felt that this was another good expense, so she said, "Okay, then you arrange a time. It would be best if it were tomorrow." "Do you have time?" asked the 1.7-meter tall man. "Amelia Su now has time every day, sure, come to Changyuan Shopping Center." When the 1.7-meter tall girl heard that Su Xiaoyu was near Changyuan Shopping Center, she was immediately shocked. "What, you are at Changyuan Shopping Center? That's very close to me, very close, I'm in the community opposite." Su Xiaoyu was also surprised. "That's quite convenient, then let's have lunch here together tomorrow at noon. I just want to buy some clothes, why don't you give me some advice?" "You have to believe me, I think it's okay." Yimki said, "Then let's meet at the entrance of Changyuan Shopping Center at 11:30 tomorrow morning, how about that?" Su Xiaoyu replied, "Okay, no problem." Then, Su Xiaoyu quietly finished all the dishes on the table. Although she ordered so many dishes, each dish was in a very large bowl with a very small portion. Some dishes only took up 1/10 of the size of the plate, which was simply outrageous. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu ordered a lot, so she was barely full. Finally, Su Xiaoyu took a bottle of liqueur and only drank a small sip, and then took the rest home to drink slowly later. "Waiter, pay the bill." Su Xiaoyu came to the cashier and said. The waiter knew which table Su Xiaoyu was at without even looking, and immediately said, "Okay, sir, your total consumption is 15,088 yuan. How do you pay?" Amelia Su took out her mobile phone directly, WeChat. After scanning the code and paying, Su Xiaoyu heard the system's voice. "Congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x rebate and getting 75,440 yuan. Yes, Su Xiaoyu's balance has become 4,201,440 yuan, so fast." The next day, the weather was clear and sunny. Su Xiaoyu got up at 9 o'clock in the morning. On the way to buy breakfast, Su saw the pedestrians passing by inside. He was one of them yesterday, but today he is completely financially free. "I will never have to experience this kind of fatigue of commuting to and from work every day, and the hardship of enduring humiliation every day, again. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. I didn't do anything the whole morning. I just had breakfast and waited for the appointment time with the 1.7-meter tall man." Now when Su Xiaoyu sees men and women passing by showing affection, he doesn't feel anything at all, and even thinks these people are fools. In his heart, he wishes these dogs and bitches to be infertile and have children soon. 11:30 a.m. The female anchor 1.7 meters tall arrived at the gate of Changyuan Shopping Center on time. When Su Xiaoyu saw the 1.7 meter tall woman, she was stunned. She was wearing a long skirt and had long hair draped over her shoulders. She was almost the same as what she saw in the live broadcast room. Her appearance did not disappoint Su Xiaoyu at all. There are really not many female anchors like her these days. I didn't expect you to be quite young. I thought you were a... The 1.7 meter tall man was a little surprised when he saw Su Xiaoyu in person. He thought Su Xiaoyu must be a greasy uncle or a playboy who looked very lustful. Unexpectedly, he looked a little dull and didn't look like a rich man at all. Amelia Su asked back, "What did you think it was?" "Oh, nothing, let's go." The 1.70 meter tall girl took a quick look and saw that Su Xiaoyu didn't have a single valuable piece of clothing on her body. The mobile phone in her hand was a model from a few years ago and was worth less than 2,000 yuan. She really couldn't understand how such a person could give so much money in her live broadcast room. Chapter 6:6. Are you following me? The 1.70 meter tall female anchor thought, could this person be an invisible rich second generation? Are there really rich second generations who are so low-key nowadays? They only show off their strength online and dare not show off their wealth in real life for fear of being robbed? It seems that the lifestyle of rich people is not something she can understand. Let's go shopping first. I'll pay for all the expenses today. Su Xiaoyu said this in advance, so that Inichi wouldn't feel embarrassed to ask her to pay again because she bought too many gifts last night. Yamiki really has this taboo, because after hearing Su Xiaoyu say this, he immediately laughed and said, "You have already given me so many gifts last night, I have earned nearly 400,000, why don't I pay for today's consumption?" It doesn't matter. Gifts are gifts and dates are dates. How can a woman spend money on a date? Wouldn't I be a gigolo? Su Xiaoyu said with a sly smile. Speaking like this actually made Inichi feel relieved, because when she first saw Su Xiaoyu, she felt that this man was as honest as a worker, and she couldn't bear to let him spend money anymore. She was afraid that he would blush even if he touched her when they were shopping later. The female anchor originally planned to have a meal and then find a reason to leave, but now she changed her mind. She felt that this man was still a bit charming. "I didn't expect you to be such a weird person. By the way, what's your name?" asked the 1.7 meter tall man. "My name is Su Xiaoyu, which is the same as my online name." "Oh, there are people who name themselves like this?" Yimki said, "My name is Sun Yen. You can call me Chi-Chi or Yen Yen. Then I'll call you Chi-Chi. The name Sun Yen is too common." Su Xiaoyu said. Chi-Chi's face suddenly looked a little surprised. Rich people are different from ordinary people. Other fans are all vying to be her lickers. They have to think twice before saying anything, for fear of saying something wrong and making her angry. But Su Xiaoyu seemed to be indifferent, with an attitude of "you can be angry if you want, this is how I talk anyway." Chi-Chi really loves and hates him, but love is greater than hate, because he is so powerful. "Yeah, I don't even need it myself, huh?" Chi-Chi laughed. Just passing by the LV store on the first floor of a shopping mall, Su Xiaoyu felt that the opportunity to spend money had come again, so she said to Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, go in and take a look, pick one you like." LV? Chi-Chi recognized the store as a world-renowned luxury brand when she saw the store's sign. The prices were naturally quite high, but when she thought about how Su Xiaoyu had given her a gift worth 800,000 yuan last night, she thought that such a small amount of money was a piece of cake for her, so she walked in generously. "Can I pick whatever I want?" "Yes, go pick one." Su Xiaoyu also followed him in. At this time, there were several people inside picking things up. They all had their heads down and their faces could not be seen. Chi-Chi was carrying a bag, and Su Xiaoyu was standing nearby with nothing to do. She put her hands in her pockets and followed Chi-Chi around. Su Xiaoyu looked out of place standing next to the other people who were carrying bags. She was full of the aura of losing her silk, and soon attracted the attention of the two young men standing nearby. The couple turned around and their jaws dropped. "Amelia Su, what are you doing here?" The woman spoke, shocking Amelia Su. "Wang Jing? Xiu Yong? Why are you here, you loser? What are you doing here? Are you following us? I think you are such a hound that is still haunting us." Xiu Yong said. Wang Jing also said in a very unhappy tone, "I have already told you clearly that we have broken up. Why are you still following me?" Su Xiaoyu smiled helplessly and shook her head. I followed you? I didn't install a navigation system on you, how would I know you came here? Stop pretending. You're not following me, so why are you here? Are you here to buy a bag? Wang Jing looked at Su Xiaoyu as if she were looking at a dog. Wang Jing really didn't give Su Xiaoyu any face at all. She scolded her so harshly, and in front of so many people around. All the people strolling here are either rich or noble, and they all have money on them, except Su Xiaoyu, who is dressed very ordinary. People around him really think that Su Xiaoyu is a dog who always licks Wang Jing's boots, and they really think that he came here to follow Wang Jing. But Amelia Su seemed very calm, not angry at all, nodded and said, Yes, I am here to consume. At this time, Chi-Chi, who was picking bags in front, heard their voices, turned around and walked over, asking, It seems that I came at the wrong time? How about I step aside first? Amelia Su shook her head, No, you came at the right time. Wang Jing didn't say anything, but Xu Yong recognized Chi-Chi first, and he became excited and said, Isn't this the famous internet celebrity who is 1.7 meters tall? Wow, it's really you. You are the very popular female anchor 1.7 meters tall, right? This person is my ex-boyfriend. He is extremely poor. Why are you with him? Wang Jing said. Xu Yong guessed with a smile, Could it be that since you can't lick Jingjing anymore, you've started to lick the female anchor's ass again? You must have given a lot of money to the female anchor to be able to invite her out today. Wang Jing got excited when she heard this. No way? You gritted your teeth and bought a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan yesterday. You still have money to reward the female anchor? I really underestimated you, Su Xiaoyu. A licker is a licker. Even though Jingjing dumped him, he still doesn't repent and continues to be a licker. How can I say anything good about you? Xu Yang pointed at Su Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Now that you have licked all the money you have, what are you going to do? Go to work and get some salary to continue licking, right? Ha 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 ha. Amelia Su didn't even bother to look at the two of them, and said coldly, Yes, I rewarded Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi herself was also confused. She couldn't understand what the three people were saying. I don't quite understand what you two are talking about. Xiaoyu gave me over 800,000 yuan in gifts last night, and now she's bringing me here to buy a bag. What? A poor guy like Su Xiaoyu would give you a gift worth more than 800,000 yuan. How is that possible? Wang Jing asked in surprise, and then looked at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Wang Jing looked at Su Xiaoyu again and again. She was still that familiar look and refused to believe that this was real. Xu Yang suddenly felt that he was very smart and saw through Su Xiaoyu's plan, so he whispered in Wang Jing's ear, Jingjing, don't be fooled by them. I think this poor guy found this female anchor to act together, just to make you think he is very powerful, to make you regret breaking up with him, and then change your mind and look for him. Chapter 7-7. How could he be so rich? Yes, I said it's not that simple. How could this poor guy become a rich man overnight and give more than 800,000 yuan in tips to the female anchor? Wang Jing felt that what Xu Yang said was absolutely correct and the truth must be like this. That's right. I don't think you sold your kidney, and then borrowed high-interest loans from everywhere to give gifts to the female anchor. If your mother knew that she raised such a stupid son like you, she would probably be so angry that she had high blood pressure. Ha ha ha. Xu Yang continued to sneer. You even bring people here to buy bags. I want to see how you, a poor person who still lives in a rented house, can afford to buy bags here? Wang Jing thought, Su Xiaoyu asked Chi-Chi to act in a play, so at least she should give her some benefits. The little money he had was almost used up. Also, after buying the bag, what did Su Xiaoyu eat and drink? Yes, we won't leave. Let's see how you buy it. Don't you like to pretend? Buy it and I'll watch you pretend. Su Xiaoyu didn't bother to argue with them at all. Instead, she chose to slap them in the face with facts and said directly to Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, whichever one you like, just take it. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled, and she confirmed again, then I really will take it directly, don't regret it, okay? No regrets, take it. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to say anymore. Chi-Chi walked to the handbag display cabinet, looked at the waitress kindly, and said, Beauty, which one is the latest model you have here? The waiter said awkwardly, We just launched our newest model, but it's limited edition. There's only one left, and it's in the hands of that beautiful lady. Chi-Chi turned around helplessly and saw that the beautiful lady the waiter was talking about was Wang Jing. She was holding a new LV Global Limited Edition bag in her hand. It was very unique and beautiful, and was indeed the most high-end of the high-end bags compared to the other bags in the store. Wang Jing also heard the conversation between the waiter and Chi-Chi, so she deliberately said in front of Xu Yang, "Brother Yang, they are trying to snatch this bag from me, why don't you buy it and give it to me as a gift, how about that?" Xu Yang frowned and said awkwardly, "Jingjing, didn't I just buy you a new Hermes bag yesterday?" "Yes, but yesterday is yesterday. Today they have bullied us. They clearly look down on you, Brother Yang." Wang Jing began to act coquettishly in front of Xu Yang. Xu Yang impatiently changed the subject, "How dare this guy look down on me? He doesn't even know how to reflect on his own moral character, and he still dares to brag in front of me?" At this time, Chi-Chi, who didn't pick a bag, returned to Su Xiaoyu, and the two walked to Wang Jing together. Su Xiaoyu asked, "Xu Yang, are you going to buy it or not? If not, bring it here. I want to buy it. Do you know how much this bag costs?" Xu Yang asked with gritted teeth, because in his eyes, Su Xiaoyu was just an ordinary and very poor worker, but she insisted on talking big and bragging, so he didn't like her very much. "Even if you sell your kidney, you probably don't have much money left from the rewards. What are you going to use to buy it? Are you going to have to borrow money from a loan shark to buy it?" Wang Jing shook her head and said very disappointedly, "I originally thought that my breaking up with you would inspire your fighting spirit and make you work harder and be more positive, but I didn't expect you to be so disappointing." "Then don't bother yourself." Su Xiaoyu glared at Wang Jing mercilessly. "Sir, this bag costs 60,000. The waiter also saw that Su Xiaoyu's dress was not very fancy, and thought that he had better not continue pretending, otherwise it would end up in a mess. But at this time, Xu Yang felt that if he let Amelia Su leave like this, it would be too cheap for Amelia Su, so he said to the waiter, "Let him buy it. I see how he bought this bag when he is so awesome. Some people are really shameless and have to come up and embarrass themselves." The waiter had no choice but to stand aside and remain silent. Su Xiaoyu saw that there were several bags and clothes of different styles nearby, so she said to the waiter, 60,000 is 60,000, pack it up, and I think these clothes here are also suitable for you, Chi-Chi, which one do you like?" Chi-Chi looked at the direction of Su Xiaoyu's finger. It was a white suit and the other was a purple sweater. They were both very nice. She nodded and said, "I think the white one might be." Before she finished speaking, Amelia Su showed an attitude of being afraid of trouble, and said to the waiter, "Forget it, waiter, pack these two pieces for me." Wang Jing and Xu Yang stood by and watched a joke, treating Su Xiaoyu as a psychopath. The waitress was stunned, because she had never seen anyone buy so many things at once, but before she could come to her senses, Amelia Su said again, "These bags here, 3 in this row, 2 over there, pack them up for me too." The waiter looked at Amelia Su in surprise, not knowing whether he really wanted it or was just pretending in front of Xu Yang, and he stood there in a daze. Xu Yang and Wang Jing, who were standing nearby, were even more unconvinced. They believed that Su Xiaoyu was just pretending to be rich in front of them and wanted to save face. "Why don't you pay? Are you buying it with your mouth? Ha ha ha. If you can't afford it, don't pretend here. Those who can consume here are all rich people. Not to mention that they are all worth hundreds of millions, but at least they are not as poor as you. I feel ashamed for you now," Xu Yang said, pointing his finger at Su Xiaoyu's face sarcastically. "How much money do you have on you? Don't I know?" Wang Jing sneered. Su Xiaoyu finally understood. The two of them didn't believe that Su Xiaoyu really gave Chi-Chi 800,000 yuan in rewards. They still thought that Chi-Chi was a person Su Xiaoyu hired to act. Su Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone, opened the payment code and said, "Scan the code." "Okay, sir." The waiter immediately went to the cashier and counted all the things Su Xiaoyu wanted, then scanned Su Xiaoyu's payment code with a scanner, and only a crisp sound was heard echoing in the store. Consumption successful, 380,000 yuan credited to account. The system rebate also came very quickly. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 9-fold rebate and getting 2.28 million. At this time, Su Xiaoyu's personal account had reached 6.48 million. The whole audience was stunned. Su Xiaoyu stood there smugly, while Wang Jing and Xu Yang looked as if they were poisoned. After the clerk received the payment, he immediately started packing. During this time, Wang Jing walked up to Su Xiaoyu and asked angrily, "Su Xiaoyu, have you been lying to me all along?" Su Xiaoyu nodded and started to pretend, "That's right, I have always pretended to be poor when I was with you, but I didn't expect that you really only recognize money and not people." Chapter 88. Is this just a small fight? You bastard, I've been with you for a year and you've never bought me any luxury goods. We just broke up yesterday and you spent hundreds of thousands to reward the female anchor and hundreds of thousands more to buy her LV bags and clothes. Wang Jing cursed angrily. It's not like I haven't looked for you before. Su Xiaoyu said, even last night, I bought a Hermes bag and went to your house to look for you, but you have your own choice, so what else can I say? Su Xiaoyu didn't have a good tone either. More and more people came to watch the fun. No matter what their wealth was, they all came to watch the fun and some were already mocking Wang Jing. A woman like this doesn't even cherish such a rich man who treats her so well. I think this Mr. Su she's following now is not a good guy either. Everyone was talking at once. Su Xiaoyu had already paid. Since there were several items, it would take some time for the waiter to pack them, so they could only wait at the cashier counter. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu, whom she had always looked down upon in the past, was actually an invisible rich person, and that she had spent so lavishly today on buying several bags and spending more than 300,000 yuan, Wang Jing began to make some calculations in her mind. Having just broken up yesterday, it was impossible for him to find a girlfriend again today, so Wang Jing managed her expression, walked up to Su Xiaoyu with a smile and said, Dear, we have been together for more than a year, and we have had more than one quarrel, right? We have quarreled enough, let's go back. While speaking, Wang Jing grabbed Su Xiaoyu's arm tightly, trying to win him back by pestering her. This move was something that Su Xiaoyu had been unable to resist every time they had quarreled. At that time, Su Xiaoyu could be said to be completely controlled by Wang Jing. But Su Xiaoyu is now different from before. No matter how Wang Jing pulls her, she remains expressionless and stands there motionless. This stunned the female anchor next to her. She had never seen such a shameless woman. She was already in a relationship with another man, but she still wanted to keep Su Xiaoyu. As a woman, Chi felt that she was still too thin-skinned, even though she was a female anchor. Chi was really worried that Su Xiaoyu would not be able to resist Wang Jing's persuasion and would agree to get back together with her, but this was someone else's business and she couldn't bring herself to speak up, so she could only worry on the side. And Su Xiaoyu did not disappoint Chi. He shook off Wang Jing's hand, then moved a little further away from Wang Jing. He pointed at Xu Yong standing next to him unhappily and asked Wang Jing, is this just a minor fight? This. Wang Jing was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly, there's really nothing between Mr. Su and me. I promise you, I will never have any contact with him again. Okay, dear, let's go back? Su Xiaoyu smiled, do you think I am still the same dog that you used to be? Since we have broken up, let's break up once and for all. You can go and do your beautiful things with your boss Su slowly. Honey, let's go back. Can we talk about anything when we get back? Wang Jing reached out again and tried to pull Su Xiaoyu. Amelia Su didn't even look at him. Waiter, these two people are making trouble in the store and they don't buy anything, please kick them out. The waiter saw that the situation was out of control and had indeed affected the order of the store, as well as the flow of people in business, so he called the security guard, security, maintain order at the scene. For security guards hired by the LV store quickly rushed over and drove Wang Jing and Xu Yang out. Let's go. If you disturb the order again, we will call the police. Wang Jing was still calling Su Xiaoyu's name, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Gradually the sound became farther and farther away, until it could no longer be heard and the person could no longer be seen. The LV store returned to calm, and the staff packed up the items and handed them to Amelia Su respectfully. Sir, your stuff. Amelia Su said lightly, give it to this lady. The clerk handed the things to Chi again, Beauty, these are your things, they are all here. Chi blushed as she took these things. They felt heavy in her hands, and she said to Amelia Su gratefully, I'm really sorry, thank you. Su Xiaoyu said, you're welcome, now that you've bought all your things, it's my turn. Of course Chi did not forget that there was another important purpose for coming out with Su Xiaoyu today, which was to help Su Xiaoyu choose clothes. She also knew that Su Xiaoyu was afraid that her aesthetic taste was not good enough, so she asked her to help. You want to buy here too? Su Xiaoyu said, that's right, I'm too lazy to run around, so I'll just choose here. I see that you are a host, so you should be very fashionable and stylish. Take a look at which ones here are more suitable for me. When it comes to choosing clothes, Chi is a professional. She worked in the clothing industry before becoming a host, and she likes to watch videos about outfits. Not only does she have a Douyin account, she also has Zaya Hongshu and Bilibili accounts. She is a well-known host on the entire internet. Okay, let me take a look. Shichi walked to the men's clothing display area, and after taking a look, she chose an embroidered windbreaker worth 30,000 yuan, a pair of white sneakers with patterns and logos worth 11,000 yuan, and a pair of trousers to match the windbreaker for 10,000 yuan. Su Xiaoyu put it in front of her and compared it, then she took it directly. Not bad, it really suits me. Then I'll get a beige set of this style and another set of black, so I don't have to choose again. Yes, sir. Pay the bill. Su Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone, scanned the code and paid, which triggered a 6-fold rebate and she received 306,000 yuan. This speed of making money made Su Xiaoyu extremely happy. They had almost finished buying things, and the two dogs left. Su Xiaoyu and Shichi also walked out of the LV store. At this time, it was noon and the shopping mall was very crowded and noisy. Su Xiaoyu was carrying her own things in her hands, while Shichi was holding several shopping bags in each hand, which looked a bit exaggerated. The two walked to the elevator entrance, preparing to go upstairs to find a restaurant for lunch. Su Xiaoyu asked, "What do you want to eat at noon?" "I'll treat you." Shichi quickly shook her head and said, No, let me treat you. I'm already very embarrassed." "That's fine, let's go up and take a look first." Su Xiaoyu thought, a meal doesn't cost much, so if the rebate is gone, it's gone, it doesn't matter. The first floor of Changyuan Shopping Center is mainly for clothing, while the second floor is mainly for restaurants. Coming to this floor is like entering a new world. Food is the most important thing for people. There are obviously more people on the second floor than on the first floor. Su Xiaoyu looked at the time. It is now 12:20. As luck would have it, it is peak time again. Fortunately, today is a weekday and there are still many spots with vacancies. Chapter 9, Every industry is not easy. Su Xiaoyu and the female anchor Chichi came to the second floor, picked a restaurant with fewer people, went in, found a seat and sat down, quietly looking at the options on the menu. After a tiring morning, I can finally take a break. Come on and see what you like to eat. Chichi put all the bags in her hands against the wall and took off her coat. Chichi had been wearing a coat just now, so her figure could hardly be seen. Su Xiaoyu only preliminarily recognized that her appearance was not much different from that in the live broadcast room. Now she realized how powerful Chichi's assets were. It turns out that on the surface Chichi debuted with her looks, but what she is really proud of is her figure. After Chichi took off her coat, she naturally attracted a lot of other customers who were eating in the store. Some of them had already started taking pictures with their mobile phones. Others recognized Chichi, but when they saw that there was already a man next to Chichi, they gave up on chatting her up. The dishes were served, including steamed white water fish, salted white rice shrimp, country chicken soup, and rice. No drinks or alcohol were ordered, but for two people, it seemed already very rich. "Eat, don't be polite." Chichi said this when she saw Su Xiaoyu was still waiting for her to pick up her chopsticks first. Although Su Xiaoyu acted very generous in the LV store just now, she was not very proactive during the meal, which aroused Chichi's curiosity. "You don't look that old?" "I'm 31 years old this year." "I wonder if I'm older or younger than you." Su Xiaoyu said. "I'm 23, 8 years younger than you." In fact, Chichi's main curiosity was not about age, but what Su Xiaoyu did and why she was so rich at this age. In this society, those who are particularly rich in their 30s are either inheriting a family business or grabbing the first wave of dividends from self-media in the early years. However, Su Xiaoyu's personality is obviously not suitable for self-media, so he asked again, "You spent so much money on me, your parents won't blame you, right?" "No, I'm an adult now. As long as I know my own limits, my parents won't interfere too much with how I spend money." Su Xiaoyu explained briefly. "Okay, don't lie to me. After all, the expenses last night and today are indeed a bit too much." Chichi looked at Su Xiaoyu's eyes and felt relieved when she felt that she didn't seem to be lying. After all, an honest person like Su Xiaoyu would never lie. "This dish tastes pretty good, you should try it too," Su Xiaoyu said to Chichi after taking a few bites. After Chichi started to pick up her chopsticks, Su Xiaoyu had already started to eat voraciously. Chichi didn't eat much, mainly to maintain her perfect figure. She smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I'll just eat a little." Amelia Su immediately understood the meaning. "I understand, you big anchors have a great influence on the platform, so you have to maintain your figure, right? You could say that the fans' demands are higher than the sky, and we have no choice but to do so." "Actually, I really want to eat it." Chichi laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "It's not easy to do any job. In our opinion, the job of anchor is to make money faster than to rob money, but in fact, not everyone can do it. Su Xiaoyu said with great sympathy. Yes. For someone like me who doesn't have a team or a company to back him up, I have to rely on myself for everything, so I have to be careful at every turn. Chi said, those who have big companies behind them, although they have to give their profits to the company, but if anything happens, the company will also do a good job of public relations for them, so they don't have to be so cautious. Then you are quite amazing. You can do live streaming so well by yourself? Su Xiaoyu praised. Chi feels very happy just saying this, because she interacts with fans a lot on the internet, but rarely socializes in real life. Even if she does, it is limited to fan meet and greets and the like. She has no free space of her own. Moreover, after her friends knew that she had become a big anchor, they more or less stopped associating with her for various reasons. Some of them are anti-rich and think that Chi is already a big anchor and it is impossible for her to play with ordinary people like them. Some people think that the anchors are very dark and that all female anchors are dirty, and Chi is no exception. The reason why she became so popular is because she sold herself out. They don't understand that Chi growth was actually achieved through her dressing and makeup skills, and the majority of her fans are female. How should I put it? Being an anchor requires persistence and luck. Most importantly, you have to choose a field that you are good at. People say that even pigs can fly when the wind is blowing. But that is not true at all. In the era of self-media, some people can become popular because they are extraordinary. It's not like what some people say that anyone can become popular. They just say that out of jealousy. Chi is not humble at all. She has a very clear understanding of herself and has always believed that her success depends on her strength. Su Xiaoyu also understood what she meant. What she meant was that after seeing Chi-Chi's success, others sneered at her and thought, I can do it too. In fact, they were just overestimating their own abilities. After lunch, Chi-Chi felt that she and Su Xiaoyu had a very good chat, so she talked a few more words and continued talking until 2:30 in the afternoon. Almost done, let's go. Su Xiaoyu looked at the time and felt that she had stayed here for a long time. She was embarrassed to sit down any longer, so she said, do you want to go shopping somewhere else? Chi-Chi shook her head, no, I have something else tonight, so I have to go back early. Let's hang out again next time when we have time. Since the female anchor took the initiative to bring it up, Amelia Su was of course not polite. Okay, then. After being stunned for a long time, Su Xiaoyu blurted out goodbye. Chi also waited for Amelia Su for a long time, thinking that he would say something else, but in the end he said nothing, so he had no choice but to leave. Goodbye, bye. Bye-bye. In fact, what Su Xiaoyu wanted to say just now was whether she should send Chi home, but halfway through she realized that she didn't have a car and had no way to send her home. If she just sent her to the bus station or subway station, it would be too embarrassing. So the most urgent thing now is to buy a car. Cars are valuable, so the rebates will definitely be huge. If you buy a car worth 2 million, you may be lucky enough to get a direct rebate of 10 million. Su Xiaoyu learned to drive 2 years ago, and she learned a manual transmission car. At that time, many people suddenly told her that learning a manual transmission car was better than an automatic transmission car, and she would be able to drive any car in the future. But in fact, she would definitely not buy a manual transmission car. Since Su Xiaoyu got her driver's license, she has never driven a car and has almost forgotten her driving skills. Now she can't drive either a manual or automatic car. Now that he is rich, Su Xiaoyu's first choice for buying a car is the Maybach S-Class, which he has always liked since college. Chapter 10:10. Maybach S-Class. The price of Maybach S-Class is not particularly expensive among luxury cars. It is far less than Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and McLaren. However, Su Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to get the rebate from 1 or 2 orders. After he gets the rebate from buying Maybach, he can buy more expensive consumer goods to get higher rebates. Su Xiaoyu immediately found the address of the Maybach Shanghai 4S store on the map and took a taxi there. The taxi fare cost a total of 13 yuan, and Su Xiaoyu was too lazy to even look at the rebate. Because there are often such rebates of a few dollars or dozens of dollars in daily life, Su Xiaoyu doesn't look at any of them. It's like receiving various sales calls or text messages on the mobile phone every day. They are of little use and it is a waste of time to look at them. Arriving at the entrance of the Maybach 4S store, the clerk inside warmly welcomed Amelia Su. Welcome, handsome guy, do you need to know about our latest models of cars? Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to speak, a male salesperson came over. He was about 30 years old, about the same age as Su Xiaoyu. He asked incredulously, "Hey, isn't this Su Xiaoyu?" The man's name is Zhao Haodong. He was a colleague of Su Xiaoyu who used to work at Washing. Su Xiaoyu was in technology and he was in sales. At that time, Zhao Haodong also pursued Wang Jing, but later Wang Jing felt that Su Xiaoyu was more honest and easier to control, so she chose Su Xiaoyu. From then on, Zhao Haodong and Su Xiaoyu had an irreconcilable hatred and left Washing because of this incident. Seeing Amelia Su, Zhao Haodong looked unhappy, and deliberately sarcastically said, "Amelia Su, how is your experience of dating a scumbag? Do you feel shocked?" Su Xiaoyu knew that this was obviously sarcasm. At the beginning, Su Xiaoyu thought that she won the beauty Wang Jing because she defeated Zhao Haodong with her strength. However, she didn't expect that Wang Jing didn't like any of them. She just thought that Su Xiaoyu was honest and easy to deceive. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Zhao Haodong, you are still the same as before, your mouth is so foul. I came here today to look at the car, and I don't have time to argue with you." "See the car?" Zhao Haodong put on a surprised expression and then said to himself, "Do you know how much a car here costs? Just taking out a car wheel can cost you a year's salary, and you come here to look at cars? This is really hilarious, ha ha ha. Do you mean you are not welcome anymore?" Su Xiaoyu did not refute, but asked back. "Welcome, of course you are welcome, feel free to look around, if you want to, feel free to look as much as you want," Zhao Haodong said with a look of disdain, then left. Amelia Su turned around and looked at the female salesperson who had just spoken to her. There was a brand on her chest. Her name was Chen Xiaodi. She looked pretty, so she started chatting with her. "Beauty, what latest model did you just say?" "Oh, handsome guy, this is the model we just released this year, the Maybach S680. It's a limited edition and a lot of young people like it." When Su Xiaoyu heard that it was a limited edition, she became interested. Because a car like Maybach, even an ordinary model, is very amazing and there are countless people who like it. The reason why some people don't buy it is simply because they don't have the money. The latest model and limited edition must be of top-notch configuration, and the price should not be too low. "Is there any car here? Let me take a look." "Yes, this is a new car that has just been launched. No one has ordered it yet. Please come this way, sir." The saleswoman led Su Xiaoyu to a brand new Maybach, and then pointed at the car and said, "This is the car, a large sedan built and produced by Mercedes, which was just launched in August this year." Su Xiaoyu looked at the overall structure of the car body. The Mercedes-Benz logo was not embedded on the flat surface of the car body, but was made three-dimensional like the Rolls-Royce Golden Man, which made it look more upscale. The lines of the car body also have a retro beauty. This aesthetic tone is basically found in luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, etc. all have similar lines. When placed together with cheap cars, they can be distinguished at a glance. Seeing Su Xiaoyu's eyes full of love for this car, the salesperson continued to introduce, "This car has a maximum power of 450, a maximum torque of 900, a length, width and height of 5,470 1921 1,510 mm, a very large space, and a very comfortable experience. Both the front and back seats can move freely. It adopts a 3-box flat door design, a total of 4 seats, a twin turbocharged, and a very strong power. The cylinder head and cylinder block are made of aluminum alloy." In fact, after all she said, Su Xiaoyu didn't understand at all and had no idea what she meant. However, he also understood the most basic principle, which is that expensive cars are definitely better than cheap ones, especially luxury models imported from abroad. Not to mention the high tariffs and brand premiums, their hundreds of years of car manufacturing history are incomparable, and their quality, performance, and appearance are all very reliable. "I place an order now and I can pick it up right away, right?" "Yes, we can handle all the procedures after purchasing the car for you. You don't have to come here in person," said the salesperson. "Okay." While the two were talking, other customers were looking at cars and other salespeople were introducing them to them. Some had been looking for more than an hour but still had no intention of buying. However, Su Xiaoyu had only been in for less than 10 minutes and had already reached the stage of placing an order, which could not help but make the salespeople excited. "Xiaodi is so awesome. How come he met a rich and handsome guy right at the start? They are all ready to place an order," said one of the female colleagues. "Oh, what's the big deal? I just met a man, probably in his 30s. Everything was fine at the beginning, but when it came to making the purchase, he had something to do and had to answer a phone call. 3 hours later, he still hasn't come back." Another colleague immediately complained. No way, are all boys nowadays so boring? There are all kinds of people nowadays. Zhao Haodong came to Xiaodi and whispered, Xiaodi, this guy is my former colleague who works at Washing Network. He is extremely poor. How could he afford a Maybach? I think he is here to cause trouble. Just send him away. Xiaodi couldn't believe it. No way? Don't think that he is talking to you nicely now. He will find an excuse to leave soon. The man said and left. The other sales colleagues stood in the distance and watched Su Xiaoyu and Xiaodi, waiting to see what excuse Su Xiaoyu would find to leave. But they waited until the end and did not see Su Xiaoyu leave. Instead, they saw him sit down and prepare to sign the purchase contract. Okay, that's it, right? Su Xiaoyu asked after signing. Yes, sir, here is the mortgage loan agreement, please take a look. Before the final payment, Xiaodi showed Su Xiaoyu another paper document. After Su Xiaoyu took it, she didn't even look at it and asked, how much is the full amount? Chapter 111. Full payment or mortgage. Xiaodi reported the calculated price to Amelia Su. If it is paid in full, the landing price is 4.8 million. If it is a mortgage, we have a discount, only 4.2 million. Is there such a big difference? Su Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. Yes, we have such an activity now. If you apply for a mortgage loan now, you can keep the money for yourself and invest in other things to make money, right? And there are discounts on cars, so this is the most cost-effective. Explained the salesman Xiaodi. Su Xiaoyu didn't think so. He said, that's not right. Isn't the interest on the mortgage loan money? If you calculate it based on 5 years, how much will I have to pay in interest alone? Forget it, let's just pay the full amount. Handsome guy, although the full payment will have interest, you don't have to pay so much now. Wouldn't it be better if you use the money to invest in other things? Xiaodi still didn't want to give up and continued to persuade. Because their car companies have regulations. If they can convince the customer service to apply for a mortgage, the commission will be higher. Their car companies and banks work together to reap the benefits of customers, and the salesman's commissions are also high. It can be said that one company loses but 3 companies gain. But Su Xiaoyu doesn't care about these things now. He just wants the rebate and wants immediate results. If it is a mortgage, his hair will be white by the time the rebate is paid. I don't need to invest, and I can't get a mortgage. I don't have proof of income, and I don't have salary flow. How can I get a mortgage? Just process the full payment for me. Su Xiaoyu threw the question to Xiaodi. As a 4S store, they have plenty of ways to get a mortgage for anyone who comes to buy a car. Xiaodi said casually, we can get it done, as long as you provide your identity information and related materials. I can probably tell. If I don't apply for a mortgage today, you won't sell me this car, right? Su Xiaoyu stood up and prepared to leave. Okay, I'll go to another store to buy it. I don't have to buy the S680 limited edition. Just at this moment, Xiaodi's colleagues started to make a noise. When they saw Su Xiaoyu signing the contract just now, they found it unbelievable. They couldn't imagine what reason Su Xiaoyu would use to leave. They didn't expect that she would leave because they couldn't reach an agreement on the full payment and the mortgage. It was really rare. Su Xiaoyu was the first one this year. Zhao Haodong walked in front of Su Xiaoyu again and said to Xiaodi, I said this guy was deliberately looking for trouble, you didn't believe it, now you believe it. Originally, Xiaodi was planning to go up and continue chatting with Su Xiaoyu, but she was interrupted by Zhao Haodong who came over. She had to stand aside and keep silent. Su Xiaoyu stopped walking when she heard the voice and looked at Zhao Haodong. His attitude made her very unhappy. Zhao Haodong, are you mistaken? Am I the one who doesn't want to buy it now? It's your sales colleagues who don't want to sell it. Su Xiaoyu asked. Not selling? We recommended you a more favorable way to buy a car, but you disagreed and insisted on paying in full. Paying in full is a more disadvantageous way to buy a car than taking out a loan. Now even the richest people will choose to buy a car with a loan. You still say that you are not deliberately making trouble? Zhao Haodong said. It is actually somewhat logical to put it this way, because this is how normal people think. Su Xiaoyu's uncharacteristic thinking seems like she is deliberately looking for trouble. But who is Amelia Su? He is a person who has a consumption rebate system. How can his thinking be the same as that of a normal person? In order to get the rebate, Su Xiaoyu would definitely choose a more expensive and faster payment method. He doesn't have the time to repay the loan slowly. It would definitely be more satisfying to get such a large rebate in one go rather than paying it back slowly over several years. Amelia Sue asked back, that is what you think is a more favorable way. You didn't even ask me, and just asked me to apply for a mortgage. If I don't do it, you won't sell the car? Zhao Haodong said sarcastically, if my colleague had just said that it should be paid in full, you would definitely ask why it can't be mortgaged, right? Anyway, you are right no matter what you say. I really admire your shameless personality. In order to expose Su Xiaoyu's true face in front of Xiaodi, Zhao Haodong took the initiative to say, I'll buy it for you in full now, come on? Pay it. Then let's make a deal in advance. There's a car in stock and all the formalities have been completed for me. Su Xiaoyu got herself inoculated before agreeing to avoid a lot of trouble when the time comes. Okay, it's all written down in black and white in the contract, any other questions? Zhao Haodong didn't believe that Su Xiaoyu could really afford this car. He just wanted to see how long Su Xiaoyu could afford it. But Amelia Su didn't intend to pretend at all, and went straight back to the table where she had just signed with Xiaodi, sat down again, and said expressionlessly, full payment, the latest limited edition of the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Maybach S680, now get the contract ready for me and pay immediately. Zhao Haodong stood by and refused to leave, waiting to see Su Xiaoyu make a fool of herself. I wonder how long you'll finish installing it. This car costs 4.8 million yuan in full configuration. Su Xiaoyu replied in a serious tone, your colleague has already said it just now, I don't have amnesia. Zhao Haodong's face turned green with anger, but he quickly calmed down and pretended to be calm. Okay, I'll see where you can get the 4.8 million from. After the contract was prepared again, Su Xiaoyu signed and sealed it. There was no bargaining during the whole process, and it was done smoothly and in one go. Then I went to pay, and heard a pleasant voice from the cashier, 4.8 million yuan has been received from Union Pay. At the same time, a more lingering voice rang in Su Xiaoyu's mind, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x rebate and receiving 28.8 million yuan. The luck was pretty good, above average, and Su Xiaoyu was already very satisfied. Even since she got the system, there has not been a single 10x rebate, which is a bit disappointing to Su Xiaoyu. How is this possible? Zhao Haodong was stunned, his face turned extremely ugly. He was still smiling 10 seconds ago, but now he was cursing in his heart. Zhao Haodong couldn't figure out where Su Xiaoyu got so much money to be able to afford a Maybach worth nearly 5 million. Where did your money come from? Did you steal Huaxing's money? Zhao Haodong was unwilling to be slapped in the face by Su Xiaoyu, so he started talking nonsense again to divert attention. Su Xiaoyu knew that Zhao Haodong was always slick, so she didn't give him a chance to divert his attention. Then why don't you go to Huaxing and ask if there is any money missing from the account? Zhao Haodong stopped talking because it was impossible for him to go to Huaxing. He had deleted all the WeChat accounts of his previous colleagues and it would be very embarrassing to go now. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? You've wasted so much time by paying the mortgage in the full amount at a later time. Su Xiaoyu gave Zhao Haodong a weird look. Zhao Haodong remained silent. Chapter 12, Big Cities vs. Small Cities. After being scolded by Su Xiaoyu, Zhao Haodong lost all his temper. There was really no way. He had never expected that Su Xiaoyu would really buy a Maybach. If Su Xiaoyu was really rich, she wouldn't have to flatter Wang Jing, and Wang Jing wouldn't have gotten together with Xu Yong. Even if it was Xu Yong, who had been an executive for so many years with a high salary and good benefits, he couldn't afford a Maybach. Why could Su Xiaoyu afford it? Zhao Haodong still has a lot of mysteries that he can't solve. In this situation, embarrassment is inevitable, so Zhao Haodong took advantage of the gap between Su Xiaoyu and Xiaodi talking and quickly stayed. Xiaodi finally explained to Su Xiaoyu, Mr. Su, all the formalities have been completed. Here we will give you a temporary license plate for use first. We will mail the official license plate to your home in about 3 days. Could you please fill in an address and contact information? Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, okay, thank you for your help. After writing the address, Su Xiaoyu took the key and drove away from the 4S store in a brand new Maybach. This was also the first time Su Xiaoyu drove in his life. Due to lack of experience, he drove very slowly along the way. When he encountered a place with a lot of people, Su Xiaoyu took the initiative to give way. When there were still 5 seconds left before the green light at the intersection, he started to slow down and wait for the next green light. Strangely, his behavior did not lead to any abuse or complaints. Other drivers were tactful enough to avoid him or stop behind Su Xiaoyu. It took a long time to buy a car in the afternoon, so when Su Xiaoyu returned to the community, it was already 17:20. At this time, more and more office workers started to enter the community gate. The car was stopped by the railing at the gate of the community. Su Xiaoyu rolled down the window and asked the security guard, "Uncle security guard, I live in this community. I bought a new car today. I don't know how much parking is charged here." Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was not very old, about 30 years old, the security guard felt very impressed from the bottom of his heart. "Young man, you are great. You bought a Maybach at such a young age?" At this time, some young people who were passing by after work couldn't help but stop to take a look. After all, Maybach is relatively rare in this community. Some of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures, which shows that they are quite interested in this car. "Brother, what do you do? You can afford a Maybach at such a young age. It's really enviable," asked a man about 35 years old. Su Xiaoyu said, "I am over 30 years old and I was a programmer, but I have quit my job." After saying that, she didn't pay too much attention to the man, but turned around to listen to the security guard answer her questions, because Su Xiaoyu couldn't stay here forever, and it wouldn't be long before Su Xiaoyu went to buy a house. "After so many years in Shanghai, I can't even afford a toilet. Every year when I go home, I feel very ashamed. Many of my classmates who graduated from college chose to develop in small cities. Some of them who developed in their hometowns have now bought a 3-bedroom apartment, got married, and had children, and are living a happy life. Only Su Xiaoyu feels that the salaries in big cities are high and the life is rich and colorful, and she has been suffering until now." After so many years of graduation, several people who have been living in big cities, including Su Xiaoyu, are having the worst time. Now those classmates who are doing well are mocking them. Knowing that it's impossible to buy a house in the Magic City, why do you still want to waste your time there? You don't live in the Magic City, so what are your plans for the future? Just accept the reality. Even if you earn 20,000 yuan a month in Shanghai, you can't afford a house. The last time Su Xiaoyu went back to his hometown was during the Chinese New Year 2 years ago. It has been a year and 10 months since then. It has been exactly 2 years since the Chinese New Year this year. How has he been doing in Shanghai in the past 2 years? His classmates at home don't know, so he must prove it to them this year. What a powerful system. "You live here, right?" the security guard asked. "This is a temporary rented house, and I may have to move out. I'm staying here for a short period of time," Su Xiaoyu explained. The security guard nodded and said, "Then you can pay according to the time. It's 10 yuan an hour here. There's no charge for less than an hour. The charge for 24 consecutive hours is 150 yuan. Okay, I get it. Can I park anywhere?" "Yes, just stop wherever you see a seat, we don't care about that," the security guard replied nonchalantly. Su Xiaoyu did not have too many questions or requests. After all, this was an old and dilapidated neighborhood with many people living in it, but there were not many young people. The main reason why Su Xiaoyu lived here was because it was cheap. I believe that people who come here to live are all doing so to save costs, so don't have too many demands on other aspects. Su Xiaoyu's driving skills still need to be improved. He drove around the community for a while and saw an empty space. He needed to test his parallel parking skills and he had to maneuver back and forth several times before he was able to park. The car was finally parked, and Su Xiaoyu felt like she had lost her soul. "After the exercise along the way just now, I have regained a little bit of the feeling of driving, but I am still far from those experienced old drivers." Su Xiaoyu decided to drive for a while when she goes out to eat later, just in time to experience driving at night, so that she can experience all the car usage scenarios in daily life. "I walked into the rental house, turned on the water heater, took off my shoes, browsed my phone for a while, took a shower when the water boiled, and changed into the new clothes I bought today." Luxury brands are different. There is no flaw when you wear them. They feel very close-fitting and comfortable. The appearance is also impeccable. Su Xiaoyu looked at herself in the mirror for a long time and was amazed by how handsome she was. If there was no consumption rebate system, Su Xiaoyu would never have thought that one day she would wear clothes and shoes worth tens of thousands of dollars. But just one set is definitely not enough, and there will be no way to change them in the future, so when she goes to the mall later, Su Xiaoyu will buy another set of Versace and a set of Prada. After looking in the mirror enough, Su Xiaoyu changed her shoes, picked up the car keys, and prepared to go out. Suddenly, a WeChat message came on the phone, and the screen lit up, attracting Su Xiaoyu's attention. He opened the screen and saw that it was sent by Wang Jing. "Su Xiaoyu, since you have left me, let's say goodbye tonight. I was wrong about what happened before. Here is the necklace you gave me before. It doesn't belong to me now. I plan to return it to you. It should belong to your future wife. Wangjiang Pavilion Restaurant on the second floor of Chanyuan Shopping Center is waiting for you. Then there was another message: this is our last meal, we will go our separate ways from now on, I won't bother you again. Su Xiaoyu replied, okay. Chapter 1313, Final Farewell. The necklace that Wang Jing mentioned was actually not valuable. It was bought by Su Xiaoyu for her 22nd birthday as a gift by saving money for 3,000 yuan. Although Wang Jing was a bit of a scumbag at that time, it was not as obvious as it is now. Her relationship with Amelia Su was very ambiguous, and she was happy for a long time after receiving such a necklace. But after all, a 3,000 yuan necklace is nothing compared to the luxury goods Xu Yong gave her, so Wang Jing has never worn it. Su Xiaoyu had previously thought that Wang Jing cherished the necklace very much and was afraid of losing it, so she kept it at home. After this incident, Su Xiaoyu completely understood that she was a fool. The other person didn't take the necklace seriously at all and kept it at home simply because she was too embarrassed to take it outside. It was already dark outside the window, and all the cars on the road had turned on their lights. It took a bit of courage for a novice to drive at this time, and Su Xiaoyu was alone. Although there was a novice sign on the car, she was still a little panicked. After getting in the car, Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time in the driver's seat, and finally plucked up the courage to get on the road. Fortunately, Chanyuan Shopping Center is not far from Su Xiaoyu's residential area, and they soon arrived at their destination safely. At this time, getting out of the garage is a technical job, which requires various turns, U-turns, reversing, and parking in a very narrow place. However, Su Xiaoyu was lucky and successfully passed another level. Although there were obstacles everywhere along the way, Su Xiaoyu managed to get through each one safely. He also realized a problem in his heart: driving was not as difficult as he thought. It was just that he hadn't driven a car for a long time since he graduated from the driving school, so he was under a lot of psychological pressure. Su Xiaoyu told himself in his heart that his driving skills were actually quite good and there was no need to scare himself. Make sure the car is locked and go directly upstairs from the elevator in the underground garage. Inside the Wangjiang Pavilion Restaurant, Wang Jing and Xu Yong were sitting together in a 4-person seat. Xu Yong had one hand on Wang Jing's shoulder, looking very obscene. Wang Jing was holding the necklace Su Xiaoyu had given her, and said with disdain, I'm her boyfriend, and he gave me a 3,000 yuan necklace. It's disgusting. If he is really that rich, he would not buy such a rubbish necklace for you. Instead, he bought such expensive things for that female anchor. I guess those things in the LV store were actually bought by the female anchor herself. Su Xiaoyu, this loser, just found this opportunity to act. Xu Yong said smartly. Wang Jing also thought so she pretended to return the necklace to Su Xiaoyu and led Su Xiaoyu here, just to confirm this matter. Yes, the truth must be like this. I can't understand how a poor loser like Su Xiaoyu can be. If he really has money, he can't hide it from me for a year. I didn't find out for a year. This is absolutely impossible. In my opinion, he is either acquainted with this female anchor Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi saw that he had just broken up, so she did him a favor and acted for me to make me regret not being with Su Xiaoyu, or Su Xiaoyu was being kept by some rich auntie. Chi-Chi is the #1 anchor of TikTok. She can sometimes earn tens of thousands of yuan from a live broadcast. She must have made a lot of money over the years, so she has enough money to buy a few bags. Moreover, according to LV's rules, products can be returned without reason within 14 days of purchase, as long as the packaging and labels are intact. So Wang Jing and Xu Yong believed that those items worth more than 800,000 were all bought by Chi-Chi, and after Chi-Chi finished helping Su Xiaoyu act, she would return those LV bags and clothes. Just as the two of them were analyzing these things, Su Xiaoyu had already arrived at the dining table. Cough cough. Seeing that the two of them were hugging each other and didn't notice her, Su Xiaoyu coughed twice. After hearing the cough, Wang Jing immediately straightened up, tidied her hair, and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, why did you come just now? Amelia Su acted as if nothing had happened. I didn't bother you guys. No way. Sit down. Wang Jing said politely. Su Xiaoyu was not polite at all. She moved the chair opposite Wang Jing and sat down. If there is anything, let's get straight to the point. When Su Xiaoyu came here, he realized at first glance that Wang Jing was not saying goodbye to him at all, otherwise she would not have called Xu Yong over. Wang Jing didn't hide it anymore. Oh, you look so different in this LV outfit, right? I didn't realize you're such a good pretender. Xu Yong kept touching Wang Jing's body without saying a word. Su Xiaoyu was not provoked by Wang Jing and looked relaxed and contented. Can I pretend? I don't understand this. If you hadn't hooked up with a rich woman, how could you be so rich? You bought things for the female anchor in the LV store this morning. That female anchor must be the rich woman who supports you. And you still have the nerve to say that I am vain. You are the same. Wang Jing said with disdain. Su Xiaoyu felt that Wang Jing had a very rich imagination. She imagined others to be like her, which was very wise. I was kept by a female anchor? You are really a modern version of Sherlock Holmes. You have such a strong reasoning ability. Why didn't you become a detective? Su Xiaoyu, don't be too proud. If you didn't marry that rich woman, where did your money come from? You didn't really steal Huaxing's money, did you? Wang Jing said angrily. No matter whether Su Xiaoyu stole it or hooked up with a rich woman, Wang Jing would never believe that Su Xiaoyu could earn so much money on her own. Wang Jing, I'm warning you, we've broken up now. How much money I have and where my money comes from has nothing to do with you. Goodbye. Su Xiaoyu said these words quickly, stood up and prepared to leave, without even thinking about getting the necklace back. But as soon as Amelia Su turned around, Xu Yong spoke. Wait a minute. Anything else? Su Xiaoyu asked. We haven't talked about business yet. Xu Yong said arrogantly, you've been with Jingjing for such a long time, and you've wasted a year of her time. Don't you realize it? Amelia Su turned around and smiled slightly, and then. If something is damaged, there are still wear and tear fees, not to mention people. If it weren't for you, Jingjing and I would have been together a long time ago. So you didn't just waste Jingjing's time for a year, you also wasted a year of mine, which adds up to 2 years. So if you want to just leave like this, no way. You have to at least pay some breakup fee. Xu Yong stretched out his right hand and pinched his thumb and middle finger together. Wang Jing replied, yes, breakup fee. If you want to break up, you have to give me at least 2 million yuan in breakup fee. Seeing Wang Jing's self-righteous and arrogant look when she spoke, Amelia Su almost laughed out of anger. 2 million? Why? My youth is not money, is it? Wang Jing asked back. The only way to face a rogue is to be more rogue than him. Su Xiaoyu readily agreed, and sat back in her previous position, smiling and nodding. Okay, 2 million is 2 million. Chapter 14:14. Breakup fee. Wang Jing and Xu Yong were a little shocked and couldn't believe their ears. You're very appreciative. Transfer it over here. Wang Jing took out her mobile phone with a smile and opened the payment code. Who knew that Su Xiaoyu's next sentence would make her angry again? Your breakup fee was 2 million just now, but you also wasted more than a year of my time. Let me do the math, let's make it 3 million. After deducting the 2 million I gave you, you still have to give me 1 million. Su Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone, opened her payment code and placed it on the table. How about it, Xu Yong? Do you want to help her? Xu Yong knew that Su Xiaoyu didn't really want money, she just wanted to use the same method to discuss them. He was so angry that he sat up straight. Wang Jing asked back, you still want a breakup fee, do you deserve it? Amelia Su smiled and said, then why do you want 2 million? Wang Jing didn't think so. She had the same idea as Xu Yong. She felt that she was a beauty. If she hadn't been with Su Xiaoyu, who was a loser, she wouldn't know how many people would pursue her. So it was Su Xiaoyu who delayed her, not her. You are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You have wasted more than a year of my time. If I had been single for a year, I would have had so many suitors. Do you know that 2 million is a bargain for you? You're really good at calculating. Ever since I saw your true colors, I've felt sick. You really think you're such a good person? You want a breakup fee of 2 million, and you're so confident about it? It is impossible for Su Xiaoyu to give this money. This money is not considered consumption. For Su Xiaoyu himself, there is no benefit. Not to mention no rebate, even if there is a rebate, he will not give it. This is a matter of personal dignity. Xu Yong and Wang Jing had already made preparations. As long as they opened their mouths, whether Su Xiaoyu was willing to give the money or not, they would have 2 plans in place. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu had no intention of giving a breakup fee, Xu Yong said sarcastically, I know. Chi-Chi must have set spending limits for you to keep you from spending money recklessly, right? Buying a bag for the female anchor this morning was just an act, right? Now you have no money, so you can't pretend anymore. Ha ha ha. Even if I have money, I won't spend it on you, let alone Wang Jing. Su Xiaoyu is rich now, and has become very confident. If he had been confronted by his boss Xu Yang at work before, he would have never dared to say a word. But now he can talk back fluently and non-stop. According to what you said, Mr. Ma has also been set a spending limit? Because everyone says he is very rich, but I haven't seen him give you a penny. Su Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to compete with Jack Ma? You are just a plaything for rich men. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Wang Jing was not polite at all. Whenever Su Xiaoyu said something, she would retort. Xu Yang continued, well, you like to spend money on female anchors, right? Then I will expose your ugly face now. Before Su Xiaoyu understood what Xu Yang said, Xu Yang had already taken out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and brought up a live PK interface, and turned the phone screen towards Su Xiaoyu. Did you see that? The female anchor Chi-Chi is currently having a live PK with others, and they have also stipulated that whoever loses has to take off clothes. Ha, I think Chi-Chi is going to lose this live broadcast. Xu Yang was holding his mobile phone, talking and laughing at the same time. His expression was very disgusting. Su Xiaoyu looked at the live broadcast interface. Chi-Chi's PK scores were completely not on the same level as the opponent. If nothing unexpected happened, she would really lose. Chi-Chi's PK opponent is also a very beautiful female anchor, but her dress is more sexy and more borderline. Chi-Chi, are you still pretending to be serious? You're just an internet anchor, why are you pretending to be serious? I'm going to take off your fig leaf today, hee. Oh, there are only 3 minutes left. It seems that no one will come to save you. You need to take off your clothes. I wonder what the figure of the top female anchor of Douyin, 1.7 meters tall, is like? Everyone wants to see it, right? If you want to see it, give me more gifts. Don't let the other party overtake you. What? Look at me. What's so good about me? You're tired of looking at me. Are you still not satisfied? This female anchor named White Jade Tiger has been making sarcastic remarks in the live broadcast room. Her movements are also very seductive. She is always able to avoid the prohibited points of official review. She has been professionally skirting the rules for 2.5 years and has very rich experience. On the left is the 1.7 meter tall live broadcast room. She looks very passive and has been begging people in the room to assist her. Her aura is completely different from that of today. Su Xiaoyu finally understood. After having dinner with Chi-Chi today, she said that she had something to do in the evening. It turned out to be about the live PK. Boss Su, you are rich, right? Hurry up and give your goddess a hand and let her win this PK, otherwise, she will have to take off her clothes in front of everyone in the live broadcast room, which is not good. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was engrossed in watching the live broadcast, Xu Yang quickly took away his phone and continued to stimulate Su Xiaoyu. You just spent hundreds of thousands on this female anchor this afternoon. Don't say you don't want to spend money on her again. Xu Yang continued when he saw Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything. Su Xiaoyu had already taken out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and quickly recharged 5 million. Together with the 200,000 left, the total was 5.2 million. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 3x rebate and earning 15 million yuan. This luck was a bit bad. Su Xiaoyu felt that it was because she was with the two people in front of her, and she felt very unhappy. After recharging the money, Su Xiaoyu returned to the live broadcast room and prepared to give gifts. I only saw that Bai Yuhu had already begun to declare his victory. He said to the screen with a big face, according to the rules we set, I have so many more gifts in my live broadcast room than you. I'm afraid that even if you take off all your clothes, it still won't be enough, ha. Chi-Chi had a sad face. She had given up struggling. At worst, she would just quit the live broadcast circle and return to her normal life. Bai Yu Laohu, can we bet on something else? Can we really take off our clothes? What? Are you shy? As a female anchor, don't you have any awareness? There are rules in the industry. If you don't dare, you shouldn't have agreed to me from the beginning. Now that the PK is over, what qualifications do you have to negotiate conditions? Chi-Chi stammered and couldn't speak. Weren't you very capable at the beginning? You thought you were a big anchor, didn't you? You didn't take a small anchors seriously. Now you know how powerful you are, don't you? Others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. There is 1 minute left before the PK ends. This ending is already determined. If you want to see Chi-Chi take off her clothes, put a 1 on the public screen. I'll see how many people there are. Bai Yu Lao, who stared at the countdown, feeling extremely excited. At this time, Xu Yong fiddled with Wang Jing's clothes, and Wang Jing also cooperated to intimidate Su Xiaoyu, saying, "Take off your clothes, this punishment is too severe." Chapter 15:15, Turning Defeat into Victory. Xu Yong also said obscenely, "Yes, Su Xiaoyu, the female anchor you licked today is about to take off her clothes in the live broadcast room, and you are not the only one who saw it. Hurry up and use your money to save her." "Don't you have money? Why are you silent now? Why are you in such a hurry? Chi-Chi won't lose as long as I'm here." "You really know how to pretend. There are only 30 seconds left in this live PK. If you don't give gifts, the goddess you're licking will have to take off her clothes." Xu Yong smiled and twisted his body and said, "If you don't have money, then I'll just wait to see your goddess take off her clothes?" "No, you're actually worth hundreds of millions. You deliberately didn't give gifts because you also want to see your goddess take off her clothes, right? You don't need to explain. We're all men. I get it, I understand." Ha 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 ha. Wang Jing couldn't help laughing in Su Yong's arms, ha ha ha. The two of them ridiculed her so blatantly, but Amelia Su was still not angry at all. She looked at the screen of her mobile phone and said, "I want to see it, but what I want to see is how this white jade tiger takes off his clothes." "Oh, ha, are you still pretending?" Su Xiaoyu's gaze swept across the faces of the two people in front of her, fell on the phone, and then she lightly tapped her finger, and a Kuanping Wanli flew out. Immediately, Chi-Chi's live score on the left went up a notch, which frightened the people in the live broadcast room. The female anchor on the opposite side even screamed, "Ah!" The scream startled Xu Yong. He immediately moved his phone closer to take a look and saw that there was actually a Kuanping Wanli floating through Chi-Chi's live broadcast room. But soon there came a second one, and a third one. Wang Jing also stood up in shock and looked at Su Xiaoyu's mobile phone screen. She saw Su Xiaoyu tap her finger and a Kuanping Wanli flew out of the screen. She could confirm that this was the one sent by Su Xiaoyu. Soon the number of Kuanping Wanli increased to 10, 20, 100, 200, and 300. In the end, Su Xiaoyu felt that the gifts were more than enough, and was sure that the other party would not exceed her, so she stopped and kept the remaining 400,000 for future purchases. This live broadcast software should be upgraded. I can't send a lot at one time. I have to click dozens of times to send 300 Kuanping Wanli. It's too troublesome. Sigh. After Su Xiaoyu gave the gifts, she deliberately complained about the live broadcast room. Chi-Chi saw Su Xiaoyu coming to her rescue again, and she was so excited that she smiled and thanked him again and again. "Thank you, brother Su Xiaoyu, for the 300 Kuanping Wanli, thank you, brother." The PK score of Bai Yu Lao was immediately left behind, and the PK time officially ended at this time. Yini Chi won the final victory. "Thank you, brother Su Xiaoyu, for saving me. Thank you so much." Chi-Chi's heart almost collapsed just now. God knows how excited she was at the moment. If Su Xiaoyu was next to her at this moment, she would definitely throw herself into Su Xiaoyu's arms without hesitation. Wang Jing turned around and looked at Amelia Su carefully, making sure it was not another person, and then said in surprise, 300 Kuanping Wanli, that's more than 2 million? Wang Jing was so excited that she didn't even know how to calculate. Su Yan's math was much better than Wang Jing's. After he calculated the result in his head, he reminded her, "It's 4.8 million. What? He actually spent 4.8 million. How is this possible?" Wang Jing still couldn't accept the reality. Xu Yong couldn't believe it either. He looked at Amelia Su thoughtfully and said, "You must have stolen Huaxing's assets. How could you have so much money? Why do you talk exactly the same as that idiot Zhao Haodong?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said with a smile, "I can't figure it out myself. Did I get my money from a rich woman or stole it from Huaxing? I'll have to trouble you to go back to the company and check it out." "Don't be so complacent, Su Xiaoyu, let me tell you, to spend more than 4.8 million on a female anchor, you are really stupid and have a lot of money, Xu Yong knew that this money was definitely not stolen from Huaxing. He just didn't want to be stepped on by Su Xiaoyu, so he was making trouble. Seeing that his tricks didn't work, he now said that Su Xiaoyu was a big fool for giving so many gifts. But he never expected that Su Xiaoyu would be unhappy no matter what people scolded him for in his life, except for the scolding Xu Yong just said. In fact, his dream was to be pointed at by someone and scolded, "Is it great to be rich? Don't you just have a few stinky coins? You are stupid but have a lot of money." and so on. The more such words were cursed, the happier Su Xiaoyu became. Now you still have time to care about me, why don't you appreciate her taking off her clothes? If you don't watch it now, you will miss it. Su Xiaoyu reminded very kindly. Xu Yong hurriedly took out his mobile phone, opened the live broadcast room, and prepared to watch Bai Lao take off his clothes. Wang Jing saw Su Yong's obscene movements and impatient expression, and rolled her eyes in anger. She grabbed Su Yong's clothes and scolded him, "Why are you so obscene? I'm really convinced." "Oh, stop pinching, it hurts." Wang Jing pinched really hard, and the skin on Su Yong's arm was almost peeled off, so he quickly begged for mercy. Wang Jing still didn't let go. "It's not enough to watch me every night, you also have to watch these female anchors, are you free?" Ahaha, bye. Su Xiaoyu did not forget to say hello to the two of them before leaving. After Su Xiaoyu left, Xu Yong was stopped by Wang Jing and didn't see the scene of taking off clothes. At the same time, Su Xiaoyu had been pretending in front of him for such a long time today, and he felt very uncomfortable. He was so angry that he slammed the table in the restaurant. "This Su Xiaoyu, I'm not done with him." Wang Jing was also angry with Su Xiaoyu today, but now she began to realize that there was no doubt where Su Xiaoyu's money came from. It was certain that it was his own money, and Su Xiaoyu himself was not a poor man who could only be a bootlicker. "Mr. Su, why did Su Xiaoyu pretend to be poor in the past?" Wang Jing asked. "Pretending?" Xu Yong asked back. "It can be seen from the series of things today that Amelia Su is really rich. He slaps you in the face again and again in front of you. Don't you want to retaliate? Just let it go. He is rich, and you are rich too, right? So what? Didn't we succeed in making him spend more than 4.8 million to reward the female anchor today? What can he get? The female anchor Chi-Chi is famous for selling her art but not her body. Even if Su Xiaoyu is rewarded with so much money, he will still get nothing." Xu Yong said some high-sounding words to fool Wang Jing, making it seem like he had made a profit. Wang Jing listened to these words. They didn't sound like they were spoken by the fearless Xu Yong, but rather like words spoken by a sour person. He got together with Xu Yong in the first place because of money and because of Su Yong's arrogance. Xu Yong had boasted to Wang Jing more than once about how rich he was. But now that Su Xiaoyu had trampled on Su Yong's dignity so unscrupulously, he did not resist at all. This made Wang Jing feel more and more that something was wrong. Chapter 16:16. A Real Man. When Su Xiaoyu returned home, it was already 9:30 p.m. 2.5 days ago, his nightlife usually just began at this time. Because you have to go to work during the day, and then have dinner and wash up after work, it will take at least 8 p.m. Only after everything is done, the remaining time is truly your own time. Every worker should be like this, more or less. But now Su Xiaoyu is no longer the loser who worked as a worker. His net worth has reached more than 40 million yuan. This amount of assets can already beat 90% of the people in the country. No matter what age, having so much cash is a symbol of a successful person. So Su Xiaoyu fell into bed and fell asleep before 10 p.m. Lying in bed, Su Xiaoyu thought of a very serious matter. As a programmer, he had to sit for long periods of time, which caused his figure to be seriously out of shape. He did not look very fat and had a lot of hair, but his belly was very big. Su Xiaoyu never lifted up his shirt in public, for fear that others would be embarrassed to see such a fat belly hidden under his handsome appearance. Moreover, lack of exercise for many years will lead to poor physical fitness. Su Xiaoyu is afraid that he does not even reach the average physical fitness of an adult man. So, he decided to find a gym tomorrow, get a membership card, and find a personal trainer to exercise his body well. Only a healthy body can match Su Xiaoyu's current financial resources. It was 9:30 in the morning and the weather was clear and sunny. After Su Xiaoyu got up, she was still wearing the LV that she bought yesterday. She went out to find a place to have breakfast before going to the gym. Now the refrigerator at home has been emptied by Su Xiaoyu, leaving only some ordinary sauces for cooking. He doesn't plan to buy groceries in the near future because he will move out soon. He didn't drive the car to avoid wasting time going back and forth. He used this time to drive the car out and find a place to park. By the time Su Xiaoyu arrived at Chi-Chi's house, she had already reached the door of his house. Su Xiaoyu felt that it was her first time going to a girl's house and she couldn't go there empty-handed. Since she said she wanted to cook, she bought some fruits and drinks. So Su Xiaoyu went to a supermarket in front of her and chose carefully, trying not to buy high-calorie fruits. She also went to the fruit store and bought some sunshine roses and cherries. These things are low-calorie fruits. Su Xiaoyu knew that Chi-Chi must also need to control her calorie intake, so she chose these. Arriving at Chi-Chi's house, Amelia Su knocked on the door 3 times gently, appearing quite polite. After the door was opened, Chi-Chi's charming face appeared. She seemed to have been waiting for Amelia Su for a long time, and immediately brought Amelia Su a pair of slippers. Come in quickly, put on these shoes, take off your crab and put it on the shelf. The floor of Chi-Chi's house is usually carefully maintained and very clean. Even if she doesn't say it, Su Xiaoyu will take the initiative to ask. After all, it's the first time a girl visits someone else's house, so she always has to inquire about the other person's family habits. Su Xiaoyu handed the fruit to Chi-Chi and said while changing her shoes, I bought this just now when I passed by. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought it casually. Chi-Chi looked at the fruits in the bag and said happily, why do you want to buy more fruits? You are so polite. In fact, Chi-Chi's family happened to be short of fruit, and she had originally planned to order takeout. Since Su Xiaoyu had already brought it, there was no need to bother. After Su Xiaoyu changed into slippers, she walked into the living room and looked around. This house is quite fresh, did you buy it? Yes, I bought this specially. My parents have another house in Suwei district. Since I need to do live broadcasts, I usually have a lot of things, so I bought one for myself. Chi-Chi explained. Su Xiaoyu was a little curious. For your top anchor, it's really not difficult to buy a house in Shanghai. Oh, right, are you locals? Chi-Chi nodded, yes. You were born in Rome. I'm so envious. Su Xiaoyu praised. Chi-Chi felt that Amelia Su was mocking her. You still envy me, you are so rich. Alas, I have always been curious. What do you do? Su Xiaoyu didn't think of how to answer, so she used washing to block it. I invest in internet companies. I'm lucky. Artificial intelligence and AI have been in the limelight in the past 2 years, so I made a little money. That's a lot of money, and you're still so humble. Chi-Chi complained. Su Xiaoyu deliberately made it sound like it was not easy for her to make money, but there are risks. What if the market is not good one day and you lose money? It's not like being a live streamer. As long as your fans are still there and the platform is still there, you will never lose money. Don't flatter me, really. Chi-Chi prepared to go to the kitchen to wash the fruit, and then started cooking. By the way, you sit down first, I'll go to cook, everything is washed and cut, it will be quick. Su Xiaoyu asked, can I help you? Chi-Chi shook her head, it's okay, I'll do it myself, you sit over there and watch TV. Su Xiaoyu finally decided not to help. She sat on the coffee table and watched the anti-Japanese war drama for dozens of minutes. After all the dishes were ready, she sat at the dining table with Chi-Chi and started eating. A classic leany fried chicken is Kikik's specialty, and there are also lettuce, fried chicken fillet, garlic mashed water spinach, and seaweed egg drop soup, which is quite rich. See if you are used to the food? Chi-Chi asked. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, can I be picky about eating and drinking for free? How can it be free food and drinks? You gave me so much money as a tip, and I just cooked a meal. So, I should be the one getting free food from you. If you really feel that you owe me something, then start by teaching me how to exercise. Su Xiaoyu mentioned fitness again, which quickly aroused Chi-Chi's interest. Chi-Chi has a lot of fitness equipment at home. Although it is not very complete, it is sufficient. And Su Xiaoyu herself is a novice in fitness and weight loss. She is like a blank slate and knows nothing. With Chi-Chi's professional level, it should be no problem for her to teach him. Chi-Chi readily agreed to Amelia Su's request, because she did feel embarrassed to receive such a large sum of money for no reason. Okay, after dinner, I'll teach you how to lose belly fat. Su Xiaoyu really wanted to lose weight in his belly, the sooner the better. Facing Chi-Chi's answer, he was very satisfied. If you can make my belly slimmer, then all the money I gave you as a reward will be worth it. After the two finished their meal, they went to visit Chi-Chi's live broadcast room to digest the food. After digestion, they started exercising. Chi-Chi pointed at Su Xiaoyu's belly and said, abdominal muscle training is not just about slimming down your belly. It's just muscle training, which is body shaping. You are actually exercising other parts of your body as well. Now follow me and do these moves. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, okay. I'll do it slowly, and then speed up when you become proficient. Chi-Chi was doing it in front, and Su Xiaoyu was learning it very well behind. Chapter 1717. Why don't you sleep at my house? After about 10 minutes, Chi-Chi stopped and said, take a break and do it again later. Su Xiaoyu did these few movements and was already exhausted. It seems that I still lack exercise. I see that you are just fine. Aren't your legs sore? Chi-Chi shook her head. Not tired, I practice every day, so I'm used to it. I never exercised before, but I have to exercise well in the future. I can't waste my time like this anymore. Su Xiaoyu said. After resting for about 10 minutes, Su Xiaoyu was not ready yet, so Chi-Chi pulled her over to continue exercising. She sat for a while and rested for a while, and did a total of 5 sets of exercises. When she finished, Chi-Chi just felt hot all over and sweat on her forehead. Su Xiaoyu's reaction was more exaggerated, and she even began to be unable to stand. My legs are so weak. Su Xiaoyu collapsed directly on the sofa. Chi-Chi was about to talk to Su Xiaoyu, but found that he was gone. Chi-Chi turned around and said helplessly, alas, this is not good? Su Xiaoyu laughed awkwardly, there's nothing I can do. I'm a little uncomfortable with the sudden intense exercise, but it will get better in the future. Is this called strenuous exercise? It's just lifting your legs and stretching your arms. But you have to go for a night run at night. Aren't you even worse off? Chi-Chi widened her eyes, feeling extremely disappointed with Su Xiaoyu's physical fitness. Ah, running at night? Su Xiaoyu fainted. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and said, if you want to get in shape, you have to be able to persevere. Since you've given me this task, I have to be responsible for supervising you. Don't be lazy. After finishing speaking, Chi-Chi secretly looked at Amelia Su's reaction and couldn't help laughing. Although Chi-Chi is not as rich as Su Xiaoyu, nor as successful in her career as Su Xiaoyu, it is pretty good that she can surpass him in fitness. In the evening, after the sun went down, Chi-Chi and Su Xiaoyu went out for a run. The two of them walked around the streets outside the community, which was not far at all, 3 kilometers, but Su Xiaoyu was completely exhausted. Since they stopped many times along the way, Chi-Chi was not very tired, but Su Xiaoyu was still out of breath after running, looking like she was dying. After running, the two returned to Chi-Chi's home. Why don't you sleep here with me tonight? I'm going to do a live broadcast in the evening. Can you do me a favor? Chi-Chi boldly invited Su Xiaoyu to stay at her house for one night. I'm a man, living in your house? Are you sure? Su Xiaoyu had never made such a request before. It was Chi-Chi who proposed it himself, so he made it clear in advance that he didn't want to be responsible if something unexpected happened at night. Chi-Chi has never had any relationship with any male fans since she became a female anchor. Even the guy who was previously on the list only dated her for one day, and they went shopping, watched a movie, and had a meal together. He never did anything excessive. But Su Xiaoyu is fundamentally different from the big brothers he met before. First, Su Xiaoyu is the youngest and the most handsome one among them. Second, the amount of reward Su Xiaoyu gave was more than the total of all the other big brothers combined. Therefore, Chi-Chi was not too defensive when facing Amelia Su. If Amelia Su had any feelings for her, she could consider it. Chi-Chi, like Su Xiaoyu, is also a single dog. Due to her work in the live broadcast industry, she cannot have a partner. Even if she does, she has to say that she doesn't have one. Her attitude towards Su Xiaoyu is very open now. If you miss such a high-quality boy, it will be difficult to find him again in the future. At 1900 hours in the evening, Chi-Chi started her evening live broadcast as scheduled. As soon as the show started airing, thousands of long-awaited fans gathered in front of the screen. The lighting in the room was soft, setting off Chi-Chi's delicate makeup and bright smile, creating a very warm atmosphere. However, what was different tonight was that Chi-Chi was no longer busy alone. With Su Xiaoyu sitting quietly beside her, helping her deal with various backstage affairs, her live broadcast became much easier and she ended up broadcasting for a long time without realizing it. However, tonight's live broadcast was mainly about strategies and teaching, and there was no PK with other anchors, so Su Xiaoyu did not give a penny in tips throughout the whole process. As time passed and the night deepened, there were no more sounds in the community, but the heat of the live broadcast room did not diminish at all. Su Xiaoyu adjusted the equipment and handed water to Chi-Chi, supporting her meticulously. The two of them had such tacit understanding in their first cooperation, and Chi-Chi, who had always been broadcasting live alone, felt very warm. Before they knew it, the clock had quietly pointed to the late night. The audience's enthusiasm remained unabated, but Chi-Chi's eyes could no longer conceal the fatigue. Our live broadcast ends here today. Bye. Finally, after an affectionate farewell, Chi-Chi turned off the live broadcast. The moment the camera was turned off, the whole room seemed to be unloaded from a burden, and a sense of relief and ease filled the air. Because they cooked in the afternoon and did a live broadcast after a night run, they did not stop for the whole night and both of them felt unprecedentedly tired. Chi-Chi looked at Amelia Sue gratefully. "Thank you, if you were not here today, I might have gone down by myself a long time ago." Su Xiaoyu said, "Really? How do you usually broadcast it alone?" "Usually I'm alone here. Today I was mainly teaching you fitness and I was exhausted. Then I ran in the evening, so I don't have the energy to keep up." Chi-Chi was a little too tired to answer Su Xiaoyu's question at this time, and her face looked haggard. They decided to simply pack up and take a rest. After all, there would be new challenges waiting for them tomorrow. In fact, during the live broadcast, Chi-Chi was talking the whole time, and Su Xiaoyu didn't expend much physical energy. For him, these 2.5 hours were a time to rest and recover his strength, so Su Xiaoyu didn't feel tired at all at this moment. "Why don't you go and rest first? I'll help you clean up." "No, you'll mess it up. I've already arranged everything. Put this here, put that over there." Although Chi-Chi was exhausted, she still insisted on cleaning up the mess by herself, and Su Xiaoyu just helped. After cleaning up, Chi-Chi was still writing something down in her notebook. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help much and could only play with her mobile phone beside her. "Go wash up first, I'll write something," Chi-Chi said, without even raising her head, writing very seriously. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to disturb him any longer. If she delayed any further, Chi-Chi wouldn't be able to fall asleep until 12 o'clock in the evening, so he went to the bathroom to take a shower by himself. "Since I had no clothes to change, I decided not to change and would sleep on the sofa in the living room." When Amelia Sue turned on the switch and the water gushed out, Chi-Chi brought a few of her pajamas and placed them at the door and said, "You can wear my clothes later." Be elegant. It's only one night anyway. When Amelia Sue heard this, there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, they were all in this room, and no one saw it, okay? Time flies and 10 minutes have passed. When Su Xiaoyu came out, she saw a woman's pajamas at the door, so she put it on. Chapter 18:18. Your colleague bought a house in Shanghai? When Su Xiaoyu came to the live broadcast room and wanted to see if Chi-Chi was okay, she found that she had fallen asleep on the desk. "Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi." Su Xiaoyu called out softly twice. Seeing that Chi-Chi didn't react at all, Su Xiaoyu had no choice but to pick her up and put her on the bed. When Su Xiaoyu was about to put her hand down, Chi-Chi suddenly hugged her. Chi-Chi was actually not sleeping soundly. After being hugged by Amelia Sue, she woke up with a start. "I was scared to death. Did I fall asleep just now?" "Yes, I called you twice, but you didn't respond, so I..." "Oh, it's okay, brother Xiaoyu, to be honest, I'm not physically tired, but mentally tired." Chi-Chi suddenly said something inexplicable, and Su Xiaoyu was confused. "What do you mean? Tired?" "Yes, you have given me so many things and rewarded me with so much money, I want to give you one now." Chi-Chi thought about it over and over again for an entire night, starting before the live broadcast and continuing until now, and finally she mustered up the courage to announce her decision. "I want to give you my first time." Chi-Chi looked at Su Xiaoyu seriously. She hoped that Su Xiaoyu would not joke. Su Xiaoyu saw that Chi-Chi had taken off her outer clothes and was left with only the last 2 pieces of protective gear for a woman. Her smooth skin looked particularly beautiful under the light. Su Xiaoyu is still a virgin. He has been with Wang Jing for more than a year but has not become her regular girlfriend. However, now that he is rich, he can achieve this level with the female anchor Chi-Chi after only knowing her for 2 days. This makes Su Xiaoyu sigh in his heart. The difference between women's views on rich people and poor people is really too great. Chi-Chi saw that Su Xiaoyu had not responded, but she had already said it, and she couldn't let the atmosphere come to an abrupt end, so she took the initiative to attack to speed up the progress, and her actions became more and more indescribable. Su Xiaoyu looked indifferent, but in fact, facing such a scene, his blood was boiling. He was not prepared physically and mentally, and finally couldn't help it. He hugged Chi-Chi's waist and slowly fell on the bed. This night finally filled the void in Su Xiaoyu's life for 31 years. When they woke up the next morning, it was as if nothing had happened. Chi-Chi felt that Su Xiaoyu's performance last night was very ordinary. She could even guess that it was also Su Xiaoyu's first time. In this case, neither of them will suffer any loss. "Xiaoyu, you don't have to feel too stressed. I understand you rich people." In the morning, when Su Xiaoyu left Chi-Chi's house, Chi-Chi said this specifically when she sent him downstairs. This sentence made Su Xiaoyu no longer feel the slightest bit of guilt. In the first place, Su Xiaoyu had never thought about marrying Chi-Chi. With his current financial resources, who knows how many girls he would meet in the future? "Okay, then I'll go first. you go back. Su Xiaoyu said. Chi added, remember, if you want to keep fit and shape your body, you must insist on practicing the movements I teach you. Don't be lazy. I will stick to it. Goodbye. Bye-bye. After Su Xiaoyu returned to her rental house, she saw the small space and the unsightly furnishings, which were simply too eye-catching. Su Xiaoyu lives alone in this kind of house, and usually no one comes to visit, so the space is barely enough. But if she wants to invite others to visit, there is no space for activities. For example, if Chi invites Su Xiaoyu to her house, Su Xiaoyu will definitely have the opportunity to invite Chi to her house in the future. If Chi sees such a scene, she will definitely want to leave after staying for a few minutes. So, the top priority now is to buy a house. The housing prices in Shanghai are notoriously high, ranging from about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter in the suburbs to more than 100,000 yuan per square meter in the city center. Even the most horrifying Tangshan Yiping housing prices are as high as 300,000 yuan per square meter. The total amount in Su Xiaoyu's card is now more than 44 million yuan. He still needs a lot to buy a house in Tangshan Yiping, but he can first buy an ordinary house to live in, and then buy an expensive one when he needs it in the future. It is impossible for any wealthy person in the world to have only one property. Whether for his own use or for speculation, he must have at least one or two properties in first-tier cities. Some even go so far as to buy an island and build a villa. Therefore, Su Xiaoyu is not limited to buying one house in Shanghai. There happened to be no other arrangements today, so Su Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Ji Lingping, a female colleague from her previous company. Are you there? Ji Lingping is an employee in the sales department of Huaxing. Her boyfriend works at Teta Real Estate, which specializes in real estate sales and leasing. He must have a lot of houses available. Su Xiaoyu also happens to want to buy a house nearby, so it is perfect for her to find her. Today was a day off, and Ji Lingping replied quickly, I'm here, what do you want to talk to me about? I want to buy a house recently. Your boyfriend has a lot of houses available, so I want to ask you if you have any good recommendations. Su Xiaoyu replied. Ji Lingping was sitting at home watching TV with her boyfriend. After seeing the news, she handed her phone to her boyfriend and said, Yu Qiu, my colleague wants to buy a house. I want to ask if you have any houses nearby. Yu Qiu, the boyfriend, looked at the screen of his mobile phone, puzzled. Your colleague can buy a house in Shanghai, is he a senior executive of your company? The overall environment of Huaxing is not good now. Everyone knows that except for those executives who are ruthless and shareholders who are ready to run away with the money, no one else can afford to buy a house in Shanghai. No, it's the Su Xiaoyu who was fired. Ji Lingping explained. Oh, then he is really amazing. He even bought a house in Shanghai. Yu Qiu was very dissatisfied with Ji Lingping's explanation. The answer he wanted to hear was which executive used the company's money to buy a house in Shanghai, rather than a small worker who could buy a house in Shanghai. Because Yu Qiu himself is also a worker. He has been working in real estate for many years and has good sales performance. He thinks his income exceeds that of most of his peers. He can't afford to buy a house in Shanghai. How can a fired employee of Huaxing buy a house in Shanghai? This makes him unhappy. Yu Qiu was just going to complain in his heart, but Ji Lingping's next sentence broke his defense. Look, everyone is buying houses in Shanghai. When can we settle down in Shanghai? Ji Lingping is 29 years old, and Yu Qiu is 33 years old. Both of them are outsiders who have worked hard in Shanghai for 10 years. It is normal for Ji Lingping to feel anxious when seeing others buying houses, but Yu Qiu is very angry. What he hates most is that his girlfriend praises other men in front of him. He thinks he has done very well. I guess she borrowed money from relatives to pay the down payment. We have seen many such idiots in our sales department. Ji Lingping rolled her eyes. Don't think so badly of everyone, okay? Do you know them? Yu Qiu smiled and said, I don't know him. Haven't you heard of him? He's just a programmer in your company. How much is a programmer? 10,000 or 20,000 is incredible, right? Can he afford a house in Shanghai? Think about it yourself, okay? Chapter 1919 Helping Each Other. Anyway, people have already asked. If you have a house available, please introduce it to them, said Ji Lingping. Yu Qiu reluctantly agreed. Okay, ask him what the budget is and where he wants it from. In this way, Ji Lingping communicated with Su Xiaoyu on WeChat while communicating with Yu Qiu verbally, and finally confirmed all of Su Xiaoyu's requirements. He said anything around 10 million is fine. It's nearby, not far from Changyuan Shopping Center, and it takes no more than 20 minutes to drive there. After listening to this, Yuchio laughed out loud. So your colleague is quite rich. He has a car and is planning to buy a house. After being fired, did he win the lottery? Hey, he's my colleague, not my enemy. Why do you always speak in a sarcastic tone? Ji Lingping finally couldn't help but asked Yuchio back. She had been unhappy for a long time. Yuchio felt even more unhappy. He was Ji Lingping's boyfriend, and Su Xiaoyu was just a former colleague. They might never meet again, but Ji Lingping was still so polite to him. This secretly planted the seeds of hatred towards Su Xiaoyu in Yuchio's heart. After sending the house listing to Su Xiaoyu replied on WeChat, "Okay, when is he free? Let's make an appointment and I'll go over to take a look. He's your boyfriend anyway, so I can help him boost his sales. My boyfriend is free today, so let's go together then. How about 2:30 p.m.? Ji Lingping replied. Although today is a day off, Yuchio's company has to work. Since his performance is pretty good, he punches in and rushes home to spend the weekend with Ji Lingping. After Su Xiaoyu replied yes, Ji Lingping agreed on a time with Yuchio and asked Yuchio to prepare his work clothes. Yuchio still didn't take Amelia Su seriously. His mind was full of jealousy. Why are you so anxious? Why are you so optimistic about Amelia Su? Who doesn't know that he licked Wang Jing in your company before? Why do you care what he did in the past? What if he really buys it? Your performance this month will be number 1 in the company again. Ji Lingping analyzed rationally. Yuchio still looked extremely stubborn. What if he doesn't buy it? Wouldn't that waste my time? You don't know how many people are looking at houses now? Out of 10 people, not even one is willing to buy. When we made the appointment, they said they would do well, but when we actually went there, they asked questions for a long time and finally said they didn't want to buy. There are too many people like this. Don't trust others so much. We have nothing to do at home anyway. If he doesn't buy it, we can go out shopping and have something to eat. We won't lose anything. Besides, he is my colleague, we are such familiar with each other, it would not be good not to go. Ji Lingping is a kind-hearted person, and she had a good relationship with Su Xiaoyu in the company before, so she would definitely help. Su Xiaoyu also saw the location sent by Ji Lingping. The price of the house is about 10 million yuan. It is located near Changyuan Shopping Center, which is a little farther than the house where Su Xiaoyu lives now. It takes about 15 minutes to drive to Changyuan Center or Chichi's house. After everything was ready, Su Xiaoyu drove the brand new Maybach S680 to the real estate center. My driving skills are still not very good. I often brake suddenly when driving on the road. Sometimes I can't start the car for a long time when the green light comes on at the intersection, and I only move forward after the car behind me honks to remind me to move forward. At this pace, Su Xiaoyu will have to drive for at least a week before she can drive normally. After buying the house, Su Xiaoyu will find an experienced driver to practice with her. If she just drives blindly like this on her own, something will happen sooner or later. Being lucky now doesn't mean she will always be lucky. After arriving at the sales office, Su Xiaoyu found a place to park the car, and then went into the hall to find a salesperson. The locals in Shanghai basically all have their own houses, so the houses sold here are all sold to people from other places who come here to do business, or to social elites with particularly high salaries. Today is the weekend, and there are many people coming to the hall. As soon as Su Xiaoyu came in, she saw various salesmen selling to different people. At this time, she saw a man in a purple suit and tie standing with Ji Lingping, talking and laughing. Su Xiaoyu didn't know any of the other salesmen, so she walked straight towards Ji Lingping. Ji Lingping! Su Xiaoyu shouted, attracting the other party's attention. After hearing the voice, Ji Lingping and Yuchio turned around and looked at Amelia Su at the same time, but one of them had a smile and the other had a stern face. Ji Lingping was not an employee of this real estate company. She just came here to watch the fun. After briefly introducing both parties, she left the house viewing to Yuchio and stood aside. Su Xiaoyu greeted Yuchio. Hello, I am Ji Lingping's former colleague. She told me that you are in real estate sales, so I came to find you. Su Xiaoyu was very enthusiastic, but Yuchio didn't appreciate it. He tilted his mouth and asked with a smile, your name is Su Xiaoyu, right? My name is Yuchio. Nice to meet you. I have already seen the house, and it seems to be quite good. I just don't know if you can let me see the details. Su Xiaoyu asked. That house costs 10 million. Are you sure you can afford it? Seeing that Ji Lingping had walked away, Yu Cho finally revealed his true face. All his politeness towards Su Xiaoyu just now was pretended. In fact, he hated Su Xiaoyu very much. Su Xiaoyu didn't understand what Yu Cho meant, so she asked instead, "What do you mean? Why are you running here if you can't afford it?" "Ha, we have a lot of people like you who come here asking all kinds of questions. I know you are Ji Lingping's colleague, so I came here to give you face. Your company is almost bankrupt now, and you have been fired. How much money do I know about you? How can you buy a house worth 10 million? Yu Cho has completely exposed his cards and stopped pretending. His words are sharp and tricky, and he doesn't give Su Xiaoyu any face at all. In fact, Su Xiaoyu had already sensed Yu Cho's unfriendly attitude just now, but she was reluctant to believe her own judgment. After all, he was Ji Lingping's boyfriend, so he would not be hostile to her. Besides, Su Xiaoyu came to help him improve his performance. Ji Lingping is not around now, Yu Cho is almost climbing up to the sky. If nothing else, I'm going to go shopping with my boyfriend. A house worth 10 million, and you don't want such a huge commission? Are you sure? Su Xiaoyu gave Yu Cho another chance to regret. Yu Cho still had the same attitude. He didn't give Su Xiaoyu any face, nor did he leave any way out for himself, because he felt that he was an elite in real estate sales. Real estate sales is a relatively high-paying industry. As long as you are thick-skinned and good at talking, it is possible to make 100,000 or 200,000 a month. Therefore, Yu Cho is even more of an elite among elites. How could he possibly take a programmer seriously? Chapter 20, What do you buy? Don't think that just because you are a programmer, your salary is a little higher than that of an ordinary worker, but you are nothing in my eyes, you know that? Don't you even look at the facade here? Do you think this house is something you can afford to buy? I sent Ji Lingping a more expensive house listing, just to make you give up and be sensible, and stop wasting everyone's time. I didn't expect that you really have no emotional intelligence at all. Wait a minute, you just said that I think it's great that I'm a programmer? Why don't I remember saying such a thing? Do you often meet those poor losers who can't afford to buy a house but like to come to you and ask questions, and you get so mad at them that you remember it wrong? Su Xiaoyu gave a friendly reminder without getting angry with Yu Cho. At this time, several other salesmen from the sales department came over. Seeing the sales champion Yu Cho chatting with the people who were looking at the house, they also wanted to come over and learn. But when they stood by and listened, the more they felt something was wrong. This was not a sales call at all. Wasn't this just a place for a quarrel? If it wasn't for Ji Lingping, would I buy a house from you? Su Xiaoyu deliberately raised her voice by a few decibels in order to attract Ji Lingping. Ji Lingping actually heard what Su Xiaoyu said, and felt that the two of them didn't seem to be very happy chatting, so she came over. At this time, it was Yu Cho's turn to speak again. I am the sales champion in this company. Do you know how much I earn a month? I need you to help me improve my performance? What are you talking about? What's wrong? Are you going to have a quarrel? Ji Lingping asked in confusion. Both of them were angry and no one paid any attention to Ji Lingping. Some of the other salesmen watched the excitement for a while and then dispersed. They shared the same opinion as Yu Cho, thinking that Su Xiaoyu was just asking about the house and that she couldn't afford it at all. After getting the answer they wanted, they naturally left. Finally, there was only one pretty female salesperson left. She wore glasses and was about 1.65 meters tall. As she was new and had no customers, she just stood there with nothing to do and kept watching. Su Xiaoyu turned her head to look at the saleswoman, and an idea came to her mind. She asked Yu Cho, "Do you want it or not?" Yu Cho shook his head and said with a smile, "You are such a joke. What on earth can you use to buy this house? Just to be the richest man, you need at least 3 million, do you have it? Don't even mention 3 million, 30 million is no problem for me." Su Xiaoyu smiled very confidently. Little did he know that Yu Cho just couldn't stand people who were so confident even though they obviously had no money. Can you stop pretending? If you really had 30 million, would you still go to work? Don't tell me you are just experiencing life? It's not really about experiencing life, but a 10 million house is still no problem for me. If you really don't have time, I'll find someone else. Anyway, I don't have any requirements. It doesn't matter where I buy the house. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she stopped talking and turned to the pretty saleswoman and said, "Beauty, you don't have any customers now, right? Please recommend me a house when you have time. My requirements are not high. As long as it's around here, the price doesn't matter." About 10 million is fine. The female salesperson had been employed for less than 3 days, and she had never thought that she could sell a house worth 10 million. Moreover, she had the same opinion as Yuchio and other sales staff, thinking that Amelia Sue could not afford such an expensive house, but she was willing to try her hand with Amelia Sue and practice her speaking skills, so she agreed. Okay, I still have a few houses in my hands, I recommend them to you, they are all not far from here. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Okay, show me. At this time, Yuchio saw Su Xiaoyu and other salesmen going to see houses, and he felt bad. He had just firmly believed that Su Xiaoyu was delaying him and Ji Lingping from going out shopping, but now he was not in a hurry to leave and wanted to stay and see the situation before leaving. Only new salespeople who don't know how to identify and have no work experience would use you as a training ground. Okay, stop talking. Ji Lingping scolded Yuchio. If they really buy this house, you will lose 25,000 yuan in commission. Let's see if you can still smile. If he can afford this house, then I won't be able to earn 25,000 yuan. I'll accept it. If you don't believe me, we'll just watch from the side. My work experience tells me that 99.9 out of 100 people like Su Xiaoyu can't afford it. Don't disbelieve it. Yuchio firmly believed that he was right. At the same time, he also wanted to show off in front of Ji Lingping and save his face, so that Ji Lingping would not always say how good other men were in front of him. Ji Lingping stopped talking and walked with Yuchio while watching the conversation between Su Xiaoyu and the female salesperson. The saleswoman was explaining a property. This property is worth 11 million yuan. It's about 1 kilometer away from Changyuan Shopping Center. It's very convenient to drive or walk to. There are subways, schools, and vegetable markets nearby. The surrounding environment is pretty good. Su Xiaoyu asked, how big is the area? Are there any pictures and text? Yes, handsome guy, take a look over here, that's the interior rendering, and this is the exterior environment picture. The female salesperson brought a picture album and placed it in front of Su Xiaoyu. As Su Xiaoyu looked at the house, the saleswoman introduced it. The house is a duplex. The upper floor is 70 square meters, and the lower floor is 100 square meters, with a total area of 170 square meters. The price is 65,000. Amelia Sue nodded with satisfaction. It's not impossible for me to consider the duplex room. Hearing Amelia Sue's words, Yuchio felt that he was going to find an excuse to leave, so he stood beside her and said sarcastically, I just think it's too big, so it's not worth buying it? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yuchio and said, yes, I think it's too big. I thought you really wanted to buy it, but you're just looking for an excuse to leave. Why are you pretending to be a big shot here? Yuchio said with an expressionless look. When did I say I wouldn't buy it? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yuchio and said coldly. Yuchio glared at him, still pretending. Do you think our Tefa real estate is a holy place for free air conditioning? How long do you want to keep doing that? Don't think I don't know your feelings. You just want to come here to pretend to look at houses, ask questions, but don't buy anything. In addition to wanting to know more about the house, you also come here to get the air conditioning and snacks. By the way, what's your name, beautiful? Su Xiaoyu stopped talking nonsense and decided to buy the house directly to give Yuchio a slap in the face. The saleswoman said, hello, handsome guy, my name is Yao Xiuxiu. Su Xiaoyu said kindly, let me tell you, I want this house. You prepare the contract and I will pay you right away. Ha ha ha. Yuchio laughed so hard that he squatted down. Ji Lingping didn't think it was funny at all, because during the time that Su Xiaoyu worked with her, she had never seen Su Xiaoyu bragging, so since he said he wanted to buy a house, he would definitely buy it. Chapter 21:21. My card has no upper limit. What are you laughing at? Laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities. Yuchio pointed at Su Xiaoyu and said contemptuously. Yao Xiuxiu has prepared the contract according to Su Xiaoyu's request. Su Xiaoyu herself is already sitting on the sofa, waiting for the contract to come over and then sign and pay directly. Hello, Mr. Su, the contract is ready. Please take a look and see if there are any problems. Yao Xiuxiu came over after a while and put the prepared contract on the coffee table. Su Xiaoyu picked up the contract document and flipped through it. After taking a general look, she said, I'm too lazy to read it carefully. Just pay it directly. When Yao Xiuxiu heard this, she was so excited that her whole body began to tremble. She had only been in the company for a few days, but she was able to complete a 10 million yuan order and earn a commission of 25,000 yuan, which was equivalent to her previous 4 months' salary as a waitress. Ji Lingping also grabbed Yuchio's ears and said, see? They really want to pay. What's wrong with you? You gave away so much commission. Yu Cho was also in disbelief. He looked at Su Xiaoyu with astonishment and muttered to himself, why? Why can a programmer like him buy a house in Shanghai in his 30s with full payment? Did he really win the lottery? That's not right. Even if he won the first prize in the double color ball, he couldn't afford such an expensive house. This guy probably bought more than one ticket, but many. He's really lucky. Yu Cho was trying hard to analyze Su Xiaoyu's financial resources and making groundless guesses. He refused to acknowledge Su Xiaoyu's ability. Where I got the money has nothing to do with you. As long as I can afford this house, you will get a commission. It's you who didn't want it, so don't blame me. Su Xiaoyu took out the bank card and handed it to Yao Xiuxiu, still talking about Yu Cho. I gave you several chances, but you didn't need them. How can I say hello to someone like you? While Su Xiaoyu was talking, Yu Cho suddenly laughed. Ha, keep pretending. Yao Xiuxiu had already taken Su Xiaoyu's card and used it to pay. He didn't understand what Yu Cho was laughing at. You used a bank card to pay 10 million yuan in a lump sum? Yu Cho asked, do you know what the maximum limit of a bank card is? I say you are so pretentious that you didn't even do your homework. Are you going to say that you exceeded the daily payment limit, so you can't pay, and then find an excuse to leave? Yes, large transactions here are usually made directly by bank checks. Sir, if you really want to buy it, you must go to the bank to get a check. Otherwise, we will not be able to handle it. Suddenly, a mature and steady man's voice came from the side. Several people turned around at the same time and saw that it was the manager of their sales department coming over. The manager introduced himself. I am the manager here, Li Changhong. It's Manager Li, hello. Su Xiaoyu shook hands with Li Changhong and greeted him. Li Changhong continued, Mr. Su, I don't think you are a troublemaker. Maybe you won the lottery and suddenly became rich. You don't know the rules of large transactions. We don't blame you. We are connected to the bank system and can help you write a check within 15 minutes. Manager Li, you were really fooled by him. If he really wanted to buy a house, how could he not check the information online in advance? He also wrote a check. What can he do if I write it? Yu Cho rolled his eyes and yelled beside him. Li Changhong also felt that it made sense. Mr. Su, what do you mean? If you really can't afford it, let it go. This is not a place for entertainment, okay? At this time, Yao Xiuxiu had already taken the card to the cash register system and swiped it on the machine. With a click, the machine made a clear sound, successful purchase of 11 million yuan. Amelia Su's mind also recalled a clearer electronic sound. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 9x rebate and winning 99 million yuan. This luck exploded. This was the first time such a high rebate had been triggered since the system was obtained, and it was triggered when 11 million was spent, which instantly raised Amelia Su's figure to the level of a billionaire. The whole audience was silent. Yu Cho stopped smiling and Li Changhong stopped talking. What's going on? There was a chattering sound from the crowd. How can he swipe more than 10 million at one time? Yes, didn't we agree to write checks for large transactions? How is this possible? 10 million was spent without any safety warning. Li Changhong looked at Su Xiaoyu in confusion, as if he had seen a god. Su Xiaoyu had been silent until now and finally spoke. Manager Li, they are your salesmen. It's okay if they don't have much knowledge, but as the manager of the sales department, it's not right for you to be so short-sighted, right? Yes, I am ignorant. I didn't know that your card has such a large payment limit, Mr. Su. I really don't recognize a great person. Please don't laugh at me, Mr. Su. Li Changhong's attitude at this time was very humble, and he treated Su Xiaoyu as a guest of honor. Su Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head and said, it doesn't matter. This kind of card is not something you can see. Let me tell you, let alone 10 million, even if it's 100 billion, I can swipe it as long as I want. My card has no upper limit. I can pay directly with any mainstream bank in the world. Li Changhong and others were stunned where they were. After a moment, Yao Xiuxiu took the card and handed it to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu took the card and put it in the inside pocket of her shirt with a natural and free-spirited movement. In contrast, Yu Cho was regretting it to death, with embarrassment written all over his face. He was so confident just now, thinking that Su Xiaoyu definitely couldn't afford to buy the house here, just like those people who got the air conditioning for free. It was just a waste of his time. Now that he saw that Su Xiaoyu really bought this house, paying the full amount of 11 million, his heart hurt more than being stabbed by a knife. Did I just give up the 25,000 commission to Yao Xiuxiu like that? Yu Qiu muttered to himself, his mind a little unclear. After hearing what Yu Qiu said, Su Xiaoyu reminded him, Mr. Yu, you gave up this commission willingly. What is there to complain or regret now? Li Chenghong also said, yes, Yao Xiuxiu is very modest and has the attitude of training herself. None of you have the foresight, so this promotion is not for nothing. I hope that everyone, including myself, will learn a lesson from this incident and not give up any possible transaction opportunities. Do you understand? Got it, managerly. The salesman said in unison. Yu Qiu was so angry that his face turned red, and he vented his anger to Ji Lingping. It's all your fault. Why didn't you persuade your colleagues to buy from me, huh? Ji Lingping was totally unprepared. She never thought that Yu Qiu would take his anger out on her, because the incident was caused by Yu Qiu himself. She was already thankful that Yu Qiu didn't get angry at her, but she was actually scolded in return. How could she tolerate this? Chapter 22, 1.5 million is given to you. Ji Lingping was even angrier than Yu Qiu, and she immediately scolded back, how many times have I told you, you've always been like an idiot, even if I persuade Su Xiaoyu, will he buy from you, you look down on him so much. No matter what, it was you who introduced the house to him. Don't you have any regard for me at all? Yu Qiu asked. Who is being unkind? Su Xiaoyu suddenly came over and interjected. Ji Lingping and Yu Qiu looked at Su Xiaoyu at the same time, their faces looking very embarrassed. I thought you were Ji Lingping's boyfriend and I was planning to buy a house, so I wanted to give you this opportunity. But you acted so high and mighty in front of me. Are you crazy? Ji Lingping was right. Even if she tried to persuade me, I would never buy from you. Walk. Yu Qiu was speechless. With a stern face, he pulled Ji Lingping and left the real estate company together. Li Chenghong then personally presented Su Xiaoyu with a distinguished VIP membership of Teda Real Estate, and then presented her with some exquisite gifts. Mr. Su, you are now our VIP member. You can come to us for any needs in the future. Here are the keys and certificates, as well as a little gift from us. I wonder if you like it, hee hee. Su Xiaoyu took a look and saw a bottle of Feitian Matai and some dry drinks. He didn't drink, but it would be nice to take it back and keep it, so he accepted it. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Su, is there anything else you need? Li Chenghong stood by and was on standby at any time. Su Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, can you help contact the decoration team? I want to start decorating right away. The house must be renovated as soon as possible, because Su Xiaoyu has had enough of that shabby rental house. As long as this place is available, he will move in immediately. Li Chenghong smiled and said, we actually have a cooperative decoration company here, and it is quite old and the quality of the decoration is also very good. I will call them and ask them to come over and have a chat. Okay, arrange it immediately. Su Xiaoyu said. Less than 10 minutes after Li Chenghong finished the phone call, the general manager and design director of the decoration team came to Teda Real Estate and chatted with Su Xiaoyu and others while drinking tea in the VIP room. After Li Chenghong's introduction, Su Xiaoyu and they got to know each other. After the people from the decoration company learned about Su Xiaoyu's situation, they began to discuss business. Xia Chuanlong, the design director in charge of home decoration design, asked, what are Mr. Su's requirements for design materials? And is there a budget for the overall decoration? Su Xiaoyu thought about it and decided that the more expensive the better, but the best decoration materials were just that good, so it couldn't be that expensive, so she just set a number, anything under 2 million is acceptable. Within 2 million. Xia Chuanlong was a little shocked, and quickly said with a smile, well, can we use all the top-grade materials? According to the area of Mr. Su's house, it won't exceed 1.5 million. Su Xiaoyu said, no problem, then you can build it for me at 1.5 million, and use the best materials. I won't ask any more questions. Okay? This house is 1.5 million for you. Xia Chuanlong and Wang Pengfei looked at each other and said, that's not impossible. Is it okay? Su Xiaoyu asked again. Xia Chuanlong nodded, no problem, then let's do as Mr. Su asks. Okay, then let's sign the contract and pay. Su Xiaoyu signed the contract without saying a word and fulfilled his wish. Not only was he eager to get the rebate, he was even more eager to move into his new home. After all, I have never experienced what it feels like to own a house in a big city, let alone a world-class city like Shanghai. Xia Chuanlong brought the contract and showed the key points to Su Xiaoyu, emphasizing, Mr. Su, our payment method is 25% down payment, 50% in the middle, and 25% for the final payment. Is that acceptable? Okay, let's follow your rules. Su Xiaoyu had no objection to how to pay. It is impossible for such a large decoration company to run away for such a small amount of money. Su Xiaoyu was completely relieved. After reading the contract and signing it, Su Xiaoyu directly transferred 375,000 yuan to the account sent by the other party. Okay, turn around. Congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x rebate and earning 3 million yuan. The decoration has not even started yet, but Su Xiaoyu has already earned back all the decoration costs and made an extra 1.5 million. If the decoration company knew about this, wouldn't she die of heart failure? After chatting for a few words, Xia Chuanlong received a message from the company's finance department on his mobile phone, confirming that the payment of 375,000 yuan had been received and the cooperation between the two parties was officially established. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your support, and I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After Su Xiaoyu shook hands with Xia Chuanlong and Wang Pengfei, she left the VIP room. Xiao, why don't you see your big client off? Seeing Su Xiaoyu leaving, Li Chenghong quickly persuaded Yao Xiuxiu to go and see her off. Yao Xiuxiu hurriedly caught up with Su Xiaoyu, who was about to leave, and said with a smile, "Handsome boy, let me see you off." Su Xiaoyu did not refuse, because they now regarded her as an important guest. If she refused, she would appear arrogant and indifferent, which would make Yao Xiuxiu very sad. When we arrived at the parking lot, it was already packed with cars. The car that had been parked just now could not be found at all at a glance. Yao Xiuxiu saw Su Xiaoyu looking for a car, and she was also very curious about what kind of car such a rich person drove, so she took the initiative to help. "Handsome guy, what car do you have?" "I will help you find it." Su Xiaoyu said, "Maybach, it's a temporary license plate, a new car just picked up." The two of them searched separately for about a minute before Yao Xiuxiu saw a brand new Maybach with a temporary license plate and immediately shouted, "Here, we found it." Su Xiaoyu hadn't come over yet, and Yao Xiuxiu was observing the car from left to right. Its luxurious and domineering appearance deeply attracted her. She saw countless cars at the entrance of the sales department every day, some of which were better than this one, but she only saw them once or twice a month. She would feel very excited every time she saw them. 90% of real estate sales are people like Yao Xiuxiu who come from rural areas to work. Some of them will never be able to afford a Maybach in their lifetime. Moreover, Yao Xiuxiu is one of the very few girls who is very interested in cars. She likes driving very much, and she also likes to study cars. She knows all kinds of knowledge about cars. "So Mr. Su, you drive such a nice car. It seems to be the latest model, a limited edition, worth at least 4 million. Yao Xiuxiu said excitedly. When she said this, it aroused Amelia Su's interest. "You also know cars?" "I've done a little research. I also have a car, but it's a very cheap one, a Volkswagen," Yao Xiuxiu said. She was very happy to see that Su Xiaoyu finally showed interest in her. After all, getting the recognition from the rich is a great pleasure in life. Chapter 23:23. Accompanying the driver. Su Xiaoyu was a little confused. "How can you, a girl, know so much about cars?" "To be honest, I haven't studied so much." "Haven't you heard the saying that people who can't afford a car definitely know more about cars than those who can?" Ha! Yao Xiuxiu said this and laughed foolishly, as if the strange barrier between him and Su Xiaoyu disappeared in an instant. "So can you drive?" "Yes, I drive often," Yao Xiuxiu said confidently. "What a coincidence! I'm not very familiar with driving recently, so I want to find someone to practice with me. It will take about a week, 2 or 3 hours a day. If you are free, the conditions will definitely satisfy you." Su Xiaoyu originally wanted to find a former colleague in the company to play for her, but now that such a person happened to be in front of her, she might as well pick him up. Besides, Yao Xiuxiu was indeed very pretty and pleasing to the eye. Yao Xiuxiu was of course willing, but she still had to go to work. She had only been employed for a few days and could not leave her post for a long time, so she was still a little worried that the company would not let her go. "It's fine with me, but I can only do it before work or after get off work, and if I have to work overtime, it's not allowed." "Don't you real estate salespeople have to go out to do business? Why don't you just say that you went out to do business? If that doesn't work, just say that I introduced you." Su Xiaoyu gave Yao Xiuxiu an idea. Yao Xiuxiu quickly pointed out the flaw in this method. "I've been out for several days in a row, and in the end I haven't completed a single house. How can I explain this to the company?" Su Xiaoyu had already thought of a solution to this problem. Because Su Xiaoyu is not only buying this house, she also wants to buy a second one, which is the house for her parents to live in the future. She should buy it from Yao Xiuxiu and let her earn all the commission. Then I'll buy another one. You can go and see if there is a house of similar size nearby. Get in the car first. Su Xiaoyu opened the car door, invited Yao Xiuxiu to get in, and prepared to leave. Yao Xiuxiu was totally unprepared. We're starting now? But I'm still at work. Su Xiaoyu showed an impatient expression, picked up her phone and called Li Chenghong directly. Li Chenghong answered immediately. Hello, Mr. Su, is there anything I missed? No, it's like this. I want to buy another house, and let Yao Xiuxiu go out with me. She can be considered as accompanying my client. You won't count her as leaving early, right? Su Xiaoyu seemed to be discussing with Li Chenghong, but in fact it was an order. Li Chenghong quickly assured, Oh, Mr. Su is right. Xiuxiu is accompanying you, a big client, even if she is just going out to play, it doesn't count as absenteeism or leaving early. Then I feel relieved. Thank you. I'll hang up now. After Amelia Su hung up the phone, she said to Yao Xiuxiu, Can we get in the car now? Yao Xiuxiu had also heard what Li Chenghong said on the phone just now, so she was focused and boldly sat in the passenger seat. When Su Xiaoyu started the car, Yao Xiuxiu began to instruct him how to operate it more safely and smoothly. When driving on the road, Yao Xiuxiu would take the initiative to remind Su Xiaoyu of any aspects that she did not do well, such as observing in advance when encountering intersections, paying attention to the rearview mirror, and looking at certain points when turning, etc. With an experienced driver sitting next to her giving instructions, Su Xiaoyu drove faster and rarely had to brake suddenly along the way. She started smoothly at intersections and felt more comfortable when parking. Thank you so much today. I feel like my driving skills have improved to a higher level. Su Xiaoyu parked the car in a parking lot near Changyuan Shopping Center and praised Yao Xiuxiu. It would only take 20 minutes to drive here, but Su Xiaoyu deliberately drove on the road for a long time in order to practice her driving skills. It was also the first time she practiced with Yao Xiuxiu. Yao Xiuxiu was very happy to be praised and kept laughing. I am so honored to be recognized by Mr. Su. Then let's go have a meal first, it's a good opportunity for me to chat with you. Su Xiaoyu said, pointing to the entrance of the mall. Yao Xiuxiu often comes to this mall to shop, so she is very familiar with it and likes to eat here. Okay, then I won't be polite. Since she knew that Su Xiaoyu was rich, there was no need for Yao Xiuxiu to be polite, so as to avoid making Su Xiaoyu think she was pretentious. It was not time for dinner and all the restaurants were empty, so they found a rice noodle shop, ordered 2 servings, sat down and started talking business. Let's do this, 300 yuan an hour, 2 hours a day, for a total of 5 to 7 days. By the time comes, it will depend on how proficient I am. If you think it's okay, we can set a time. Su Xiaoyu said. Yao Xiuxiu had never been a sparring partner, but she knew the market price and readily accepted Amelia Su's price. It's so high, of course I'm willing, that I'll listen to your notifications every day. Yao Xiuxiu felt that since she was a new employee and did not have many customers in the real estate company, she had plenty of time and could go out at any time. Seeing that she agreed, Su Xiaoyu immediately took out her mobile phone and said, Add WeChat, I will transfer the 500 yuan to you by the way, and I will notify you on WeChat later. Yao Xiuxiu quickly took out her cell phone and added the multi-millionaire in front of her on WeChat. After adding each other on WeChat, the rice noodles they ordered were served. They looked delicious, and the soup was particularly appetizing. Plus, they had been hungry for a long time, so the noodles tasted especially delicious. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice noodles, Su Xiaoyu talked about the second thing. Just now I was talking about the accompanying driver. It's settled. Also, didn't I tell you that I will buy another house in the near future? It should be about the same size as the one I just bought. The requirements are not high, but there must be a vegetable market, park, supermarket, etc. nearby, and it would be best if there is a school. Please keep an eye out for it for me and send it to me within a week. Is that okay? Yao Xiuxiu felt nervous when she heard this. This was an order given to her, but this order was full of the meaning of a domineering president, because she also received a commission from Su Xiaoyu buying a house. This was equivalent to saying this money is for you, and you have only 1 week to take it away, otherwise you will bear the consequences. A week? I'll go back and ask. Su Xiaoyu explained, Don't be so stressed, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you don't leave the magic city, it can be in the city center or the suburbs. After hearing this explanation, Yao Xiuxiu relaxed. Oh, you don't need to be around here? No need. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said. Yao Xiuxiu did some calculations and found that the closer to the city center, the higher the price and the higher the commission, so she made a plan in mind. The same goes for Su Xiaoyu. The more expensive the house is, the higher his rebate will be. He also hopes that Yao Xiuxiu can find a house in the city center. Chapter 24, Dad still understands me. After eating the rice noodles, Su Xiaoyu said goodbye to Yao Xiuxiu and drove back. Yao Xiuxiu walked around the mall by herself, bought some snacks with the 500 yuan that Su Xiaoyu had just given her, and went home happily. After Su Xiaoyu returned home, she checked the balance of her bank card again. Account balance, 133 million yuan. It's really too exaggerated. If you earn this money slowly by working or doing business, you won't be able to earn it in 1,000 years. But with the rebate system, you can earn it in less than a week. With 133 million yuan in funds, everything will be easy to do in the future. They are just a little bit away from acquiring washing technology. If they spend all the 133 million, with luck, they can get a 5-fold rebate in one go, thus completing Su Xiaoyu's task directly. Su Xiaoyu has made a plan. She will immediately find a decoration team to do the renovation and then buy a house for her parents. After the house is completed, the two expenses combined will cost at least tens of millions of yuan. Since Su Xiaoyu graduated from university, he has had a stable job. His salary is not as good as most others, but better than most. His girlfriend Wang Jing is so beautiful that he does not cause his parents any worries at all. Su Xiaoyu had to give an explanation to her friends in Shanghai for having obtained the system this time. She had to at least let her parents move in and live in the new house in Shanghai. Otherwise, when she was bragging to others about how rich she was and how big her family's business was, her parents would still live in a shabby house in the countryside. Everyone would know at a glance that Su Xiaoyu's money was either of unknown origin or she got it by luck from winning the lottery, and it would be exposed immediately. Su Xiaoyu's father, Su Shipa, is a cleaner. He is 56 years old this year and works as a supervisor in a cleaning company in Shanghai. He works 5 days a week and has 2 days off. His monthly salary is 6,500 yuan. Due to his age, he may be laid off at any time. My mother, Lu Xiaolian, works as a domestic nanny. She lives in her employer's house and earns 6,000 yuan a month. Su Xiaoyu is the only son in their family. The couple has been working all the time and has saved more than 200,000 yuan over the years. They have always been thinking of using the money to help Su Xiaoyu get married. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyu will disappoint them for 2 minutes this time. Su Xiaoyu first found her father's WeChat and called him directly on WeChat, because her father was usually stricter in disciplining Su Xiaoyu. Hello, Xiaoyu. My father's vicissitudes of life voice came from the other end of the phone. Thinking of the loud voice of her father when he was young, and comparing it with now, Amelia Su felt a little uncomfortable. Dad, are you with my mother? Your mother went out to buy groceries, is there something wrong? Su Shipa heard Su Xiaoyu ask this, thinking that something had happened. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I plan to buy you to a house in Shanghai. Then you don't have to work. I will give you money every month. Su Shipa had no idea what this meant. Although Su Xiaoyu's monthly salary is several thousand yuan, he still needs to marry a wife and support his own family in the future. How can he afford to buy a house for them and give them money to spend every month? Isn't this just bragging? You said you were going to buy a house for the two of us? In Shanghai? Do you know the housing prices in Shanghai? Su Shipa asked. Of course I know. You must be wondering how I could possibly afford it, right? Dad, let me tell you, I am now a shareholder of our company, and the largest shareholder. Because I solved a technical problem faced by the company gave me 70% of the shares. I am rich now. Su Xiaoyu made up a lie, and it flowed very smoothly. Su Xiaoyu has never lied since he was a child, so Su Shipa naturally believed him. You are worthy of being my son, you have a bright future, then don't you buy a house yourself? I'll buy it for myself too. I've already bought it. But don't be too happy too soon. There's some bad news. Su Xiaoyu continued. Su Shipa asked quickly, what bad news? The girl broke up with me before. She has always looked down on our family and disliked me for not having money. She also had an affair with Xu Yong, the technical manager of our company. It was all in vain that I had been so nice to her. Su Xiaoyu said angrily. Su Shipa thought this was a small matter. You really can't keep a woman like this, stay away from her quickly. Since you've broken up, just find a new one in the future. You're so rich now, are you still afraid of not being able to find another girlfriend? This is not bad news. Dad really understands me. There's nothing else to do. I'll take you to see the house when I buy it. Su Xiaoyu finally said, I'll hang up first. Su Shipa said, okay, I'll tell your mother the good news later, and then I'll hang up. The conversation between the father and son was very simple and direct, and he hung up the phone very decisively without even saying goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu packed up and prepared to go out for a night run, because Chi-Chi had sent her a WeChat message to urge her. Okay, I'll be there right away. Su Xiaoyu saw the location message sent by Chi-Chi on WeChat and followed the navigation. It's not too far from here. Su Xiaoyu just drove there during the day, so she didn't drive and just rode a shared bike there. It was an old warehouse, surrounded by people jogging at night, many of whom were friends of Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi saw Su Xiaoyu coming, she introduced her friends to him. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Su Xiaoyu, who I just met. These are my best friends Tao Ling and Lui Kuan. These two are my friends, Pan Feng, Huang Qiang, and Wang Yi. Su Xiaoyu smiled and greeted them. Nice to meet you. But it seemed that none of the people on the opposite side wanted to pay attention to Su Xiaoyu, because Chi-Chi had praised Su Xiaoyu a lot in front of them before, and they, as old friends for several years, had never been praised like this by Chi-Chi, and they felt very uncomfortable. Wang Yi is a childhood friend of Chi-Chi. He once pursued Chi-Chi but was unsuccessful. In the end, he could only be with another girl named Lui Kuan. Although he already has a partner, he is always thinking about Chi-Chi. Whenever Chi-Chi praises other men, Wang Yi will become very jealous and annoyed. He looked Su Xiaoyu up and down at her clothes and said with a smile, Dude, you don't look like a local. Are you working in Shanghai, or doing business? Su Xiaoyu treated Chi-Chi's friends very politely. I'm just doing a little business, I dare not embarrass myself in front of the young masters. As soon as she saw the appearance of Wang Yi and others, Su Xiaoyu knew that they were the local rich people in Shanghai. First of all, they were dressed very luxuriously, and secondly, their tone of voice was very arrogant. But Su Xiaoyu kept smiling, and they didn't know what to say, so there was not much communication and they started their night run. During the running process, Wang Yi, Pan Feng, Huang Qiang and others were chatting secretly in the back, while Su Xiaoyu was running in the middle, and Chi-Chi, Lui Kuan, and Tao Ling were running in the front. Chapter 25, Outsiders are discriminated against. Chi-Chi said that Su Xiaoyu gave him several million in tips and also bought him LV bags and clothes worth more than 800,000 yuan. Do you believe it? Wang Yi was the first to speak. Is there a normal person who licks like this? Even if Principal Wang comes, he won't do this. Pan Feng asked in confusion. Huang Qiang immediately retorted, how could it be that? Principal Wang directly gave us a villa or a mansion. Look at this guy, he doesn't look like he's giving away a mansion at all. I think Chi-Chi probably said that on purpose to show off his own wealth. Pan Feng said. Wang Yi and Huang Qian looked at Pan Feng at the same time. Show your worth? Pan Feng nodded and continued, that's right. It's obvious from Chi-Chi's current performance that she likes Amelia Su very much. You can tell from their attitude when they talk. If they say that Amelia Su is just a poor person, wouldn't people mock Chi-Chi for having no vision to find such a poor partner? Wang Yi understood and agreed with Pan Feng's words. That makes sense, so Chi-Chi advertised that Su Xiaoyu was very rich, giving her tips and buying her bags, just to make others think that Su Xiaoyu was very rich, which in turn proves that she is very attractive and has high standards. That's exactly what happened. Seeing that they all agreed with his point of view, Pan Feng added, can you let Chi-Chi be ruined by such a loser from outside the province? Wang Yi and Huang Qiang shook their heads firmly, of course not. Very good, we will never allow a flower to be stuck in cow dung like this, so we must let Chi-Chi realize her mistake on her own initiative and stop wasting time on Amelia Su. Right. Su Xiaoyu could hear some of the gossip they said very clearly, but since they didn't say it out loud, Su Xiaoyu chose to turn a blind eye. If they had a head-on conflict with her, Su Xiaoyu would definitely be there to fight them to the end. I have heard for a long time that the local tyrants in Shanghai look down on outsiders. This phenomenon started when Su Xiaoyu's parents worked in Shanghai 20 years ago and has continued to exist until now. Others may take the attitude of if you can't afford to offend, you can afford to avoid them, but Su Xiaoyu will not. His future strength cannot be shaken by these three people. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu was quietly admiring the backs of the three beauties with perky butts in front of her. It's true that Tao Ling and Lui Kuan both had very good figures, not inferior to Chi-Chi at all. The three of them moved in unison and twisted their bodies rhythmically. In the face of such a beautiful scene, Su Xiaoyu had no time to listen to the gossip of the three men behind him. He didn't even feel tired after running. He felt much more relaxed than last night. Not only did he not feel tired, but he also didn't feel sore all over. After 20 minutes, they finished 3 kilometers and returned to the starting point. Everyone was running and sweating, and they laughed out loud at each other. "Are you okay today? You ran pretty fast and didn't fall behind," Chi-Chi said as she wiped Su Xiaoyu's sweat. This action was seen by Wang Yi, Huang Qian, and others. They were very unhappy and their faces changed, especially Wang Yi, who almost wanted to hit someone. Amelia Su said, "It's much better than yesterday. I'm not tired at all today." "Then you have a strong ability to adapt?" Chi-Chi said, "Okay, it's time for us to go back. Let's run together next time." "Okay, let's run together again if there's a chance," Wang Yi said angrily. Several people walked outside the car factory because their electric cars were parked outside. While walking and chatting, Huang Qian suddenly said, "By the way, isn't Tao Ling's birthday coming up soon? Where are you planning to hold the birthday party?" "That's right. It seems like only a few days are left." "Tao Ling? Tao Ling is the oldest one here. She is a native of Shanghai. Her ancestors grew up on this land. Her family conditions are very good. She is still unmarried and is a high-quality older leftover woman." After hearing their conversation, Su Xiaoyu realized that not all unmarried people in the world are ugly. Many of them just don't want to get married. If he wasn't rich now, he might never know how outstanding those single women are. Seeing that Amelia Su did not interrupt and was isolated aside, Chi-Chi suggested, "Amelia Su, come along too." Amelia Su was stunned for a moment. "Can I go too?" In front of Chi-Chi, Wang Yi and others would definitely not refuse, and immediately said, "We all know each other, we are friends, let's play together." Chi-Chi was very happy to see that they all welcomed Amelia Su and said, "Look, everyone is so enthusiastic, why are you still refusing?" Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Well, it just so happens that I have never attended a birthday party. I'll learn from it. It may be useful in the future." "Yes, I know you come from the countryside, and you must have never seen such a high-end birthday party. It's only right for you to come and learn from it," Wang Yi said sarcastically, "but I don't know if it will be useful in the future." "Don't say that. When Chi-Chi's birthday comes in the future, people might even hold a birthday party or something," Huang Qiang added. "Ha, right, I almost forgot, this brother gave Chi-Chi millions of rewards, ha. The words of Wang Yi and others were full of provocation and disdain. They said that Su Xiaoyu was one of their own, but in fact they did not regard Su Xiaoyu as one of their own at all. Su Xiaoyu didn't care, because he didn't need to talk to these people at all. Although they seemed to be very enthusiastic in inviting him to the birthday party, they definitely had bad intentions, so Su Xiaoyu had to be mentally prepared even if he went. Bye. Su Xiaoyu was still thinking about it when she heard them saying goodbye to each other, and then Wang Yi and the others rode away on electric scooters and motorcycles. Chi-Chi said to Amelia Su, "Why are you leaving? Do you want me to take you back?" Su Xiaoyu saw that Chi-Chi also came on an electric bike, and she was the only one there, so Su Xiaoyu was not polite. "Okay, it happens that I am too tired to walk." Chi-Chi glanced at Amelia Su puzzledly. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were not tired just now?" "Of course I have to pretend in front of your friends and besties," Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. In fact, Su Xiaoyu is very energetic now. She just wants to experience the feeling of riding Chi-Chi's electric car. Because in the car, no matter what Su Xiaoyu does, Chi-Chi can't resist. After that night, Chi-Chi no longer had any defense against Amelia Su. She believed that Amelia Su really couldn't walk anymore, and rolled her eyes. "You can pretend this, you really can do it, get in the car." After Su Xiaoyu got in the car, Chi-Chi instructed, "Hold my waist with your hands and sit tight." New. Chapter 26 I don't mind. Chi-Chi's electric bike is specially designed for women. It has a very cute shape and a very small space. After Su Xiaoyu sat on it, there was no room for movement at all. She was squeezed tightly together with Chi-Chi, and she didn't even need to hold on with her hands to feel stable. So, Su Xiaoyu had nothing to do, so she reached out and touched Chi-Chi's hair. Chi-Chi felt itchy, twisted her neck, turned slightly and said to Amelia Su, "Don't move, hold me tight." Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Okay." Then he stretched out his hands and pinched Chi-Chi's waist, and squeezed it very dishonestly. It felt very soft. Chi-Chi knew that Su Xiaoyu was teasing her on purpose, but she was not angry at all, because Su Xiaoyu was an out-and-out young and wealthy playboy. She even rode slower, just to be teased by Su Xiaoyu for a while longer. But it's only a short distance from here to Su Xiaoyu's house. No matter how slowly you ride, you will still get there in less than 15 minutes. Now that we're here, you're going to live here? After getting off the car, Chi-Chi looked at the shabby residential area in front of her. She didn't see the kind of mansion she had imagined, so she asked curiously. Su Xiaoyu nodded, yes. Would you like me to go up and take a look? Chi-Chi said with a smile. She thought that since she was already here, Su Xiaoyu would have to invite her to his house to sit, drink water, and take a look around. But Amelia Su resolutely refused. I rented this house, it's too messy inside and not very convenient. Wait until I move out, and then I'll invite you to my house next time, okay? Chi-Chi was a little disappointed, and at the same time a little confused. You still want to rent a house in your condition? Su Xiaoyu did not answer immediately, thinking about how to make up a lie. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chi-Chi asked again, don't you want to live with your parents? Even if that's the case, you can buy yourself a house. This reason was really good. Chi-Chi helped Su Xiaoyu think of a lie directly, so he didn't have to think about it anymore. Yes, it's inconvenient to live with my parents, but I like to travel around. I used to have no place to live. This one is in Putua, and it may be in Jinan next month. How many houses do I have to buy? So I must rent it. That's true. Where are you going to move to soon? Chi-Chi found Su Xiaoyu's explanation very reasonable. So the place they were going to move to must be a rented house. It's nearby. I walked around the entire Magic City and finally decided to live nearby. Maybe I'm used to it. Su Xiaoyu said, I bought a house here and will start decorating it soon. After the decoration is completed, I invite you to come to my house and take a look. But I want to go to your house now. Chi-Chi said relentlessly. It would take 5 or 6 months for the new house to be renovated, and Chi-Chi didn't want to wait that long. Su Xiaoyu was a little speechless. This Chi-Chi usually looked like a queen, but why did she seem to want to climb over her head after getting to know her? Chi-Chi had a bit of a childish temper towards Amelia Su, which made him a bit difficult to resist, but it's really dirty, I'm afraid you will laugh at me when you see it. Chi-Chi shook her head. What's so funny about that? Even if you watch a movie that can be performed by 1 or 2 people in your room every day, I won't be surprised. What else can I see? After saying that, he glared at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu thought about it carefully. Apart from being dirty, there was nothing shameful in the room. Anyway, he had already explained why he rented the house, and Chi-Chi believed him. It was normal for the rented house to have a bad environment, so he took her upstairs to have a look and satisfy her curiosity. Okay, but don't laugh at me. Su Xiaoyu warned. Chi-Chi had already started imagining the messy scene in the boys' room, and couldn't help but started laughing, hee. Yeah. Then let's go. Arriving at the door, Su Xiaoyu opened it, and the mess inside appeared in front of Chi-Chi. But Chi-Chi didn't react much, maybe because she had been mentally prepared. She walked around and covered her nose when she came to the bed. It smells so strong. You haven't washed your quilt for a long time, right? I just washed it last month. Su Xiaoyu replied. Chi-Chi was a little shocked. Once a month, you still think it's a lot? You are too lazy. I think there are quite a lot. There's no need to wash so frequently, right? Su Xiaoyu said. It can be seen that boys and girls have different understandings of cleanliness, but it doesn't matter. Su Xiaoyu immediately changed the subject. We are moving away anyway. When the time comes, I will definitely hire a nanny for the new house. Don't say wash it once a month. As long as the weather permits, wash it once a day. You only wash once a day. Who will be your family's nanny? Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I'm just making an analogy. By the way, do you want to eat some fruit? I still have some in the refrigerator. Let's not eat yet. You need to clean up here. How about this? Chi-Chi looked at the layout of the whole room and made arrangements. It will take at least 5 or 6 months for your new house to be renovated. Let me help you tidy it up. I can't bear to see it all. How do you live here? Su Xiaoyu widened her eyes. 5 or 6 months. I have already found a decoration team. They said it will be installed in 1 to 1.5 months at most. It takes at least 2 to 3 months for formaldehyde to dissipate. It's not good for your health to move in too early. Besides, you have a place to live. It's safer to wait a little longer. As Chi-Chi spoke, she bent down and started packing her things. The house is so small. Chi-Chi first threw all the laundry into the washing machine, then rearranged the clothes that were not arranged neatly, as well as the cabinets, boxes, trash cans, etc., and finally cleaned the bathroom. After this tidying up, it really became a lot fresher, and Su Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw it. You are really amazing. It's your first time in my room, and you have decorated it so well so quickly. Ha, I like to clean up at home. I'm used to it. Chi-Chi said with a smile. Since you're here, why don't you just have dinner at my house? Su Xiaoyu said, I tried your cooking last time at your house, so this time you can try mine. You can cook too? Chi-Chi said in disbelief. Su Xiaoyu nodded, of course, I live alone, so I have to learn how to cook, right? Okay, then I'll try your cooking. Chi-Chi agreed readily. Su Xiaoyu immediately went to the refrigerator and took out the dishes to be cooked tonight: 1 sea bass, 2 potatoes, 1 green pepper, 1 red pepper, 4 eggs, a handful of green onions, a piece of pork belly, and a handful of kelp. Chi-Chi also walked over curiously and took a look. Oh, there is sea bass. My favorite is steamed sea bass. Ha! Chapter 27. Chi-Chi comes to visit. Su Xiaoyu was going to make steamed sea bass, really? Then we really have a tacit understanding. Then there's also shredded potatoes with green and red peppers and a wakame and egg soup. These aren't dishes that take much time to make. Go take a break and I'll do it. Chi-Chi happened to feel a little tired, so she nodded and sat back down on the bed. This house has no sofa or coffee table, let alone any household appliances such as a TV. There is only a table, a chair, and a bed. Chi-Chi can only sit on the bed and play with his mobile phone. Originally, she planned to start the show at 1900 hours in the evening, but she looked at the time and realized that by the time Amelia Sue finished cooking, eating, and returned home, it would be at least 20:30, so she temporarily posted a video on her account to notify that the show would start at 20:30 tonight. After the notification, many people understood, because anchors are also human beings and have their own lives every day. Moreover, Chi-Chi is not the only one who temporarily changed the live broadcast time. Many big anchors do this. After browsing the phone for half an hour, Su Xiaoyu had already brought the steamed sea bass to the table. Okay, it's time to eat? Chi-Chi quickly put away her phone and followed him to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Wow, it smells so good. Chi-Chi couldn't help but praise when she smelled the fragrance. I was looking at my phone just now and didn't notice the smell here. Suddenly I smelled it and it made me hungry. After the rice was served, Amelia Sue took 2 bottles of coconut juice and placed them on the table, 1 bottle per person. If you don't like it, there are also orange juice, oolong tea, and iced black tea. Just coconut milk. Chi-Chi is not picky at all. She can drink anything as long as it is not carbonated drinks like Coke and Sprite. While eating, Chi-Chi praised Su Xiaoyu's cooking skills. While chatting, she also gave Su Xiaoyu a lot of additional dietary tips to help Su Xiaoyu achieve her bodybuilding goals as soon as possible. Su Xiaoyu has completely given up eating meat and heavy dishes during this period, and has also stopped drinking carbonated drinks and sweets. The entire refrigerator is now filled with low-fat and low-calorie foods. If you keep doing this for 2 weeks, you should see results. Chi-Chi encouraged Su Xiaoyu. After dinner, we chatted for a while and Chi-Chi said she had a live broadcast to do, so she went back first. Su Xiaoyu was the only one left in the room, bored and could only use her mobile phone to kill time. He had just finished taking a shower and picked up his phone when he saw the WeChat message from Yao Xiuxiu. It was about the house, and Su Xiaoyu was very happy when she saw it. Yao Xiuxiu found a school district house next to Shanghai Jiaotong University, with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms. The price was about 7 million, but it was negotiable. She sent the link to Su Xiaoyu and added, "This is not a house from Artefa Real Estate. It's in Yangpu University Town. There are many houses like this over there. You can go and see them." When Su Xiaoyu saw that this was a school district house, she thought it was great. If she got married in the future and had no one to take care of her children, she could leave them with her parents and it would be very convenient for them to go to school nearby. Then you didn't get the commission, did you? Su Xiaoyu asked. Yao Xiuxiu, yes, I am the introducer, and I also get commission. Okay, then I'll go over and take a look tomorrow morning. Su Xiaoyu replied. Yao Xiuxiu asked, what time is it in the morning? Su Xiaoyu, about 10 o'clock, I will let you know then, we will meet at the entrance of the mall. Okay. After replying to the message, Su Xiaoyu was so excited that she couldn't sleep and played with her phone until 12 o'clock. The next morning, another piece of good news came. As soon as Su Xiaoyu got up, she received a courier from the post office, and her license plate had been delivered. The Maybach clerk was really efficient. Less than a week had passed since I bought the car, and the license plate had been prepared. Su Xiaoyu excitedly opened the outer packaging of the Express, and a brand new blue license plate was placed in front of her. This license plate is a Shanghai A license that Su Xiaoyu spent nearly 200,000 yuan to get. It is also the most difficult license plate to get in Shanghai. First of all, there are not many Shanghai A license plates issued, so if you want to get one, you have to rely on auction, which is very difficult. There are more than 100,000 people participating in the auction every month, but there are only more than 10,000 license plates, so the probability of winning is no more than 20%. Su Xiaoyu commissioned the 4S store to find several auction companies at the same time to grab it together, and finally she got it. In this way, Su Xiaoyu spent a lot of extra money. After the license plate is taken, it is not given directly to the car owner. If you want to get this license plate, you need to pay for it, and the price is about 100,000 yuan. With a Shanghai A license plate, your car can be driven anywhere in the entire Magic City without any restrictions, no matter what area or time. It is very convenient to enter and exit. It can be said that a Shanghai A license plate has become a symbol of status for many wealthy people, and it is also the most important criterion for girls in Magic City to choose a spouse. Moreover, after Yashosho's accompanying her, Su Xiaoyu's driving skills have also improved to a higher level. As long as she continues to train for a week, Su Xiaoyu's driving skills will definitely reach a very high level. At that time, the rate of people turning their heads to look at her when she drives on the road will surely increase greatly. Su Xiaoyu took the license plate and went out to her car to prepare for the installation. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. There were several young men and beautiful women in the community standing in front of the Maybach and taking pictures, because this car was simply their dream car. While taking pictures, they were also thinking about what kind of pose would look better. When Amelia Su walked up to them, these people were still standing still, not realizing at all that Amelia Su was there to install the license plate. Cough cough. Su Xiaoyu coughed twice, attracting their attention. One of them had short hair and looked like a man who had just come out. He looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "What are you doing?" The other people behind turned around at the same time and looked at Amelia Su. "What's wrong with us taking pictures next to you? Is this your car?" Su Xiaoyu asked the short-haired man rudely. The man smiled and said, "Of course." In fact, he was already touching the back of his head with his hand while he was speaking, showing a guilty conscience. The people behind him obviously didn't expect the short-haired man to say that. They were a bit slower to react and couldn't even reply smoothly, "Yeah, who are you?" At first, they did not think that the Maybach belonged to Su Xiaoyu. Instead, they thought that Su Xiaoyu was meddling in other people's business and was annoyed by them taking pictures of someone else's luxury car. Moreover, there was nothing about Su Xiaoyu that looked like the owner of a Maybach. One of the women came up to the short-haired man and said, "This is my boyfriend's car. Neither of us knows you. What do you do? Are you the property manager of the community?" Su Xiaoyu was a little confused, and she looked around to make sure she hadn't recognized the wrong car. Then she took out the license plate from her bag, put it on the ground, and revealed the bright blue and white letters A. Chapter 28:28. What car do you buy when you were 31 years old? The short-haired man was immediately confused and his face became very ugly and embarrassed. His partner even wanted to find a hole in the ground to hibernate until next summer. How could it be such a coincidence that he had to act pretentiously in front of the person involved? He was so unlucky. "Dude, is this car yours?" The short-haired man smiled and eased the embarrassment. "We were just joking. We thought you were looking for trouble." "Sorry." At this time, another young man came up again. He obviously had a different opinion. He pointed at Su Xiaoyu's license plate and said, "Are you the owner of the car, or did the owner hire someone to install the license plate?" The short-haired man suddenly felt that the situation could be reversed, and he immediately became tough again, and the embarrassment on his face disappeared. Because Su Xiaoyu came with a license plate, he might not be the owner of the car. It is entirely possible that he was hired by the car owner, or a worker sent by the 4S shop to install the license plate for the car owner. Su Xiaoyu didn't argue with them. She just took out the car key and pressed it lightly towards the car. The car's headlights lit up, scaring several people again. "Do you want me to bring the car purchase contract over to you guys to see?" Su Xiaoyu asked the young man who questioned him. The young man was obviously scared and stopped talking immediately. Several people made way for Su Xiaoyu to install the license plate. At the same time, they stood by and watched, because they were all 5 or 6 years younger than Su Xiaoyu, all in their 20s, and Su Xiaoyu did not look very old either, so she was worthy of their admiration. The short-haired man said, "Dude, you should be about the same age as us this year. What do you do to be so rich?" The short-haired man's girlfriend now likes Su Xiaoyu very much. She is much better than her boyfriend in terms of appearance, hairstyle, and financial ability. So she has been following behind, pretending to look at the license plate, but actually looking at Su Xiaoyu's handsome face. Amelia Su asked back, "How old are you?" "I'm 24. I'm 7 years older than you." Su Xiaoyu explained without raising her head. "You look so young. Rich people really know how to take care of themselves." The short-haired man's girlfriend asked with a smile. Su Xiaoyu had already installed the license plate and stood up. "I never do any maintenance." The girlfriend couldn't believe it, huh? Amelia Su did not dwell on this topic anymore, but said to the young people, "Okay, now that we have the license plate, won't it be more stylish for you to take pictures?" Several people looked at each other. The next second, everyone took out their phones, deleted all the videos and photos, and then clicked the poses again in various postures. "Thank you, brother. Will you park your car here often in the future?" asked the short-haired man. Su Xiaoyu nodded. "That's it for now, I'll move out in a few months." "Then can we take photos next to your car often in the future?" asked the short-haired man. Amelia Su didn't quite understand what the point of taking pictures of this thing was. "Okay, but what is the point of taking pictures honestly?" "Of course it's interesting. Isn't the purpose of taking pictures to show off and say that the car is yours?" said the short-haired man. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It's up to you guys, just don't make my car dirty or damaged, so that everyone won't be in trouble." "Don't worry, I definitely won't." Su Xiaoyu picked up the phone and called Yao Xiuxiu. After the call was connected, he asked, "Hello, where are you?" "I'm already at the entrance of the mall," said Yao Xiuxiu. Amelia Su immediately opened the car door and got in the car. "Okay, I'll go over now." At this time, the young men who had just watched Su Xiaoyu's car slowly move away showed envious eyes, especially the short-haired man's partner, who even began to dislike the short-haired man. She pulled her boyfriend's ear and said, "You bastard, you only know how to act in front of other people's cars. You are only 31 years old. What kind of car can you buy when you are 31? I'm setting a goal for myself now, to buy a Porsche when I'm 31. Oh you! Su Xiaoyu drove faster today than yesterday. She slowed down in advance when crossing intersections and sidewalks, and there was no more sudden braking. When she arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall, Su Xiaoyu found a temporary parking space and stopped. She did not get out of the car but contacted Yao Xiuxiu. 3 minutes later, a girl in real estate sales work clothes walked over from a distance. This person was Yao Xiuxiu. "Hi, Mr. Su. You look very nice today." Su Xiaoyu opened the passenger door and said, "Come in." After Yao Xiuxiu got in the car, she said happily, "I have already contacted a house for you, let's go there now." Su Xiaoyu said, "Okay." Then I set the navigation route on my phone, placed the phone on the stand, and drove while looking around. After 30 minutes, I finally arrived at the sales office over there. This real estate sales office is located on the first floor of a comprehensive commercial building, and the other floors of the building are various corporate offices, so there are a lot of people here. Su Xiaoyu walked around but didn't see any parking spaces. There's not even a seat left. It looks like this place is quite popular. Su Xiaoyu was praising the place, but she was actually quite unhappy. He was going to drive his car outside to find a parking space somewhere else nearby, and then walk over. Who knew that at this time a car went out and a parking space was vacant? Yao Xiuxiu found it and immediately shouted, "Hey, there is a parking space over there." Su Xiaoyu hurriedly drove towards the parking space, but his driving skills were still not up to par. He was a bit slower and was occupied by a black BMW X7 in front of him. "Damn it, damn X7, we clearly saw it, but he snatched it away." Yao Xiuxiu kept cursing. Su Xiaoyu had no choice. It was his own fault that he was not as skilled as others. He was very unhappy, but he still drove away. At this moment, a fat man and 2 women came out of the X7. One was tall and thin and wore glasses, and the other was dressed flashily and walked in a twisting manner. Finally, Su Xiaoyu parked the car in a wild parking space on the side of the road. When she returned to the door of the sales office, the 3 men had already gone in. When she arrived at the hall, Su Xiaoyu saw the fat man at a glance. He was talking to a pretty female salesperson. Beauty, is the house here ready? The beautiful saleswoman smiled very gently and said, we have prepared everything for you, Brother G. Then signed the contract. As soon as Brother G finished speaking, the beautiful saleswoman took out the contract, handed it to Brother G and said, here is the contract. Brother G picked up the contract, looked at it, and then signed it. After signing, he took out his bank card and said, Brother, I have directly won 2 houses. Brother is good to you. Chapter 29, grab the order. The beautiful saleswoman was as happy as a child. She hugged the fat man's arm in public and said, Brother G, you are the best to me. You can buy so many houses every month. It's amazing. My performance has always been the highest here. Thank you, Brother G. Don't worry, I'm going to buy a house for myself today. The fat man put his arm around the beautiful saleswoman's waist and enjoyed the envious and jealous looks from others. The others turned away with disdain and stopped looking at the fat man. The more they did so, the more excited the fat man became. He felt that his strength was already strong enough to be envied by others. After hearing this, the beautiful salesperson became even more excited and her face was full of smiles. The other woman standing next to the fat man was wearing glasses and a professional suit. She didn't look like the girl the fat man was dating, but more like his secretary. She didn't say anything the whole time, but from time to time she raised her glasses to glance at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked at her several times but didn't speak. At the same time, a spirited young man in sales uniform walked up to Su Xiaoyu and asked politely, Sir, are you here to see the house? Su Xiaoyu took a look at the boy's name tag. His name was Li Hongtao. So many salesmen just now chose to serve those big bosses who looked rich and ostentatious. Only Li Hongtao came to find Su Xiaoyu, so Su Xiaoyu felt that his attitude was very good, so she nodded, yes, I'm here to see the house. Li Hongtao smiled and immediately began to introduce himself briefly. I am Li Hongtao, the salesman here. What is your name, sir? The two of them slowly walked to the sand table, and Su Xiaoyu said, my last name is Su. Who is the fat guy who came in front of me just now? He seems to have bought a lot of houses here? After hearing this, Li Hongtao immediately explained, this guy is a famous real estate speculator near our Yangpu University town. People in the industry here call him the house boss. He used to buy houses from other real estate companies, but in recent months he has been buying from us. Oh, he is just speculating? Su Xiaoyu finally understood why the fat man could buy so many houses at one time. It turned out that he was going to sell them all. Li Hongtao nodded, frowned and said, but to be honest, I hate this guy. He requires girls to accompany him when he looks at houses, and they must be very pretty and have good figures. Every time he comes, he wants to buy 2 or even 3 houses. When Su Xiaoyu heard Li Hongtao say this, she could understand how unhappy the other person was. After all, real estate sales rely on commissions. The more houses you sell, the more commissions you get. The fat man doesn't even look at the male salesman, so his commission is naturally less. Then Su Xiaoyu said, this Miss Xiao said that she has negotiated with you and has a house for me to see. Please help me contact them. It's this one. After saying that, he showed Li Hongtao the link of the property. Li Hongtao said to Yao Xiuxiu, oh, you are Miss Yao, right? Yes, I'm from Teta Real Estate and I've contacted you. Yao Xiuxiu explained. Li Hongtao immediately went to get the information, and then took Su Xiaoyu to see the property. After the detailed introduction, Su Xiaoyu felt that this house was not bad and could be bought for her parents to live in, which would also be convenient for her children to go to school in the future. Okay, let's settle it. Su Xiaoyu said to Li Hongtao. Li Hongtao was very excited and asked quickly, okay, Mr. Su, come over here and fill out the form. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to say okay, she heard that the fat man across the street also liked this house. He stood next to the sand table, pointed to the property over there and said, Yanni, that house is great, give it to me. The beautiful saleswoman Yanni immediately agreed. How could we not agree to the house that Brother G wants? Ah Tao, you haven't signed the contract yet, right? This house is for Brother G, and the commission will be half for you when the time comes. Li Hongtao was very unhappy. How could he give the house to someone else when he is about to sign? Isn't this a blatant irony? Sister Yanni, you have so many clients every month, but I only have this one, and you're still trying to snatch it from me. I'm not competing with you for it. It's Brother G who really wants this house. If he's unhappy and doesn't buy houses from us in the future, our sales will be much lower and it won't be easy for everyone. Yanni explained earnestly. But Li Hongtao did not accept this statement at all. he said, whether he buys here or not is none of my business. The commission is all yours. What benefit do I get? Seeing that Li Hongtao didn't know how to appreciate her kindness, Yanni immediately became rude. She put on a smiling face and said something vicious, "Don't you want to continue working here?" When Li Hongtao heard this, he became timid again. After all, Yanni was the sales champion here, and her superiors would definitely take her words very seriously. If she told tales and said bad things about Li Hongtao in front of the superiors, Li Hongtao would have no way to defend himself. Seeing that Li Hongtao's momentum was not good, Su Xiaoyu decided to solve it herself. "You two are arguing with each other, do you think I am heir?" Brother Ji, Yanni, and Li Hongtao all looked at Su Xiaoyu in surprise. Brother Ji didn't treat Su Xiaoyu as a human being at all at this moment. He didn't even look at her. The words came out of his mouth, "Brother, please change to another house." Su Xiaoyu was still thinking about saying something, but she didn't expect the fat man to ignore Su Xiaoyu directly. He was extremely arrogant and said to Yanni, "Come on, prepare the contract." Li Hongtao, standing nearby, was completely stunned. He had heard of forced buying and selling, but had never seen forced buying and selling. He didn't know what to do and looked at Su Xiaoyu stupidly. Su Xiaoyu saw Yanni really going to prepare the contract and had already stepped towards the counter, so she immediately called out to her, "Beauty, wait a minute." Yanni stopped and asked, "Anything else? The price of this house is 7 million, right? I'll add another 1 million, making it 8 million. Su Xiaoyu said while making an 8 gesture. Yanni heard it and turned around quickly. An extra 1 million means an extra 2,000 yuan in commission, which is a very attractive condition for her. And Yanni is also very smart. She has been working in the sales industry for so long that she naturally knows the fragility of human nature. In this situation, her hesitant attitude can make Brother Ji very impatient and continue to raise the price. The two of them raise the price back and forth, and finally the deal is closed at a price of 10 million or several million, and she makes a fortune. Really? Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Of course it's true." At this time, Brother Ji was indeed very uncomfortable. He felt that Su Xiaoyu was fighting with him and said so deliberately, so he retorted, "You want to snatch the house from me, Lu Zhongji, do you have the ability? Are you pretending here?" Chapter 30:30. Do you think this is an auction? As soon as he finished speaking, the female secretary wearing glasses came over and whispered in Lu Zhongji's ear, "Brother Ji, this guy seems to be quite capable. When we came into park just now, his car was behind us. I saw it, it was a Maybach S680, worth more than 4 million. Lu Zhongji's face changed. "Is it the one we parked just now?" "That's right." The secretary nodded. "So, we took his parking space, so he's picking on me." Lu Zhongji suddenly realized. "Didn't you understand what I meant?" Su Xiaoyu said to Yanni again, "I will pay 8 million for this house, and the commission will be divided between the two of you." After hearing this, Yanni hurried over to Amelia Su to provoke Lu Zhongji. Unexpectedly, this walk really worked. Lu Zhongji immediately said, "Boy, you are holding a grudge against me because I took your parking space just now, right? Well, then I will take your house as well, so that you can see what real strength is. Yanni, I want this house for 10 million. Yanni was extremely excited, but he pretended to be embarrassed and said to Su Xiaoyu, "Handsome guy, look at this. 11 million, I want it." Su Xiaoyu continued to raise the price, "I tell you, I must have this house." When these words came out, everyone around gasped. Obviously, the house was only bought for 7 million yuan at the beginning, but now it has increased to 11 million yuan. The appreciation rate is too fast. This young man is not only rich, but also so arrogant. Horrible, so terrible. We really don't understand the world of the rich. I really don't understand. If I buy this house now, it's like giving away 4 million for free. If you don't want the 4 million, you can give it to me. I'm short of money now. The people around who were watching the fun started talking. When Fatty G heard what Su Xiaoyu said, he began to have the idea of giving up, but the house was originally worth only 7 million yuan, so even if he gave up, he had to let Su Xiaoyu taste the beating of society. "Boy, are you really that stubborn? I just took your parking space, but you insist on snatching my house from me, right?" When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she immediately became furious. "So, you knew I was going to drive over and deliberately occupied the parking space. I originally thought you did it unintentionally. Since you intentionally occupied that parking space, then I can't be polite to you. So what if it was unintentional? So what if it was intentional? Can you still eat me up? Lu Zhongji asked arrogantly. Su Xiaoyu didn't talk nonsense with him, but continued to ask, stop talking nonsense, do you want to increase the price? If you don't increase the price, I will buy it. Li Hongtao, prepare the contract for me. Lu Zhongji thought to himself, you really insist on it, right? I'll let you spend more money. 13 million. After saying that, Lu Zhongji stood aside and grinned. If Amelia Su raised the price again, it would be 14 million. He would definitely not increase it further, and let Amelia Su spend an extra 7 million in vain to buy a house worth 7 million at a price of 14 million. Lu Zhongji now thinks that Su Xiaoyu is a fool. Only a fool would throw away millions for a trivial matter and not treat money as money. Since Su Xiaoyu does not treat money as money, Lu Zhongji will do as he wishes. After saying what he just said, Lu Zhongji added two more provocative words. I didn't expect that someone who drives a Maybach is still so young. He has a childish temper. Just for a parking space, he directly threw away millions. This is really admirable. The other spectators in the venue were basically men accompanying women to watch. It was still the women who decided which one to buy. After seeing the scene just now and hearing what Lu Zhongji said, they felt that Su Xiaoyu was even more handsome. Just because someone robbed your parking space, you have to slap them back and pay them millions more. This is really overbearing. A man like this is decisive and straightforward, and he also has a sense of being rich and willful. But I don't know if he has a girlfriend. I love this kind of high-quality boy, I love him. Lu Zhongji was very unhappy when he heard the women's discussion. He couldn't help but complain, where did all these brainless women come from? The women didn't hear him and continued chattering. Lu Zhongji stopped scolding those women at this time. Instead, he waited quietly for Amelia Su to take the bait. When he thought that Amelia Su was going to spend 14 million to buy a house worth 7 million, he became very excited. Yao Xiuxiu was also caught off guard when she saw this scene. Because she was the one who introduced Su Xiaoyu to see this house today, she didn't expect to meet such a person named Brother Ji. If she spent an extra 7 million yuan on Su Xiaoyu because of a quarrel with the other party, then this would be a serious crime. But looking at the current situation, Su Xiaoyu will never give up this house, and she must fight Lu Zhongji to the end. When Yao Xiuxiu was about to persuade Su Xiaoyu to give up the house, Su Xiaoyu had already given up on it herself. Okay, then you can keep this house. I give up. When Su Xiaoyu said this, everyone present couldn't help but sigh again. Just now, Su Xiaoyu acted so domineering and strong, but now she said she would give up. What was going on? Could it be that rich people would not keep their promises? Lu Zhongji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This really made him angry. How dare you play tricks on me? Su Xiaoyu said, I can't afford the price, so I gave it to you. You are rich, so how can I play tricks on you? Real estate salesmen like Yanni and Li Hongtao don't know what to do now. They have been working here for so many years, and this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. Two people were fighting over a house. In the end, one of them gave up, and the remaining one seemed very unhappy. Not only the salesman, but also the spectators at the scene turned their attention to Lu Zhongji. Since Su Xiaoyu had given up, if he wanted to buy the house, he would have to spend 13 million. The group of people who had been discussing Amelia Su just now started discussing Lu Zhongji. This Ji Gu doesn't seem to really want this house. Could it be that he doesn't have money? No way, he's a well-known real estate speculator here. He's made a lot of money over the years, so he must have the money to buy it. He just can't bear to spend an extra 6 million. If you don't want to, then don't make an offer. When you were arguing with that guy just now, you should have known that the other party might not follow suit. If you don't have the ability, don't embarrass yourself. That's right, that guy used the tactics in his mind to win, and if he loses, he should accept it. If he can't afford to lose, he shouldn't have played in the first place. Every word these people said was very tricky and hurtful. There were so many people watching at the scene, and countless of them knew Lu Zhongji. If Lu Zhongji did not buy this house today, or spend less than 13 million to buy this house, he would definitely be embarrassed. Chapter 31-31. You don't have to buy it. Originally, he wanted to use this method to deal with Amelia Su, but he was the one who fell into the trap. Lu Zhongji was so angry that he trembled all over, and said to Amelia Su with a curse, "Didn't you just say that you must have this house? People who drive Maybach, what you say is like farting." Su Xiaoyu looked nonchalant. He was not as obsessed with face as Lu Zhongji. He was born in a poor family and grew up in an environment where people looked down on him for 31 years. He didn't care about living one more day. You can't lie when you drive a Maybach, right? Ha ha. Su Xiaoyu's remarks resonated with the other house viewers, and they burst into laughter. Lu Zhangji was the only one with a stern face at the scene. He was now in a dilemma. Boy, you are deliberately going against me today. The 6 million yuan is a debt between you and me. Sooner or later, I will settle it with you. There was really no other way. Face was more important than money, so Lu Zhangji could only grit his teeth and buy it. Su Xiaoyu said tactfully, this account can also be attributed to me. You can completely not buy it. Did anyone force you to buy it? Although he said so, Lu Zhangji finally couldn't let go of his pride and spent 13 million to buy the house. The commission was still as agreed before, half each to Yanni and Li Hongtao. It was Ms. Yao Xiuxiu who introduced me here just now, but this house was bought by Lu Zhangji, and she didn't get a penny of commission. So when I buy another house later, the commission should include Yao Xiuxiu's, which means you and her will split it equally. Is there any problem with that? Su Xiaoyu said to Li Hongtao. Actually, she was also saying it to Yao Xiuxiu. When Yao Xiuxiu heard Su Xiaoyu's words, her expression immediately became much better. As soon as Su Xiaoyu finished speaking and Li Hongtao hadn't answered yet, Yanni subconsciously turned her head and glanced over here from a distance. Her expression was too obvious. If Su Xiaoyu could really afford the house, she would come over again to grab some. After Li Hongtao nodded in agreement, he took Su Xiaoyu to see another house nearby. The house type and geographical location were similar. Both were school district houses, but the area was slightly larger and the price was 10 million. Su Xiaoyu, Yao Xiuxiu and Li Hongtao studied the sand table for a long time, and finally Su Xiaoyu decided to buy it. Okay, sign the contract. Li Hongtao was a little excited, but he didn't show it on his face. He quickly went to get the contract and invited Su Xiaoyu to sit on the sofa and wait. Su Xiaoyu had just walked to the sofa, and Li Hongtao had not come back yet, but Yanni had already come over. She sat opposite Su Xiaoyu and asked very proactively, handsome guy, do you want to buy this house? Let me help you with the formalities. Su Xiaoyu was originally looking at her mobile phone. When she heard the voice, she looked up and was very unhappy. No need, I have already handled it with Mr. Li Hongtao. Yanni smiled and thought that Su Xiaoyu said that because she didn't see her beauty clearly. Any normal man would like beautiful women. Who would buy a house from a male salesperson and refuse a beautiful woman? So she took the initiative to say, why do you want to do it with Li Hongtao? Do it with me, I can give you a bigger discount. Yao Xiuxiu sat next to Su Xiaoyu, staring at Yanni, afraid that Yanni would snatch Su Xiaoyu's order away again, otherwise she would have worked in vain all day. Although Yao Xiuxiu is very beautiful, Yanni is more beautiful and sexy. The clothes she wears are deliberately borderline in order to attract men. No one can guarantee that Su Xiaoyu will not be seduced by her. Su Xiaoyu asked, you are from the same real estate company, aren't the promotions the same? What else could be different? Yanni still maintained a mysterious smile, which made people feel very uncomfortable. She felt that Su Xiaoyu was a little ignorant of the ways of the world. I can treat you to a meal. You know. Amelia Su shook her head and refused directly. I'm sorry, I don't like to cooperate with people who don't trust me. No need, thank you. Yanni's face became a little embarrassed. She could hear that Su Xiaoyu was trying to bully her. At this moment, Li Hongtao had already come over with the contract. Yanni was embarrassed to continue pestering him, so he left. Li Hongtao put the paper contract on the coffee table and said respectfully, Mr. Su, please take a look, is there any problem? After reading the contract, Amelia Su nodded and said, no problem. Then he picked up the pen and signed his name. Swipe the card. Su Xiaoyu took out her bank card and said to Li Hongtao, 10 million yuan has arrived in Union Pay. The mechanical voice rang out, which directly stimulated Yanni's heart. The commission of more than 20,000 yuan was taken away by Li Hongtao. She could not accept the reality very much, because in the past few years of real estate sales, she has always relied on her gender and appearance advantages to get a lot of commissions, and also snatched many orders from her colleagues. Today's meeting with Su Xiaoyu was her only failure. Supreme White Card. When Yanni saw Li Hongtao walking past with the swiped card, he stopped him in shock. Li Hongtao was not as knowledgeable as Yanni, and had never seen this kind of card before, so he asked curiously, what's wrong? This is the Supreme White Card of World Union Pay. What kind of big shot is this Mr. Su to have such strength? Yanni said to himself. This shocked Li Hongtao. He didn't expect that he could actually serve such a powerful customer. He has worked for so many years. Is he really going to be able to turn the tables? Supreme White Card? That's right. Only a few people in the world have this kind of card. It is said that there are no more than 1,000 people, and each of them has a very noble status. As Yanni spoke, he walked straight to Amelia Sue and took the card with him. Although she did not enjoy the commission from the house, she was determined to leave a deep impression in Amelia Sue's heart. She firmly believed that all men in the world were equally lustful, and Su Xiaoyu must have rejected her just now because she did not see her beauty clearly. Mr. Su, this is your card. Yanni handed the card to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked up and saw that it was Li Hongtao who had used the card to pay, but it was Yanni who gave him the card, and Li Hongtao was standing behind him. This made him unhappy, and he quickly asked, "You are really considerate." Although Yanni felt embarrassed, she still had a smile on her face. She had a very good mental quality. After all, she had been in sales for so many years. She spoke to Su Xiaoyu enthusiastically. "Mr. Su is our VIP here, so of course we have to be more enthusiastic. Let's add my WeChat number. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me." After all, Li Hongtao is a half-baked salesman and he doesn't understand many things. When Amelia Sue heard this, she smiled and shook her head. "I have made it very clear just now, I don't like people who don't trust me, don't you understand?" Chapter 32, come to me if you need anything. This. Handsome guy, I know what you mean, but which man doesn't love beautiful women? No matter how much performance you provide to a male salesperson, what can he give you? I'm different. If we cooperate, it's a win-win situation. Yanni said these words shamelessly, not remembering that the ambiguous scene between her and Lu Zhongji just now was seen clearly by everyone present. Su Xiaoyu reminded very kindly, "Beauty, did you forget that there is a brother Ji waiting for you?" Yanni then remembered that the relationship between her and brother Ji was already known to most people. It was basically impossible for Su Xiaoyu, who held a bunch of cards, to trust her again, so she was speechless. After completing all the formalities, Su Xiaoyu took the contract documents and left with Yao Xiuxiu. After returning to the car and putting away all the contract documents, Su Xiaoyu drove to Teda Real Estate and sent Yao Xiuxiu back to the company. Yao Xiuxiu was very happy in the co-pilot seat. She had earned 15,000 yuan today. She said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, handsome guy. I have earned nearly 40,000 yuan in the past 2 days. Do you want me to treat you to a meal?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "I'm going to buy a house anyway, so there is no need to treat you to a meal. I have something else to do later, so I'll take you back to the company first." Yao Xiuxiu was a little disappointed. In fact, she was a little worried about losing Su Xiaoyu, a big customer. She tried every means to give Su Xiaoyu some extra services in order to retain this big shot. "Then if you need anything in the future, you can contact me." Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yao Xiuxiu from the corner of her eye. Seeing her sincere look, she immediately knew what she was thinking, so she gave her a reassurance, "Don't worry, if I need to buy a house, I will definitely come to you." "Thank you very much, Mr. Su." Yao Xiuxiu said that actually what she wanted was not the order from Su Xiaoyu herself, because it is impossible for a person to always buy houses. Su Xiaoyu has already bought 2 houses, and it is impossible for him to continue buying houses in a short period of time, so the surplus value of Su Xiaoyu is the friends around him. A rich man like Su Xiaoyu must have a lot of rich friends. If any of them needs to buy a house, they will come to Yao Xiuxiu, and she can earn a lot of commission. Mr. Su, if your friends need help, you can introduce them to me, hee. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that Yao Xiuxiu was so obsessed with performance. He turned around and looked at her, staring at her with a pleading but somewhat cute look. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu's heart almost melted. You have to know that Wang Jing and Su Xiaoyu have been in a relationship for a year, but neither of them has ever experienced the feeling of being acted like a spoiled child by a girl. After being disturbed by Yao Xiuxiu today, Su Xiaoyu really softened his heart, and he immediately said, "Of course. Keep your word." Yao Xiuxiu immediately asked. Influenced by the scene where Su Xiaoyu teased Lu Zhongji today, Yao Xiuxiu was very worried about Su Xiaoyu's words. Su Xiaoyu smiled, "I will only break my promise to those who are against me. Don't worry, you have helped me a lot, I will definitely not tease you." Only then did Yao Xiuxiu feel relieved, and the smile on her face gradually became brighter. She silently thanked herself for everything she had done that day. She did not look down on Amelia Su like other salesmen, so she picked up such a big treasure. And most importantly, Amelia Su was different from Lu Zhongji. He really took care of his business and didn't have to sleep with her. In this society, there are very few such good men. Thank you, Mr. Su, you were so nice. Amelia Su concentrated on driving and didn't say anything else. He was not doing charity. Giving Yao Xiuxiu so much performance commission was already good, and later Su Xiaoyu was going to acquire Huaxing Technology. At that time, every employee of Huaxing Technology would make money with him. There would be hundreds or even thousands of people buying houses in Shanghai from their company alone, not to mention the other friends Su Xiaoyu made because of his growing influence. If so much commission were given to Yao Xiuxiu, she might become the #1 person in real estate sales history in the future. No need to sleep with me? That's impossible. Along the way, Su Xiaoyu drove very steadily and was not nervous at all. She arrived safely at the entrance of Tada Real Estate. Okay, I'll go to the company first, bye. Yao Xiuxiu opened the car door and got out by herself. Bye. Su Xiaoyu waved, and after seeing Yao Xiuxiu turn around, she started the Maybach and drove towards the first house she bought. The house was already being renovated. Su Xiaoyu went to see the progress first, and secondly, to tell their boss to immediately send someone to continue renovating the house that had just been purchased today. There could be no delay at all. After arriving at the house, the progress of the decoration inside was still in the initial stage, and even the basic prototype could not be seen. Su Xiaoyu knew that there would be a long wait, so she stopped paying attention to these things and directly called the foreman. She exchanged a few pleasantries with him, and then talked about business. Brother Wang, I bought another house today. See if there are any people in your decoration team? Come over and install it for me within 2 days. The foreman of this decoration team is called Wang Pengfei. He is a young man who came to Shanghai from other places like Amelia Su. However, he is better off than Amelia Su. He has already started a family. Seeing Amelia Su being so polite, he began to flatter her. Boss Su, this financial strength is really beyond my expectation. You bought another house? Wang Pengfei emphasized the word again, which reflected his excitement and surprise at the moment. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand and said quickly, Don't call me boss, it sounds uncomfortable. This time I bought it for my parents to live in. It's about the same size as this one, but the layout is a little different. You can redesign it for me when the time comes. The living habits of their generation are different from those of us young people. Wang Pengfei nodded, I understand. My parents are the same. Their concepts are very different from mine, and their living habits are completely different. But Mr. Su, please rest assured. We have been doing renovations for so many years and have seen all kinds of houses. I asked the designer to design according to the thinking of middle-aged people, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. I feel relieved after hearing your words. I will use the best materials, especially the sound insulation. I can afford to spend more money on this. Okay, leave it to me. If there is money to be made, of course, all of it will be given to Wang Pengfei. Su Xiaoyu doesn't smoke, and Wang Pengfei doesn't smoke either, so the two of them chatted for more than half an hour. Before leaving, Amelia Su said, Then I won't bother you anymore, go and get busy, I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Su. Chapter 33, Acquisition of Huaxing from the Secondary Market. Time flies, the years pass by like a shuttle. A week later, the design drawings and renderings of the house were completed and sent to Su Xiaoyu by Xiao Chuanlong, the design director of Xinwang Decoration, the decoration company where Wang Pengfei worked. Xiao Chuanlong sent a WeChat message, Mr. Su, here is the rendering. All the materials are the best according to what you said. Please take a look. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiaoyu was eating noodles at home, holding a mobile phone in her hand. It looked good, but after all, this house was not his own, so she sent the renderings to her father Su Shipa to see if he had any opinions. Su Shipa was also a decorator when he was young, and he still has some knowledge of decoration. He can understand the renderings. After discussing with Su Xiaoyu's mother in his hometown for a while, he felt that there was no problem, so Su Xiaoyu notified Xiao Chuanlong that it was okay. As for the materials, Su Xiaoyu did not show them to Su Shipa, because they had to use the best. Firstly, for their older age, safety issues must be taken seriously. Secondly, good materials are expensive and there are more rebates. The total cost is still 1.5 million, which is a very high cost in the home improvement industry. And it is only the hard decoration and does not include large appliances in the home. Su Xiaoyu was very satisfied with this price. There's no problem on my end. You guys should start working as soon as possible and don't delay the progress. Xiao Chuanlong said, Okay, Mr. Su, we will arrange for the construction team to start construction as soon as possible. The construction fee here will be the same as last time, or 25, which is fine. Amelia Su agreed without even thinking, no problem, let's use the same account as last time, I'll transfer it right away. Su Xiaoyu still remembers that she transferred 375,000 yuan last time and received a rebate of 3 million yuan. Her luck was simply overwhelming, so she couldn't help but look forward to it this time. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I quickly clicked on the transfer interface, entered the amount and password, closed my eyes and pressed confirm. Congratulations to the host, you have triggered a 3x rebate and received 1.125 million yuan. The total amount on the card is now 140 million. I 1T look at the decimals as they are meaningless anyway. However, there is still a long way to go to acquire Huaxing. Su Xiaoyu thought about it and realized that if she wanted to acquire Huaxing offline, she would have to transfer more than 400 million yuan. If she wanted to earn rebates by buying houses, she would have to buy too many houses, and it would be tiring to run around like this. How to buy Huaxing in the fastest time will test Su Xiaoyu's brain. According to the system requirements, buying a company is equivalent to consumption, and buying more than 67% of the company's shares will give you absolute control, which is equivalent to buying the company. Then the problem is very simple. Su Xiaoyu does not need to wait until he earns 500 million yuan to acquire the company. He can just buy the stocks directly in the securities market. Huaxing Technology is listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. It has been more than 2 years since its listing. The current total market value is 520 million yuan, and the circulating market value is also 520 million yuan. All major shareholders and original shareholders do not hold many shares, only 20% in total. Some major shareholders of Huaxing ran away half a year ago. Now 80% of the shares are in the hands of retail investors. Some of these retail investors are deeply trapped and cannot leave at all, while others are still clinging to illusions and holding on to their shares without selling them. If Huaxing can make a comeback, they will get rich. Su Xiaoyu decided to go all out and downloaded the Oriental Fortune app, opened an account and filled in the information. Although he had never traded stocks, Su Xiaoyu had some understanding of the securities market. He had bought funds, gold and other investment products while working. Although none of them made money, he had learned some basic operations. After opening a securities account, you cannot trade on the same day and have to wait until the next day to buy, so Su Xiaoyu could only watch the excitement in the comments section of Oriental Fortune today. In the comments section of Huaxing Technology, the top hot news is that the company is in financial difficulties and is facing a capital chain break. The specific content is that Huaxing Technology's business operations and production are normal, but its capital chain is broken. The company is applying for asset restructuring, but there has been no substantial progress. Currently, the threshold for AI and internet technology is relatively high. Companies that can operate in this field are still exploring on their own, let alone investing in Huaxing. Therefore, no one has been willing to reorganize with Huaxing, and no one is willing to acquire Huaxing and readjust. There are many different comments, and everyone has their own ideas. Why hasn't this company been delisted yet? Its stock price has dropped to 3 yuan. I strongly demand a thorough investigation. It must be financial fraud. Hold on to your own stocks. The stock price of this company has fallen so much, and it has not yet been delisted or delisted. It must be reorganized. Don't break your thighs when the time comes. What do you know? Do you know the ST rules? This company just ran out of funds, not making a loss. Why should it be ST? A group of retail investors knew nothing and were all arguing with each other based on their own unfounded guesses. No one was willing to give in to anyone else. Su Xiaoyu read their comments, smiled and shook her head. Overall, the majority of people are bearish, while those who are bullish are just daydreaming. Anyone who dares to say good things about Huaxing Technology in this comment section, or does not say bad things about it, will be criticized to pieces and will be unable to live as a human being. Su Xiaoyu couldn't bear it any longer, so she chose one of the more popular posts and replied, "Are you so confident that this company will be delisted?" The owner of the post was called Wolfsbane. He immediately responded to Su Xiaoyu's comment below, "This kind of company hasn't been delisted yet. Have you woken up?" At the moment, the company's stock price is at the limit down, the stock price is 3 yuan, and the limit down order is 300,000 lots. It costs 90 million to open this limit down. After Su Xiaoyu took a look, she said, Who told you that you are going to be delisted? It's easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Even if the stock is not delisted in a short time, there will definitely be a risk warning. It has been delisted, and you are still bullish here. None of the retail investors with 100,000 lots can escape. Some have already lost 50% in a row. Has your conscience been eaten by something? Wolf Poison Flower said to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu continued to reply, don't talk to me about speculation. ISNT, this just a 90 million block order? Any big boss can come and eat it up in one bite. What is there to panic about? You are spreading negative remarks here. Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Wolfsbane was a little upset. He thought Su Xiaoyu was just going to say a few words in the comments section and then it was over. He didn't expect that the two of them had been arguing for several minutes. His words became more radical. Which idiot would come to lift this board? Are you going to lift it with your mouth? From your remarks, I can see that most retail investors are now in a panic, and someone will soon come to raise the price of this stock. After Su Xiaoyu replied, he decided that the first thing he would do when the market opens tomorrow is to buy all the 90 million on the limit down board. Chapter 34, you can also earn a wave of rebates. But after Wolfsbane, everyone else who was bearish on Huashing Technology came to criticize Su Xiaoyu, and their words were more unpleasant than the other. Dog help, Akashi. Which TikTok expert sent you here to spread rumors and confuse the public? You just want to trick us into canceling the order and then run away. Let me tell you, I've lost 66% on this stock. I don't want the money anyway. I'll put a limit down order every day, and no one can leave. The more they didn't believe it, Su Xiaoyu deliberately said it with confidence, with the purpose of making these people unhappy. Even if it doesn't open today, it will open tomorrow 100%. If you don't understand this kind of thing, why are you still speculating in stocks? Go home and raise pigs, it's a waste of life. These words made the group of bears so angry that their faces turned red. They have been trading stocks for so many years, but they have never seen someone as shameless as Su Xiaoyu. It would be fine if she just boasted, but she did it with such confidence. Wolfsbane felt that he was absolutely not wrong. This stock was completely waiting to be delisted. All the major shareholders of the company had fled, leaving only retail investors struggling here. If such a stock had big funds to support it, there was only one possibility, that is, someone would acquire this company. But if someone comes to acquire this company, and the news has already reached the ears of a retail investor, Su Xiaoyu, then the major shareholders of these companies cannot be unaware of it. Since they know it, they cannot run away. But the fact is that the major shareholders have cashed out and run away, so after thinking about it, Langdua feels that the probability of this company delisting is 100%. So, Wolfsbane issued a serious warning to Su Xiaoyu, I don't know where you got it from, and I don't care whether you are really stupid or a dog. Now I ask you one question. If this ticket doesn't open tomorrow, you give me 100,000. If it opens, I will give you 200,000. This was a very satisfying statement, and other stock investors all applauded. Yes, that's right. This guy is too arrogant. I don't know where he got this help from. It sounded nice just now, but if I really ask him to gamble now, he will definitely not dare to do it again. I don't think he can even come up with 100,000 yuan, haha. There were also a few people who spoke for Amelia Su. Brother, I also hope you are right, I'll borrow your auspicious words. Su Xiaoyu said, 100,000 yuan is such a small bet, if you want to bet 1 million, do you dare? Wolfsbane was very arrogant and very rich, but he was reluctant to take out 1 million at once, so he hesitated for a long time before replying, you are going to lose anyway, so it doesn't matter how much you bet, 1 million is 1 million. Su Xiaoyu replied to Wolfsbane, okay, let's see the result tomorrow. Whoever loses will transfer the money live. The card number will be sent to private message. Wolfsbane didn't take it seriously, it doesn't matter, I won't lose anyway. Day 3, 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiaoyu was already able to conduct transactions, and all the functions of his account were officially activated. He immediately recharged all the money in the white card into it. Because at this time, no consumption has been made, the money has just been recharged into the securities account, so there is no rebate. Su Xiaoyu didn't know it at first and was still waiting for the system prompt, but in the end there was nothing. After realizing this, Su Xiaoyu knew that it was the influence of the last Douyin recharge, and she immediately understood that securities in Douyin were different, so she waited until 9:25 to open the Huashing Technology interface. Sure enough, it was the same as yesterday, with the stock price hitting the limit down. However, today's order volume was slightly less than yesterday, at 250,000 lots, and the price to take it was not 3 yuan, but 2.7 yuan. Never mind, just place an order now and buy them all. Su Xiaoyu directly invested all 67.5 million and bought it at the limit price. The time has come to 9:27, the order has not been completed, and Su Xiaoyu has not received the rebate notification. The last 3 minutes passed very slowly. Su Xiaoyu had nothing to do, so she went to check yesterday's post again, only to see that Wolfsbane had already declared its victory. Wolfsbane even specifically tagged Su Xiaoyu to come over and transfer the money. God, let's see how you can quibble here. The stock price is still down today. I have sent you the account number in a private message. Wangbu, where is the guy who shouted yesterday that he would open the board today? Why is he gone? Is he too scared to come? Jin Shanbiao, he ran away, like a fool. He is just a boaster. How could he really transfer 1 million? Hu Jun, if it were me, I would have run away long ago. No one knows each other on the internet, why should I keep my promise? This made Wolfsbane very upset. He posted another comment and tagged Su Xiaoyu at Su Xiaoyu, you coward, you dare not speak out? At this time, it is 9:29. Su Xiaoyu replied to Wolfsbane calmly, what's wrong, did we say that the competitive bidding will be launched? Wolfsbane said, do you still expect him to open the market right away? Su Xiaoyu said, of course, if the price limit is not opened before the closing, I will naturally transfer this 1 million. In fact, Wolfsbane was already feeling guilty at this time, because the market was about to open in 10 seconds, so he asked, if it opens and then closes again, you lose too. Su Xiaoyu, no problem. It's already 9:30. Su Xiaoyu's order was executed in seconds, leaving no chance for retail investors at all. As the stock opened so quickly, 67.5 million was traded at once, which attracted some people who liked to buy when the stock opened, creating a certain inertia. The stock price rushed from 10% to 7%, but once the inertia wore off, it began to decline again. Su Xiaoyu's rebate has already arrived. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x rebate and getting 337 million. The total balance in Su Xiaoyu's account has reached 407 million yuan, which is enough for Su Xiaoyu to continue buying. If the price limit is hit again, he will continue to buy and take as much as he can. After seeing that the limit down was opened and the stock price had been hovering between 7% and 9%, Wolfsbane and some bearish representatives became a little nervous. Some of them have begun to believe Su Xiaoyu's words and pay high respect to her. Such accurate judgment is definitely not something that ordinary people can make. In their eyes, Su Xiaoyu is a symbol of God. Su Xiaoyu did not speak in the comments section because he said that he would not make any judgment before the closing. As long as there was no limit down before the closing, he would win. The stock price fluctuated and hit the lower limit again, with more than 10,000 orders blocked. The Wolfsbane was not happy for long, as it was eaten by someone a few minutes later. But after a while, it was blocked again, and the order reached more than 10,000 lots again. Wolfsbane stared at the screen of his mobile phone without daring to look away. He was finally relieved when he saw that the orders were rising. 10,000 hands. 15,000 hands. 22,000 hands. 170,000 hands. Finally, the order was fixed at 170,000 lots. Wolfsbane felt that he was doing well again, and said in the comment area, let's see, what if it is opened? Isn't it the limit down again? I don't think it will open again. Less than 2 minutes after this sentence was sent out, the limit down was opened again. That's right, Su Xiaoyu bought another 45.9 million yuan. Chapter 35, You Bet Right. All those who sell at the lower limit are those who have lost too much money during this period and are in psychological panic. They are so happy to be able to sell, and don't think about whether the price will go up or down after they sell. Some people in the comments section have started posting screenshots of themselves selling their stocks, thinking they are finally free. But things are not that simple at all. Just now, after Su Xiaoyu bought 45.9 million, he received a rebate of 275 million, so his funds were 636 million. This money is enough to buy all the remaining shares of the entire company. However, there are definitely some retail investors or people who are unwilling to buy. Among the retail investors, there are also smart people, or those who hold on to their shares. They will never leave unless they make money. They will either lose all their money when the company delists, or wait for the company to make a comeback so that they can achieve financial freedom. Su Xiaoyu expressed her blessing to those who persisted to the end. You made the right bet. After the limit down was lifted this time, the stock price did not continue to go up, but kept fluctuating around 10%. When Su Xiaoyu saw this scene, she knew that many people were still selling. Those who did not sell before saw that there was so much money on the limit down board and they couldn't sell out, so they did not place an order. Now that someone has seen the limit down, of course they will place an order to sell as soon as they see it, because they are too panicked and perhaps this is the only chance to sell. Su Xiaoyu has not continued to buy yet, because now all the transactions are small orders one by one. If he wants to buy, he has to wait for the lower limit to be closed again and the last batch of panic orders to be sold, so that he can buy more at one time. On the other side, Wolfsbane was now very nervous. He saw the limit down was opened and closed from time to time. He himself did not hold any shares of Huashing Technology, so he had no way to control it. There aren't many people trading at this position, so it looks particularly worrying. It lasted until 10:30, 1 hour after the opening, before we finally saw the limit down being hit again. However, the order was only 100,000 lots, and it would increase and decrease from time to time, and it might be reopened at any time, so Wolfsbane was not too happy, because it was very likely that he would be slapped in the face after making a victory speech in the last second. After seeing that the lower limit was hit again, Su Xiaoyu stopped watching the market. He knew that as long as he didn't buy, no one else would collect these chips. If no one collected them, there would be more and more orders on the lower limit. With more orders, panic trading would be triggered again. After all, human nature is very fragile. Rather than making money, they hope to lose less. The market closed at 11:30 a.m., and Huashing Technology's limit down orders reached an astonishing 300,000 lots. Su Xiaoyu thought about buying it directly when the market opened in the afternoon, and then continue to push the price up. The panic selling was almost over, and Su Xiaoyu could spend a little money to push the stock price to the daily limit, which would piss off those who were afraid of death. At noon, Su Xiaoyu ordered a takeout and threw away some unwanted things at home. Time passed quickly. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu placed an order in seconds and took up all the 81 million limit down orders. Congratulations to the host, the penalty is 4 times the rebate, and you get 324 million. Su Xiaoyu was a little disappointed as the rebate multiples were getting smaller and smaller. He guessed that it might be because he had been spending multiple times on the same consumer product, which led to a decrease in the rebate multiples. This was also a mechanism deliberately set up by the system to prevent Su Xiaoyu from maliciously placing orders. After the price limit was lifted, Wolfsbane's heart fell to the bottom again. He himself is a frequent stock trader and has learned a lot about sentiment analysis. At this stage, the panic has basically been consumed. Some people followed Su Xiaoyu to buy in, and after the stock price opened the limit down, it never went back. Su Xiaoyu observed for half an hour and saw that the stock price had risen from 10% to 2% and had not gone down, so he continued to buy and pushed the stock price up. In the end, he spent 150 million and pushed Huashing Technology to the daily limit. Su Xiaoyu did not buy the 150 million all at once, but placed orders all the way up. During the period, there were many 1x rebates, the highest was only 3x rebates, and most were 2x rebates. This result fully proved that Su Xiaoyu's guess was correct, and that one cannot always spend on a single product. However, Su Xiaoyu only played with stocks to facilitate the acquisition of Huashing Technology. He had no interest in stock trading and would not use this kind of thing to earn rebates in the future. Su Xiaoyu now has 945 million in his account. According to the trading rules of the securities market, if the amount is too large, he will not be able to buy and sell freely. He may have to take the route of bulk transactions, so many things will be inconvenient to operate. At this time, Su Xiaoyu held 1.3 million shares of Huashing Technology, or 130 million shares, with total assets of 386 million yuan. She was definitely the company's largest shareholder, holding more than 67% of the shares and had absolute control over Huashing Technology. After the price reached the daily limit, Amelia Su did not buy any more. Naturally, there were a lot of retail investors and Yuzi who came to block the price limit. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu opened Oriental Fortune and saw that the stock price was still at the upper limit of 2.97 yuan, with 100,000 orders blocked. She was completely relieved. Huashing Technology also became the number 1 on the Oriental Fortune stock popularity list today. Before the market closed, countless people had already boasted about it in the comments section. Many people bought Huashing Technology with a gambling mentality. Today, Huashing Technology suddenly hit the ceiling, and they were so happy. Some people who bought it today made 20% profit on the same day. They posted pictures faster than anyone else, and they were so excited that it was difficult to release their emotions. Su Xiaoyu saw their comments. Most of them said that Huaxing technology must have been acquired, otherwise it would not have been so strong to the daily limit. A few people said that this was the main force's attempt to lure more buyers to save itself, and the stock would still fall to the daily limit when it opened tomorrow. These comments were not interesting to Su Xiaoyu. He just wanted to see if Wolfsbane was still around, because judging by the quality of most netizens, he should have run away by now. Su Xiaoyu found the post from yesterday and discovered that the comments section was full of people praising Su Xiaoyu as the stock god, while those who sold their stocks at the limit down were cursing Wolfsbane. This person named Su Xiaoyu is not from some organization, right? Why is she here to browse the comments section when she has nothing to do? I suspect this person is up to something, otherwise how would he know that the stock would be delisted today? According to past experience, this kind of stock will definitely continue to fall to the limit until it is delisted. What experience? Huaxing Technology has not made any losses, nor has it committed any fraud. It is just having operational difficulties. If a big boss takes a fancy to such a good company and directly solves their funding problems, they will be able to recover immediately. Yes, I think this Su Xiaoyu is most likely the boss who acquired Huaxing Technology. The funds for those days of skipping work should have been his. Chapter 3636, Losing Money. You bastard, Wolfsbane, I lost money. I just listened to you. I sold my stocks as soon as the limit down was lifted today. I also sold at a loss of 8% and lost nearly 100,000 yuan. Wolfsbane, didn't you say that this stock would be delisted? Why did it reach the daily limit today? Wolfsbane was also trying to defend itself, shifting the blame onto themselves. Stock trading is their own business, it has nothing to do with me. Su Xiaoyu also spoke in the comment area. What do you think? It's impossible for the stock to fall to the limit at the close now. Just admit defeat. Wolfsbane did not evade, but proved to be tough, so what? There is a high probability that the stock will drop to the limit tomorrow. Amelia Su didn't give him a chance to change the subject. Do you remember the bet we made? Wolfsbane seemed to have amnesia. What bet? Su Xiaoyu held the phone and laughed out loud, but he didn't expect Wolfsbane to really transfer money to him, so he replied casually, "It's okay, if you can't bring yourself to do it, we'll just forget it." The entire chat content was conducted under Wolfsbane's post, so Wolfsbane could delete whichever post she wanted. The comment that bet with Su Xiaoyu had already been deleted. So now Wolfsbane would never admit that he had made a bet with Amelia Su. I don't understand what you are saying. At this time, Su Xiaoyu didn't need to speak, because the others had already sprayed the Wolfsbane flowers so hard that they were unseen. After all, so many people saw their conversation yesterday. It is really shameless for him to deny it now. Su Xiaoyu looked at the comments cursing Wolfsbane and found it more and more interesting. Suddenly, a strange phone call interrupted his rhythm. The call was from a local landline in Shanghai, and the caller ID mark was Shanghai Stock Exchange. Su Xiaoyu knew that it must be his transaction that attracted the attention of the exchange, so they called to ask him about it. He definitely couldn't ignore this call. "Hello, how are you?" Su Xiaoyu said. The other party was a young man who spoke standard Mandarin and was very fluent, without making any mistakes in his speech. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Xiaoyu?" "This is the Shanghai Stock Exchange. I am Lu Bing, the market consultant here. Today, we noticed that your account, Oriental Fortune Securities, with the shareholder number ending in, has purchased a total of 1.3 million shares of Huaxing Technology. Did you do this yourself?" "I did it myself, is there any problem?" Lu Bing continued, "Excuse me, did you voluntarily purchase Huaxing Technology shares? Have you received any threats from a third party? Or are you an internal employee of Huaxing Technology?" Regarding this issue, Su Xiaoyu really needs to explain. "I have worked at Huaxing Technology, but now I have been fired. My purchase of this company's stock is purely personal, and I have not received any threats or control from a third party." "Then what is your purpose in purchasing so many shares? Your current shares account for 70% of Huaxing Technology, and you have gained absolute control over this company." Lu Bing said. "Yes, my goal is to buy this company." After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, the other party was quite satisfied, because as in a share exchange, they do not want the company to be delisted. For example, a company like Huaxing Technology clearly has the opportunity to turn the situation around, but because of the broken capital chain, the company is in operational difficulties, and no one is willing to save it. It's a pity. Now that Su Xiaoyu is willing to spend money to save the company, it is of course a good thing. In this way, washing technology can continue to be traded on the A share market. One more listed company means one more sickle, and more food and wine can be harvested. Okay, so you mean you want to have full control over washing technology? Lu Bing said. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I just want to take over this company and make it bigger and stronger. I used to be an employee of this company. I am also born in technology. I understand the company's operations and technology. Now the top attaches great importance to AI, and the policy is very favorable to this industry. I think it is wrong that such a company can't succeed. If I were to do it, I would be very confident. Very good, we like your attitude very much. In this case, we will notify the China Securities Regulatory Commission to confirm the time when Mr. Su officially becomes the major shareholder of washing technology. At that time, the company will hold a grand ceremony to welcome you. After Lu Bing finished speaking, he hung up the phone with Su Xiaoyu. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. We will send you a message after the matter is confirmed. Su Xiaoyu thought this was a good idea. When the time came, he would go directly to Washing to attend a welcome ceremony. As for the positions of director and CEO, Su Xiaoyu had no interest in them because all he wanted was Washing's equity and to enjoy the huge benefits that washing technology would bring in its future development. These titles could be given to whoever wanted them. As a person with a technical background, Su Xiaoyu has easier control over the company. If he succeeds, he will be like many other people with technical backgrounds who have built their companies to the top, such as Ma Huateng, Ding Lei, Lei Jun, Li Yanhong, and so on. It was already 15:45 and the stock market had closed long ago. Su Xiaoyu opened Oriental Fortune again and found that washing technology was still at its daily limit and there was no reduction in the orders. He then put away his phone with peace of mind and prepared to pack up and go for a run. Even without Chi-Chi by her side, Su Xiaoyu would still insist on exercising every day and was very particular about what she ate, strictly following the standards for fat loss and body shaping. This afternoon, Su Xiaoyu went out for a run more than an hour earlier than usual, mainly because she was too excited. She was simply overjoyed. Because after Su Xiaoyu acquired a company like Washing Technology, he not only got the rebates he just received, but more importantly, he no longer needed to make up lies to explain the source of his wealth. Now that he has the identity of a major shareholder of washing technology, his net worth will naturally increase. In the past, no matter how rich Su Xiaoyu was, he was just regarded as a nouveau riche. But now it is different. He has officially entered the upper class circle. After running, it was 17:20. Su Xiaoyu was sweating all over, but he felt very fulfilled. After returning home, he took a hot shower, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out to the mall in the evening and have dinner. Just when Su Xiaoyu was changing her clothes, she heard a text message alert from her mobile phone. I picked up the phone and saw 3 text messages. The first one was from the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the second one was from the Shanghai Market Supervision and Administration Office, and the third one was from the Shanghai Municipal Government. The main issues were those that Lu Bing had just mentioned. Su Xiaoyu also read the important words carefully and kept them in mind. Chapter 37, Becoming the New Boss of Washing. Washing Technology Company, Limited will hold a welcome ceremony at 11 a.m. on November 12th. Please don't forget it, Mr. Su. Today is November 11th, which means it will happen tomorrow morning. No wonder they sent me a message so quickly. Su Xiaoyu did not reply because this was a text message sent from a landline, but he had already remembered it in his heart. Su Xiaoyu always deletes text messages on his mobile phone directly, because he never receives any useful text messages, but Su Xiaoyu did not delete any of these 3 text messages and kept them all in his mobile phone. After going out, Su Xiaoyu was in a happier mood. He always remembered his original intention and would never eat and drink too much and ruin his body. At 9:30 the next morning, during working hours, a heated discussion broke out in the conference room of Washing Technology. The CSRC also informed them that the ceremony had to be held in a grand manner no matter what, and deliberately did not mention Su Xiaoyu's name in order to give them a surprise. They were happy to know that the company's funding problem was solved after it was acquired by a big shot. However, the China Securities Regulatory Commission did not reveal the name of the big shot who bought the company and said that he would give them a surprise, which made the whole company puzzled. What kind of person needs to be kept in suspense like this? I didn't expect that when Washing was about to go out of business, such a powerful figure would buy 70% of the company's shares, and he bought them through the secondary market. This is really puzzling. It seems that this big shot is deliberately keeping us in suspense. The first person to speak in the office was Ho Kaijie, the deputy general manager of Washing Technology. Hokage was undoubtedly the most shocked one after hearing the news, because his original plan was to resign at the end of this month. He had already sold all the shares under his name and had no attachment to the company. There are many people like Hokage in the company. Many of them have thought about leaving the company, but now they know that someone has acquired the company's shares and decided to continue investing money in the company. They don't know what to do. As Hokage spoke, other people also started talking. Yes, our company has always been doing well. Now we just have a funding problem. Before the funding problem, our net profit in the first half of this year increased a lot compared to last year. I guess this big shot must be someone in the same industry. He knows that our company actually has only minor problems, so he dared to buy shares in such a big way. Yes, but who is this person? All right. General Manager Shi Xiufeng suddenly waved his hand and said, I called you here not for you to ask why. The company has been acquired, which means a new boss has been appointed. What we need to do now is to think about how to better welcome the new boss. This big shot will be here in an hour and a half. We need to think carefully about whether we will continue to work here if he saves the company and what we should do to get the new boss's approval. After he finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized the key point of the problem. No matter who this person is, he is definitely richer and more powerful than anyone here. After they meet him in person, they will naturally know who he is. There is no need to discuss him here. Yes, we get it. What the general manager said is absolutely right. If the company's funding is resolved, then the business will definitely operate normally, and the new boss may make an unprecedented personnel change in the company. At this time, they also have some psychological pressure. If the new boss comes and kills them directly, they won't even have a place to cry. These people simply cannot afford to offend such a powerful and decisive new boss. The atmosphere changed again, and for a moment, they all became uneasy. Afterwards, Shi Xiufeng instructed everyone to gather the personnel from various departments and tell them not to do anything today but to quickly set up the site and wait for the new boss to arrive and take up the job. For a time, people from every department in Huaxing, regardless of their position, all worked together to clean the place, lay carpets, and hang lanterns and banners. All the details were taken into consideration, and it was meticulous. As the technical manager of Huaxing, Xu Yong also took the people in their department to participate in the work of arranging the site. At this time, he took some time out of his busy schedule to chat privately with Wang Jing about whether to leave or not. Xu Yong was in the management team. He attended the meeting at 9:30 in the morning, but Wang Jing did not. So Wang Jing didn't know a lot of things. Xu Yong was saying to her, since this new boss has spent so much money to buy 70% of Huaxing Technology's shares, he is definitely not fighting a battle without confidence. This is at least 300 million yuan. Wang Jing calculated in her mind, and it was probably this much money, and nodded, yes, this new boss is quite capable. So he will definitely build up the company. If we leave now, it would be too unprofitable. If the company succeeds by then, we will suffer a huge loss. Xu Yong said to Wang Jing with his eyes wide open. Wang Jing was also stunned. Yes, the company's market value is at its lowest point now. I think we can't leave now, we have to buy shares in the company. We will definitely make a fortune in the future. It's hard to buy company shares now. The stock price has reached its daily limit today. There is no hope of buying them through the secondary market. When the new boss comes, we will raise the price together and see if he agrees. Xu Yong had already looked at the stocks and couldn't buy a single share. Okay, let's do it. Wang Jing agreed with Xu Yong's idea. Just as they raised their heads and were about to continue working, a familiar face suddenly came towards them. This person was one of the top 10 shareholders of the company before, named Su Xiaoma. After selling all his shares, he left the company 3 months ago. He suddenly appeared again today. It is probably because the company was acquired by a big shot again and there is hope again, so he wants to return to the company to continue its development. Mr. Su, why are you back again? Xu Yong asked. Su Xiaoma laughed loudly and said, you are asking even though you already know the answer, Manager Su. Now that the company has made a comeback, how can I not come back and seize this great opportunity to buy at the bottom? Ha ha ha. Yes, Mr. Su is right. I also want to buy some shares of the company, but I don't know if there is such an opportunity. No problem. Since the new boss wants to start the company, he must attract investment. We just need to be more proactive when the time comes. Yes, ha ha ha. Chapter 38, go away. Suddenly, they saw several familiar figures, all of whom were employees who had been fired before, some from the technical department, some from the marketing department, and some from other departments such as the finance department. They came back with only one purpose, which is that the company needs to return to normal now, and both operations and production need more manpower. They were all the ones who had made great contributions to the company in the beginning, and if the company wants to recruit people, they will definitely be the best candidates. Xu Yong saw several employees from the technical department that he had fired, and asked unhappily, "What are you guys doing here? Now that the company is getting back to normal, do you want to come back to work?" That's right. If the company wants to revitalize the new boss, it will definitely have to add more staff. We are the most convenient employees to use. Please consider us, Manager Su. Several people spoke well of Xu Yong. But Xu Yong didn't appreciate it at all. He smiled and waved his hand. "Can the water that has been poured out be taken back? Since we have already terminated the labor contract, there is no need to waste time. If you continue to pester me, I will not want you. Go away. Please, Manager Su, it's really hard for us to find a job outside. We are old and encounter obstacles everywhere. Manager Su, please have some mercy and accept us." "No." Xu Yong said mercilessly, "It's none of my business if you can't find a job. If you don't leave, I'll call the security guards." Manager Su. Security guard. Okay, let's go, let's just go. The few people had no choice but to leave since Xu Yong refused to accept them. After walking from the office at the back to the lobby at the front, I saw a very handsome young man walking in at the door. Everyone in their technical department knew her and shouted in unison, "Amelia Su? Why are you here too?" Su Xiaoyu knew them all and asked in surprise as soon as they met, "You don't look well, what's wrong?" "Don't mention it. We thought that since the company was acquired by a new owner, it would definitely have to resume production and operations, so we went back to ask Xu Yang if he could take us back to work, but he refused, so we had no choice but to leave. Yeah, this Xu Yang is really a piece of shit." After hearing their description, Su Xiaoyu expressed deep sympathy and asked, "So, it's not easy for you to find a job outside during this period?" "Yes, I found an outsourced job before, but the salary was low and he wasn't liked, so I quit. The full-time jobs in regular companies said I was too old, so they didn't want me." A young man from the technical department sighed. Su Xiaoyu saw what they went through and understood it deeply. If he didn't have the system, his current treatment would probably be similar to theirs. Out of care and help for her colleagues, Su Xiaoyu quickly said to them, "Don't worry, the company is going to have a major reshuffle today, so don't leave yet. I'll reserve a position for you later." People from other departments went to find their former supervisors, and only the people from the technical department were still here chatting with Su Xiaoyu. They were very surprised to hear Su Xiaoyu's words, and they didn't know where he got the confidence to say that he would keep their positions for them. "Su Xiaoyu, haven't you been fired? Aren't you here today to ask for a job?" One of the boys asked in confusion, with doubts written all over his face. Now, Su Xiaoyu was confused again. He was the new boss who came here today to inherit the company. How could he not be qualified to reserve a position for his former colleague? "It's not difficult for me to reserve a position for you. The funding chain has been solved, and future operations and production will return to normal. There will definitely not be enough staff. You have all made great contributions to the company, so of course you have to have excellent performance," Su Xiaoyu said. Up to now, Amelia Su still didn't know that everyone here thought he was here to survive. Just at this moment, Xu Yong, the technical manager who came out, heard Su Xiaoyu's words and shook his head with a laugh. "Su Xiaoyu, you're here again? You've spent all your money, or the rich woman doesn't give you money anymore, so you're going to start looking for a job again?" Su Xiaoyu turned around and saw Xu Yong and Wang Jing still looking disgusting. They were inseparable wherever they went, hugging each other. She turned her head away and didn't look at their faces. At the same time, she said, "You two are still in the company? Why should we leave? Huaxing has been acquired by a mysterious rich man. Now that the funding has been linked, it will surely grow stronger in the future. I will definitely continue to be the head of the technical department here. As long as I serve this new boss well, I may even get a salary increase in the future." "Leave? Only a fool would leave." Xu Yong spoke with an air of commanding presence as if everything was under his control. Su Xiaoyu thought that he had become the big boss of the company, and Xu Yong should be respectful to him, or simply quit and leave without talking to him to avoid embarrassment. However, Soo-yeon's expression and words were clearly the same as before, so he didn't understand. From your tone, you don't know who this new boss is? Even the vice president and president of Huaxing don't know this. It's a little secret that the China Securities Regulatory Commission hasn't disclosed. Don't tell me who you know. Don't think that just because you were supported by a rich woman and you pretended to be a big shot in front of me twice because you have a little money, you think you are a big shot. The new boss spent more than 300 million to buy 70% of Huaxing's shares. Did you know that? Xu Yong began to flatter the new boss in front of Su Xiaoyu, saying good things about the new boss all the time, with the purpose of flattering him. While speaking, he looked around to see if there were any unfamiliar faces around. Maybe one of them was sent by the new boss to observe the scene. After hearing what Xu Yong said, he thought this person was good and went back to report to the new boss. After the new boss took office, he admired Xu Yong very much and gave him a raise and promotion. Xu Yong dared to dream such a beautiful dream. He really didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. He also kept insulting Su Xiaoyu, saying, "If you are here to watch the fun today, please feel free to watch. I don't have time to care about you. I have to go to the door to welcome the new boss. I must perform well in front of all the company's executives. If you are here to find a job and beg for reinstatement, then I advise you to go back. As long as I am still the manager of the technical department, you can just pass it up and don't waste your time. These people are role models. You should get out with them." Su Xiaoyu finally understood why these people didn't know that she was the new boss. It turned out that the China Securities Regulatory Commission deliberately kept the secret and kept it until she arrived. Chapter 39, Expulsion. But at this time, Su Xiaoyu arrived early, and the introducer from the CSRC would not arrive for about 20 minutes. Su Xiaoyu could only bear with it for the time being, because no one would believe him if he just said it. "I'm sorry, I'm neither here to watch the fun nor to apply for a job. Does that mean I'm not welcome if I'm not one of those?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Xu Yang said, "Today is our important welcome ceremony. Not everyone can come and stroll here. You know, if you don't have anything to do, just get out of here. Don't make me call the security guard." Wang Jing also spoke at this time. "Su Xiaoyu, if you really can't find a job, you can become a live broadcaster. Isn't that female live broadcaster very good to you? Let her teach you how to sell goods through live broadcasting. Maybe you can also make 20,000 or 30,000 a month, ha. Yes, you've been fired, but you still come to this company. I don't know what you're thinking. The same goes for you guys. Don't you feel embarrassed to come back?" Xu Yong insulted Su Xiaoyu together with several other people from the technical department. Those people didn't dare to say anything, because it was indeed a bit embarrassing and shameful, but there was nothing they could do. In order to survive, they would be working as dogs for others wherever they went to find a job. As long as they could find a job, they could accept being a little wronged and embarrassed. But Su Xiaoyu is different now. He now feels that Xu Yong is just a clown standing in front of him and yelling. After 20 minutes, he can no longer yell. Xu Yong, technical manager, fired immediately. Xu Yong and Wang Jing were stunned, not knowing what Su Xiaoyu meant. Wang Jing laughed and said, "What did you say? Fire Xu Yong? Ha ha, who do you think you are? If the head of the HR department hadn't just come to chat with me, I would have thought you had become the HR director of Huaxing. Ha ha, this is hilarious." Su Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Jing and said coldly, "Wang Jing from the marketing department, fired." Ha 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 ha. Wang Jing and Xu Yong were laughing so hard. Su Xiaoyu also showed a slightly evil smile on her face, as if sentencing the two of them to death. She turned to a young man from the technical department next to her and said, "Ren Guang, do you have a pen? Help me write it down." This young man named Ren Guang is one of the younger ones in the technical department, but he is about 28 or 29 years old. He is tall, thin, fair-skinned, and doesn't talk much. When he saw the scene, he had no idea what was going on. He just took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket and wrote down what Su Xiaoyu had just said. Technical manager Xu Yong is fired. Marketing department Wang Jing, fired. After writing it down, Ren Guang reported to Amelia Su, "I've written it down." Amelia Su looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left. Xu Yong couldn't be happy for long, so he nodded, "Okay." At this time, Su Xiaoyu, Xu Yong and others had been surrounded by employees in the company who were watching the fun. Everyone was talking about it, but no one would have thought that the new boss who bought 70% of Huaxing's shares was Su Xiaoyu, because they knew Su Xiaoyu's previous financial strength too well. Just when everyone was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd, who was so powerful that he dares to fire Manager Su. Everyone turned around and looked outside, only to see the company's general manager Shi Xiufeng approaching. Shi Xiufeng came to Amelia Su and Xu Yong, stood between them, and said to Amelia Su, "You are from the technical department, right? I think I have seen you before. Were you fired during the last layoff?" Su Xiaoyu's direct supervisor is Xu Yong. He rarely has the opportunity to interact with the general manager of the company, Shi Xiufeng, when he is at work. Basically, they have never spoken to each other. This is the first time he has come into such close contact with Shi Xiufeng. He greeted him politely, "It's me, Manager Shi. This is the first time we have spoken to each other after so many years in the company." Shi Xiufeng also realized this. "It seems so, but since you have been fired, why do you want to come back?" Although the company is going to have a new boss and production must be resumed, we all know about the unpleasant things between you and Xu Yong. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to come back? Seeing that Shi Xiufeng's words were not as annoying as Su Yong's, Su Xiaoyu decided not to make an enemy of him and leave him for investigation later. This was because many people and things in the company could not be judged based on surface phenomena alone. Huaxing's internal management was very chaotic, and if he wanted to find out clearly, he would have to spend some time. After he had found out everything, he would slowly settle accounts with them. If Shi Xiufeng had done anything to harm the company's interests, Su Xiaoyu would not forgive him. Why I came back? You will know it later. You won't believe me if I tell you now. Manager Shi, I will not hold a meeting to fire you for now. I will make a decision after I have thoroughly investigated all the affairs of the company. Listening to Su Xiaoyu's words was like listening to an elementary school student bragging, which was very ridiculous. Shi Xiufeng himself didn't laugh, but the other employees did. Ha ha ha. Amelia Su, what is going on with you now? You have a grudge against Manager Su from your technical department. It's okay for you to talk nonsense, but how dare you even say that to Manager Shi? Ha 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 ha, madman, divine gold. Su Xiaoyu saw that many people here were laughing at her, so she didn't bother with them. After all, they didn't know that she was the new boss, and ignorance was not a crime. The low-level employees are basically the ones with the lowest treatment, the least benefits, and the most bullying in the company. It is normal for them to have no vision, but if a senior official is still so ignorant, then he is really getting such high benefits and salary in vain. Basically, all those who embezzle and accept bribes are senior officials, so Su Xiaoyu has silently remembered these people and will definitely not let them go easily. Shi Xiufeng was still very calm. He knew that today was the day when the new boss arrived, so as the top person in charge of the company, he couldn't possibly bother with a fired employee. Although Su Xiaoyu's words just now were a bit too radical and impolite, he still didn't lose his temper. Su Xiaoyu, if you want to stay here and continue to work, you have to perform well in front of everyone. It doesn't matter if you speak without restraint in front of me. I won't bother with you, but when you meet the new boss later, you can't talk like this. Xu Yong followed up and said, Manager Shi, you underestimated him. Maybe Amelia Su is this mysterious big shot. He has already bought the company and wants to fire us. How could he need to show himself? Oh, you finally said something right. Su Xiaoyu pointed at Xu Yong and said with a smile. Xu Yong laughed so hard that his head tilted to one side. Ha, you are the new boss? Oh, I see. The new boss who bought Huaxing is the rich woman who supports you? Chapter 40-40. How could he be our boss? This guess really caught Wang Jing's attention. She looked at Amelia Su curiously. Really? Then I really want to know what this new boss looks like. Amelia Su, is she the rich woman who supports you? Just tell us? Executives from several other departments looked at Xu Yong and Wang Jing in disbelief because what they said was so shocking. There are so many male employees in their company, but none of them has the ability to be supported by a rich woman, so someone among them asked, Manager Su, you just said that Su Xiaoyu was supported by a rich woman, is this true? Xu Yong didn't care whether it was true or not, he just said, although I didn't see it, he must be kept by someone, otherwise why hasn't he had to work since he was fired, and he's been spending money lavishly. Today he came to us in front of so many people, and he didn't even care about water. I think the person who keeps him might be the same person as our new boss. Wow, if that's really the case, then we can't offend Amelia Su. We'll have to ask Boss Su to take care of us in the future. Ha ha ha, she's living the life she wants at such a young age. We really can't envy her. Is it true, Su Xiaoyu? Did the rich woman who supported you buy Huaxing? We must see what this rich woman looks like then. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and denied it. No. No? No, then what are you pretending to be here for? You dare to pretend to be our new boss? You're going to die, Amelia Su. Xu Yong looked at his phone and said, the time has come. The new boss should be here. I'm going to greet him now. I'll expose all the things you did to pretend to be him. I'll see how you can still be so arrogant, ha ha. After saying that, Xu Yong hurried towards the door. But when Xu Yong turned around and took 2 steps out, the other employees looked towards the door, only to find that the introducer from the CSRC had already arrived in the hall. There was a man in the middle, wearing a black suit, with a shiny hair, looking energetic. On both sides followed a young woman, also wearing a suit, a miniskirt, showing her long legs, and a bun, looking very capable. The man came to Su Xiaoyu with a certificate from the Securities Regulatory Commission and a recommendation letter from today in his hand, and said, Mr. Su, why are you here early? Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I just happened to have a few old colleagues with me, let's reminisce about the past. I see. Then why are you standing here? Let's go to the meeting room. The man said. At this time, Shi Xiufeng came over and asked, I guess this person is the recommender sent by the Securities Regulatory Commission. The man suddenly realized and said with a smile, oh, yes, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the recommender of the Securities Regulatory Commission. My name is Zhang Hongliang. Here are my credentials and the recommendation order. Manager Shi, please take a look. Oh, it's Teacher Zhang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Shi Xiufeng hurriedly greeted him respectfully. The general manager of the company also lowered his posture when meeting the teacher from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. There were murmurings among the crowd. How come Amelia Su knows Mr. Zhang from the Securities Regulatory Commission? Yeah, they seem very familiar. At this time, Xu Yong ran over again and said anxiously, Teacher Zhang, this guy named Su Xiaoyu from our company just now dared to pretend to be our new boss and talk nonsense here. It's really too bad. I didn't expect you two actually knew each other, but since he is your acquaintance, you should teach him a lesson. Zhang Hongliang was a little surprised, impersonating your new boss? Yeah, I don't know how he usually pretends in front of you, but his true identity is actually an employee who was fired from our company. He looks completely dissatisfied with society. Don't be fooled by him. Xu Yong still didn't understand what the introducer meant, and he was still mocking Su Xiaoyu. This guy is not only arrogant, but also doesn't take you seriously. He may be familiar with you, so he is bragging in your name. This is ruining your reputation, don't you think so, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Hongliang didn't say anything. He looked at Su Xiaoyu and smiled slightly. He also knew that the people at Huaxing Technology still didn't know that Su Xiaoyu was the new boss because they insisted on keeping it a secret, causing Su Xiaoyu to be looked down upon and despised by them. Zhang Hongliang felt very sorry for this and smiled awkwardly. Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but just expressed her helplessness with a look. So the scene fell into a brief silence. About 5 seconds later, Shi Xiufeng broke the silence and asked, Teacher Zhang, where is the new boss who bought 70% of our Huaxing shares now? How long will it take for him to arrive? Zhang Hongliang said expressionlessly, isn't he standing right in front of you? Ah? Standing in front of us? Shi Xiufeng was very surprised. Xu Yong looked at Amelia Su with fear on his face, then looked at Zhang Hongliang and asked, Teacher Zhang, you want to tell me that Amelia Su is the new boss, right? Zhang Hongliang nodded, it's Su Xiaoyu. Xu Yong. Shi Xiufeng? The other employees in the company also looked at Zhang Hongliang and Su Xiaoyu in astonishment, unable to believe it. When Su Xiaoyu was working in the company, he was clearly an ordinary person, and he was willing to lick Wang Jing's face in order to pursue her from the marketing department. If he had money, why would he have to endure that? Su Xiaoyu couldn't afford the things that Wang Jing often wanted to buy. Her pitiful appearance was simply unbearable for the other female colleagues. Compared with her miserable condition at that time, Su Xiaoyu is now a completely different person. They were all ordinary people, so why could Su Xiaoyu transcend the boundaries of ordinary people and change so much in such a short time? This was what they could not understand the most. Xu Yong suspected that Su Xiaoyu was looking for someone to act again in order to continue working in this company, and that this teacher Zhang Hongliang was also fake, so he said to Zhang Hongliang, Teacher Zhang, Su Xiaoyu was a former technical employee of our company. He was extremely poor, how could he buy our company? Zhang Hongliang asked back, are you doubting the ability of our Securities Regulatory Commission to do its job? This frightened Xu Yong so much that he quickly admitted his mistake. I dare not, I dare not. Zhang Hongliang continued, with such a large transaction amount, we can also know who was buying through securities market observation. Mr. Su bought shares of Huaxing Technologies several times yesterday. Could it be that someone deliberately bought under his name? I think you have ulterior motives. Do you have a bad relationship with Mr. Su? Xu Yong shook his head. No, Su Xiaoyu and I were both in the technical department before, and I was his boss. Since you are his boss, why did your expression change when I announced that Mr. Su is your new boss? You seemed very unhappy? Zhang Hongliang asked again. Chapter 41 New Official Takes Office. Zhang Hongliang saw it clearly just now as Su Yong's expression changed from joy to sadness. He was very curious why Su Xiaoyu becoming the new boss of the company made him so unhappy. It is inevitable that some jealousy will arise when a colleague from the same company, and who used to work in the same department, suddenly becomes the new boss of the company. This is understandable, but if you think about it a little bit, you will realize that if you have a good relationship with this new boss, then isn't this your chance to get ahead? Only those who don't have a good relationship with the new boss don't want to see the new boss take office. Su Xiaoyu seemed very determined at this time, and it seemed that he was determined to kill Xu Yong. When he saw the two people arguing, he interrupted them and said, Teacher Zhang, let's not waste time on these trivial matters. There are still many things to do later. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Hongliang turned to the company's current top executives Shi Xiufeng and Hou Kaijie and said, Two managers, let's go to the conference room. Mr. Su is the new official today, and he must have a lot to say to you. Su Xiaoyu stood nearby, giving people the feeling of being very confident, which did not seem like he was pretending at all. Many people had completely believed that he was the new boss and had accepted the reality. Seeing that everyone was heading towards the meeting room, Xu Yong and Wang Jing could no longer delay and had to follow them. After arriving at the conference room, there were more than 200 employees of all sizes from all departments of Huaxing Technology headquarters. Some of these people had already resigned, and some were about to resign. There were less than 150 people still affiliated with Huaxing, but today they all wanted to see who the new boss was, so they came to the meeting. Su Xiaoyu came to the seat in the center of the conference room and sat down. Zhang Hongliang and the two women he brought stood next to Su Xiaoyu. After everyone at the scene quieted down, Zhang Hongliang solemnly announced, Hello everyone, I am the recommender sent by the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the China Securities Regulatory Commission. My name is Zhang Hongliang. Today, on behalf of the Shanghai Market Regulatory Department, I officially announce that Mr. Su Xiaoyu is the major shareholder of Huaxing Technology and your new boss. Let's welcome him with warm applause. Whether executives or ordinary employees, everyone in the audience was applauding, and crackling sounds were immediately heard. After the applause died down, Su Xiaoyu said, Don't feel any psychological pressure today. I used to be an employee in the technical department of this company. I have a basic understanding of the entire operation process of Huaxing Technology. I know all the problems in internal management. You should be able to guess what the first thing I will do after becoming the boss is. The ordinary employees all started discussing, and the scene became noisy and lively again, but few executives spoke because they knew that all the problems within the company occurred at the management level and the ordinary employees were not largely at fault. Su Xiaoyu heard everyone's discussion, which was about the company's employee rectification. So Su Xiaoyu took out the list that Ren Guang had written down with a pen and paper, looked down at it, then looked up at everyone and said, That's right, some bad apples must be fired, otherwise no matter how much money the company has, it will be in vain. Originally, some people wanted to go through the resignation procedures after the meeting, but now that they heard Su Xiaoyu's strong determination to reorganize the company, they immediately changed their minds. They felt the company could still be saved. However, unscrupulous executives like Xu Yong, who do nothing in the company but get paid more than those who work, are very nervous at this moment. They can tell with their toes that Su Xiaoyu will definitely take action against them. Now no one at the scene dared to speak, including Shi Xiufeng and Hou Kaijie, all of them were waiting for Su Xiaoyu to speak. Su Xiaoyu was also very straightforward. He was in technology, not marketing, and didn't know how to beat around the bush. My personality may be the opposite of my previous boss. I like people who work down to earth, not people who flatter. After these words were spoken, many hard-working employees in the audience finally felt relieved. The reason why some of them want to resign is because they saw that in the last layoff, all those who were laid off were hard-working people, so they felt that they would not have any future even if they stayed. Moreover, they work hard in the company every day, but all the credit is taken away by those flatterers, and they are not happy at work. I didn't expect that with Amelia Sue taking office, our good days are finally here. Lao Li, are you still going to resign? I won't resign. Just now Su Xiaoyu, oh no, it's President Su. He likes people like us who work hard. Then I won't resign either. This kind of boss is the one we want to follow. Those who like to flatter and try to please the boss with smooth talk will feel pressured at this time, because the new boss does it like this, which means that their future will be difficult. This group of people basically have no strength, but are good at bragging, and they will soon be discovered and fired in the company. Why is this happening? We can't stay here any longer after President Su takes office. Why don't we just quit? I have no choice but to leave. I've made enough money here anyway. Why should I stay? You are stupid, why do you want to resign on your own? Wait to be fired, and there will be compensation. That's true. Let's see the situation first. The heated debate in the audience could not be stopped for a while, and Su Xiaoyu directly shouted, "Quiet, everyone, don't argue, it's useless to argue. Since I have taken over the company, my ideas are like this." After Amelia Su said this, the noise below became a little quieter. Then, Su Xiaoyu took out the notebook again and said to it, "I just took office today, and I don't want to be too harsh. I will fire 2 people first. One is Wang Jing from the marketing department, and the other is Xu Yong from the technical department. What do you two have to say?" Wang Jing and Xu Yong were not sitting together at this time, each was sitting in the seat of their own department. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Xu Yong immediately refuted, not intending to obey at all. "You are the new boss of the company, so you think you are great? You can fire me? What's the reason?" Everyone in the company basically knows about the matter between Xu Yong and Wang Jing, and they also know that Su Xiaoyu was once cuckolded by Wang Jing. However, as the boss of a company, if Su Xiaoyu fires Xu Yong because of this matter, it would be a personal vendetta and is not advisable. So when Xu Yong asked this question, they were all anxiously waiting for Su Xiaoyu's answer, hoping that he would give a reasonable explanation. If he fired them because Wang Jing cheated on him, it would inevitably make everyone disappointed in Su Xiaoyu. A new boss of a company must have a broad vision and foresight, and not have a childish temper. Only in this way will the employees below be convinced. Chapter 42-42, It's all your own fault. Xu Yong heard people whispering behind him, and he could tell that they were all relatively neutral, so he took the initiative to tell them his problem. Taking the initiative, "I know that I stole your woman, so you hate me, but this is a personal grudge between us. You shouldn't bring this matter up to the company level, and besides, all this is because of you. You are so rich but you have to pretend to be poor, which caused Wang Jing to leave you. Your own problem is the biggest, don't you think?" As he spoke, Xu Yong also interacted with other employees on the scene. The other employees were already tired of listening to the stories of these 3 people. They knew the ins and outs, causes and consequences of the stories very clearly, so the interaction at this time was very active. "That's right, Mr. Su, if you hadn't pretended, would you be like this today? Which girl nowadays doesn't like money? Do you want to pretend to be poor to see if she is sincere to you? This trick is outdated, okay, President Su? Even if Wang Jing was wrong, she shouldn't have betrayed you because you were poor, but Manager Su also said that this matter is a personal grudge between you two, and you can't use public power to take revenge on private interests." The people in the audience basically all supported Xu Yong. Because many of these people have done similar things in the company, if they were fired like this, they would be in trouble, so they wanted to smooth things over and change Su Xiaoyu's mind. And there are some people here who think they are the old men and elders of the company. Although Su Xiaoyu took over washing technology, he is a young man after all, only 31 years old, and has no experience in managing a company. Therefore, he must be taught a lesson as a junior, so that Su Xiaoyu will not be in the company's control in the future. Facing such a scene, Su Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. His target now was Xu Yong and Wang Jing. He would not pay attention to what others said. His expression was calm and his tone was not panicked at all. "Xu Yong, I fired you because you are not suitable to be the manager of the technical department, not because of your relationship with Wang Jing. I hope you don't misunderstand." Xu Yong was stunned. He was indeed not suitable for the manager position of the technical department. In his daily work, Xu Yong had never played any role. He didn't know anything that was even a little difficult. Moreover, he sat in this position with a very high salary. He was a typical example of a freeloader in the company. Su Xiaoyu didn't wait for Xu Yong to savor his words, and immediately continued, "Do you think that the feud between us is over just by firing you? Is there such a cheap thing in the world?" Xu Yong was stunned. He remembered that Su Xiaoyu had said at Wang Jing's house that the matter between them could not end like this, which meant that Su Xiaoyu would definitely take revenge. He had been waiting until now but had not seen Su Xiaoyu take revenge on them. The more this happened, the more nervous he became. At this time, Wang Jing from the marketing department not far away also began to tremble with nervousness. She hadn't said a word until now, and her mind was full of mixed feelings. If she had not been a vain person, she would be the boss lady of the company now. She kept scolding herself in her heart, wondering why she was so confused and why she was deceived by Xu Yong. So her attitude was that no matter what Amelia Su did, she would not resist anyway, because she brought this upon herself. Other people in the company were waiting for Su Xiaoyu to tell them why Xu Yong was not suitable for the position of technical manager, to see if what Su Xiaoyu said was right. Xu Yong, you have been the manager of the technical department for 2 years and have never done any substantive work. Your salary is higher than anyone else's. The superiors don't know this, but don't we, the employees of the technical department, know this? You have fired many talented people in the technical department, and those who stayed are all flatterers. How can such a company operate healthily? Also, did you have shares in the company before? Originally, Xu Yong was fired just for being incompetent, but when Su Xiaoyu mentioned the shares, Xu Yong became even more flustered. He stammered, yes, but I sold it later. This is my freedom. Do you want to control this? Su Xiaoyu smiled, as an insider of the company, you buy and sell stocks, and you insist on not issuing an announcement. This is illegal. If I were to sue you now. By the way, what crime will you be convicted of, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Holiang, who was standing next to him, was very familiar with this and could answer without thinking, they will be fined according to the actual situation of the company and will be banned from trading in the securities market for life. If the circumstances are very serious, they may even be investigated and sentenced to jail. Xu Yong was so scared that his face turned blue. He originally held about 7% of Huaxing Technologies shares, which was higher than the 5% reduction standard. According to the securities law, if a shareholder of a listed company insists on holding shares exceeding 5% of the company's total shares, he must announce it in advance and can only sell them 6 months after the announcement. It is obvious that Su Yong's operation was against regulations and laws, but the company had always operated in secret. From top to bottom, all major shareholders used various techniques to sell all of their stocks and let retail investors take over, so no one pointed out Su Yong's illegal operation. Now that Su Xiaoyu has pointed it out, Xu Yong has no choice but to admit it. He simply stopped talking. If he continued to talk, Su Xiaoyu would get angry and really pursue the matter. If he was fined for the money he cashed in from the stocks he sold, the loss would be greater than being fired. Xu Yong, do you have any other questions? Su Xiaoyu asked when she saw Xu Yong didn't say anything. Xu Yong didn't dare to say anything more. He just shook his head and left. He walked from his seat to the door, with his head down the whole way. Other employees tried to talk to him, but he ignored them and walked very fast. His shadow was seen in a moment. After Xu Yong left, Su Xiaoyu looked at Wang Jing again, and Wang Jing also left tactfully. After firing 2 people in a row, Su Xiaoyu's working style made everyone realize how powerful he was. Most people became more restrained and no longer treated Su Xiaoyu with a hostile attitude. However, some people do not think that Su Xiaoyu is that great, and they cannot allow a new boss to act so recklessly in the company. His arrogance must be suppressed. Mr. Su, although you are the new boss of our company, you fired executives at will as soon as you took office. How can we be convinced and dare to work with you in the future? Are you trying to intimidate us? Other executives began to question Su Xiaoyu. The person who just spoke was Zhai Inkue, the manager of the finance department. Chapter 43, Senior. Su Xiaoyu knew that this man's behavior was also very bad. As the manager of the finance department, his hands were cleaner than anyone else's. However, she had not talked about him yet and would make arrangements later. Then, the manager Ku Yuanchang from the production department spoke again. Boss Su, although you are the new official today, you are still young after all. You don't know what to do and what not to do. You should ask us seniors and don't make decisions on your own. This has threatened Amelia Su's authority. He can no longer sit idly by. His eyes shifted from Xu Yong to Ku Yuanchang, and he asked confidently, Manager Ku, are you teaching me how to do things? Ku Yuanchang is a 45-year-old male general manager of the production department. He has worked his way up from the lowest level and has considerable experience. He has also made great contributions to the company. Therefore, every time there is an executive meeting, his words carry more weight than those of executives from other departments. But Su Xiaoyu also learned that this person used to be a very honest worker, but his personality changed after he became the manager of the production department. Especially after the company encountered a financial crisis, he also participated in the senior executive's share reduction and cashing out, and was an outright lawbreaker. Seeing Su Xiaoyu being so rude to him, Ku Yuanchang threatened again, "Boss Su, don't forget that if you want to make the company bigger and stronger again, you still need the support of us." Su Xiaoyu smiled and said indifferently, "Of course, the senior executives sitting here have all made great contributions to Huaxing. The company relied on you in the past and will definitely rely on you in the future. But, if you don't want to continue to support the development of the company, or want to sabotage it, I will definitely not force you." Ku Yuanchang smiled and said, "Boss Su, although you are the major shareholder of the company, if you want to completely manage the company, you must pass the vote of all of us and become the CEO of Huaxing. Otherwise, we will not accept your words. Being a major shareholder of the company does not mean that your words count. Do you understand?" "That's right, President Su. Xu Yong did reduce his holdings in violation of regulations just now. If he is not fired, he will probably be a black sheep of the company. Even if you did the right thing in this matter, we won't hold it against you. But if you want to make major reforms or a major change in the company in the future, you have to consider your own strength." Zhai Yingkue, the finance manager who was the first to refute Su Xiaoyu, followed up with another statement. After the two of them spoke, supervisors and managers from other departments began to speak out and express their dissatisfaction. They had only one purpose, which was to make Su Xiaoyu give in and not think that he could do whatever he wanted in the company just because he bought the company's shares. But with Su Xiaoyu's personality, how could he be afraid of them? No matter what these people said, he always looked very confident. "Really? Do I have to become the CEO of a company to have a say?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Originally, Su Xiaoyu didn't want to be a CEO, but he felt that it was okay to be a CEO for a short period of time, because his goal was to manage the company. If his own company didn't keep its word, how could he manage it? Although Su Xiaoyu does not have complete control of Huaxing technology now, 70% of the shares is already a lot. If he wants to fire the bad apples in the company, he has to take power first. In this case, Su Xiaoyu can only solve the company's problems first and then hand over the position of CEO to someone he trusts. Originally, I really didn't want to be the CEO of a company. I just wanted to make money and had no interest in fame, power, or beauty. But you guys insisted on forcing me to do that, and I had no choice." Su Xiaoyu suddenly said to all the employees present, "The rest of the time is between me and these executives. If you have something to do, you can leave first. By the way, I welcome all grassroots employees who want to stay and continue to work at Huaxing, regardless of whether they have been fired before." The grassroots employees were very happy to hear Su Xiaoyu's words, because almost all of them wanted to stay and continue to work for Huaxing. Su Xiaoyu also knew very well that the company's production and operation did not rely on those senior executives who could only give orders, but on these grassroots employees. As long as the grassroots employees stood on Su Xiaoyu's side, his future management would be easy and the company's operations would go smoothly. "Mr. Su, can those of us who were previously fired by Xu Yong come back to work now?" The employees walked out of the meeting room one after another, and several people from the technical department passed by Su Xiaoyu and asked collectively. Su Xiaoyu said, "Of course you can stay. Xu Yong himself has been fired by me, so all his words are invalid. You can go back to work tomorrow. I will notify you of your salary after I confirm it." "Thank you so much, Mr. Su. We'll leave first," Ren Guang said. Su Xiaoyu nodded, "Go ahead, I'll take care of things here, and then I'll have dinner with you guys later. It's been a long time since we've been together." After Ren Guang and others left, only Su Xiaoyu, Ku Yuanchang, Zheng Hongliang and others as well as all the executives of Huaxing were left in the conference room. Seeing that what happened here had nothing to do with him, Zheng Hongliang sat aside with his two men and watched the fun. If the situation was out of control, he would definitely help Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked at everyone present, especially Ku Yuanchang, Zhai Yingkue and others, and seriously solicited their opinions. "Since I am the major shareholder of this company, that is, the new boss, I must become the top leader of the company, that is, what you call the CEO. I have made it very clear just now that those who flatter, do not do practical work, and some people who violate the law and commit crimes in the company must be fired. Now let's start with the first question. I, Su Xiaoyu, want to be the CEO of Huaxing. Who is in favor and who is against it?" Su Xiaoyu looked around again, waiting for everyone's answer. I agree. A man who looked honest and simple spoke first. As soon as Su Xiaoyu saw his appearance, she knew that this person was very honest and unlikely to be a jerk, so she asked, "What's your name and which department are you from?" "My name is Jiang Bin, and I'm in the sales department." "Okay." Su Xiaoyu looked at the others again, "What about you?" At this time, the more honest executives or middle-level managers like Jiang Bin all raised their hands to express their agreement. "I agree." "I agree." "We all agree." Everyone agreed without hesitation, raising their hands one after another to vote, their movements smooth and seamless. Su Xiaoyu roughly estimated that 50% of the people agreed, and he felt very relieved. Chapter 44, I object. At least it shows that he is still recognized in everyone's mind. It also reflects that there are more good employees in the company, because those who do unethical things in the company will never agree to Su Xiaoyu becoming the CEO. Once Su Xiaoyu becomes the CEO, they will have no good days. Being fined or fired are minor matters. They are just afraid of being sued. I object. Zhang Kui was the first to oppose Su Xiaoyu and raised his hand and shouted. I object too. I don't agree either. Those who opposed came one after another, with an unstoppable force, and were equally powerful as those who had just agreed. Mr. Su is only 31 years old and lacks social experience. If he becomes the CEO of Huaxing Technology, I'm afraid he will have trouble convincing the public. Zhang Kui still relied on his seniority to speak in a dignified tone and slowly pronounce words, just like a leader. Su Xiaoyu knew that Zhang Kui was the most guilty among all the senior executives of Huaxing. He thought that no one else knew. In fact, only the boss didn't know. The grassroots employees below knew it very well, but because their positions were too low, they did not dare to offend him, so they did not say it. Before coming to the company, Su Xiaoyu had already sorted out all the executives' tasks clearly. He was in charge of programming and development in the technical department. Working with his colleagues, it was very easy for him to retrieve the company's surveillance videos and information on the executives' computers. With the ironclad evidence in hand, Amelia Su's tone was naturally quite tough. Do the rest of you have the same idea? That's right. We all think that Mr. Su is too young to be the CEO of the company. It would be better if he could hone his skills for 2 years and then hand the position over to someone else. Boss Su, it would be best for you to be the boss of the company. You just haven't had enough fun at your age. Why don't you travel abroad every day and leave the company's affairs to us? Wouldn't it be very relaxing for you? What everyone said was reasonable and well-founded, as if Su Xiaoyu was the emperor who ascended the throne at a young age and was played around by these old ministers of the previous dynasty. These old guys really thought so. They believed that Su Xiaoyu must listen to them, otherwise there would be no place for him in the company. Su Xiaoyu suddenly waved to a colleague in the technical department and said, Sister Ting. A girl who was a few months older than Su Xiaoyu came over. Her name was Huang Yuting. She was the only girl working in the technical department. She was Su Xiaoyu's apprentice and the only hard-working person in the technical department who had not been fired. According to her colleagues, it was because she was pretty. Everyone knew who Xu Yang was. Huang Yuting handed a heavy bag to Amelia Su, which contained the information that Amelia Su had entrusted her to collect, including the criminal records of all executives and their usual work performance. After Su Xiaoyu took the bag, she took out a file of Zhang Kui from it, opened it, and flipped through it. There were several pages of paper, thicker than anyone else's. There was also a USB flash drive that recorded the evidence of his illegal crimes. Zhang Kui, here are all the illegal acts you have committed in the company over the years. I have stolen all the information in your computer. Do you want me to read it to you? Su Xiaoyu said to Zhang Kui with a smile, holding the information. Zhang Kui didn't believe it at all. He had committed many illegal acts, but he was very cautious and careful. Every time he did something, he would destroy all the evidence completely so as not to let others catch him. So he argued regardless of the situation, you have the final say. I have never done anything in the company. If you continue to slander me like this, I will sue you. I will call the police. Su Xiaoyu shook her head, call the police? You really don't know what's going on. You thought you deleted all the data on the computer and there was no evidence left, right? Your chat records and screenshots are all saved on the disk. As long as you know a little bit of computer knowledge, you can dig these things out. You probably forgot what our technical department does. Are you trying to make excuses in front of me? You'd better be honest, otherwise everyone will look bad. Su Xiaoyu's second warning really scared Xia Yingkui. He thought back to when he cleared his computer data every time. He simply deleted the chat logs and browser history. However, it was too easy for the technical department to recover this data. So he didn't dare to bet whether what Su Xiaoyu said was true or not. In any case, he would rather believe it than not. So Xia Yingkui's expression changed drastically. The arrogance just now was completely gone. His face turned ashen, as if he was poisoned. He looked evasive and didn't dare to look directly at Amelia Su. You steal other people's privacy like this, you are also breaking the law, aren't you? Su Xiaoyu was not afraid of Xia Yingkui's threats at all, because he had no confidence when he spoke. If I break the law, you can sue me. Let's see who is more guilty of the two of us. Xia Yingkui immediately became timid and stopped talking. However, he did not express his support for Amelia Su to be the company's CEO. Instead, he kept his head down, remained silent, and looked very unconvinced. Su Xiaoyu was getting a little impatient, so she opened the file and read out the first sentence. Xia Yingkui, as the head of Huaxing Technology's finance department, withheld wages 133 times, totaling 2.4 million yuan. All the operation records are in this USB flash drive. Sister Ting, please play this video. Huang Yuding took the USB drive and prepared to turn on the projector. When Xia Yingkui saw it, he immediately raised his hand to stop it. Don't broadcast it, President Su, I support you as CEO, please don't make these things public. Huang Yuding stopped what she was doing and looked at Amelia Su, asking what he meant. Su Xiaoyu did not let Huang Yuding continue playing, but confirmed with Xia Yingkui, do you really want to support me? It's not awesome anymore? It's not that great anymore. Xia Yingkui shook his head. He is still a little afraid when facing legal sanctions. Su Xiaoyu reminded, you said it yourself, don't regret it, I didn't force you. Xia Yingkui nodded and said, no regrets, no regrets. As the young new boss of the company, Mr. Su was energetic and courageous. He will definitely lead Huaxing Technology to prosperity. After Su Xiaoyu confirmed that there was no problem with Xia Yingkui, she turned to face another archenemy, Ku Yuanchang. This old guy is much more senior than Xia Yingkui. He has worked in the company for decades and is also older. Usually, all employees, big and small, in the company respect him very much. If Su Xiaoyu exposes his crimes in front of everyone today, he will definitely lose face and his image will collapse. At this time, Ku Yuanchang was very panicked. When he saw Su Xiaoyu coming over, his eyes began to wander. The other executives could tell at a glance that he was hiding his guilty conscience. Normally, Ku Yuanchang looks very old and behaves like a senior in front of everyone. Today, many people have seen his uncharacteristic expression for the first time. Chapter 45, The Great Purge. Su Xiaoyu couldn't tolerate him. Anyone who was a cancer in the company must be fired, and senior executives were no exception. After Su Xiaoyu took out the evidence of Ku Yuanchang's crime, she smiled slightly. Manager Ku, you are the general manager of the company's production department, managing all the workshops, and you are also a shareholder of the company. Not only did you violate the rules in the workshop and use other people's parts to replace ours, you also illegally reduced your holdings of the company's stocks, just like Xu Yong. Do you admit this? Ku Yuanchang was very nervous inside, but he still wanted to save face and refused to admit it. Boss Su, are you here to clean up the company today? If you really want to fire the people you don't like, you don't have to beat around the bush like this. Su Xiaoyu knew that Ku Yuanchang wanted to change the subject and divert his attention, but he was not fooled. Answer me. The executives at the scene were stunned. Su Xiaoyu spoke to Ku Yuanchang in a very tough manner, which was very rare in Huaxing. Even the previous boss respected great contributors like Ku Yuanchang and never blamed him for some minor mistakes. Ku Yuanchang was very angry. The great image he established in the company could not be destroyed, so he just got up and left without arguing with Amelia Su. I can't stay in such a company anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Su Xiaoyu would never keep Ku Yuanchang, so it was better for him to leave, so that Su Xiaoyu wouldn't have to fire him. The remaining executives saw that the two heavyweights had been so badly tempered by Amelia Su that they all expressed their support for Amelia Su to become the company's CEO. Boss Su, I suddenly changed my mind. I think that although you are young, you are very decisive and meticulous. You even discovered this cunning trick. It shows that you are very suitable to be the CEO of the company. Yes, yes, yes. After someone started, others praised Su Xiaoyu one after another. If it weren't for your amazing observation skills, we probably wouldn't have known that Manager Ko was such a person until now. It was obvious that these people were not sincere in what they said, and Su Xiaoyu could see that, but it didn't matter. As long as she could get their support, that was enough. According to the rules, as long as more than half of the people present support Su Xiaoyu, he will secure the position of CEO. Including the group of people who raised their hands just now, plus those who have changed their minds now, a total of 70% of the people agree that Su Xiaoyu should be the company's CEO, so now this meeting has become very smooth. As long as the power is in Su Xiaoyu's hands, it will be easy for him to reorganize the company. Su Xiaoyu first reported the names of those people in various departments of the company who did not do their work and only knew how to flatter others. She singled them out first to intimidate others. Those of you who just reported your names, do you know what mistake you made? I don't know, Mr. Su, please tell me clearly. Everyone pretended to be confused even though they knew the truth. Su Xiaoyu was very unhappy when she saw their attitude. She immediately told them their work performance in detail and did not intend to give them face. When I was working here, your work performance was very bad. First of all, you did not do practical work. You slacked off at work every day, punched in on time, and took the credit from other employees. You all have the same problem as Xu Yong. I will not keep such people. You should all find better jobs. There are about 10 people in total, all of whom are managers of varying sizes. The smaller ones manage 3 or 4 people, while the larger ones manage a department, and they treat everyone equally. Su Xiaoyu's actions were greatly appreciated by those who usually worked diligently. If they were not afraid of embarrassing those who were fired, they would have applauded. At this time, those who had just been fired by Su Xiaoyu still wanted to save themselves, and they pleaded one after another, asking Su Xiaoyu to give them another chance. The one with the loudest voice was a team leader in the technical department named He Hao. He and Su Xiaoyu were from the same school, but he always tried to take credit for the work done by other employees in the technical department. Su Xiaoyu had long been dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing she could do because He Hao liked to flatter people and had a good relationship with the manager Xu Yong. Ordinary employees could not do anything to him, so he never left. Boss Su, we were colleagues before, please give me a chance. I know I was wrong. No, I'll give you a chance. Who will give those people who work so hard a chance? You usually do more than half less work than them, but you get the same salary. Now I want you to transfer half of your salary to them. Are you willing? Su Xiaoyu asked back. He Hao hesitated and didn't dare to speak, but, I also worked, how can I transfer the money to them? So, do you think they will welcome you if you stay? Now that the technical boss Xu Yong has left, tell me, what's the point of you staying? Su Xiaoyu's words were very clear. Even if he was willing to keep He Hao, colleagues in the entire department would not be happy, and He Hao would not be able to do his job in the future. So He Hao accepted his fate tactfully, lowered his head and said nothing. The others all consciously stopped resisting because their situations were similar. As long as Su Xiaoyu could produce evidence of their bad work attitude or illegal crimes, she could send them to the police station to file a case. Given the choice between accepting legal sanctions and being fired by the company, everyone knows which one to choose. They should be grateful to Su Xiaoyu in their hearts for not killing them. Things ended perfectly here. Huang Yuding counted all the people, wrote it on a piece of paper and handed it to Su Xiaoyu. Amelia Su waved to the others and said, "You can go now." After 2 minutes of clearing time, only Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding were left in the entire conference room. It was particularly quiet. Huang Yuding and Su Xiaoyu used to work in the same office and were very familiar with each other. Just now, she was acting very serious in front of everyone. Now, she was not so reserved. Her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, it turns out that you have been lying to us all along. Are you so rich?" Su Xiaoyu could finally stop talking so rigidly at this time. Just like when she was working normally, everyone was on the same level, so there was no pressure when talking this way. If not, can I see Wang Jing's true face clearly? What a joke Wang Jing is. What's the point of following an old man like Xu Yong? Even if she's going to cheat on him, she should do it with someone more handsome. Huang Yuding couldn't understand why their aesthetic tastes were so different when they were both women and beauties. While Su Xiaoyu was sorting out the lists just now, she talked to Huang Yuding. "Rich, don't you like rich people?" Huang Yuding asked disdainfully, "Perhaps all women love money?" Chapter 46-46, I'm optimistic about you. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect Huang Yuding to ask this. He raised his head and said seriously, "If I were a woman, I would like rich men, but I wouldn't be as bad as Wang Jing. I wouldn't date a poor person in the first place." Then you are really amazing. What if you can't find a rich person? Huang Yuting asked again. Then just stay single. Su Xiaoyu answered easily. Anyway, it was impossible for him to really become a woman. Huang Yuting was completely convinced, those older singles may all think like this. Okay, I'll hand these things over to the HR manager later and ask him to handle them within 3 days. After Su Xiaoyu finished reading all the lists, she handed them to Huang Yuting. But Huang Yuting looked very embarrassed. Su Xiaoyu saw it and asked quickly, "What's wrong? You fired the HR manager, too." Ah. Su Xiaoyu thought about it and decided to let Huang Yuting solve the matter herself. Then you can take over and handle it temporarily. How can I handle this? I'm not in the HR department. You can ask other people in the Human Resources department to help you. Also, during this period of time, it was you and Ren Guang who helped me find so much information. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so confident today. So your positions need to be promoted. Su Xiaoyu also put forward her own ideas. Huang Yuting worked overtime yesterday to get so much data, and Ren Guang and other colleagues in the technical department also cooperated. Although the time was so tight, they had no complaints. In addition to giving them material rewards, Su Xiaoyu also wanted to give them promotions and salary increases. Really? Huang Yuting couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. I want to train you to be the vice president of the company. Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Huang Yuting felt a little flattered. For someone with lower qualifications and shorter working time than Amelia Su, being the company's vice president was quite challenging. She couldn't do many things, so she rejected Amelia Su's kindness on the spot. "I can't do it, this is too outrageous." Su Xiaoyu did not give up, because it was impossible for her to manage the company's affairs every day. She had to have someone to help her deal with these things. When the time was right, she would directly hand over everything to this person. In the entire company, except Huang Yuting, Su Xiaoyu really didn't know who else to turn to. "I don't know anything either. Although I bought the company, managing it is another matter. From now on, you will be my secretary. Help me deal with the company's daily affairs first. This should be okay." Huang Yuting was somewhat tempted by what she heard. She felt that the position of secretary was relatively simple. After all, many female secretaries in listed companies were very young and beautiful, and they didn't know anything. At least she knew technology, which was much better than those so-called female secretaries. However, she still had to confirm the salary first, because she couldn't do something that was thankless. "Okay, but how much is my salary?" Huang Yuting is not a fool. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said just now, she knew that he did not intend to manage the company. All matters, big and small, had to be done by Huang Yuting. So Huang Yuting knew that as Su Xiaoyu's secretary, she must have a lot of things to do. Although the technical difficulty was not as great as before, the workload was definitely greater than before. Su Xiaoyu didn't know how much Huang Yuting's previous salary was, so she asked casually, "How much did you make a month before?" 10,000. "Then I'll give you 10,000. Su Xiaoyu said without hesitation. The salary doubled in an instant, which was too tempting for Huang Yuting. If she continued to work normally and slowly climbed up, she didn't know whether it would take 5 or 10 years for her to get a salary of 20,000. In comparison, she still wanted to try the secretary position. After all, Su Xiaoyu offered too much. "Then I'll just do it reluctantly. I have to learn slowly. If I don't do well, you can't scold me. Why are you so stressed when you haven't even started yet?" Su Xiaoyu said with a smile, "I'll support you in everything, just do it boldly. Don't think that you are a grassroots employee and can't do these things well. In fact, you should have seen what the senior executives are like in the past few days. I'm much more assured to hand these things over to you than to those who only know how to flatter." Huang Yuting laughed happily. "Okay, then I'll give it a try. Well, the first thing to do is to fill the position of Human Resources Manager. See who is more suitable in the Human Resources Department now and promote him," Su Xiaoyu suggested. "Got it." Huang Yuting kept it in mind. If she was promoted to HR manager sooner, her workload would be less. "Okay, now that everything has been explained, I'm leaving now. Remember, all those who were fired today will be promoted from the grassroots employees below. In addition, those who are short of manpower must be recruited to fill the gap. Spread this news first, and everyone's work performance will improve." "Well, I understand. Everyone wants to climb up. Okay, I'll leave first. Contact me on WeChat if you have anything." Su Xiaoyu took the car keys and went out. The rest of the matters were all handed over to Huang Yuding. Although Amelia Su made it sound easy, it was actually a mess and it would definitely not be easy to deal with. The first thing was to reorganize the technical department. Now they lacked a manager for the technical department, so Huang Yuding first returned to the technical department and started from there. Huang Yuding came to the office area of the technical department and immediately said to everyone, "Everyone stop what you are doing, I have something to tell you." Just now in the conference room, they all saw Huang Yuding helping Su Xiaoyu provide a list, and when the meeting ended, they all left, and only Huang Yuding stayed behind, so they were all looking forward to Huang Yuding to inform them of important things. What's the secret? Tell me. What did Amelia Su keep you for just now? Yeah, you guys took so long, there must be something incredible left for you guys to keep. Everyone was talking non-stop, and Huang Yuding seemed to be embarrassed. Her face was very ruddy, and her forehead was hot. She was not as natural as when she just walked in, that is, what I want to say, those executives who were fired, there are vacancies, right? All of them are selected from our grassroots employees, come on. Everyone was extremely excited when they heard the news. Ren Guang took the lead and asked, "That's great. If anyone on our side gets promoted, we must treat them to a meal. Needless to say, it must be you, Brother Guang. By the way, only Brother Guang and Sister Ting have a chance, it depends on who of you two will treat us." Ren Guang felt that he had a bad personality and was too introverted. He didn't dare to speak on stage, so he declined on the spot, "Sister Ting, I'm not good enough. I can do technical work, but I'm still a little bit short of management." Chapter 4747, Huang Yuding's Treat. When everyone heard Ren Guang's refusal, they turned their attention to Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding smiled and waved her hand, "I won't participate. I have one more thing to tell you today. I will no longer work in the technical department." What? You don't work here anymore? Where are you going? Do you want to be Mr. Su's secretary? Hearing that someone had guessed the ending, Huang Yuding stopped keeping the secret and nodded directly, "Yes, I have a lot of things to do starting tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu has handed all the tasks to me. I have to hurry up to sort them out, and I also have to notify the Human Resources Department to recruit people. Just imagine how big my head is. Not bad." Several people in the technical department didn't care about Huang Yuding's work troubles at all. They only paid attention to the position of secretary, because as can be seen from various film and television dramas, this is a position full of imagination. So you're about to achieve financial freedom. I'm so envious. Fei Xianming, what are you talking about? This is a very normal job. Huang Yuding glared at Fei Xianming, who was teasing her. Fei Xianming even pretended to be aggrieved. "Yes, I didn't say it's not an ordinary job? Ha ha ha." The others burst into laughter. Huang Yuding rolled her eyes at Fei Xianming and said, "I don't trust you at all. You men are such idiots. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you guys anymore. Keep working hard. I'm going to the HR department now." Huang Yuding then left the technical department's office. Huang Yuding was busy from the time she finished lunch until 17:05 in the afternoon, when it was almost time to get off work. She finally announced the company's short-term personnel reorganization plan and sent it to each department's work group. She then sorted out the personnel to be recruited by each department with the Human Resources Department. The effect was very good. Everyone in the entire company was happy about the new changes. They no longer had to endure the unfair treatment they had received before. Not only did their mood improve, but their work enthusiasm also increased a lot, just as Su Xiaoyu had imagined. Su Xiaoyu is an old employee who has worked at the grassroots level for several years. He understands the employees' thoughts better than any company leaders and executives. In fact, what employees want is very simple. They just want fairness and justice, and they should get paid according to how much work they do. Many old employees used to have a very good work attitude, but suddenly it became bad. This is because those who did not work were paid higher salaries than them, so they felt that it was unnecessary for them to work so hard. If one or two people were not serious, it would lead to a large number of people not being serious. If most people in a company do not work seriously, the company will naturally fail. Once external partners and investors know the company's current situation, they will no longer cooperate with or invest in the company, and the capital chain will naturally be broken. Now that employees' work enthusiasm has increased and product quality is well controlled, these problems can be solved sooner or later, and Washing Technologies' problems will naturally be solved. After Huang Yuding arranged the work, the whole company knew that she was Su Xiaoyu's secretary and would be the vice president of Huaxing in the future, so everyone was very polite to her and cooperated with her work. But surprisingly, Huang Yuding did not feel unwelcome, and no one felt unhappy because she was a small grassroots employee and suddenly she was above them. Instead, they were very happy to listen to her arrangements. Later, I heard from people in the technical department that everyone was more likely to accept an employee from the grassroots as a leader, and less willing to accept an airborne leader. Huang Yuding's work went very smoothly. She felt it was not easy. After get-off work in the evening, she specially invited several familiar people from the technical department to have dinner together. She also sent a WeChat message to Su Xiaoyu. "Boss Su, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Come on, Ran Guang, Fei Xianming and the others are here, as well as my best friends Zhang Xinyue and Shi Qian." When Amelia Su saw the news, it was just when she was about to go out for dinner, so she said, "Where are we going to eat?" "Hey DeLeo, we're almost there. I'm the first person to be promoted today, so I'll treat everyone to hot pot." Huang Yuding sent a very happy expression. Amelia Su thought about it and realized that there was not much rebate from this meal, so she didn't compete with Huang Yuding to avoid embarrassment. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Su Xiaoyu had already packed up her things and went out directly, changing her itinerary and heading towards Heidileo. It takes 15 minutes to walk from his place to Heidileo, and it's rush hour, so I didn't drive. When I arrived at the elevator entrance of the building where Heidileo is located, 2 waiters in Heidileo uniforms were standing there to greet me. "Hello, sir, how many people are there?" Su Xiaoyu was very confused. How did they know that I was going to Heidileo? "Are you Heidileo employees? Why did you run so far to greet me?" "Yes, handsome guy," said one of the waiters. Another waiter took over and asked, "Handsome guy, from the looks of you, do you have a reservation?" Su Xiaoyu nodded, "Yes, a friend has booked it, they should be here, it's a beautiful lady named Huang." "Okay, handsome, please come this way." One waiter stayed here to receive the guests, while the other took Su Xiaoyu into the elevator and went upstairs. Heidileo is on the 3rd floor of this building. You can see the Heidileo logo from quite far away. There are many other big catering brands on the same floor, such as Starbucks, McDonald's, KFC, Mr. Rice, Chef Beard, etc., all of which are well-known restaurants. Heidileo is really confident. After getting out of the elevator, Su Xiaoyu saw Huang Yuding standing at the door waiting for her, and greeted her from a distance. "Boss Su, you're here. I'm very punctual. You came so early," Su Xiaoyu said after looking at the time. After hearing their conversation, the waiter from Heidileo looked at Su Xiaoyu differently. She never expected that this young man was actually the boss of a company. It was really enviable. The waiter said, "Handsome guy, I didn't expect you to be so young and successful in your career." "Don't I look like one?" Su Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "No, you look young, which is really enviable." The waiter also laughed. "Let's go in, everyone inside is waiting for you." Huang Yuding took Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked into Heidileo. Huang Yuding was generous today and booked a private room, spending more than 2,000 yuan, just to celebrate her promotion. When she walked into the room, she solemnly said to everyone, "Everyone welcomes President Su to the scene." When the colleagues who were chatting inside saw them come in, they immediately clapped their hands to welcome them, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. "Boss Su, you look so handsome today. New boss, please take a seat." Chapter 48. Sense of crisis is coming. I didn't expect that our mysterious new boss is Amelia Su. It's so surprising. By the way, President Su, how could you hide it so well before? There were so many of us and no one could tell that you were so rich? My colleagues kept talking to each other and couldn't stop. Su Xiaoyu sat down next to Huang Yuding very calmly. His expression was completely different from before. His eyes were full of confidence and his manners were elegant and generous. He looked comfortable no matter how you looked at him. This is probably the difference between being rich and being poor. Among the colleagues present, the girls generally had a feeling, that is, why didn't they realize that Amelia Su was so handsome before? If they had discovered it earlier, Amelia Su would definitely be with her, and now she is the boss lady of Huaxing. "Mr. Su, why are you chasing after a scumbag like Wang Jing?" "Look how good I am," said a girl named Zhang Xinyue. This girl is Huang Yuding's best friend. Like Wang Jing, she is an employee in the marketing department. However, her appearance is quite ordinary. She is not ugly, but not very attractive either. "Do you have any shame? Ha ha ha. Other colleagues started teasing Jiang Xinyue. Although Jiang Xinyue looks ordinary, she is very thick-skinned. What's wrong? Maybe President Su likes my type. Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, just listened to them talking. However, after Jiang Xinyue said this, Huang Yuting immediately felt a sense of crisis. Huang Yuting and Jiang Xinyue are both single and have no worries about being pursued by others, but Huang Yuting's figure and appearance are much better than Jiang Xinyue's, so Huang Yuting didn't have any ideas about Su Xiaoyu at first, because she felt that her conditions could easily attract a lot of suitors. But when her best friend started to have ideas about Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuting became uneasy and began to possessive of Su Xiaoyu. Hey, don't keep saying this. President Su has just taken over Huaxing technology, so of course he has to put his career first. Huang Yuting interrupted their conversation and revealed her thoughts about Su Xiaoyu, which was very clever. A few people finished ordering dishes while chatting and laughing, and chatted for a few minutes. Then the hot pot was brought up, and the dishes came one after another very quickly. There were also waiters walking around outside the private room at all times, and the service was very good. Fei Xianming sighed with a smile. Hot pot is still the best, the food is served quickly. It's hot, let's get started. Let's meet up first. It's been a while since we've been together. Everyone clinked their glasses and then started eating their dishes. They were enjoying the meal very much. When they were enjoying the meal, Su Xiaoyu said to everyone, "You are all old employees of Huaxing. Although some of us may not have talked to each other before, everyone is here today. I'm going to say this here. As long as you don't leave, you will be financially free in the future, buy a house and a car in Shanghai, and live a life of luxury." Everyone was not very excited when they heard Su Xiaoyu's words, because since ancient times, every boss would make empty promises. Who can guarantee that Su Xiaoyu is not a master of empty promises? But Su Xiaoyu continued, "Huaxing's market value is only 600 million now, and this is because I bought it and it reached its daily limit. Do you know how big the room for appreciation will be in the future? AI is the current trend, and those old guys don't know how to seize the opportunity and are still thinking about cashing out and running away. I really don't know what to say about them." At this time, Fei Xianming and Ren Guang from the technical department who were interested in AI asked, "Mr. Su, how are you going to save the company next?" They all knew that even if the funding problem was solved, if business development did not improve, the best they could do was maintain the company's operations, and even if the company's market value returned to its previous level, it would only be more than 2 billion. They had not announced any big fortune. Su Xiaoyu also knew their concerns, but he had already thought of a plan. After acquiring Huaxing, the general direction was to adopt the method of making concessions and let Huaxing slowly occupy market share. After gradually gaining more customers and orders in the later stage, the performance will naturally grow. The profits given up cannot be completely lost by the company, but Su Xiaoyu herself will pay for it. In this way, the company's books will definitely be profitable, and the exchange will not find any false accounts when it comes to audit. The company's performance will continue to increase, and its market value will naturally continue to grow. This is an iron law. And Su Xiaoyu can also get rebates from the money that he escapes to make up for the profits. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. It is a great trick. When Su Xiaoyu was lying in bed thinking about these plans last night, he woke up with laughter several times. Regarding the company's future development plan, I have actually thought about it a long time ago. First of all, we need to attract all the previous customers back. As far as I know, recently due to the impact of negative news in the market, our largest customer, Nantian Information, suddenly cancelled the cooperation plan. We started negotiations with Nantian Information and reduced the price by 20%. In this way, our products will be lower than the prices of all AI companies in the market. I don't believe that Nantian Information will not come back. Su Xiaoyu said. This plan is fine, but the company won't make much money if it just makes concessions. Shi Chen from the marketing department questioned, "We can make concessions, and so can others. We can also lower prices. If they lower the price, we will lower it even more than them." Su Xiaoyu said firmly. Fei Xianming asked again, "If we keep lowering prices, it will form a vicious cycle. Then we will have no profit. It is not a solution to make a profit at a loss." "No, I know my limits, and this is just the first step." Su Xiaoyu continued, "As you just asked, price is only a catalyst for market expansion. Our products are what really need to occupy market share and increase customer stickiness. There are many companies in China that are relatively mature in AI, and the most powerful one is iFlyTech. I will spend a lot of money to purchase iFlytek's AI technology and computing power models to make our technology more advanced than theirs. In this way, we will be well prepared on both sides, and it will be foolproof. After Su Xiaoyu told everyone the whole plan, everyone was convinced. iFlytek is currently the best AI company in the world. There are many advanced AI companies abroad, including Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Nvidia, etc. Small companies in China, like Huaxing Technology, have no competitiveness at all. If Huaxing can buy the top AI technology patents, it will not only take over the domestic market in China, but also occupy the Asia-Pacific and even European markets. If iFlytek is unwilling to sell, then it will go to Nvidia. If Nvidia refuses to sell, then it will go to Microsoft. Anyway, the patents for large AI models and computing power technology are very expensive now. They built such technology to make money, but no company is willing to pay such a high price to buy it, not that they are unwilling to sell. Chapter 49, The Boss Who Doesn't Make Pieces. Now Su Xiaoyu is one of the very few people who are willing to pay. Not only is he willing to pay, but he will never pay back a penny. No matter how Nvidia and Google quote, Su Xiaoyu will lose if he frowns. The hot pot meal was not in vain. Su Xiaoyu calmed the hearts of this group of people. Only when the internal morale is not divided will it be easier to recruit new people, and the employees will have confidence in the future of the company. Huan Yuding is treating us today. You may all be envious of her promotion and salary increase. 20,000 yuan a month seems like a lot, but I can tell you that this is just the beginning. Her salary will be even higher in the future. It is impossible for any of you here to have a monthly salary of only 20,000 yuan in the future. It will be very high. Su Xiaoyu began to make promises again. We'll talk about it when we go to work tomorrow. It's getting late now. Let's go home after dinner. Okay, let's go back. We've had a lot to eat today. After walking out of the Heideleo store, several girls went shopping because it was still early and they wanted to buy some other things, while Su Xiaoyu went straight home because he had to exercise in the evening. Although she doesn't run with Chi-Chi every day anymore, Su Xiaoyu still insists on controlling her exercise and diet every day and will never indulge herself like before. After returning home in the evening, Su Xiaoyu had almost digested the food in her stomach. She put on her sportswear and went downstairs to run. I met those young people who were taking photos in the community again, said hello, and then left the community. Tonight, there were quite a few people running outside the neighborhood, of all ages. The oldest had white hair, and the youngest was only in his teens. There was even an old man who was walking backwards, and no one knew what he was doing. Su Xiaoyu is quite socially anxious and doesn't have the courage to ask. He just runs on his own. As long as no one talks to him, he will never approach the young ladies walking with him on the road. Now Su Xiaoyu can run 3 kilometers without panting or palpitations. He runs very steadily and at a decent speed, and finishes the run in 16 minutes. So, he decided to add another kilometer, making it 4 kilometers, and he will run 4 kilometers every time he goes out for a run in the future. When you can run 4 kilometers with ease, you can run 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and so on. Slowly increase the number and make exercise a habit. In this way, Su Xiaoyu will become healthier. In addition to having a better figure, her physical fitness will also improve. Just a few seconds after I started, a message came on WeChat and my phone lit up. Su Xiaoyu immediately opened WeChat. The latest message was from Chi-Chi, emoji, Tao Ling's birthday party tomorrow night, 1800 hours sharp, Peace Hotel, remember to come. Seeing this news, Su Xiaoyu was really a little surprised, because it had been such a long time, and he thought Tao Ling's birthday party had already passed, and they didn't really invite him at all. Unexpectedly, her birthday party was tomorrow night, and Chi-Chi also sent her a message on her own initiative. Su Xiaoyu was very relieved. But Su Xiaoyu was also very clear that among Chi-Chi's friends, except for the girls who were relatively polite to her, the boys disliked her very much, especially the one named Wangi, who simply regarded Su Xiaoyu as a thorn in his side. Su Xiaoyu had no intention of becoming good friends with them, and this time she went to the birthday party for Chi-Chi's friends. Okay, I understand. I will definitely go when the time comes. Just like that, she replied to a WeChat message and ran a little further. The 1 kilometer race was over. It was so easy that Su Xiaoyu didn't even know how she finished it. The next morning, November 13th, the weather was clear and cloudless. After Su Xiaoyu got up, she thought about preparing a birthday present for Tao Ling, which could be considered as her own contribution. Otherwise, Wanyi and the other boys would definitely say that she was eating and drinking for free, which would not only make her uncomfortable but also bring shame to Chi-Chi. Su Xiaoyu was introduced to them by Chi-Chi. Girls like a lot of things, and Su Xiaoyu didn't know what Chi-Chi liked exactly. But there happened to be an extra limited edition Hermes bag at home, which she had bought last time to give to Wang Jing to keep her, but she never used it in the end. It came in handy this time. In addition to this bag, Su Xiaoyu also felt that she should prepare some cosmetics. The last time she saw Tao Ling running, all the makeup touch-up products she was carrying were L'Oreal brand. So, Su Xiaoyu decided to buy a full set of L'Oreal cosmetics as a gift to Tao Ling after lunch. After making plans for today, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly drove to Huaxing to give them a simple morning meeting to publicize her reform ideas after taking office, and then left. It wouldn't take much time. The top priority of Huaxing Technology now is to solve the problem of insufficient internal staff, that is, recruiting people is the first priority. If there are not enough people, the subsequent work cannot be carried out at all. If customers and orders come one after another, but the company's workshops and business liaison personnel are not enough, and there are not enough after-sales staff, then these customers will definitely leave Huaxing again because of the bad experience. 10 o'clock, in Huaxing conference room. There were half as many executives as yesterday. The people who stayed were all those who had performed very well in their previous jobs, had relatively unified thoughts, and had no evil intentions. They also recognized Su Xiaoyu's leadership direction. After the meeting started, they listened very carefully, and some even took notes in notebooks. We fired some bad apples in the company yesterday. Now all we have to do is recruit people. The HR department has the most work to do right now. I will definitely reward the HR department when the time comes. Su Xiaoyu sat in the center of the conference table and said to everyone, yesterday, the Human Resources Department sent a message saying that Huaxing's general manager and deputy general manager had resigned. I thought the two people must have some unspeakable secrets. I didn't fire them. They resigned on their own initiative. So everyone has seen it. Now, no matter how high the position is, as long as they have done bad things, no one can stay. The general manager and deputy general manager also resigned. It seems that this personnel change has indeed played a big role, and the deterrent effect is very strong. Besides the two of them, there must be other sane people. After hearing what they said, Amelia Su nodded in agreement. Yes, the information we checked is only for senior executives. We can't find the information of the general manager. They may be afraid and think that we can find it, so they took the initiative to resign. Boss Su, this is a brilliant move, ha ha ha. As expected of a new boss of the younger generation, he does things differently. We at Huaxing have hope. Mr. Su, I have sent the number of people that all departments need to recruit to the Human Resources Department. In addition, based on their daily work performance, Sheng Ziying from the Human Resources Department is the most outstanding. I want to recommend her as the manager of the Human Resources Department. Everyone was talking and laughing. Seeing that this situation did not waste any more time, Huang Yuding started to speak. Chapter 50, All Salary Increases. After hearing Huang Yuding's speech, everyone naturally quieted down, because they already knew yesterday that she was President Su's secretary. Su Xiaoyu didn't care how Huang Yuding worked. She didn't need to report to her. Just do it as you see fit. Oh, by the way, has the Human Resources Department started recruiting people? It has already started. We posted recruitment information when we went to work in the morning, said Huang Yuding. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were full of panic, and she hurriedly said to Huang Yuding, hurry up, tell them to withdraw all the recruitment information. Huang Yuding didn't ask why, and quickly picked up her phone to call Sheng Ziying from the Human Resources Department. Sheng Ziying is still a junior staff member in the Human Resources Department, so she did not attend the morning meeting attended by the senior executives. Everyone was waiting for Huang Yuding to finish her call before continuing the meeting. The whole place was silent. 10 seconds later, the call was connected, and a very capable voice came from the other end. Hello, Miss Huang, what's up? Huang Yuding said straight to the point, you should immediately cancel all the recruitment information. President Su has instructed you to do so. Hurry up. Oh well. Well, that's it. I'll let you know if there's any situation. Sheng Ziying is very efficient. She doesn't ask why and just obeys and cooperates. This kind of person is Su Xiaoyu's favorite. He just heard the conversation between Sheng Ziying and Huang Yuding and took a fancy to this person. After Huang Yuding hung up the phone, he said, very good, this Sheng Ziying can be reused. Just do as you said and promote her to be the manager of the Human Resources Department immediately. After the meeting, she will take up the position immediately. Huang Yuting and everyone else present were stunned. This speed was too fast. Although the company was short of people now, they couldn't be so hasty. But Huang Yuting still nodded and agreed, okay, got it. Su Xiaoyu continued, all employees of our washing technology will have their salaries increased by 20% starting today. You will go back and inform the people in your department later. Do you understand? The executives were shocked again. Everyone's salary is increased by 20%. What kind of operation is this? Why is Mr. Su so confident about washing's future after taking office? He increases employees' salaries before the business has even started. This is something that the previous bosses never thought of. The salary of the marketing department is composed of basic salary and commission. Jiang Xinyue, the manager of the marketing department, asked, does our marketing department only raise basic salary? What about performance commission? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Xinyue, of course we raised it together. What percentage was your commission before? 5%. Then increase it by 20%, which is 6%. Jiang Xinyue danced with joy. Thank you, Mr. Su, you are so handsome. Don't underestimate this 1% increase. For the marketing department that relies on performance, this is a huge income. Jiang Xinyue immediately conveyed this news to the employees of the marketing department to boost their enthusiasm. Huang Yuting, please notify the Human Resources Department. The salary and benefits listed in the recruitment information will also be increased by 20%, and new and old employees will be treated equally. Su Xiaoyu said to Huang Yuting again. Okay. Huang Yuting took a pen and wrote it down in her notebook. The meeting ended here. Su Xiaoyu finally said, okay, you guys go back to work. I'm leaving first. I will personally deal with the company's big customers. You don't have to worry. After that, Su Xiaoyu picked up her phone and left the meeting room first, leaving the rest of the work to the management. This way of allocating work is very efficient. Not only does Amelia Su not have to be so tired, but it also keeps the management in the company busy. The reason why labor productivity was so low in the past was that many managers did not do any work at all. They did not even want to use their brains to direct others to work. They just worked for free in the company, so the company had so many problems. The adjustments made in the past 2 days have produced initial results. Everyone in the company has something to do, and the slacking rate has dropped from 80% to 20%. In other words, on average, everyone in the company has only 20% of their time doing nothing in a day. This statistic is simply unimaginable among listed companies. It is impossible for any listed company with more than 500 employees to have such a low slacking rate. Take for example a certain JDS employees, more than half of the 10,000 people don't even go to the company and find someone else to punch in for them, but their company can still survive. It shows that it is impossible for large companies not to slack off. The boss also needs to have his own vision. He cannot let employees work 8 or 9 hours a day without stopping. No company can do that. Even if it can be done, it cannot be done. Instead, employees must have enough time to slack off. For Su Xiaoyu, the current data is more compact. His ideal result is a slacking rate of 30%. In order to achieve this result, first the total number of employees in the company must increase, and the business must also maintain growth. When there is money to be made and employees do not feel tired at work, only then can the company develop healthily and for a long time. Once an enterprise starts to enforce attendance and catch people slacking off, then this enterprise will definitely not be able to survive. There has never been an exception throughout history. Mr. Su, please get out. When she reached the door, the receptionist did not forget to greet Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu responded, yes, I have a social event tonight, I'll go get ready first. Okay, President Su, goodbye. In the following time, Su Xiaoyu found a restaurant to have dinner, and then went to the L'Oreal store to buy some cosmetics, and put them together with the bag in the car as a birthday gift for Tao Ling. Su Xiaoyu did not eat dinner in the evening. She drove to the gas station to refuel, and then drove to the venue of the birthday party, the Peace Hotel. Peace Hotel is located on Nanjing Road in Shanghai, a very prosperous area. It is 17:45 now, and the lights outside the Peace Hotel have not yet been fully lit. There are only a lot of cars coming and going, and they are all luxury cars. Su Xiaoyu's Maybach S680 can only be considered above average among them, which is still acceptable. After Su Xiaoyu parked the car, she opened WeChat and sent a message to Chi-Chi, asking her where the private room was. Chi-Chi came out immediately and waved to Amelia Sue. "You came quite quickly, we just arrived." "They are all in there, right?" Su Xiaoyu asked. "There are still 2 people who haven't arrived yet, let's go in first." Chi-Chi took Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards the private room they had booked. The banquet venue inside has been set up and everything has been arranged by the hotel staff. You don't need to do anything yourself, just pay the money. In addition to the people who ran last time, there were 2 unfamiliar faces who came to the scene, and Chi-Chi just said that there were 2 more people who had not arrived. Su Xiaoyu counted and there were a total of 10 people. Chapter 51, Birthday Party. It seems that the way rich people celebrate their birthdays is really beyond the imagination of poor people. Su Xiaoyu thinks back to her own birthday. Apart from her parents, no one else was there. Even though she was with Wang Jing later, it was Wang Jing who celebrated Su Xiaoyu's birthday unwillingly, which was completely meaningless. Next time when Su Xiaoyu celebrates her birthday, she will have to have a big party like this. In less than 2 minutes, 2 more people came in. They were still unfamiliar faces. After listening to Chi-Chi's introduction, I found out that one was called Wang Fong and the other was Li Dongdong, both of whom were classmates that Tao Ling knew. Chi-Chi also introduced Su Xiaoyu to them. "Let me introduce her. This is my friend. I met her in the live broadcast room. Her name is Su Xiaoyu. What a handsome guy." The first reaction of the girls when they saw Su Xiaoyu was that he was handsome and rich. Because he was wearing Hermes clothes today, and his every move was very elegant and high-end, he looked more like an upper-class person than when he was working before, so the girls had a good impression of him. As the protagonist of today, Tao Ling was dressed very beautifully, with a customized birthday hat on her head. Her overall temperament was the most eye-catching in the whole venue, even Chi-Chi was a little inferior to her. When everyone sat down around the table, Tao Ling raised her glass and said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. Let's not be restrained at this party. Eat and drink well. We haven't prepared too many programs. Ha ha, that's it. Come on, let's drink together first. Happy birthday, Tao Ling. Happy birthday, haha." After everyone drank one, they started giving out gifts. Everyone gave out their gifts quickly before they started eating, to avoid getting them dirty. The first person to take out a gift was Chi-Chi. She gave Tao Ling a set of clothes, a Prada coat, which was very suitable for someone of her age. "I don't know what you like, so I bought you a piece of clothing," Chi-Chi said. "Thank you so much, Chi-Chi. I will make it up to you next time it's your birthday," Tao Ling said excitedly. "Don't be so polite, it's not much," Chi-Chi said. And then, a few boys became more generous. The first one was Wangy. He was the most showy among the group and also the one with the most sense of superiority as a local in Shanghai. He took out a small box, opened it in front of Tao Ling, and said kindly, "Beautiful Miss Tao Ling, this is the jade bracelet I bought from the antique market. It's imperial green. Wow, it's so beautiful. This bracelet must be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars." Someone who knew a little about it told the truth. Wang shook his head modestly. No, it's just over 8,000 yuan, small money, small money." Su Xiaoyu only then remembered that she had not brought her gift up yet and had forgotten it in the car. "Oh, don't be so modest. Do you like Tao Ling, Wangy?" he asked with a smile. Wangy actually likes Chi-Chi, but everyone has to give gifts to Tao Ling on her birthday, and there will inevitably be a lot of comparison, so Wangy also wants to show off. Although the gift is for Tao Ling, it is actually for Chi-Chi to see. When giving gifts, you have to give something good. Am I going to give a shabby thing worth a few hundred yuan? People won't like it. Wangy looked at Su Xiaoyu next to him and said in a sarcastic tone, meaning that Su Xiaoyu should not give something too shabby. "Su Xiaoyu, you won't come here empty-handed, right? You should at least bring a gift." Wangy asked when he saw that Su Xiaoyu hadn't moved yet. Huang Qiang also asked, "Yes, where is your gift?" "Sorry, I forgot it in the car." "Let me get it now." Su Xiaoyu stood up and was about to leave. But Wangy was very reluctant to let Su Xiaoyu leave, and immediately blocked her way. "Do you want to run away?" Amelia Su was stunned. "Didn't I say I was going to get the gift? You're still pretending. You didn't even prepare any gifts. Now you feel embarrassed and want to run away and go out and buy some random stuff to make up for it, right? Forget it, that will only make you more embarrassed, okay?" Wangy said sarcastically. Tao Ling actually hadn't thought that Su Xiaoyu would give her a gift, so it didn't matter if she didn't prepare anything, so she interrupted Wang Yi. Don't keep saying that, Wang Yi. It doesn't matter if there's no gift. It's just the first time for him to attend our birthday party. Forget it. Although Tao Ling said so, Wang Yi still refused to let Su Xiaoyu go. He said rudely, I didn't say anything about not having a gift, but this guy actually pretended to leave it in the car. Who brings a gift and forgets it in the car? Su Xiaoyu was very unhappy with what he said. He turned around and was not ready to go out. Don't you ever forget anything in your life? Oh my god, you actually dare to talk back to me. If you forget something, you have to consider what it is. You can't forget everything. Wang Yi was very unhappy when he saw that Su Xiaoyu's tone of voice when she spoke to him became a little heavier, and there was also a resistance in her mood, because this seriously violated the principle that outsiders were dogs in front of him. But Amelia Su has been holding back until now and doesn't want to hold back anymore. Let me reiterate again, I have already bought the gift and forgot it in the car. It's not like what you said, that I didn't buy it at all and I'm pretending to buy it here. Do you understand? Everyone saw that Su Xiaoyu didn't want to give Wang Yi face and felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Several boys stood on Wang Yi's side and helped to confront Su Xiaoyu. After all, this is the territory of the Magic City. How could Su Xiaoyu, an outsider, gain the upper hand? Are you still pretending? You're a poor country boy, but you have a bad temper. Just listen to what I say to you and don't be so unconvinced. Wang Yi pointed at Su Xiaoyu and said, we have this rule in the Magic City. Only people without money will be dissatisfied. Do you understand? This was said very confidently. Wang Yi obviously wanted to teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson and calm her down. In fact, everyone else present felt that Su Xiaoyu had not prepared any gifts at all. When he said he would get it from the car, he was just looking for an opportunity to go out and buy a gift on the spur of the moment. They just didn't say it as directly and harshly as Wang Yi. At this time, a male waiter just walked in at the door. This man was wearing a black suit and should be the lobby manager here. After he came in and introduced the services here to everyone, Su Xiaoyu called him. Handsome guy, I need your help. The waiter said, sir, as long as we can do it, we will definitely serve you. At this time, everyone in the private room was looking at Amelia Su, not knowing what he wanted the waiter to do. Wang Yi also wanted to know what Su Xiaoyu was going to do to save her face. In the scene just now, Su Xiaoyu had already embarrassed herself terribly. But what Su Xiaoyu said to the waiter next made Wang Yi furious again. Chapter 52, Gift. Su Xiaoyu said, today I prepared a birthday present for this beautiful girl, but it fell in my car. Go and get it back for me. The car is in the parking space at the door. I will give you a tip of 1,000 yuan now. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she took out her mobile phone and transferred 1,000 to the waiter. After the transfer, there was no rebate for the money, so Su Xiaoyu finally put his mind at ease, because he had always wondered whether giving money to others was considered consumption. Now it seems obvious that it was not. After receiving the money, the waiter was very happy and thanked Su Xiaoyu for her generosity. Thank you, sir. I wonder what gift you prepared. What is your license plate number? What car? Wang Yi said to the waiter with disdain, what kind of car can he have, and what kind of rubbish gift can he prepare? I think it's better not to take it. Why are you still filling the cup and giving a tip? Su Xiaoyu ignored Wang Yi, but patiently took the car keys out of her pocket and handed them to the waiter. It's a black Maybach S680. Here are the keys. There's a white gift box in the car. I've packed everything. Everyone saw the moment the key was handed to the waiter. Most of the people in this group were wealthy local Shanghai people who knew what good things were. As soon as they saw the key, they knew it was a Maybach and they were all stunned. The waiter took the key and left, but the people in the private room couldn't calm down. Before, they were all misled by Wang Yi and thought that Su Xiaoyu was just a poor loser who was just handsome and was favored by Chi-Chi. However, Chi-Chi didn't want to admit in front of them that he liked an ordinary person, so he helped Su Xiaoyu to package and promote himself and create the appearance of being very rich. But this Maybach S680 is not a simple car. It is worth more than 4 million yuan. Chi-Chi herself may not have so much money. How could she help Su Xiaoyu buy such an expensive car? Is it possible that Su Xiaoyu is really a rich man and has considerable strength? Maybach S680? Chi-Chi, I didn't expect your friend to be so capable, huh? Louis Kuan said to Chi-Chi with a smile to ease the awkward atmosphere. Chi-Chi also smiled cooperatively. Yes, what else do you think? This rhetorical question confused Lu Yikuan. She hesitated and didn't know what to say. Oh, nothing. In fact, what she thought was that Su Xiaoyu was just a gigolo. Not only did she think so, but the other girls also thought so. They looked at Chi-Chi in a daze, waiting for her to give an explanation. It is now obvious that everything Wang Yi said was false and pure nonsense, and they want to hear Chi-Chi tell the truth. But Chi-Chi was too embarrassed to say how rich Su Xiaoyu was in front of everyone, as this would obviously draw hatred, so she brushed it off in a few words. He's just not familiar with you. Once you get familiar with him, you will naturally understand him. Okay, let's stop talking about this and just sit down. Tao Ling started to smooth things over. She was afraid that everyone would be unhappy because of this matter. Wang Yi and the other boys returned to their original positions. Tao Ling went to the door, pulled Su Xiaoyu's arm and kept apologizing. Su Xiaoyu, don't be angry. They actually said that. They didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Su Xiaoyu gave Tao Ling face and returned to her seat. I'm sorry, I had a hard time finding a parking space just now, so I forgot to take out the gift. Su Xiaoyu did not forget to apologize to Tao Ling. Tao Ling herself was the birthday girl today. She kept smiling throughout the whole event and accepted Su Xiaoyu's apology very well. It's okay. You are Chi-Chi's friend, which means you are my friend. I am very happy that you can come to my birthday party. Wang Yi was very upset when he saw Chi-Chi and Tao Ling defending Su Xiaoyu. He was so angry that he kept mocking her. I didn't expect that you, a foreigner, are so popular with women. Pan Feng, who had a good relationship with Wang Yi, also said, this guy has a way of seducing women. Maybe it's because he looks like a pretty boy. Wang Yi saw that someone had the same idea as him, and a smile appeared on his face. No wonder you were so pleasing to Chi-Chi. Let me see what good gifts you have prepared. After seeing Su Xiaoyu's car keys, Wang Yi was still a little unconvinced, because the car might have been rented. If Su Xiaoyu really bought it herself, then Su Xiaoyu must have a very strong power, and Wang Yi would be severely slapped in the face. Wang Yi certainly didn't want Su Xiaoyu to have such strength, otherwise the strength he had always shown in front of Chi-Chi would be crushed by Su Xiaoyu in an instant, and he would lose face. They chatted about trivial matters for about 5 minutes, and then they heard footsteps outside the door. Su Xiaoyu's intuition told him that it was the waiter who came back to bring her birthday present. Looking back, it was indeed true. The guy who opened the door and came in was the same guy. He held an exquisite gift box in both hands, walked up to Su Xiaoyu with a smile and said, Sir, this is your gift, please check it. Of course, Su Xiaoyu believed that the waiter in the store would not dare to steal his things. Without even opening the box, she shook her head and said, no need to check. If I don't trust you, I won't let you take it. Okay, here is your key. The waiter handed the key to Su Xiaoyu and went out. After the door was closed by the waiter, Amelia Su put the gift box on the table and opened it. Everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by the box, including Wang Yi and others who looked down on Amelia Su. What kind of gift is in it? Why did Su Xiaoyu insist on taking the gift even though she saw the expensive gift given by Wang Yi and others? This couldn't help but make everyone curious. They had different expectations of Su Xiaoyu's gift. Some thought that Su Xiaoyu's gift must be better than Wang Yi's, because if it was not as good as Wang Yi's gift, Su Xiaoyu would definitely not give it out. Some people think that Su Xiaoyu is a born country bumpkin. He doesn't care much about the importance of gifts. Even if she gives an ordinary gift, he must give it out. As long as he gives it to Tao Ling with the attitude that the gift is small but the sentiment is great and he is not afraid of being embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. Several girls were discussing secretly together and didn't dare to speak out loud, but Su Xiaoyu could tell from their expressions that they were very curious. Su Xiaoyu didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly took out the first gift, which was the Emma limited edition bag. There were only a few of them in the whole of China. Anyone in the upper class who often bought luxury goods could tell the authenticity at a glance. This was bought from the Emma store. It's a limited edition. I wonder if Miss Tao likes it. Su Xiaoyu introduced. Tao Ling, Chi-Chi, and her best friend Lu Yikuan exclaimed at the same time, wow, isn't this the limited edition Hermes released some time ago? Tao Ling, this is your dream bag, the one you said you didn't get last time. Lu Yikuan said to Tao Ling with envy. Chapter 53, I have been exercising. Tao Ling also showed a happy expression on her face. This limited edition Hermes bag is indeed difficult to buy. The reason why Su Xiaoyu was able to buy it was because Wang Jing was always keeping an eye on overseas news and had the information about the first song. When she asked Su Xiaoyu to buy it, no one in the market knew about this bag. After Su Xiaoyu bought this bag, major media outlets began to hype it up, and the stock on the market was quickly sold out. Rich people would buy an Emma limited edition bag as a gift for their girlfriends, but by the time Tao Ling went to buy it, it was no longer available. Now, Su Xiaoyu actually put this bag in front of Tao Ling, and she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. How did you buy it? It's out of stock now. Thank you so much. Su Xiaoyu looked confused. Is this bag difficult to buy? But it doesn't matter, as long as you like it. I like it so much. Tao Ling went up and gave Su Xiaoyu a hug. Su Xiaoyu was simply stunned. Could two strangers just hug each other so casually? Although Tao Ling doesn't have a partner, doesn't she have a lack of sense of boundaries? After Tao Ling let go of her hand, Su Xiaoyu turned around and looked at the other people in the private room. They all looked indifferent. They seemed to be accustomed to such occasions. Even Wang Yi, who had always disliked Su Xiaoyu, did not say anything. It seems that the minds of people in the upper class are indeed much more open than those of the lower class workers. As long as they don't go to bed or have relationships, they don't care about other things. Su Xiaoyu took out another set of Chanel cosmetics, handed it to Tao Ling and said, "Here is another set." "No way, there's more." Before Su Xiaoyu finished her words, Louis Kuan screamed again. This scream attracted the attention of others. They came to their senses and saw Su Xiaoyu taking out another set of cosmetics. They were very envious and even a little jealous. "There are also cosmetics, Su Xiaoyu, you prepared them very carefully. You even knew that Tao Ling likes to use Chanel?" said an unfamiliar girl. Louis Kuan then added, "Yes, you don't like Tao Ling, otherwise how can you know so clearly what brand of cosmetics she uses?" Su Xiaoyu just happened to see that there was Chanel in Tao Ling's makeup box. It was a complete coincidence. He didn't observe Tao Ling specifically. But he knew that no one would believe him no matter what he said, so he simply said, "I don't know. The only cosmetics brand I know is Chanel." "Really? Why wouldn't I believe it?" Louis Kuan looked at Su Xiaoyu with a smile. Amelia Su replied calmly, "Yes, I have never bought cosmetics." "You've never bought any cosmetics? Did your ex-girlfriend buy all her cosmetics herself?" the unfamiliar girl asked again. "I've never had a girlfriend," Su Xiaoyu said. "You've never had a girlfriend?" Louis Kuan asked in surprise. "Yes." "How old are you this year?" Louis Kuan asked again. Su Xiaoyu never concealed his age, and he said it generously, so that others would think he was very young, 31. "You are so handsome and rich, but you still don't have a girlfriend at the age of 31. What do you want to do?" Louis Kuan asked with a smile, "Aren't your family members pushing you?" "It's no use urging. No woman is interested in me. What can I do?" The three of them were chatting about gossip. Only Chi-Chi knew about the tragic love story between Amelia Su and Wang Jing. She also knew that Amelia Su didn't want to mention anything about Wang Jing, so she didn't interrupt and expose it. Tao Ling also accepted all the cosmetics and thanked Su Xiaoyu happily. After everyone sat down, Wang Yi kept a stern face and felt very embarrassed. The bracelet he bought for 8,000 yuan was not even a fraction of Su Xiaoyu's gift, but he just acted very majestic and powerful in front of everyone, which was really embarrassing. However, no one has come out to tell the truth yet, so Wang Yi doesn't dare to speak too loudly, so as not to attract everyone's attention and arouse everyone's interest to start comparing his gift with Su Xiaoyu's. In the birthday party that followed, Su Xiaoyu was basically the most discussed person besides Tao Ling. No matter what topic was discussed, Su Xiaoyu would be mentioned, while Wang Yi was just an ignored little transparent person. He tried to speak several times to attract everyone's attention, but gave up in the end. It is no exaggeration to say that Wang Yi has never felt so aggrieved in his life. He now hates Su Xiaoyu to the core, and the two of them have formed an irreconcilable hatred since then. At 2011, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, and all the cakes had been thrown, so Tao Ling suggested leaving the venue. "Okay, it's getting late, I'm really happy today, everyone should go back and rest first." Okay, let's go back first." "Thank you everyone, thank you." Tao Ling kept expressing her gratitude to everyone, with a happy smile on her face. Everyone here doesn't work and is financially independent. The worst one is Chi-Chi. She still has to do live streaming to make money. But even so, Chi-Chi is many times better than ordinary people. After coming out of the private room, everyone took their own belongings. There was no room for Tao Ling's gift, so her girlfriends helped to carry it. They put it all in her car and took it back. Su Xiaoyu sent Chi-Chi home on the way. We're leaving first, bye. Su Xiaoyu turned the car around and drove past the crowd, while Chi-Chi stretched her hand out of the window and greeted everyone. Tao Ling, Louis Kun and others also waved and responded, "Be careful on the road." Seeing Su Xiaoyu's brand new Maybach S680, Wang Yi, Huang Qiang and others were completely dumbfounded. This is really the famous Maybach. The exquisite logo and perfect curves look even more domineering and charming under the streetlights at night. Anyone who can afford this car must be very wealthy. Chi-Chi doesn't have that financial strength, at least for now. Chi-Chi certainly has the financial strength to pay a down payment and then repay the mortgage, but if she buys it, why doesn't she buy it for herself? The logic behind this doesn't make sense at all. Tao Ling and a group of girls are very fond of Su Xiaoyu, but it's a pity that Chi-Chi got there first. They can only feel regretful. There were still more than 20 minutes on the road, and Chi-Chi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, did not forget to remind Su Xiaoyu, "You ate a lot of calories today. Are you still exercising normally?" "I'm sticking to it. I run every day and control my diet," said Su Xiaoyu. Chi-Chi smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. We can only indulge in such unbridled eating and drinking like today once or twice a month. We can't do this all the time." "Okay, I got it." Chapter 54, Career First. What have you been busy with recently? Why don't you come to see me? Chi-Chi asked curiously. Su Xiaoyu has been very busy recently and has no time to play with Chi-Chi. "I'm a little busy with the company's business recently. I have to deal with it. It will be fine after a while when it stabilizes." "Oh, then you should worry more about it. The company's affairs are still very important." Chi-Chi understood very well and encouraged Su Xiaoyu to focus on the company's business. She shouldn't be like those unemployed rich second generations who are always idle and don't care about the family business. Su Xiaoyu claimed that he was engaged in artificial intelligence and network technology, but no one knew how he did it. Now that he has acquired Huashing technology, he can use Huashing as a shield. "I'm not like some of the second generation rich who do nothing and live off their savings." Chi-Chi could tell at once that Su Xiaoyu was speaking in a veiled tone. "You were talking about Wang Yi, right? Those guys are all the same. You can tell at a glance that they can't do anything except eating, drinking, having fun and picking up girls." Su Xiaoyu said without any hesitation, not afraid of offending those young masters at all. "They are just like that, don't bother with them," Chi-Chi said. At this time, they had arrived at the gate of the community where Chi-Chi lived. Su Xiaoyu parked the car and opened the door. "Okay, I won't go up, you be careful." "Okay, drive slower," Chi-Chi also reminded. Su Xiaoyu drove slowly all the way and returned to her neighborhood as steady as an old dog. After arriving home, Su Xiaoyu took a shower and went to bed because she still had a lot of things to do tomorrow. This time the company was accepted by Su Xiaoyu again. Everyone in the company was busy with their own affairs and making different efforts for the company's restart. Su Xiaoyu was no exception. His first task now was to bring back the company's largest client, Nantian Information. To this end, he will go to negotiate with the person in charge of Nantian Information tomorrow. This afternoon, Huang Yuting has been given the company's entire major customer list to Su Xiaoyu, including some potential customer lists. Among them are former Huashing customers but have left, customers that Huashing salesmen have visited but failed to reach a deal, and some companies that have just entered the AI industry this year but have not yet started business. The next morning, 9 o'clock. Su Xiaoyu got up, had breakfast and went to the company. There is an office in the company specially prepared for Su Xiaoyu. All the things inside have been replaced by Su Xiaoyu. The things that the old boss liked before are not Su Xiaoyu's style now. The office is very large, with an area of more than 60 square meters and 2 office spaces, both equipped with computers, networks, printing equipment, etc. When Su Xiaoyu is not around, Huang Yuting works alone in this office. Overall, it is relatively clean and quiet. When Su Xiaoyu came here, Huang Yuting was already at work. Seeing her working attentively, Su Xiaoyu greeted her. "Good morning." "Good morning, Mr. Su, you're here so early today." Su Xiaoyu explained, "Starting today, I will also start to be busy. I plan to talk to the big customers here one by one. I will start with Nantian Information. Please help me get all the information of Nantian Information." Huang Yuting was shocked. As the new boss of the company, she had to run the business herself. This was really different from the previous boss. It made her feel at ease. The company was saved. Okay, wait a moment. Huang Yuting immediately found all the customer information in her computer, then retrieved the detailed information of Nantian information and forwarded it to Su Xiaoyu's WeChat. Boss Su, I've sent it to you. Okay, let me see. There is also a computer on Su Xiaoyu's desk, which is specially used to handle daily affairs. It has a high configuration and does not lag at all. It only takes 5 seconds to boot up. Su Xiaoyu had never used such a high-end computer before. According to his previous habit, after pressing the power button on a computer, he could at least go and drink some water. However, the speed of this computer did not even allow him time to look down at the information. As soon as he turned it on, the screen lit up and all the programs were loaded. This computer is quite high-end. Did you buy it? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. No. Huang Yuting replied, this was before. Su Xiaoyu read all the information about Nantian information. It was indeed Huaxing's largest client before, but their cooperation was not long, only 2.5 years. However, the amount of money was quite large, with an annual business amount of more than 100 million yuan. Starting from October this year, Nantian Information began to expand the scale of the company, and its artificial intelligence products were also very large. The most important thing was that Huaxing was reported to have a capital chain crisis at that time, so they stopped cooperating with Huaxing. Such things often happen among listed companies, and the capital market's reaction is especially exaggerated. Su Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. He said, Yuting, you suggest to the people of Nantian Information that I want to talk to them in person. The discount is 20%. See when they are free. Huang Yuting nodded in surprise, okay. Su Xiaoyu continued to look at the specific cooperation projects between Nantian Information and Huaxing Technology. The information showed that Nantian's artificial intelligence is mainly focused on the internet, including AI painting and writing, while Huaxing Technology is mainly engaged in artificial intelligence model and computing power leasing business, which happens to be renting its own computing power resources to Nantian Information. Regarding the computing power leasing business, there are many companies that can do it across the country, because it is not a difficult technical job in itself, but there are also many deceptive companies. Companies that rent computing power have been ripped off one by one, so Nantian Information is also afraid of encountering such a thing. Su Xiaoyu thinks that it is not difficult for Huaxing to negotiate with Nantian Information. It is enough to make the other party feel their sincerity and preferential treatment. Huaxing's current artificial intelligence model is not very advanced. Su Xiaoyu plans to take the time to go abroad and buy some technical patents for cash after she has secured a few big customers. Microsoft and Google are certainly unshakable now, but Nvidia is still possible. Their computing power is quite good. If they cooperate with Huaxing, they provide technology and Huaxing provides leasing, and the cooperation between the two parties will definitely be very pleasant. As the saying goes, technology has no borders, and everyone wants to make money. Besides, leasing Huaxing's computing power is relatively cheap, arguably the cheapest in the world. They will definitely not refuse, unless they have a problem with their brains. Su Xiaoyu had been watching for 10 minutes. Huang Yuting finally contacted the boss of Nantian Information and ran over to report to Su Xiaoyu, Boss Su, the contact has been made. Oh, so fast, what did they say? Su Xiaoyu moved her eyes away from the computer and looked at Huang Yuting. Chapter 55, Finding Old Customers. Huang Yuting was leaning over to talk to Su Xiaoyu who was sitting. The angle and scale were perfect. Only then did Su Xiaoyu realize how powerful Huang Yuting was. Huang Yuting's figure really surprised Su Xiaoyu. She usually wore more professional clothes, so it was not obvious, so at first glance it formed a sharp contrast. Huang Yuting blushed when she noticed that Su Xiaoyu had been staring at her chest. Then she straightened her back subconsciously. On the one hand, she wanted to maintain a professional image and not be too casual. On the other hand, she couldn't be too stingy because Su Xiaoyu was her boss and the financial sponsor who would make her rich and financially independent in the future. The boss of Nantian Information said that a business cooperation meeting will be held recently. At that time, salesmen from several companies engaged in computing power leasing will go. Some small companies will have their bosses go themselves. The time is 4:30 this afternoon. I wonder how Mr. Su is doing. This afternoon at 4:30, this time point is very tricky, but Su Xiaoyu has free time every day anyway, so she agreed immediately. Okay, you arrange the things on hand and go with me in the afternoon. Apart from anything else, Huang Yuting's looks and figure are enough to make her look good, because when she goes to the briefing meeting at Nantian Information, other bosses will either be accompanied by secretaries or lovers, and it would not be suitable for Su Xiaoyu to be alone. Huang Yuting naturally knew what Amelia Su meant and immediately said, "I know, I'll go touch up my makeup later." "Okay, go do your thing, I'll take a look at the information from Nantian Information." In one morning, Su Xiaoyu basically mastered all the information about Nantian Information. At noon, Su Xiaoyu didn't even have lunch. She prepared the basic information and personal character of Yi Nantian, the boss of Nantian Information, and everything that needed to be prepared. She set off with Huang Yuting in the afternoon. Nantian Information is a relatively important customer in our local area. If we succeed in negotiating with this customer, it will play a big role in boosting the morale of the company, so Su Xiaoyu attaches great importance to it. 3:30 p.m. At the entrance of Huashing Technology, Huang Yuting and Su Xiaoyu, both wearing very formal attire, walked towards the parking spaces. Even Su Xiaoyu was wearing a suit. He usually never wore suits, not even in formal occasions. But today he changed his dressing style for this negotiation, with the purpose of getting off to a good start. The two of them got into the driver's and co-pilot seats of the Maybach, one on the left and one on the right, and then saw the car slowly driving towards the main road. The entire Huashing company knew that Su Xiaoyu was going to Huashing to discuss cooperation this afternoon. They could also see Su Xiaoyu's Maybach leaving the park through the window while working upstairs. At this time, all Huashing employees were full of expectations because this was related to their future. I hope that President Su can successfully take over Nantian Information this time. It's not that simple. Now Nantian Information wants to sign contracts with first-class large companies. They may not even look at our small business. What's the difference between big and small? There are so many companies working on artificial intelligence now, but their technologies are all similar. For example, the company called Zhongji that Nantian Information is interested in has a large market value because of its real estate business. If you only take out AI, it's about the same as our Huashing. Yes. In fact, everyone's market share in technology and AI are similar. The real core technology is all overseas. Whoever obtains foreign technology is awesome. As Huashing employees were discussing, Amelia Su's car had already arrived at the door of Nantian Information. After arriving at the parking lot and parking the car, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuting walked towards the office building in front. At the same time, another person walked in through the door and scared Su Xiaoyu. This person was none other than Lu Zhongji, whom I met at the sales office that day. He was carrying a bag, with a happy smile on his face, and there was a beautiful woman by his side. When he walked in, he found that the beauty was not Yanni from the sales office whom he had been flirting with, but another new face. Su Xiaoyu and Lu Zhongji both saw each other, and neither of them dodged or evaded. They greeted each other openly and in an awkward manner. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. What a coincidence. Mr. Lu, how are you? I didn't expect that we would have the chance to meet again. It seems that this magic city is not small, but not big either." Su Xiaoyu also said with a smile. Huang Yuting stood aside and didn't realize that Su Xiaoyu and Lu Zhongji had a grudge against each other. Lu Zhongji finally revealed his true colors. "What are you doing here? You are not here to discuss the project like me." Su Xiaoyu was unhappy when she heard this. It seemed that she would meet Lu Zhongji again today during the business negotiations with Nantian Information. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. However, as far as Su Xiaoyu knows, Lu Zhongji is in real estate. Judging from his current success, his family's business should be good. How could they be doing AI? So Su Xiaoyu asked, "Aren't you a real estate speculator? Why are you also involved in artificial intelligence? What's wrong? Artificial intelligence is the trend now. Who doesn't want to get a piece of the pie? Those who come early can eat meat, but those who come late won't even get the soup. Moreover, our company has enough large funds to support us. Unlike you, Huashing, you are a dying company, but you are still here to negotiate business. It's simply ridiculous. If Yi Nantian chooses you, it will really be the sun rising from the west." Lu Zhongji did not take Su Xiaoyu and Huashing Technology seriously. Su Xiaoyu smiled without saying anything. It has now been confirmed that Lu Zhongji went to Nantian Information for business negotiations. Lu Zhongji felt extremely uncomfortable seeing Su Xiaoyu's smile, and asked, "Are you still smiling? Aren't you? Huashing Technology was indeed a dying company in the past, but now that I have taken it over, it's different. I will definitely make it soar to the sky, Su Xiaoyu said without any modesty. Lu Zhongji smiled and shook his head. You really dare to brag about anything. Last time at the sales office, you pretended to be awesome. I was not mentally prepared at that time. A lot of money is one thing, but for AI, you are still a little naive. Do you know what artificial intelligence is? And you took over Huaxing? I used to work in technology at Huaxing. I don't understand artificial intelligence. Do you understand? Besides, I have already bought Huaxing's shares, so I don't have to do it myself. But I'm really worried about you, Su Xiaoyu said with a worried look on her face. It seems that your company didn't start out with artificial intelligence. Lu Zhongji smiled and said, my family is computer application oriented, but now we are involved in artificial intelligence. Does it matter? Of course it is important. It has something to do with whether I can discuss cooperation with Nantian Information today, Su Xiaoyu said. Chapter 5656, Zhongji Company. Now it seems that if all my competitors are like you, I will feel relieved. Su Xiaoyu said this deliberately to make Lu Zhongji uncomfortable. Lu Zhongji always felt that Su Xiaoyu only won by luck at the sales office last time. In fact, Su Xiaoyu's strength was far inferior to his. So after the beating last time, Lu Zhongji still felt that he had a sure win this time. Facing Su Xiaoyu's competition, he did not feel any pressure, but just thought that Su Xiaoyu was a ridiculous clown. Although Su Xiaoyu has some money, Lu Zhongji feels that he will never be as good as himself in terms of career. There are so many rich people in this world. As the saying goes, we are not afraid of the second generation of rich people who are idle, but we are afraid of the second generation of rich people who start their own businesses. Lu Zhongji guessed that Su Xiaoyu must be this kind of brainless second generation of rich people who likes to spend money outside and invest randomly, so he couldn't help but sneer. Why don't you stay at home and spend your old man's money? You have to do some artificial intelligence. When you spend all your money, you don't know how to pay it back. You are still showing off in front of me. It's really ridiculous. Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, took Huang Yuting's hand and prepared to go in. Lu Zhongji looked at the time and felt that he couldn't talk anymore. Finally, he said something harsh. Today's cooperation with Nantian Information must be mine. Don't waste your time. After saying that, Amelia Su didn't have time to respond. All the people who were negotiating at the door went in, so he went in with Huang Yuting. The conference room of Nantian Information is much larger than that of Huaxing Technology, and the equipment inside is more complete. You can tell at a glance that it is a large company. Although it is not decorated too fancy, its market value of 50 billion yuan means it is larger than that of ordinary companies. A man in a suit who was in charge of reception led them into the conference room and said, everyone, please take a seat. Our boss will be here soon. A total of 6 people, including Su Xiaoyu and Lu Zhongji, all sat at the table in the conference room, while their accompanying secretaries, assistants, etc. all stood by and had no seats. This conference room is not big, and the conference table can accommodate 8 people at most. When Nantian arrives, the seats will be full. It can be seen that this place is usually used to receive some important people, and is not a place for employees to hold meetings. While waiting here, the 6 people didn't speak and they all disliked each other, because Nantian would only choose one person later, which meant that they were all competitors, so they didn't want to engage in hypocritical tricks. There was a cup of fine tea in front of everyone, but Nantian didn't come and they didn't drink water either. No one was talking loudly at the scene. Only the bosses of some companies and their assistants were whispering to each other, and some were even laughing. It was outrageous. After waiting for about 10 minutes, footsteps were finally heard at the door. Everyone turned around and saw a man in a brown suit walking in. He had a thin face, short hair, a full forehead, and dark skin. He looked like a man who often ran around. The man in the suit who had just brought the 6 of them in was already introducing them. Hello, everyone. This is Nantian, the boss of Nantian Information. This is Lu Zhongji, the boss of Zhongji Company. This is Su Xiaoyu of Huaxing Technology. This is Kai Wenbing, the boss of Bailey Group. After the man introduced everyone one by one, he left the meeting room, leaving time for the people who were negotiating. After the door of the conference room was closed, Nantian started chatting politely with everyone. This is not a serious occasion, just treat this place as your own home, ha. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. Let's get straight to the point today. Can you tell me your intentions and standards for cooperation? Said one of the women named Ms. Wu. The lady looked less than 40 years old, very young, which inevitably aroused Yi Nanchen's curiosity. This beautiful boss speaks directly. I like your temper. I'm a person who always speaks directly and doesn't like beating around the bush. Yi Nantian smiled and said, Boss Wu should be the second youngest among us. He looks very young when he looks at me clearly. Mr. Su should be the youngest one here. He is only 31 years old this year. Yi Nantian looked at Su Xiaoyu and added. Amelia Su was surprised. Does Mr. Yi know me? You must be kidding. How could I not know Mr. Su's name? Nantian Information has always had a cooperative relationship with Huaxing Technology. Yi Nantian said politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhongji interrupted. That was in the past, it's different now. I heard that Huaxing Technology is now the company is almost unable to operate. This year, Mr. Yi called all of us here because he wants to find a better company, right? Yi Nanchen's Nantian Information has not yet found a definite partner. After the termination of the cooperation with Huaxing last year, he has been looking for the next partner. He has found several companies, but none of them satisfied Yi Nantian. So this year he changed his approach and called on local investors in Shanghai to join him. The heads of computing power and artificial intelligence companies sat down and talked together, hoping to choose the best one in this way. Before coming here, the news had already spread widely outside, and the one that was most favored by the public was Lu Zhongji's Zhongji company. So Lu Zhongji was the happiest and most confident person at the scene. Yi Nantian then began to talk about the main point. That's right, I invited everyone here today not to chat. Although our Nantian Information is not a big company in Shanghai, it is still okay. At present, it has a market value of 50 billion. Now in order to expand the smart home and artificial intelligence robot projects, we want to find a company that does computing power and rent computing power resources, so that we don't have to develop computing power ourselves. To be honest, Nantian Information is also short of human capital now, and we want to develop such a branch. That's right. It's much more economical to rent computing resources from our company than to develop them on your own. We need to reduce costs when doing business. Lu Zhongji immediately agreed, making him even more anxious than Yi Nantian. Everyone else was listening attentively, and no one interrupted. Yi Nantian then stated his requirements. We now want to rent A800 for a total of 600p. The contract can be signed for 5 years. You all write down your prices on paper, and then I will consider and select. Remember, I will not only look at the price, but also the quality and business capabilities of the company. After Yi Nantian finished speaking, he asked his secretary to give a piece of paper and a pen to each person present. Okay, Mr. Yi. After the secretary handed out paper and pens, everyone began to write quietly. Some company bosses don't even know the basic price data and have to ask their assistants. Su Xiaoyu is very familiar with this. He knew the price of computing power leasing when he was working in technology. Chapter 5757, 40% discount. When Su Xiaoyu was working as a technician at Huaxing, in addition to knowing how to process back-end data, she also had to frequently contact the sales department to understand the prices of different computing power equipment. The monthly rental of A800 is 100,000 yuan, and the computing power of A800 is 0.6p. If Yi Nantian rents 600p, he needs 1,000 units, which means 100 million yuan a month and 1.2 billion yuan a year. Of course, this is the market price. Su Xiaoyu can give him a 20% discount, which means 96 million yuan a year. In terms of price, no one here can compete with Su Xiaoyu, so he is not worried about this. Soon, everyone's prices were written down and they handed the papers to Yi Nanchen's secretary, who collected the papers and placed them flat in front of Yi Nantian. Before Yi Nantian even looked at it, Lu Zhongji felt that he had already secured victory and had a grin on his face. After looking at it for a minute, Yi Nantian raised his head and said to everyone, Okay, I have basically seen everyone's quotes. The lowest price now is 96 million per year from Huaxing Technology. Other companies are offering higher prices than this. What do you think? Except for Su Xiaoyu, the heads of the other 5 companies looked at each other in bewilderment, because the market price was the same, 100,000 yuan per month for a device, but the discounts they could offer were relatively small. One company even had no discount at all, saying they would give away 1 month, while Huaxing Technology could actually offer a 20% discount, which was simply crazy. The computing power market is currently in its infancy, and competition among companies is not fierce. However, the capital invested is relatively large, and the profits are not very lucrative. A 20% discount means that there is only about 10% profit. If the price is lowered further, the profit will be squeezed to a very limited level, and naturally no one would be so stupid. Since Huaxing can achieve 96 million per month, other companies should maintain the same price as it, so that they are on the same starting line, forcing Yi Nantian to make choices in other aspects. The first person to speak was naturally Lu Zhongji. Huaxing can do 96 million a year, so our Zhongji company can do it too. We will also offer 96 million a year. Mr. Wu also said, then let's also contribute 96 million. Yi Nantian was stunned. He didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to directly lower their price. This was definitely good news for Nantian Information. He turned around and looked at the heads of the other three companies. The three of them nodded almost at the same time and said directly, I will also pay 96 million a year. So does our company. We too. Yi Nantian was so happy in his heart, but he looked very embarrassed. This is very difficult. The prices of your 6 companies are the same. How can I choose? Lu Zhongji said, since the prices are the same, then let's speak with strength. I don't need to say what the strength of our Zhongji company is. Everyone in the market knows that the total assets of our family business have reached 20 billion. What does this mean? Everyone knows it. Cooperating with our Zhongji company, at least there will be no risks. Yi Nantian thought it made sense. We all know the strength of Mr. Lu's company. Not only has your company made significant progress in the real estate industry, but your company has also been listed. Now it is also shining in the field of AI. It's really amazing. I admire Mr. Lu's courage. Hearing the compliments, Lu Zhongji thought that it would be stable in a few days, and happily began to praise Yi Nantian. Mr. Yi is the big boss in the industry. How can our size compare with your Nantian Information? Ha ha ha. The bosses of the other 4 companies remained silent, because most of them were small AI startup companies and were no match for Zhongji company. But Su Xiaoyu revealed the secret. He said, Mr. Yi, as the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. Zhongji company is in the real estate business, not AI. Although they have sufficient assets, the market value of their involvement in the AI field is only about 1 billion, which is similar to the business volume of our companies. Their strength in real estate does not mean that they are strong in AI. Isn't this a simple truth? Yi Nantian also felt that Su Xiaoyu's words made sense. Boss Su was right. Lu Zhongji saw that Su Xiaoyu was clearly going to go against him, so he asked, we can become stronger in real estate, which proves that our Zhongji company has the strength to become stronger. Naturally, we can also make AI stronger. Although Lu Zhongji was anxious, and he could not show his strength, so he relied on his mouth to prove his strength, but Su Xiaoyu was not anxious at all. He said, you mean to make Mr. Yi believe that you can become stronger, and spend 96 million every year waiting for you? What do you mean? If we are not good enough, does that mean your Huaxing technology, which is about to go out of business, will be enough? Lu Zhongji was very angry and slammed the table and pointed at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu did not speak and remained silent, while Yi Nantian hurriedly dissuaded them, don't be angry, we can talk slowly if we have anything to say. Mr. Su, from what you just said, it must be that Huaxing technology has made a technological breakthrough during this period? Yi Nantian turned around and asked Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu shook her head directly, I have plenty of resources and funds. We don't need to make breakthroughs ourselves. We just need to buy other people's counties. In this era, only fools would invest money in research and development. Lu Zhongji couldn't stop laughing when he heard this, you're still a coward, right? But it touched Yi Nantian's heart. His point of view was exactly the same as Su Xiaoyu's. He would never invest money in research and development. Others would just buy it directly if they had ready-made products, or rent it. In Yi Nantian's mind, this was the correct way of doing business. But he was not sure it was Huaxing technology, so he asked first, I wonder how President Su plans to solve it. Su Xiaoyu asked in return, where is the company with the most mature AI technology in the world? Of course it's the American giants. Nvidia, Google, Microsoft, and Facebook should be the 4 kings of artificial intelligence, I think. Yi Nantian replied. That's right, so Huaxing is going to go directly to talk to Nvidia. As far as I know, their AI big model is the most advanced in the world. We are going to buy these patented technologies from them. In return, Huaxing technology will lease computing resources to them at a price lower than the market price. Su Xiaoyu explained. This explanation does sound very convincing. As a newcomer in the intelligent robot industry, Yi Nantian certainly knows the news about Nvidia and other companies. He nodded and said with a smile, "NVIDIA is indeed looking for companies to rent computing power recently, and their target is our Chinese companies, because the whole world knows that our prices are low. The computing power cost in Europe is 3 times higher than ours." Chapter 58. 5 years. Yes, our computing power leasing is relatively mature now, but the application technology of artificial intelligence is relatively lacking. If we can reach a cooperation with NVIDIA, our company's technology will become the strongest in China. At that time, the speed of business expansion will be very fast, and the company's market value will inevitably rise steadily. At that time, when Mr. Yi looks at washing technology again, will he still think that our company is a small company that cannot continue to operate? Yi Nantian looked at Su Xiaoyu in astonishment. This. Su Xiaoyu continued to ask, "Do you still feel insecure about cooperating with us?" "Of course not." Yi Nantian listened carefully to every word Su Xiaoyu said. He felt that this young man was indeed good and had ideas, but he also had a question: how could Su Xiaoyu guarantee that NVIDIA would be willing to cooperate with him? Everyone knows that NVIDIA needs to engage in computing power leasing, but there are so many companies doing computing power leasing in the market. What are the advantages of washing technology? This question was not only shared by Yi Nantian, but also by Lu Zhongji, who immediately couldn't help cursing, "You talk like farting. You said NVIDIA will cooperate with you, so NVIDIA will cooperate with you?" "Yes, what you are saying is that based on the cooperation between you and NVIDIA, why did NVIDIA choose washing?" Another person also asked this question. Su Xiaoyu remained calm and said confidently, "Because he can't refuse the discount I offer. The price in China is much cheaper than in the West, and I am the cheapest in China. Moreover, I can sign a contract with him. As long as there is a lower price than mine in the market, I will be 20% cheaper than him. Why doesn't NVIDIA cooperate with us? Does he think he has too much money? You're just bragging. Now the price we offer is the same as yours. What do you say?" Lu Zhongji asked with a smile. Amelia Su smiled slightly, and said without any pressure, "Of course it's goodbye 20%. Yi Nantian and everyone present were stunned. The current price of 96 million per year means a profit of only about 10%. If the price is reduced by another 20%, it will be a loss-making business. What is the point of such cooperation?" Yi Nantian also knew that Su Xiaoyu wanted to sign this order, so he was willing to complete the cooperation even at a loss. However, he also had his own considerations. It had nothing to do with cooperating with washing technology. If washing wanted to make money in the future, it would definitely have to raise prices. But by that time, he would have the right to terminate or renew the contract, so everything had to be made clear in advance to avoid trouble. Yi Nantian said cautiously, "Boss Su, you are losing money at this price. If I sign with you, how many years can you sign for? It sounds good, but this is just your theory. If you can really reach a cooperation with NVIDIA, we at Nantian Information will definitely cooperate with your washing." Yi Nantian said, already a little tempted. At this time, Lu Zhongji seemed to see the point of complaint again. "What's the use of this trick? First make a loss, and then when the product is made, there will be various prices. Is this what Meituan's cash register system did at the front end? Mr. Yi, you must not believe this trick. When you cooperate too deeply with washing, you can't withdraw even if you want to. They will raise the price to the sky and you will have no choice." Yi Nantian was skeptical when he heard Lu Zhongji say this, because after all, washing and Nantian Information had cooperated for a period of time before. Later, when they were in financial difficulties and short of funds, they did not raise prices. So he looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Mr. Su, what do you say?" Facing other people's doubts, even if they were unreasonable, Su Xiaoyu would of course give an attitude. "Mr. Yi can choose any number of years in the contract, and we have clearly stated in the contract that no fees will be incurred during the contract period. In the middle of the contract, our equipment system will be updated and various new functions will be added. There will be no charge." Yi Nantian was very satisfied with this attitude. He even wanted to sign it directly, fearing that Su Xiaoyu would regret it. He hurriedly asked, "Are you serious? Then we will sign a 5-year contract at the price you said. There will be no price increase or any other fees within 5 years. Washing. Need technical support? How about it?" Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, "No problem. If Mr. Yi thinks it's okay to sign the contract, I'll ask my secretary, Miss Huang, to make a contract now." Lu Zhongji saw that the situation was hopeless and hurried to stop them. "Mr. Yi, don't be fooled. They must be cheating. I have seen many companies like this. Yi Nantian didn't even want to look at Lu Zhongji, I'll know after reading the contract. Lu Zhongji, please stop spreading rumors to confuse the public. To put it bluntly, your Zhongji company is just speculating in real estate. It has a lot of assets, but it is a complete novice in the field of AI. Please don't come out and harm others, okay? Do you have to make me say such harsh words? Su Xiaoyu said, is it great if a company has a large market value? There are many listed companies with a market value of more than 50 billion. If their industry is not AI, then it is useless. Don't think that AI is the vent now and think that any pig can take off. Do you understand? Lu Zhongji was furious. He slammed the table and stood up and cursed, Su Xiaoyu, how dare you call me a pig? Don't say any more, Mr. Su, let your secretary draw up a contract. Yi Nantian has made up his mind. No matter what Lu Zhongji says, he will not change his mind. Huaxing Technology has to take over this project today. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, okay, Yuding, come over and get the contract done. Su Xiaoyu stood up, asked Huang Yuding to sit down, and then stood by and waited. Huang Yuding was carrying a laptop with a prepared contract in it. Now she just needed to make some changes. When the others saw this, they picked up their belongings and left. The last one to leave was Lu Zhongji. He was very angry. Today at this negotiation meeting, Su Xiaoyu once again snatched the order. Before leaving, he cursed, Su Xiaoyu. You have been against me time and again, just wait and see how you die. Su Xiaoyu didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Zhongji and didn't even look in that direction. Lu Zhongji left without venting his anger. After he left the door, he punched the wall in anger and said to his lover beside him, one day, I will make this Su Xiaoyu die in an ugly way. When the female secretary saw Amelia Su's look just now, she was a little worried about Lu Zhongji, because she felt that Lu Zhongji should not be Amelia Su's opponent, so she didn't say anything. At this time, in the conference room, Huang Yuding had already revised all the contracts, printed them out, and showed them to Yi Nantian for review. After Yi Nantian read it, he signed the contract without any problem. Huaxing Technology and Nantian Information officially confirmed their cooperative relationship for a period of 5 years. Chapter 59, Huaxing returns from the dead. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trust. Our cooperation this time can be said to be a win-win situation. Su Xiaoyu and Yi Nantian shook hands and laughed, looking very happy. Yi Nantian was also very happy. He was very happy in his heart that he could get the cooperation order from Huaxing at such a low price. Yi Nantian said, 72 million a year, so how do we pay for the 5-year order? Su Xiaoyu smiled indifferently, it's up to Mr. Yi to arrange it. You have come into contact with the things here before, and you know our quality. Yi Nantian knew that Huaxing's computing power was very good, at least it was at the upper middle level in the industry, but he still felt that he should be more cautious and pay the 1-year order fee first. Out of trust in Huaxing, I will pay the 1-year order amount first, which is 96 million. If Huaxing really reaches a cooperation with NVIDIA in the future, we will immediately pay the remaining 4 years amount and will definitely not drag it out. What do you think, Mr. Su? No problem, I can do anything. Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Just now Yi Nantian called Su Xiaoyu President Su, but now he has changed to call her Mr. Su, which shows that he has already recognized Su Xiaoyu as a person. Mr. Su is really straightforward. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing you to work with me. Ha 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 ha. The two people signed a 1-year order payment agreement. After signing, Yi Nantian immediately asked the finance department to transfer the money. The transferred funds were directly deposited into Huaxing's corporate account, so Huaxing's finance department immediately went to check the details and reported them to Huang Yuding. After Huang Yuding told Su Xiaoyu accepted the contract and said goodbye to Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian invited Su Xiaoyu to dinner many times, but he refused every time because there was something bigger than this contract waiting for Su Xiaoyu to do. After going out the door, before he even reached the parking space, Su Xiaoyu couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and used his Supreme White card to transfer 48 million to Huaxing's corporate account. Even if this bill makes up for the 40% discount, Su Xiaoyu has completed the general consumption and the system has given her a rebate. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x rebate and earning 336 million yuan. Although Su Xiaoyu knew that this would definitely count as consumption and would get a rebate, she finally felt at ease after seeing the actual rebate arrive in her account. Now Su Xiaoyu's account balance has reached 1.32 billion yuan, which is simply incredible. Sometimes when Su Xiaoyu suddenly thinks back to her previous life, she can hardly believe that she is so rich now. Su Xiaoyu did not make this transfer secretly. After the transfer, he also told Huang Yuting, "This is 48 million yuan that I personally invested. The finance department may not know the situation. You are responsible for explaining it to them." Ah. Before Huang Yuting understood what was going on, Su Xiaoyu had already walked to the car, opened the door, and let Huang Yuting get in. Huang Yuting was sitting in the passenger seat and asked in confusion, "Why do you have to pay for it yourself? This is related to the company's profits. You know, when the company does its accounting at the end of the year, if it's in the red, the stock price will plummet. So what I wrote in the contract with Yi Nantian just now is that he will pay 60% and I will pay the remaining 40%. There is no discount on the total. In this way, Huaxing's profits will be very high, and orders will grow explosively." Su Xiaoyu explained to Huang Yuting after driving the car out. Huang Yuting found this explanation a bit far-fetched. She asked in confusion, "Why bother? Why don't you just ask him to pay the full amount and then give him the money back? Aren't you just using your own money to make up for the discount code?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head. "How can that be possible? It is convenient for us, but for him, he will have an extra procedure to collect the payment, which is full of uncertainty. You have to consider the problem from the customer's perspective. In fact, it's bullshit to consider the issue from the customer's perspective. Su Xiaoyu is just doing it for his own rebate. He tried it last time. Giving money to others didn't count as consumption and he didn't get any rebate at all." But Huang Yuting felt that Su Xiaoyu understood psychology very well, and she admired her very much. "Boss Su, you are really smart, I didn't think of these." Let's go. We have completed our first order today. Let's go have a meal first." While Su Xiaoyu was waiting for the traffic light, he saw that the red light at the intersection was as long as 90 seconds. He immediately took out his mobile phone to search for nearby shopping malls. You don't know until you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. The IFC Mall, the Ceiling Mall in ULI Magic City, is nearby, less than 1 kilometer away from where they are, so Su Xiaoyu suggested going there to take a look. "Have you been to IFC?" Huang Yuting was a little surprised. "I haven't been there before. What are you doing? Are you going to eat there?" "Yes, I looked and it's less than 1 kilometer away from here, and I also want to go and have a look." Su Xiaoyu has already set up the navigation on her mobile phone. That building over there is very grand. It must be the IFC building. Huang Yuting had already imagined the appearance of the International Financial Center in her mind. So she turned and looked out the window, and yelled, "Isn't this the place?" Amelia Su also turned around and looked. "Yes, but navigation is still needed." The green light came on and Su Xiaoyu drove to the IFC. There were so many cars in this short 900-meter distance that Huang Yuting was getting impatient. There are so many cars at this time. Not bad, luckily we don't live nearby, otherwise we would be bored every day. Let's go to the mall and have a good look. In order to make up for Huang Yuting's impatience, Su Xiaoyu deliberately said, "I'll buy you something to make up for it." Huang Yuting blushed. "So are we going on a date, haha?" In order to ease the embarrassment and fear that Amelia Su would be unhappy, Huang Yuting laughed loudly after she finished speaking. Su Xiaoyu didn't care. He didn't have a partner now, so he could make any joke. "I don't have a partner now anyway, so any girl I date can be considered a date." "Do you often go out with girls?" Huang Yuting said a little disappointedly after hearing this. Su Xiaoyu denied, "No, except for Wang Jing before, there is no other." "Why don't I believe it?" Huang Yuting asked with a smile. "Really not, it's not long since I broke up with Wang Jing, how could there be any girl who would date me?" Su Xiaoyu even believed what he said. Finally arriving at the entrance of IFC, Su Xiaoyu parked the car, and then the two of them walked forward together. What you see from the front is the IFC building. You can't see the top of the building even if you look up 90 degrees. The short building next to it is the IFC shopping mall. It has the word IFC written on it, and it looks very magnificent. Huang Yuting couldn't help but yelled, "Boss Su, come and take a picture for me, hurry up." "Ah, I'm not very good at taking pictures." Chapter 60. Which one do you like? "It's okay, just take a picture. I just want to keep a souvenir. As long as it's clear," Huang Yuting said. Although Huang Yuting seems to be very fashionable, cheerful, and up to date, she is not picky at all and her requirements for taking photos are not as high as other girls. Amelia Su really just took a few photos of her and passed it without finding any faults at all. The two walked into the mall and felt the fear of the huge crowds of people. While walking, look around to see what kind of stores are open in such a shopping mall and what kind of consumer groups are shopping there. As a result, all I saw were big brands, and many of them had English names that I didn't recognize at all. Let's go, pick whatever you want, Su Xiaoyu said as she walked forward. Huang Yuting's heartbeat quickened. She saw all the stores in front of her, all selling luxury goods in foreign languages she didn't recognize. Not a single one was affordable. Which store was Su Xiaoyu going to take her to? Was she going to buy luxury goods? This was too hard to imagine. According to her experience of watching melodramatic idol dramas, when a company boss or a rich man took a girl to such a place, it meant that he had already fallen in love with the girl, and they would have sex soon. Especially for a boss like Su Xiaoyu who was rich, handsome, and young, it is really rare. Ever since Huang Yuting heard what Jiang Xinyue said during the last meal, her possessiveness over Su Xiaoyu has been very strong. A high-quality man like Mr. Su will definitely be surrounded by a bunch of women in the future. Now is the time for me to seize the opportunity. I must not miss this chance. Huang Yuting thought to herself as she arrived at the door of a store called Burberry. No matter what luxury brand it is, the price is definitely not affordable for ordinary people, so when Huang Yuting walked in the door, she felt a little nervous and her heart was pounding. Seeing that she didn't say anything and was looking at the price tag, Amelia Su asked, "Which one do you like?" Huang Yuting turned around and looked at Amelia Su, her face full of disbelief. The things here are too expensive, they all cost thousands or tens of thousands. Aren't all luxury goods like this? But look at the things here, they are more upscale than those sold in ordinary small shops. Su Xiaoyu painted a pie for Huang Yuting. You will be the president of Huaxing Technology in the future. You can buy anything here with your spending power, you know. After hearing this, Huang Yuting was not so nervous anymore. She was thinking about becoming the CEO of Huaxing in the future, or being Su Xiaoyu's girlfriend. These things were not worth mentioning to her at all. Let's go, pick one quickly. You should need a bag, let's take a look at the bags first. Seeing that Huang Yuting couldn't make up her mind, Su Xiaoyu helped her choose. The store is large, but there are not many varieties, so it is not difficult to choose. Huang Yuting looked for a while and chose a white handbag. It is of moderate size and can hold some napkins, power banks, cosmetics, and so on. It can also hold a diary when she goes to the store for meetings, but it cannot hold other things. This is it, Huang Yuting said, pointing to the bag she chose. After saying this, she was still a little nervous. After all, the price of 20,000 yuan was enough for her current monthly salary. But Amelia Su didn't even look at the price, and said directly to the waiter, "Beauty, please pack this for me." The waiters were stunned. Because 10 minutes ago, she met a couple. The girl also wanted to buy this bag, but the boy hesitated for a long time and didn't buy it, and finally the two of them left very unhappy. The man in front of me now looks so handsome, generous, and very good to his girlfriend. When his girlfriend asked for a bag, he agreed without blinking an eye. "Okay, sir." While the clerk was packing, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuting were still looking at other things. Because they were not just buying a bag, Su Xiaoyu's thinking was very simple. If she came all the way to the Burberry store in IFC just to buy a bag, she would be at a great disadvantage. At this time, another couple who had just witnessed Su Xiaoyu buying a bag were talking. Su Xiaoyu heard it, and they couldn't help but turn around and take another look. The girl said, "Look at him. His girlfriend wants to buy a bag, but he won't even say a word. I just want a silk scarf that costs less than 10,000 yuan, and you're still dithering. Let's just stop and break up." The man was not to be outdone. They look like rich second generations. How can we compare with them? Rich second generations buy luxury goods every day, but I can only buy it this time. Why are you reluctant to do so? It's not like you buy it every day? The girl retorted. The man got impatient. It doesn't work even if I buy it once. What's the use of spending more than 8,000 yuan on such a scarf? How can a 9.9 yuan scarf bought on Pink60 not be used? Fakes are always fakes. What's the use of them? The girl screamed hysterically. You know that fakes are always fakes. You are a poor person. Even if you buy a Burberry scarf, you are still poor. Do you think you have become rich? Do you think you have face? Do you think your vanity is satisfied? The man began to reason with his girlfriend. But the girl didn't buy it at all and became even more agitated. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. After shouting, the girl left. When they came out of the Burberry store, there was a sea of people outside. The boy hurried out to chase after her, but he could no longer see her. After watching for a few minutes, Huang Yuting felt how happy she was again. If she found a very ordinary boyfriend in the future and lived frugally every day, she could actually accept it. But if there are better boys, of course she would choose the better one. The shop assistants were also frightened by what happened just now. They came to their senses only after seeing the two young men leave and continued to pack things for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuting came to the shoe counter again. Su Xiaoyu became interested in shoes again, because there is an obvious difference between good shoes and bad shoes when worn on the feet, but the difference is not so obvious for clothes. This white pair is pretty good. Do you like it? Let's buy a pair. When Su Xiaoyu saw that Huang Yuting was wearing white clothes, she thought that white shoes were quite suitable for her. In fact, none of the shoes are ugly. As long as they fit Huang Yuting's feet, she thinks they are fine. Don't buy any more. Just have a bag. They are so expensive. Su Xiaoyu said in surprise, how can you just buy a bag? What is your current status? You are my secretary, and you will be the CEO of Huaxing in the future. Don't you have to start packaging yourself now? I'm going to buy you a few more clothes later. Hurry up, don't hesitate. Chapter 6161. Don't you know the rules? Huang Yuting felt that today was the day she was pampered the most besides her parents since she was a child. She was so excited that she almost shed tears. Really? Thank you so much, President Su. Girls are girls after all. No matter how simple they are in their daily lives, they cannot resist the temptation of luxury goods. Su Xiaoyu has now completely broken Huang Yuting's psychological defenses. As long as she accepts these two things, then it will be no problem for her to do whatever she wants in the future. Beauty, pick this up too, and then take down the clothes hanging over there for me. I want to buy one too. Su Xiaoyu said to the clerk standing next to her. After hearing this, the clerk was slow to respond. Yes, sir. Su Xiaoyu held Huang Yuting's hand and walked to the cashier counter and waited. While waiting, Huang Yuting kept observing the eyes of the people around her. They all thought the two of them were a couple. Such envious eyes made Huang Yuting deeply trapped and unable to extricate herself. She felt that it was a pleasure for others to misunderstand that she and Su Xiaoyu were a couple. Although she also knew that it was impossible for a person like Su Xiaoyu to simply find a girl to marry, she would be satisfied if she could be a passerby in Su Xiaoyu's life and did not ask for anything else. Newly bought clothes need to be washed before they can be worn, and shoes also need to be put aside for a while before they can be worn. If you are not in a hurry, you can wash them once, but bags can be used immediately. Su Xiaoyu took several packed shopping bags, then put one of the bags directly on Huang Yuting's shoulders, then took a look, which made Huang Yuting's face blush. This bag suits you very well. With your looks, you should have had a bag of this quality a long time ago. Hearing Su Xiaoyu say this, the clerk next to her also cooperated and praised. Yes, this lady is very beautiful and has a tall figure. This bag looks so good on you, as if the designer made it just for you. Huang Yuting burst out laughing after hearing this. This was too much praise. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Su Xiaoyu took out her bank card. How much is it? Pay the bill. Sir, the total cost is 81,000 yuan. An expression of horror suddenly appeared on Huang Yuting's smiling face. This money was her 4 months' salary, and Su Xiaoyu just spent it for her. It was horrible. It's so scary. Amelia Su felt that these were nothing at all. Swipe the card. Ding, take the money. 81,000 yuan has arrived. As the sound of the cash register system came, Su Xiaoyu's system rebate immediately appeared. Congratulations to the host for punishing 4 times the rebate and obtaining 324,000 yuan. Okay, let's go and eat. Su Xiaoyu personally helped Huang Yuting hold the bag, and the bag was still across her shoulders. The two of them formed a sharp contrast with the couple in front who walked out after quarreling. They walked out happily. The restaurants in IFC are all high-end brands, and you won't see any small, affordable brands at all. After all, this is the face of Shanghai and the consumption ceiling for the whole of Asia. But they walked around and didn't see any store with fewer people, so they had to choose to eat at a restaurant called Jinxian Chinese Restaurant. The food here is more Chinese and localized, which suits Su Xiaoyu's taste. Su Xiaoyu liked it right away and asked Huang Yuting if she liked it. Here, there are not many people. Today was the first time that Huang Yuting experienced the feeling of going out without money or brains, only a mouth. It was so comfortable and refreshing that she was completely immersed in happiness. Okay. In fact, it doesn't matter what she eats. She has never eaten it before and it's her first time trying it. Besides, she has never thought about the level of this place in the past 25 years. What reason does she have to be picky? It's like a worker finding fault with LV, Hermes, and Givenchy. What's the point? She randomly found a seat by the window and sat down opposite Huang Yuding. However, the waiter who came towards her did not come quickly. Instead, he kept looking at Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding, as if he was waiting for something. Because of this, a fat man at the next table saw it and reminded him, "You country bumpkin, you have never been to a high-end place. You want to bring a woman here to show off, right? You have to pay for her. The rule here is that you have to pay for meals. Otherwise, why would they give you such high-quality service?" Su Xiaoyu turned around and glanced at the fat man, only to see that he had just arrived at the restaurant. He then opened his briefcase and took out a stack of $100 bills from it. He waved his hand at the waiter and said, "Young man, come here. This is the payment. Come over here and serve my table first." When the waiter saw that the fat man had spent more than 1,000 yuan, his face suddenly lit up and he trotted over immediately. Su Xiaoyu was indeed here for the first time, so she naturally didn't know the rules, but the fat man's attitude also made Su Xiaoyu extremely unhappy, so he immediately said, "I will pay for the consumption, there is no need for others to worry about it." Huang Yuding saw Su Xiaoyu's face showing a very domineering expression, which was both frightening and exciting, and persuaded, "Boss Su, don't be angry, don't argue with others." The fat man seemed to have heard Huang Yuding's voice. He immediately glared at her and said, "What are you talking about, beauty? This kind of man is obviously pretending to be generous because he has no money. If he really has money, he must know the rules of tipping in high-end consumption places. Don't be fooled by her. I'm doing this for your own good." Su Xiaoyu told Huang Yuding not to speak and to deal with the fat man herself, and then continued, "I just haven't given it to you yet, what are you blaming for?" When the fat man heard Amelia Su's words, he immediately got angry, threw the banknotes in his hand directly on the table and said, "Come on, let us see how much you can give, and you're still pretending." When the waiter saw the two people arguing, he immediately disliked Su Xiaoyu and thought, "If you don't give me a tip, don't stop me from taking other people's money." Looking at the money scattered all over the table, the waiter didn't know how to pick it up, and could only watch Su Xiaoyu and the fat man arguing. Su Xiaoyu said, "Waiter, measure your payment code for me." The waiter had some doubts. The restaurant provided them with a QR code for payment, and there was also a special reminder sound for the consumption, so that other customers could hear the consumption amount, thereby promoting consumption, but he still did it. Then, a crisp voice was heard, "Waiter number 37 received a consumption of 10,000 yuan." At this time, the waiter, the fat man and other customers around were stunned. They knew that the consumption here was very high, but the average per capita consumption was only 1,000 yuan. There were only two people, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding, and they spent at most 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. To spend 20,000 yuan at once was simply unheard of. They didn't know whether Su Xiaoyu was mentally ill or very rich. Chapter 62-62. 300,000? But now it seems to be the latter. After all, Su Xiaoyu was wearing clothes from Hermes and LV, and the bag on Huang Yuding's table was from Givenchy. In an instant, the other customers looked at Su Xiaoyu differently, full of excitement. The waiter was so excited that he kept expressing his gratitude, even bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, big brother, thank you." The fat man at the next table had a livid face. He had thought that Amelia Su could only spend 500 yuan, but who knew that Amelia Su would spend 10,000 yuan? This was simply like a slap in the face with a fly swatter. Then he said sarcastically, "You are very rich. You spent 10,000 yuan. When you order food later, you should spend tens of thousands of yuan. Otherwise, you may not live up to your status as a rich man." After he finished speaking, a woman with heavy makeup came over and sat next to the fat man. This woman didn't know how much powder she had put on. She had just heard the conversation from a distance and knew that Fatty and Amelia Su were a little unhappy, so she sat down and complained, "That's right, a rich man should act like a rich man. If you don't spend 100,000 or 80,000 on a meal, you can only be called a country bumpkin." If they hadn't reminded her, Su Xiaoyu might have forgotten that the 10,000 yuan she had just tipped the waiter would not give her any rebate, and she would have to earn it back by placing an order later. Now Su Xiaoyu has more than 1 billion yuan in his card, and no matter how much he spends, he can get cash back and make a lot of money, so Su Xiaoyu immediately waved to the waiter and said, "Can you come and serve our table now?" The waiter no longer cared about the scattered $100 bills on the fat man's table. He walked to Amelia Sue's table respectfully and said, "Brother, what do you want to eat?" Amelia Sue thought about it and realized that it wouldn't cost much just to eat the food, so she asked, "Give me the most expensive red wine here first." The waiter said, "The most expensive red wine here is Romane Conti from 1999, which costs about 300,000 yuan a bottle." Amelia Sue was shocked. "What, 300,000? The fat man next to her must have felt that 300,000 yuan for a bottle of wine was too outrageous when he heard Su Xiaoyu's intense reaction. After all, he knew it was outrageous. In some rural areas, 300,000 yuan could buy a house. This kind of house is just a price without demand. Who would buy it? If you don't have money, don't pretend. You just open your mouth and say, "Bring out the most expensive wine you have." It's so funny. Ah ha 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 ha. The heavily made up woman next to her also laughed out loud. He he he. The waiter knew that this wine was very expensive and only the world's top rich people would buy it, so he prepared to recommend another kind of wine to Su Xiaoyu to ease the embarrassment. After all, she was the one who spent 10,000 yuan. "Sir, here we also have 10-year-old Lafite." Before she finished speaking, Su Xiaoyu had already spoken. "Just give me this 1999 Romane Conti, 2 bottles." Waiter. The wine order alone cost 600,000, 2 bottles. Su Xiaoyu's action scared the fat man and the heavily made up woman, but now there is no proof that Su Xiaoyu really bought it. Maybe he will return and not pay later, so the fat man said, "This brother is really a rich man. 2 people actually drink 2 bottles of 300,000 red wine?" Su Xiaoyu said expressionlessly, "If I can't finish it, I'll pack it up and take it back to enjoy slowly." "Is it bothering you?" After that, he ignored the fat man and continued to say to the waiter, "Give us another set meal for 2, something richer." Seeing that Amelia Sue was dining with only 2 people, the waiter recommended a more moderate set meal and said to Amelia Sue, "Sir, do you think this set meal is okay?" Su Xiaoyu took a look and saw that it was only worth 2,300 yuan, which was too little. She shook her head directly, "Make it richer." The waiter thought that Su Xiaoyu must have a good financial strength. It happened that he brought his girlfriend out to eat today, so he naturally wanted to show off in front of the gossipers, "This is our top set meal for 2 people. It is a combination of all the most advanced dishes. Of course, the price is very expensive. Sir, please take a look." Hearing the words expensive, Su Xiaoyu was full of interest, because expensive means high rebates. He asked without even looking at it, "Then let's have a set meal here. In addition, I don't like others to talk too much when I'm eating. Please maintain order in the hall. Also, I don't like eating in private rooms." The dishes and wine ordered by Su Xiaoyu totaled 620,000 yuan, and he gave the waiter 10,000 yuan as a fee. What he said was like an imperial decree, and the waiter absolutely obeyed and cooperated without any complaints or excuses. "Okay, sir, we will provide you with a great dining environment," said the waiter. After saying that, he left. The whole hall was filled with the sound of people gasping for air. A single meal cost 620,000 yuan. This was truly incredible, so much so that the hotel security guards came directly to escort Su Xiaoyu. For a moment, many guests here looked at Su Xiaoyu with more admiration, and some women even wanted to flirt with Su Xiaoyu. At this time, the menu in the waiter's hand trembled slightly, and he stammered, "Sir, according to our regulations, if the consumption exceeds 100,000, you have to pay half first. This is also a guarantee for both parties." After the waiter finished speaking, before Amelia Sue answered, the fat man at the next table immediately burst into laughter. It was obvious that he had used this as a bargaining chip to mock Amelia Sue. Amelia Sue didn't even look at the fat man's expression, and said to the waiter, "I'll pay for it all now. No need to pay half and half, it's so troublesome." The fat man's eyes widened immediately, with disbelief written all over his face. The waiter bowed respectfully and turned to leave. The fat guy immediately started to curse and swear, saying, "You are so rich, but you are such a sucker. Why don't you go and have a full banquet?" Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding had ordered the food, but it hadn't arrived yet, so they were waiting and checking their phones when they had nothing to do. Hearing the fat man still arguing over there, Su Xiaoyu was about to call the waiter over, but before he could open his mouth, the security guard came over. One of the men holding an electric baton said, "Excuse me, sir, please don't disturb other customers' meals, okay? Don't cause trouble, or we'll kick you out." The fat man looked at the security guard in surprise. "You are just a small security guard, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me?" The security guard said, "I'm not a big deal, but at least I can control you here. If you don't cooperate, you can go to another restaurant to eat." The fat guy immediately stopped talking and sat there quietly playing with his phone with a serious face. Chapter 63, Your Boss is So Nice. The heavily made-up woman next to him stopped talking too, and the arrogance that the two had just shown disappeared in an instant. Not long after, a man in a suit came in. He looked like the lobby manager of the restaurant. He walked up to Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Hello, sir. I heard from the waiter that you are ready to pay in full, right?" Su Xiaoyu said, "That's right. We can knock off the 20,000 decimal point for you, so you can just pay the full amount of 600,000. Said the lobby manager. Su Xiaoyu felt that he couldn't pretend to be generous at this time, otherwise it would be a bit wise. Although he would get a lot less rebate if he paid 20,000 yuan less, a normal person would not refuse the restaurant's discount, and it was the hall manager who took the initiative to come over and say it. Okay. Su Xiaoyu took out the bank card and handed it to the manager. After entering the password and completing the payment, the system rebate will follow. Congratulations to the host for triggering. Su Xiaoyu simply ignored it, because this amount of money was nothing to him. The balance on his card was 1.32 billion. After paying, Amelia Su quickly said to the manager, "Okay, hurry up the chef, we've both been hungry for a long time." Okay. After the hall manager left, the dishes came up one after another in a few minutes. Each dish is made with very precious ingredients, basically things that Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding have never seen before, so every time a dish is served, the waiter will explain in detail what the dish is made of. Okay, thanks. Huang Yuding said thank you to the waiter and started picking up the chopsticks. But when she saw that everyone else in the hall was eating very politely, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. Su Xiaoyu didn't care. He was afraid that Huang Yuding would feel embarrassed, so he took the lead in eating. He ate voraciously without using any cutlery such as knives and forks on the table. Huang Yuding saw that Su Xiaoyu's eating style was different from others, and asked softly, "Is it okay to eat like this?" "Of course you can. Why should we be like them?" Su Xiaoyu asked back. Huang Yuding took a look and started working without saying anything, completely disregarding her image. After finishing everything, Su Xiaoyu felt that she was not full and her stomach was still empty. Who can believe that a meal costing 620,000 yuan was not enough to fill you up? I only drank half a bottle of wine, and packed up the remaining bottle and a half to take home. However, Huang Yuding ate very full. Her appetite was definitely not as big as Su Xiaoyu's. After eating, she took a photo with satisfaction and posted it on her Moments. "Let's go!" As Amelia Su shouted, Huang Yuding trotted after him like his girlfriend, and the two walked out of the restaurant together. When I walked out of the IFC shopping mall, it was already 7 p.m. and the sky outside had turned pitch black. Su Xiaoyu offered to take Huang Yuding home, and Huang Yuding agreed, and their date that night came to an end. Huang Yuding had a lot of gains today and she was very happy. After returning home, she immediately told the good news to her family. In addition to her, her parents also live at home. They are all country people who came to Shanghai to work, and they live a very simple life. 3 people rented a 30 square meter house with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. 2 beds were squeezed together. It was very crowded and the space was very small. In addition to the dining table, there were a lot of sundries piled up in the living room. There was no extra space at all. Both parents are people who never think about enjoying life. Everything they do is to give their daughter a better life. There is no son in the family, so they are not under a lot of pressure. They live a contented life every day. Huang Yuding put the bag in her hand on the bed, then took out the clothes and gestured to her chest, and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, look, this is a gift from our boss, does it look good?" My parents didn't recognize this brand, but they thought it looked very good and both expressed their appreciation. "This dress is great. The fabric and workmanship are just so great. Your boss is really a good person." Huang Yuding felt relieved when she heard that her mother was not disgusted by the boss giving her gifts, because in the future she might become Su Xiaoyu's favorite. "By the way, does your boss like you? Otherwise, why would he give you such expensive things? I see these clothes must be expensive. The quality is better than any other clothes in our family." Huang Yuding's mother asked. Huang Yuding didn't dare to tell the real price, but she nodded and admitted that it was expensive. "Yes, everything he bought was very expensive, but the boss said that because he wants to train me to be the CEO of the company in the future, I should wear more beautiful clothes." Huang Yuding's father smiled and said, "How can you be the CEO of a company? Don't you have a CEO now?" Huang Yuding was unhappy with this. Dad, am I still your daughter? Huang Yuding's mother laughed and said, your father's mouth is just asking for a beating. The CEO of our company was found to be corrupt by the new boss and was fired. Huang Yuding explained, this boss was my former colleague in the technical department. She was the one who had been guiding me. Because the boss came from the technical department, he attached great importance to the technical department and tended to promote people from the technical department, so I was lucky. Dad Huangshan nodded and said, you must seize the opportunity. There are not many such opportunities. If your company develops in the future, you will be a multi-millionaire. Of course, I will definitely become the youngest and most beautiful CEO in history, ha. Huang Yuding's image at home is completely different from that outside. She has no image at all and smiles like a lunatic. In the next few days, until the end of October, the business development of Huaxing Technology and Nantian Information had been fully connected, and production officially began. Huaxing only has 300 computing devices in stock, so another 700 need to be produced, so the next thing is to focus on production. The staff in the production department is relatively stable, and not too many people have been fired. However, in order to complete these 700 devices as quickly as possible, they still need to continue recruiting people. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu will not only cooperate with Nantian Information, but will also cooperate with many other companies in the future, so the more people the better. Sheng Ziying from the Human Resources Department has officially become a manager, responsible for recruiting and the company's performance appraisal. Her abilities are indeed as outstanding as Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding are optimistic about. With her, Huang Yuding's work has become much easier, and she has more energy and time to deal with other things. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Mid-January 2022. The total number of employees at Huaxing Technology has grown from a few hundred people when Su Xiaoyu first took over to 3,000 people now. The company's market value has also increased from 600 million yuan at the beginning to 1.5 billion yuan now. The results are very good. Chapter 64, New House. From operations to sales to production to transportation, the entire process is adequately staffed. When receiving orders, the services from delivery to after sales are very thoughtful. Moreover, the salary offered by Su Xiaoyu is much higher than that of people in the same industry. Such treatment causes the employees to smile even when they are bullied at work. Things at the company were progressing smoothly, and Su Xiaoyu's own house had also been renovated. A month ago, Su Xiaoyu had already paid the balance to the decoration team. Su Xiaoyu no longer looked at this level of rebate. He vaguely remembered that it should be more than 4 million. For the current balance of 1.3 billion, it could not even cause a ripple. Although the rebate is not much, this house was decorated according to Su Xiaoyu's highest requirements. On the morning of January 16th, after breakfast, Su Xiaoyu drove to the new house to check it out. If it is suitable, he wants to move in as soon as possible. The rental house they live in now is too small. It cannot accommodate Su Xiaoyu's current bohemian heart. After he has financial strength, he is not as simple as before. He now has more interests and hobbies, and he needs a lot of space to use. The house was bought for 10 million yuan, and the hard decoration alone cost 1.5 million yuan. According to normal household expenses, the soft decoration should be about 30% of the overall decoration, which means that another 650,000 yuan is needed to purchase household appliances, sofas, chandeliers, televisions, coffee tables, etc. But Su Xiaoyu's budget is definitely not that small. The cost of soft decoration in his house will definitely exceed 1.5 million, so such a house is considered upper middle class in Shanghai. Su Xiaoyu drove to the gate of the community. The security order in the high-end residential area is indeed different. As soon as Su Xiaoyu's car arrived at the door, she heard the security guard from the security office come out and ask, "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" After noticing that Su Xiaoyu was driving a Maybach S680, the security guard immediately trotted out of the security room. Su Xiaoyu rolled down the car window and said to the security guard, "I'm the owner here. My house has been renovated for a month. I want to go in and take a look. Can you please open the door, uncle?" When the security guard heard this, his body suddenly became straight. He took the house purchase certificate and decoration certificate from Su Xiaoyu's hand, his eyes shining. It really is. Since he could still afford to buy a house in this community, and paid in full, the person in front of him must be their important VIP owner. The security guard immediately said to Su Xiaoyu respectfully, "Mr. Su, if you have any questions in the future, just ask us, we will do our best to handle it for you." The security guard returned the contract to Su Xiaoyu, opened the door and let Su Xiaoyu in. Finally, he did not forget to give Su Xiaoyu a very standard military salute. He couldn't afford to offend the young man in front of him, so he must treat him well. Su Xiaoyu also waved to the security guard in response, and then drove the car in. But when he drove the car to the downstairs of his house, he saw a woman in her 30s standing at the door. She was wearing a standard black suit. After Su Xiaoyu parked the Maybach, she trotted to the side of the car. "Who are you?" Su Xiaoyu asked in surprise. "Hello, Mr. Su." Hearing Su Xiaoyu's question, the woman immediately smiled and introduced herself. "I am the property manager here, Yulanlan, and I am glad that you can live in our community." That's right, the woman in front of him was the property manager, very young. She had just seen Su Xiaoyu driving in and talking to the security guard at the door, so she knew that he would definitely come to see her house, so she came here in advance. Compared with the property managers in other communities, Yulanlan was indeed too young, so much so that Su Xiaoyu felt that she looked a little different. He looked her up and down and said, "It turns out to be Manager Yu." "Hello, hello." After the two sides shook hands, Su Xiaoyu asked, "Manager Yu, what can I do for you?" Yulanlan nodded and said, "Mr. Su, this is what I am doing. I am here to enter your identity information for you." "Okay, let's go." After figuring out the other party's intention, Su Xiaoyu nodded and agreed. The next moment, Yulanlan led Amelia Su towards his house. On the road from the parking space to the house, there are green plants everywhere. The greening of the entire community is very well done, and the trees and flowers here are very beautiful and colorful. They are not the messy and ugly plants in old communities. Su Xiaoyu can also hear birds singing from time to time. Walk through this small building, enter the apartment building, and then arrive at the gate of Su Xiaoyu's house. There was a lock at the door, a fingerprint lock. Yulanlan stopped and Su Xiaoyu was caught off guard and bumped into Yulanlan's butt. He kept apologizing, but Yulanlan didn't seem to care. Then he turned around and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, let me enter your fingerprints here first, so it will be very convenient for you to enter and exit in the future." "Okay." Yulanlan entered Su Xiaoyu's name, ID number, mobile phone number, fingerprints and irises into her identity information. After recording, she said, "Mr. Su, all your information has been entered for you." Su Xiaoyu nodded, thank you for your help." "It's okay. You can use your key to open the door from now on. If you forget to bring your key, you can also use your fingerprint to open the door." As Yulanlan said this, she turned around and opened the door of the house. The moment the door was opened, everything inside was suddenly displayed in front of Su Xiaoyu. The real scene was completely different from the renderings given by the designer, and it looked more dazzling and high-end. Su Xiaoyu was dazzled by the brand-name decoration materials and the luxurious ceiling. In addition to the living room and the rest area, the house also had a gym, cloakroom, pet clipper, family theater, family karaoke room, piano room, study, and so on. At the same time, there is a garage in the basement of the house. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu was simply jaw-dropping. There is no way. Su Xiaoyu was not born into a famous family. He is a country bumpkin. His current behavior is like Chen Huanqing coming to the city. Everything he sees is new to him. If Yulanlan hadn't appeared, Amelia Su really wouldn't know how to get these things today. It was Su Xiaoyu's expression that caused Yulanlan to have a hint of doubt on her face. Isn't he a rich second generation? He can afford such a house and a Maybach S680. His family conditions must be quite good. He should have received a higher education since childhood and should be accustomed to high-end things. Why is he like a country bumpkin? However, she didn't need to guess Su Xiaoyu's thoughts and identity, because no matter what, he was the highest level owner here, and she had to serve him carefully in the future. Chapter 65. Su Xiaoyu needs to be supported by someone? After taking Su Xiaoyu around the house for a long time, Yulanlan said carefully, "Mr. Su, your house is safe now, you can come in at any time. From the moment you come in, we will start charging property fees and management fees." When Su Xiaoyu rented a house before, the property fees were paid by the landlord himself. He had no idea about these fees. Was it tens, hundreds, tens of millions, or tens of thousands of yuan? I have no idea. According to the area of Mr. Su's house, the property fee and management fee together are 30,000 yuan per month. Please be informed and pay it later. Okay, I will pay it every month then. After listening to Yulanlan's words, Su Xiaoyu nodded calmly. Of course, Su Xiaoyu was very disappointed at this time, because this charge was really too much. It was very simple. He would get rebates for every consumption he made, but the property fee and management fee added up to only 30,000, so no matter how much rebate he got, it would not be much money. Yulanlan was also shocked when she saw Su Xiaoyu didn't even blink when she heard that 30,000 yuan would be deducted from the property fees and management fees. After all, she was a super rich man. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu had nothing else to do, Yulanlan prepared to leave. "Mr. Su, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. By the way, this is my business card." After that, he did not forget to hand Su Xiaoyu his business card and said, "If Mr. Su has any questions in the future, you can call me and we will have someone to serve you around the clock." Su Xiaoyu nodded, "Okay." Then, Yulanlan just left. After Yulanlan left, Su Xiaoyu sat alone on the sofa, looking at everything in front of him. He always felt a little unreal, because he was still a poor loser who rented a house 3 months ago. Now he has his own house, his own car, his own company, and he also bought another house of the same price for his parents. It all seems like a dream. However, such a big house, divided into 2 floors, with Su Xiaoyu living alone, is really too deserted. He thinks he should immediately hire a few cleaning ladies to clean his room, otherwise, there will be no warmth at all. All of a sudden, Su Xiaoyu showed an uncontrollable obscene smile on her face. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the sound of a cell phone ringing suddenly interrupted Su Xiaoyu's wandering thoughts, and a trace of unhappiness immediately appeared on his face. After seeing the caller ID, Su Xiaoyu's mood became even more complicated. "Ms. Lu, the landlord, why is she calling?" Su Xiaoyu said to himself. He had originally planned to check out with the landlord, Sister Lu, but she actually called him on her own initiative. Was she here to pay the rent? That's right. Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not paid the rent this month, and it had been more than a month. She was so busy with company matters every day that she had completely forgotten about the rent. According to the agreement, the rent would be paid once in March, and the monthly rent was 1,800 yuan. Now the total amount to be paid is 5,400 yuan. After Su Xiaoyu roughly guessed the purpose of the landlord, Ms. Lu, she answered the call. "Hello, landlady, hello." Su Xiaoyu had only said half of her sentence when Sister Lu's laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Ha, Xiao Su, have you found a job now?" Amelia Su was stunned. "How do you know I was fired?" "You've been in arrears with the rent for more than a month, and there's no news." "I had to ask, but your neighbor said you were fired by the company." "But it doesn't matter, you can continue to live here, it's okay," Sister Lu said indifferently. After she said that, Su Xiaoyu was a little scared. Would he be planning to play the long game and sue her when she owed a lot of rent? No, I forgot to pay it. Sister Lu, how about I transfer it to you now? I'm about to move out, Su Xiaoyu said quickly. Sister Lu smiled and said, "You don't have to pay. Don't look for a job in the future. You can't make much money working a month. If you are nice to me, I will give you money to spend. I will rent you the house you live in for free." Su Xiaoyu felt a little dizzy, not knowing whether Sister Lu was talking nonsense, so he asked again, "What do you mean? I am good to you? You give me money to spend and a house to live in?" Sister Lu laughed and said, Hee, that's right, you haven't paid the rent for such a long time, and I didn't even ask, don't you know what I'm thinking?" The landlord, Ms. Lu, and Su Xiaoyu had met several times. Su Xiaoyu knew that she was about 45 years old, and was a single landlord in Shanghai. She was a local of Shanghai, and owned more than 10 houses. She was very rich. Su Xiaoyu had always felt that there was something wrong with the way she looked at her. Whenever they met, she always liked to say some inexplicable things, such as, "Xiao Su, do you have a partner? The boy is good looking, it's a pity that he doesn't have a partner. Your girlfriend is really a bad person, break up with her as soon as possible." And so on. Unexpectedly, she wanted to be an old cow eating young grass and was interested in him. This result really scared Su Xiaoyu. He quickly explained, "Sister Lu, you think too much. I already have my own house, and I am also running a company. I don't need anyone to support me at all." Hearing Su Xiaoyu say this, Sister Lu felt that Su Xiaoyu said this on purpose, just to prove that she was independent and didn't want to be kept by a woman, so she said, "Xiao Su, don't be embarrassed, tell me where you are, I'll drive over to pick you up now. There's no need for you to come over. If everything's fine, I'll hang up," Su Xiaoyu said as she was about to hang up the phone. "Su Xiaoyu." Sister Lu's voice immediately rang out on the phone, "Is Sister Lu not good enough for you? You have never met me, so you don't know my good points. We can try to get along for a while." After a while, you will naturally like me. Su Xiaoyu now has the status of being able to have as many women as she wants. How could he possibly agree to a 45-year-old woman? He wanted to refuse on the spot. But before he could finish his words, Sister Lu on the phone said, Su Xiaoyu, if you agree to my request now, I can buy you a car worth 500,000 yuan right away. You have to think it over before you answer. You know, an outsider works hard in Shanghai for money, right? You should think carefully about this pie in the sky offer. If you don't agree, not only will you lose the money, but I will also kick you out and forbid you from living in my house. At the end of her speech, Sister Lu started to threaten directly. Chapter 66, Young People Are Thin-Skinned. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Xiaoyu's face. This damn Sister Lu even tried the means of coercion and inducement to get him. He had never heard of a man teasing a woman, and he had never seen a woman teasing a man. It turned out that he was too handsome. Su Xiaoyu sighed. But then again, regardless of Sister Lu's dirty thoughts about Amelia Su, she was actually very nice to Amelia Su. That was why Amelia Su did not get angry. He patiently said to Sister Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but there is nothing wrong with me, except that I have a good tooth. I really can't live off a gigolo, and I already have a house and a car. As soon as these words came out, Sister Lu on the opposite side started laughing again. Ha! Su Xiaoyu, you are almost being called Sister Lu. Don't I know your situation? You have a car and a house? You are kidding me. Obviously, Sister Lu didn't believe Su Xiaoyu's words at all. At this time, she changed the subject and immediately became earnest. Sister Lu knows that you young men love face and are thin-skinned. You are afraid of being laughed at by others, so you have never agreed to Sister Lu, right? Before Amelia Su could speak, Sister Lu said again, It's okay, I won't tell outsiders about your relationship with me, but you must ensure that you are on call 24 hours a day, so that I can let you live a superior life. Su Xiaoyu was so angry that she almost laughed. How could there be such a persistent woman in this world? He had made it so clear, but Sister Lu was still pestering her. Did she have to wait for him to say directly, You are too old, I like young people before she would understand? After thinking about it, Su Xiaoyu still didn't feel like attacking Sister Lu. After all, she wasn't an enemy. She just had a crush on Su Xiaoyu. It was better to reject her in a more appropriate way. So he stood up, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Sister Lu, saying, Why don't we start a video? I'll take a photo of my house for you to see. Sister Lu felt that it was impossible for Su Xiaoyu to be in someone else's house by such a coincidence, so she called via video without saying anything. Su Xiaoyu clicked to accept, and the two sides began a video chat. In the video, Sister Lu's entire face took up the entire screen, and she spoke very confidently, with a carefree expression, Amelia Su, where are you? Is this your house? Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, Yes, this is my new house, which has just been renovated. I'll show you around. Do you think I still need to be supported by someone? After saying that, Su Xiaoyu turned the camera and walked from the living room to the bedroom, then from the bedroom to the kitchen, and then went up to the second floor. She took pictures of every angle of the room with the camera. Sister Lu, see? This is my current house. Please don't feel sorry for me anymore. I really don't need to be a gigolo. Su Xiaoyu said finally. Sister Lu still felt it was a little unreal. She thought Su Xiaoyu was just an ordinary office worker before. How could she become so rich in such a short time? Unless he won the lottery. You bought the house yourself? Did you win the lottery? Sister Lu asked curiously. Su Xiaoyu shook her head, no. Then you are not being kept by some rich young woman, are you? You are quite picky. You choose a young and beautiful woman to be kept? Sister Lu asked angrily. Su Xiaoyu did not deny this. If he had no money and was kept by someone, he would of course choose a young, beautiful, and rich woman. However, he did not say so, but continued to deny, if I am not kept by someone, can't I buy this house myself? If you buy it yourself, what will you use to buy it? Sister Lu asked back. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the wall next to her helplessly, and then said, I tell you, Sister Lu, I not only bought this house, I also bought a house for my parents, and I also acquired the company I used to work for, washing technology. I am very busy every day, really, you should find someone else, goodbye. Sister Lu, I will give you the house. I don't want any money left over at the end. I will transfer it to you for 2 months at a time. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu transferred all the rent for 2 months to Sister Lu. Since the house is paid for first and then occupied, Su Xiaoyu now has to pay the rent for the next 3 months, but he is about to move out, so he only needs to pay for the more than 1 month he has lived there. For convenience, Su Xiaoyu did not calculate how much rent she had to pay now, because it was calculated on a daily basis, so she just paid the whole amount of 2 months in one lump sum. However, the system is omnipotent. It can quickly calculate the exact number of days, because after the correct rent, the extra money is counted as Su Xiaoyu giving to Sister Lu, and the money for X rights is not counted as rebate, so when the system reports. When the rebate came, Amelia Su knew it. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x rebate and earning 14,100 yuan. Only then did Su Xiaoyu realize that the system had such a calculation function, which might be useful in the future. To be precise, this should not be a new function of the system, but a function that has existed for a long time, but Su Xiaoyu only discovered it now. After the money was transferred, Su Xiaoyu started to use the Boss Direct recruitment app on her mobile phone. Because it was not suitable for Huang Yuding to recruit these employees at home, Su Xiaoyu had to recruit them herself. After downloading the Boss Direct Hire app, Su Xiaoyu registered her information and found that she had to fill in the business license, but she had the business license from her home, so she uninstalled Boss Direct Hire and turned around. Go out and find a middleman. Since Boss Direct can only recruit employees of the company and not make money, Su Xiaoyu has no other choice. The intermediary deserves to make the money. After leaving the door, this high-end residential area is huge. It takes Su Xiaoyu 10 minutes to drive the car out of it. Of course, his driving speed is definitely not comparable to the speed of cars on the road outside. After leaving the residential area, there is no decent agency along the street. In addition to real estate agencies, there are various population survey departments, health departments, property acquisition halls, etc., and then there are barbershops and convenience stores, nothing else. If someone wants to come out of this community and eat at a restaurant nearby, they have to run to the shopping mall in front, which is 1 kilometer away from here. On the contrary, there are vegetable markets and supermarkets for buying vegetables, with one less than 500 meters away, and there are also supermarkets and convenience stores. Su Xiaoyu set the navigation and on the way to the housekeeping agency, she saw vegetable markets next to each other. She finally understood why there were so few restaurants here. This was because almost every household living here had a nanny to cook for them, and they usually ate at home. If they didn't eat at home, they would definitely be socializing near their workplace. There were no office buildings near the community, so the living structure here was very different from that around the house Su Xiaoyu had rented before. Chapter 67 Recruiting. It seems that Su Xiaoyu will have to adapt to the life here in the future. If he wants to go out to eat, he can either go to the mall or go to the vicinity of Huaxing Technology. He doesn't need to ask someone to cook at home because he has plenty of time. It is enough for him to cook and eat every night. If he hires someone to clean the house, as long as they are used to the food he cooks, they can eat together. If not, they can go home and eat by themselves. Anyway, he does not pay them extra wages. The housekeeping agencies in this row are all recruiting nannies and cleaners, and most of them are older. However, Su Xiaoyu wants to recruit younger people. After all, in addition to cleaning, they also have to serve Su Xiaoyu. He doesn't want to hire some half-baked people to make him angry, so he must recruit professionals. Su Xiaoyu's requirements are professionalism, good image and temperament, and she doesn't mind a higher salary. Because these things can also be considered consumption, and they are all spent on yourself legally and in compliance with regulations, the system will definitely give you cash back. After searching for a while, she finally found a more comprehensive agency. However, this agency only introduced 5 people who could meet Su Xiaoyu's requirements. The main reason was that Su Xiaoyu's vision was too high. But there was no other way. She had to make do with these 5 people for now. Su Xiaoyu immediately asked the agency to send them interview invitations one by one. In order to increase their chances of coming for the interview, Su Xiaoyu offered a salary 20% higher than the market price. These 5 people include 3 servants and 2 security guards. Now that all the people are in place, Su Xiaoyu no longer needs to do everything by himself. In addition to being busy with company affairs every day, he also has to find ways to spend money. However, Su Xiaoyu still felt that she needed a housekeeper to manage the trivial matters in her life, because Huang Yuding was in charge of the company's affairs, and she had to find someone similar to take care of the household affairs. And this person must have outstanding abilities and the ability to protect Su Xiaoyu. He must be both a housekeeper and a personal bodyguard. In this way, no matter where Su Xiaoyu goes, she can be said to be safe. So Amelia Sue turned back and asked the agent, I remembered, do you have any private butlers here who are better in skills and have a higher price? The agent was very curious about who Amelia Sue was, and why she wanted to hire so many people at home. Sir, are you a homebody? He goes with me wherever I go, said Su Xiaoyu. Yes, but how much can you offer? The agent was afraid that Su Xiaoyu didn't understand the market, so he told him in advance, the salary for this position is very high. Many people asked out of curiosity, but once they learned the price, they gave up. Su Xiaoyu asked, I don't know the market situation, as long as the annual salary does not exceed 2 million. 2 million? That's not the case. The agent was very satisfied with Su Xiaoyu's attitude and immediately recommended someone over. Since Mr. Su is so generous, I just happen to have a suitable candidate here, take a look. Immediately, a resume appeared on the phone. Su Xiaoyu opened it and was shocked. Zhang Qin, male, 25 years old, national champion of youth free fighting, has knocked down 13 people alone in a no-rules PK, and can defeat 20 people at a time with weapons. He has a bachelor's degree and is very knowledgeable about mechanics. He can drive and fly a plane, has served in the military, and after retiring from the army, he has been working as a security guard and bodyguard. It's perfect. Su Xiaoyu simply couldn't let go of such an ideal housekeeper, and called him immediately. He felt that this was more reliable. At this time, in another direction of Demon City, in a high-end apartment 30 kilometers away from Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Qin was bragging with his roommate. This apartment is where several of their good friends who have just retired from the army live together. All of the rooms are single rooms, and they live in several adjacent rooms. Now they are all in Zhang Qin's room. One of the comrades said to Zhang Qin, I told you not to fill in such a high salary, but you didn't listen. Fairy, it's been a week. Did you receive a call? Another person immediately added, yes, nowadays this society is a civilized society. You have a lot of skills, but you don't have a place to use them. I have long recommended that you try to be a martial arts actor. Look at how you are doing now. Zhang Qin was a champion before he joined the army. Now, after training in the operation of firearms and hot weapons as well as special training in wilderness survival, he has completely become a king. He feels that he has the ability to kill a group of bodyguards in seconds, so his salary is also written as very high, with a monthly salary of 100,000. At the beginning, his comrades in arms advised him to face reality and not to make such high demands. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is 1.2 million yuan per year. Which boss can afford such an expensive housekeeper? So until now, Zhang Qin has not found a satisfactory job. He has been working part-time, running around, and is unstable. Those with an annual salary of more than 1 million yuan have to work for many years to get this treatment, but what about Zhang Qin? He has not had a formal job since he was discharged from the army. As for work experience, it is 0. How can he get such a high salary? Obviously, this is impossible. The boss of the company is not a fool. So these comrades always make fun of Zhang Qin, but on the other hand they are also worried about him. It's okay. I believe I will definitely wait for my mentor, Zhang Qin said. In fact, they also knew Zhang Qin's family situation. He came from a single-parent family. His father's business went bankrupt and owed a lot of foreign debts. He wanted to get a higher salary to help his father pay off the debts, so he was so anxious. Just as a few people were chatting about this, Zhang Qin's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Qin picked up the phone and was very shocked. It was a mobile phone number from Shanghai. He had a hunch that it was a notification for him to go for an interview. He glanced at his comrades and answered the call directly. Hello, is this Zhang Qin? A younger voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Qin was a little disappointed after hearing this voice. He didn't feel like a boss who could afford an annual salary of 1.2 million. Instead, he sounded like someone who was dealing with loans or selling houses. So he said something listlessly and was about to hang up the phone. Yes, who are you? My name is Su Xiaoyu, and I'm the boss of Huaxing Technology Company, Limited. I saw your resume at the agency, and I just want to recruit a talent like you. Su Xiaoyu went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Oh, hello Mr. Su, are you calling me because you want me to go for an interview? Zhang Qin asked. Su Xiaoyu nodded, yes, I have read your resume and I think you are very suitable to be my personal butler, so I would like to invite you to come for an interview. Chapter 68-68. Do you still want to sue me? Do you know what monthly salary I require? Zhang Qin reminded. I know, But I can give you an annual salary of 2 million. Su Xiaoyu directly offered a higher salary. Zhang Qin was very happy and smiled at his comrades. Okay, what about the time and place? Su Xiaoyu reported her home address and said, "This is my address, remember it. The time is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will have several interviews here at that time." Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu had arranged all the people in the family, and all of them were scheduled for tomorrow morning. Zhang Qin was at 10 o'clock, and the others were at 9 o'clock. When she came out of the agency, Su Xiaoyu had just put her cell phone into her bag when she suddenly received another call. Moreover, his phone had been busy just now. When he picked it up, he found that Huang Yuding had called him 3 times and then sent him a WeChat message. Amelia Su didn't have time to look closely, so she answered the phone first and said, "Hello, Yuding, what's the matter?" Huang Yuding was so anxious that she spoke in a hurry. "Boss Su, there was an accident here. Our purchasing car collided with a Rolls-Royce. They asked for compensation and called me. But I don't know how to deal with it. It should be a lot, so you should come and take a look." Amelia Su asked quickly, "Where is it? Who is driving the car?" "I just sent you the address on WeChat. I was also in the car with our company's driver. The Rolls-Royce driver was very arrogant. Our driver argued with him, and he even kicked our driver." "Did the driver fight back?" Su Xiaoyu asked hurriedly. "The master hasn't returned the money yet and is still wasting time with the other party. The other party said that if you don't come again, he will call the police." Huang Yuding's tone was very panicked, and you could tell from her voice that she had never dealt with such a thing before. In fact, Su Xiaoyu had never dealt with it before. The reason why he was not afraid was because he had money. If he couldn't deal with it, the worst that could happen was compensation. This amount of repair money was nothing to him. After hearing Huang Yuding's description, Su Xiaoyu immediately hung up the phone with her, clicked on the navigation message on WeChat, and set the route to the scene of the incident. At this time, the accident happened 3 kilometers away from Su Xiaoyu. A truck carrying goods from Huaxing Technology Company collided with a silver-gray Rolls-Royce at the intersection. The cause of the accident was indeed the truck's fault, because it was turning and the Rolls-Royce was driving straight when it hit a truck turning, so he was in the right and kept demanding compensation from the Huaxing truck driver. Huang Yuding got out of the truck at the same time as the truck driver and stood face to face with the driver of the Rolls-Royce. The cause of the incident was very clear. Huaxing's truck was fully responsible. However, the driver of Huaxing's truck saw that the enforcement vehicle in front clearly saw him turning, but still drove straight over. It was very obvious that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Therefore, he believed that the other party at least had some responsibility, and the truck was not solely responsible. "We are mainly responsible this time, but..." Before the truck driver could finish his words, he was interrupted by the owner of the Rolls-Royce. "It's all your fault now, don't tell me anything else, I don't want to hear your explanation." "I don't want to hear your explanation. Did you slow down at the zebra crossing?" the truck driver asked back. The Rolls-Royce driver's face trembled, and he was already feeling uneasy, because if the vehicle going straight knew that the other vehicle was turning and deliberately did not slow down, especially at an intersection, he would definitely have to bear a small part of the responsibility. 3 points deduction and a fine of 200 were minor matters. The main thing was that Huaxing would have to pay less compensation, and it would also make the Rolls-Royce driver lose face. But he thought that no one would know whether he slowed down or not, so he was still so arrogant. "Which eye of yours saw that I didn't slow down? Besides, even if I didn't slow down, my responsibility is very minor. You still have to compensate me for my losses. I tell you how much it will be." The Rolls-Royce driver started pointing again while talking, and tapped the truck driver's chest with his finger, completely treating him as an inferior. Was he a member of the upper class? "Just talk, why are you pointing?" Huang Yuding was very unhappy with the other party's attitude and confronted him head-on. The driver of the truck was a bit timid. He didn't dare to fight back after being kicked by the man in the Rolls-Royce. Huang Yuding really couldn't stand it anymore. As a woman, she dared to face it head-on. She was extremely disappointed with this driver. "Master Chen, why are you afraid of him? What's the point of being submissive? It will only encourage the other party's arrogance." Truck driver Master Chen lowered his head and said, "It is our main responsibility. We can't mess with the other party. We are the ones who suffer." Huang Yuding still refused to accept it. She didn't believe that there was no law in this world. Even if we are responsible, we can't curse or beat people at will. This is a lack of manners. The man opposite heard Huang Yuting's tone of voice, which was very innocent, and obviously she had not experienced the beatings of society, so he took a step closer, looked up and down at Huang Yuting's figure, and then asked, "What's wrong, are you not convinced or what?" Huang Yuting glared at the Rolls-Royce driver. "Why should I accept it? If I say I don't accept it, are you going to hit me again?" "It's okay if I hit you. You know, even if you call the police, they will help me because I'm a local of Shanghai. Don't think you're a talent just because you've studied in school for a few years. The world is not as simple as you think," said the Rolls-Royce driver. He openly showed off his privileges to Huang Yuting. Huang Yuting was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't believe it was true because she had never been dealt with by the police and had never called the police. Deep down in her heart, she always had trust in the police. If the police were unreliable, who else could she rely on? Huang Yuting asked back, "Do you think that if you say that, I won't call the police if you hit someone? You still want to call the police, right? You still want to call the police, right?" The Rolls-Royce driver pushed Huang Yuting back several steps. Seeing that she was unsteady on her feet, he pushed her again and knocked her down. Huang Yuting fell to the ground and her knee hit the ground, breaking the skin. She also sprained her foot and shivered in pain, but she still held back her tears. She looked at the driver of the Rolls-Royce with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with anger. The other party was not afraid at all, and stepped forward and challenged, "Call the police, I tell you, I have plenty of money, and you still want the police to arrest me? You don't have any." At this moment, a Maybach S680 drove over from a distance and stopped majestically on the side of the road. A handsome man walked out of it, and it was Su Xiaoyu. When Su Xiaoyu saw a lot of people gathered in front, she knew that this must be where the incident happened, so she walked straight over. Chapter 69, 500,000, I'll give you the compensation. Boss Su. Master Chen and Huang Yuting shouted at the same time. Su Xiaoyu came over and saw that Huang Yuting was injured. She didn't mention the car first, but asked about the reason for her injury. "How did you get injured? Why didn't you tell me on the phone just now?" When Master Chen saw Amelia Su coming, he became bolder and dared to say anything. "Boss Su, Miss Wang's injury was caused after she called you." Su Xiaoyu turned her gaze to Master Chen and asked, "How did you do it? Tell me quickly." Master Chen looked at the owner of the Rolls-Royce and suddenly didn't dare to speak. The owner of the Rolls-Royce admitted his behavior generously. "It was me who did it." "So what? Are you the boss of the truck drivers company?" Su Xiaoyu had already noticed this burly man in his 40s, but he didn't want to take the initiative to talk to him. He kept talking to Huang Yuting, Master Chen and others, waiting for them to come to him. "Yes, I am the boss of this company. My last name is Su. What's your name?" Su Xiaoyu still spoke very politely. "My surname is Duan. I think you should have heard about what happened today from these two employees of your company. How do you plan to deal with it?" Duan Weiping, the driver of the Rolls-Royce, took out his driving license and showed it to Su Xiaoyu to prove that he was the owner of the car. Su Xiaoyu looked at his Rolls-Royce, which had a broken rearview mirror and abrasions on the door, so she asked, "I know everything. You drove straight and he turned, right? After the incident, you also hit my driver, and just now you hit my secretary. Do you admit it?" "Yes, that happened. But compared with the compensation you have to pay for my losses, these things are nothing." "You have to pay me anyway." Duan Weiping seemed to be rich but was very stingy, which brought a great contrast to the people around him. "Do you think we should settle it privately or call the police?" Su Xiaoyu asked back. Duan Weiping glared and said, "It's too troublesome to call the police, let's just settle it privately." "Okay, you said we should settle it privately? Let's sort out everything now." Su Xiaoyu didn't want to call the police either, because going to the police station would take 24 hours, 48 children, and they would have to record statements and so on, a lot of things. It would be better to talk to Duan Weiping face to face. "I just heard my secretary say your car did not slow down on the zebra crossing. If you call the police, you will be fined 200 yuan and have 3 points. You just said you don't want to call the police. How should this matter be handled?" Duan Weiping looked at Su Xiaoyu impatiently, and at the same time turned his gaze to Huang Yuting, thinking that this woman was a lot of trouble. 3 points is only 3,000 yuan, plus a fine of 200 yuan, it's just a small amount. Su Xiaoyu was surprised for a moment, not understanding what Duan Weiping meant. "What's the difference?" Duan Weiping finally expressed his demands. "Compared to my repair bill, this is just a fraction of a fraction, what can you say about it?" Amelia Su asked back, how much is the repair cost? Duan Weiping said, 500,000. Huang Yuting and Master Chen opened their eyes and pricked up their ears. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. They had been communicating here for such a long time just now, but until Su Xiaoyu came over, they had never mentioned the amount of compensation. Huang Yuting and Master Chen thought that it would be at most a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. The repair bill of 500,000 was indeed too scary and completely beyond their expectations. Su Xiaoyu had already eaten. He looked at Duan Weiping in disbelief and said, "It costs 500,000 just to repair this. Aren't you talking nonsense? I originally wanted a luxury car, but you don't know that, so you think I'm trying to blackmail you, right?" Duan Weiping said with a bit of arrogance. Amelia Su did not back down. "You are the only one who has a luxury car, right?" When Duan Weiping heard this, he immediately paid more attention to the young man in front of him. He found that Su Xiaoyu was wearing luxury goods and was a person with good financial strength. So he turned around and looked at the parking space not far away to see what car Su Xiaoyu was driving. When the car came just now, Duan Weiping didn't see Su Xiaoyu's car clearly. He didn't take Su Xiaoyu seriously at all. She was just an ordinary small business owner. What kind of car could she drive? But now he takes a look and finds that this Maybach S680 is indeed not much different from his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This Cullinan is the lowest-end version he bought, just for show, and he bought it with a loan. The total price is 7.6 million, and Su Xiaoyu's Maybach S680 is also 4.8 million, which is a little worse than his, but still on the same level, which is not what Duan Weiping thought. They are several levels behind and are not even qualified to compete. Su Xiaoyu's attitude was also very good. She had not lost her temper with Duan Weiping until now. "I came here to solve the problem with you, but you asked for 500,000 yuan, which is too exaggerated. The total cost of your car is about 7 or 8 million yuan. A rearview mirror and a scratch on the door are worth 500,000 yuan? The two doors are worth 1 million yuan, and this is just the repair cost. If it is the value of the door itself, it would be 2 million yuan or more. According to your calculation, the engine and interior of your car are all made of paper?" Duan Weiping said, "Mr. Su, I see you are also a person who drives a luxury car. This Maybach is not cheap, right? You know that this car is very troublesome to repair. It needs to be repaired in a specific place. And as you said, the whole door may not be worth so much money." "Yes, that's right, but the problem now is that there is no place to replace it. You know, if you don't want to repair it at all, you can't just replace the door. So the price is expensive here. If you don't believe it, how can we find a place to repair it and see if it really costs so much?" Su Xiaoyu immediately called and asked the company executives who knew cars. It was indeed that much money, and the difference was not much. Moreover, 500,000 was not a lot for Su Xiaoyu now. Even if this money was not counted as a rebate, it didn't matter. So she agreed to this. Duan Weiping, "Okay, 500,000, right? Show me the QR code." Duan Weiping was still a little surprised to see Su Xiaoyu being so arrogant, but he quickly showed the QR code. "This is 500,000, are you sure you can transfer it?" Su Xiaoyu's card had been linked to both WeChat and Alipay, with no upper limit on transaction amounts. He simply took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code without even looking at Duan Weiping. Duan Weiping was still whining, "Do you want me to give you an account? You definitely can't transfer the money here." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Weiping saw that 500,000 yuan had been transferred to his WeChat account. He stared at the screen in surprise. It really was transferred. "It seems you have some strength." Chapter 70, Make You Like Them. Although Duan Weiping did not increase the limit of his bank card at the bank, he knew that the limit could be increased in any bank. Those who could increase the limit at the bank all had certain conditions at home. The higher the limit was, the higher the person's economic strength and social status would be. This showed that Mr. Su in front of him was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. After receiving the money, Duan Weiping felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long, and wanted to leave immediately. "Okay, Mr. Su is a straightforward person, the matter between us is over, I have something else to do, so I will leave first." Duan Weiping just turned around when he was stopped by two people walking towards him. He was frightened when he saw that the other party was wearing a security uniform. He turned around and looked at Su Xiaoyu behind him, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Huang Yuting and Master Chen behind them were also surprised. They knew these two people. They were the security guards of Huaxing Technology. They were the best at fighting. Huang Yuning guessed that it must be Su Xiaoyu who contacted them when she was driving on the road just now. Indeed, things would be easier with security guards. If Su Xiaoyu was alone here, he might not be able to deal with Duan Weiping. In a one-on-one fight, he would not be at a disadvantage, but it would be impossible for him to defeat the enemy. After all, Duan Weiping was not small in stature, and in his 40s he was still able to fight. Amelia Su said calmly, "I have already given you the 500,000 yuan for your car repairs, and my business has not been resolved yet. Do you want to leave now?" Duan Weiping pretended to be stupid. He knew that Amelia Su was not someone he could afford to offend. "What else? I don't understand what Mr. Su means. Are you still playing dumb with me?" Su Xiaoyu didn't want to cooperate with him in acting. She just exposed him without giving him face and said, "You just kicked my driver and pushed my secretary Miss Huang down and injured her. You won't forget it so quickly, right? I paid for your repairs happily. Now I'm going to settle the account with you. Are you going to deny it and be a coward? When did I say I didn't recognize it? I just..." Duan Weiping really couldn't come up with a reason for the moment. But Amelia Su didn't wait for him to make up an excuse, and continued, "In front of me, you can't deny it even if you want to, but I still say the same thing. I don't like to call the police, let us just settle it privately. Okay, I'll pay for the medical expenses and lost wages. It's probably no more than a few thousand yuan at most, or 10,000 at most. I'll give you 20,000. Isn't that good enough?" Duan Weiping took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Su Xiaoyu immediately stopped him and shook her head. "Wait, I don't plan to ask you to pay. Even if you pay, the injury is already on their bodies, and the pain has already been felt. Can it be eliminated more than the previous pain?" Duan Weiping didn't understand what Su Xiaoyu wanted to do, so he became more and more nervous. "So what you mean is, you stand over there and let these two security guards beat you up like you are, and then we'll call it a day. How about that, Boss Duan?" Huang Yuting almost exploded when she heard Su Xiaoyu say that Duan Weiping didn't need to pay for the medical expenses. Now, when she heard Su Xiaoyu say that she wanted to beat him up, she felt much better and a relieved smile appeared on her face. After all, beating someone is no joke, especially intentional injury. If the other party calls the police, Su Xiaoyu would be in the wrong, but Su Xiaoyu was willing to take such a risk for her. She didn't know why she deserved such treatment. In terms of appearance, she is pretty good, but not to the point of being a beauty. In terms of ability, it is just average. Huang Yuting is Su Xiaoyu's apprentice. This time she really doesn't know how to repay Su Xiaoyu, because of Su Xiaoyu's presence during this period of time, Huang Yuting's life seems to be on a cheat. In a blink of an eye, she is changed from an ordinary technical department employee to the secretary of the company boss. Today, President Su fought with Duan Weiping in the street for her. It's really good luck that can't be stopped. When Duan Weiping heard Su Xiaoyu say this, he immediately became unwilling and refused. "You are intentionally hurting people. How serious their injuries are can't be seen with the eyes. What if you hit me harder than them?" Su Xiaoyu smiled. "If we ask a forensic doctor to come for identification, it will be too troublesome. We can only rely on our eyes to judge. If you think there is a risk and you don't want to, we might as well call the police to solve it." "You just said you wouldn't call the police, why are you saying you want to call the police now? Isn't that troublesome?" Duan Weiping asked back. Su Xiaoyu had said it casually. He had no intention of calling the police, and he knew that Duan Weiping would not call the police, so he said, "Since you know it's troublesome, why are you complaining about it? Isn't it troublesome to find a forensic doctor?" Duan Weiping had nothing to say. He knew that the other party would definitely not show mercy, so he took the initiative to give in. "Okay, you are so cruel. I will return half of the 500,000 to you, 250,000, that's fine." Su Xiaoyu was a little surprised. "What? In order to avoid being beaten, you don't want 250,000 yuan? Even if you are injured, can't you be cured with 10,000 yuan? Isn't that what you said yourself?" Duan Weiping did not answer Su Xiaoyu's words, and still insisted on not being beaten and using money to solve the problem. "Just tell me if it's okay or not, how do I know if you will kill me? You, a grown man, only know how to bully a 50-year-old uncle and a weak woman, huh?" Su Xiaoyu felt that Duan Weiping was actually a soft persimmon. Knowing that she was a tough guy, she did not dare to confront him, so she could not help laughing. Most of the people watching the fun around hoped that Su Xiaoyu could give the Rolls-Royce driver a lesson, because when Su Xiaoyu was not here just now, these people knew how arrogant Duan Weiping was and how he looked down on everyone. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu looks more like a good person, while Duan Weiping has a long face, Mediterranean hair, and a big gold chain around his neck. He looks like a bad guy no matter how you look at him. So people who are watching the fun imagine Su Xiaoyu as a positive character and Duan Weiping as a villain, so that they know who they should support. Yeah, you're a bully who doesn't even dare to get beaten up. What's the point of a grown man like you living in this world? Just die. Weren't you arrogant just now? Did you think you were the boss? Why are you so cowardly now? Facing everyone's questioning and abuse, Duan Weiping felt ashamed and finally decided to take the beating. Come on. Su Xiaoyu didn't waste any words and directly asked the two security guards to take action. Of course, the security guards showed no mercy and beat Duan Weiping to the ground where he couldn't get up. Ah! Duan Weiping let out a series of screams, but was met with cold stares from the people around who were watching the fun. Su Xiaoyu looked at Duan Weiping on the ground and said, "Next time you want to bully someone, ask them if they are from Huaxing Technology. If I encounter you bullying me again, I will not show mercy like I did today. I don't know what I might become of you by then." Chapter 71-71 I have already told my parents. Duan Weiping was so scared that he dared not speak and kept his head down. Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and Master Chen went straight back. On the way back, Su Xiaoyu sent Huang Yuding back because she was injured and had to go to the hospital first. It was getting late and it would be time for dinner soon, so Su Xiaoyu planned to ask her whether she wanted to go home to rest or go out for dinner after she came out of the hospital. The hospital is now full of people, and it takes a long time to queue up for registration, so Huang Yuding gave up directly and said to Su Xiaoyu, "Forget it, let's go back first, go to the pharmacy and buy some medicine to apply on this injury." Su Xiaoyu was not sure whether Huang Yuding's injury was serious, so she asked, "How do you feel?" This is not a joke. If some injuries are missed, the best treatment time will be delayed. I'm not sure either. Huang Yuding hesitated again, but there are really so many people here, I don't want to take them to the hospital. Su Xiaoyu didn't force it. After all, Huang Yuding was still young, only 24 or 25 years old. Of course, her thoughts were not as mature as Su Xiaoyu's. It was normal for her to be a little willful sometimes, so she agreed not to continue waiting in the hospital. However, she couldn't ignore her injury, so she said, "Then I'll take you home and find a doctor to come and see you." Huang Yuding felt that if she went home, it would be very troublesome, so she shook her head again. "Can I go to your house? If I go home like this, it will be inconvenient for the doctor to come to my house for treatment, because my home is not very spacious, and my parents will scold me, and if I am not careful outside, they will definitely scold me." Su Xiaoyu thought that these were no big deal. As a parent, who wouldn't nag you? You didn't do anything wrong. Whenever my mother sees that I am injured, she will say that I am acting crazy outside again. When she sees that I have a cold, she will say that I am not wearing enough clothes. I will tell my mother that I am going on a business trip and then stay at your house tonight. Huang Yuding said and picked up the phone and started calling without waiting for Su Xiaoyu's consent. Amelia Su quickly asked, "Won't your parents be suspicious?" "No, I've already told them that I'm the boss's secretary now." "Isn't it normal to go on business trips?" Su Xiaoyu couldn't accept the reality. He didn't know whether Huang Yuding meant that or not. Anyway, he felt that she was a little too anxious. Why was a girl so fearless of danger that she would take the initiative to run to Su Xiaoyu's house and even stay at his house for a night? "But I really have no place to live at home. I just renovated my new house and I don't even have a place to sleep. If you really don't want to go home, I'll book a room for you outside," Su Xiaoyu said. Huang Yuding couldn't believe it. In her eyes, the overbearing president was too impatient when facing the girl who came to him on her own initiative. After all, Su Xiaoyu was a boss who climbed up from the grassroots level. She was different from those wretched and greasy bosses. She could not resist such a boss. "That's fine." Huang Yuding nodded in agreement. In fact, Su Xiaoyu is not just a boss. He just has to interview many people in the new house tomorrow morning and it is not convenient for Huang Yuding to live in her house. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu helped Huang Yuding to find a hotel. Along the way, Huang Yuding limped and bumped her chest against Su Xiaoyu's arm from time to time. It seemed unintentional, but in fact it was intentional. She felt more and more that it was quite interesting to tease Su Xiaoyu in this way. People passing by regarded them as a couple, which made Huang Yuding even happier. She even gradually put her focus on Su Xiaoyu and relied on her unscrupulously. Su Xiaoyu also felt that Huang Yuding's body was getting heavier and heavier. She subconsciously glanced at Huang Yuding, thinking that she fell on her because she was feeling unwell. But when she turned around, Huang Yuding's expression was not too uncomfortable. Just like before, when she saw Amelia Sue looking at her, she turned her eyes and looked at Amelia Sue, and put on a provocative look, as if to say, "What's the matter, you don't want to?" Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything either. He didn't know what to say. The two of them fell into a brief silence and continued walking forward. When she got in the car, Su Xiaoyu turned on the navigation directly and drove to the nearest hotel. Then she called a doctor on her phone. After everything was settled, she said, "Let's go to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. I'll get you a suite later. You can stay there. You can also take a photo of your parents and say that you are on a business trip. I've also called the doctor. He will come to your house to see your injuries later. Don't run around these few days. Let someone else handle the company's affairs for the time being." Huang Yuding was so moved when she heard Su Xiaoyu's clear arrangements for her. "Boss Su, you are the best person to me in this world besides my parents. Since you took over as the boss of Huaxing, you have given me so much help. I really don't know how to thank you." Su Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. "No need to thank me. If you are not a capable person, I will not promote you. As long as the money spent can be rebated, Su Xiaoyu will not suffer any loss. How can he give up such a good consumption opportunity?" Still thanking him? It should be Su Xiaoyu who thanked Huang Yuding. If she doesn't want anything Amelia Sue buys for her, then she is a boring woman and won't earn any rebate, which is equivalent to losing millions. After arriving at the hotel, Su Xiaoyu paid and activated the card, then took Huang Yuding into the room to change her shoes. Not long after, the doctor arrived. "Hello, I'm Dr. Zhou, is this Mr. Su Xiaoyu?" After the doctor arrived, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, it's me, Dr. Zhou, please come in." Dr. Zhou placed his medical kit on the coffee table, looked at Huang Yuding's leg, and understood, "It's this beautiful lady's leg that's injured, right?" Huang Yuding said, "Yeah." "Was he hit by a car and fell to the ground?" asked Dr. Zhou. Huang Yuding shook her head, "No, I was pushed down by a bad guy. It hurts a little now." "Okay, I understand. This is easy. I'll apply some medicine for you now. It will be very effective." Dr. Zhou immediately opened the medicine box, took out some medicine from it, disinfected it with a cotton ball, applied some medicine on it, and gently rubbed it on Huang Yuding's leg injury a few times. At first, Huang Yuding felt a stinging pain and gritted her teeth. "Ah. Ugh." But after Dr. Zhou increased the dosage of the medicine, her leg injury didn't hurt at all. It really doesn't hurt anymore. "Dr. Zhou, what kind of medicine is this? It's so magical?" Dr. Zhou smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will prescribe this medicine for you later, and it will also be used together with another oral medicine. You will be cured in less than 7 days." Chapter 72, Private Dr. Zhou Bailong. After that, Dr. Zhou took out a full bottle of the medicine he had just wiped and placed it on the coffee table. The bottle was very small and could be used for about a week. He also placed a box of white pills on the table and finally said, "The dosage and usage are written on this paper. Pay attention, take and wipe according to my instructions. Don't read the instructions. Do you understand?" "Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhou," Huang Yuding said. After Dr. Zhou closed the medicine box, Amelia Sue came over. "Dr. Zhou is indeed worthy of his reputation. I will transfer the medical expenses directly to you." Dr. Zhou opened his payment QR code and said, 120 yuan in total. "So cheap?" Su Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. "Of course, the reason I can become the most famous barefoot doctor in Shanghai is that I am fair and honest. Those internet celebrity doctors have no skills and charge extremely high prices, such as 200 or 300 yuan for a home visit. Isn't that a ripoff?" Dr. Zhou looks down on those fake doctors who cheat people. Su Xiaoyu also knew that those internet celebrity doctors were unreliable, so he found Dr. Zhou from the home doctors on WeChat, and this doctor was the most famous one, so he managed to get an appointment for him by chance. After hearing what Dr. Zhou said, Su Xiaoyu felt that he was a decent person and his medical skills were quite good, so she wanted to consider hiring him as her personal doctor. But after thinking about it carefully, Huang Yuding's leg injury was not a difficult disease after all, and it was not enough to demonstrate Dr. Zhou's medical skills, so Su Xiaoyu asked, "Dr. Zhou, have you always been a barefoot doctor, living by taking orders every day?" Dr. Zhou nodded, "Yes, if you have some skills, shouldn't you contribute to society?" "Well said, great." Su Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. "If there is a stable job that doesn't require you to run around, would you be willing to do it?" Su Xiaoyu originally wanted to pave the way for hiring Dr. Zhou as her personal doctor, but she didn't expect that it would speak directly to his heart. Dr. Zhou sighed and said, "Mr. Su, you don't know that I was also an attending physician in a tertiary hospital." Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding both widened their eyes in surprise. Seeing that Dr. Zhou had something to say, Amelia Su directly invited him to sit on the sofa and chat for a while before leaving. If Dr. Zhou is not in a hurry, sit for a while before leaving. Dr. Zhou was not polite. Seeing that someone wanted to hear his story, he naturally did not hesitate to say, "Mr. Su, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Bailong. I have been studying medicine since I was a child. My father and my grandfather are both doctors. They asked me to be a good doctor who can save the dying and heal the wounded when I was very young. The doctor in my family inherited Chinese medicine. Now with the development of the times, I will also learn some Western medicine. After I graduated, I went to 3 hospitals. Because my doctor was good, I soon became the attending physician of Chinese medicine. However, in the hospital, I saw too many unclean things, the fees were too high, and they did not save people in danger. I also chose to resign many times because of the difference between my personal position and the hospital's position, but in the end I was retained by the hospital leaders." After talking for a while, Zhou Bailong took a sip of water and said, "The last time, there was a little boy in the hospital with a very insignificant disease. However, because he had no money, there was no doctor in the hospital to treat him. Only I came forward to treat him, and I didn't charge any consultation fees. So the hospital gave me a lot of reasons. My ideas were too different from theirs, so I chose to leave. After returning home, I started working as a barefoot doctor. My income may not be as high as in the hospital, but I am living a very comfortable life now." Su Xiaoyu clapped her hands and said, "You are a good doctor. It would be great if all the doctors in all hospitals in Huaxia were like you. Although the hospital is a profit-making organization, it cannot just stand by and watch people die. If it doesn't treat patients without money, then what about those who cannot afford the medical expenses? Are they just waiting to die?" Zhou Bailong said excitedly. Su Xiaoyu asked, "I think Dr. Zhou's medical skills and character are so good. It would be a waste if he just worked as a barefoot doctor. I have an idea. How about recruiting you to be my personal doctor?" Zhou Bailong glanced at him in surprise. "Private doctor? That's right, but you're not treating me specifically. I'm not a sickly person now. When you're free, you can still take on your private work. I'll pay you 100,000 a month." Su Xiaoyu said firmly, "Because I don't want a doctor like you to be wasted in the vast sea of people, I'll also fund your publicity so that more people know your name and you can help more people." Zhou Bailong was a little tempted when he heard this. He had been so poor all along, and he just needed someone to discover him. However, he still felt that being someone else's personal doctor would limit his freedom, so he hesitated. 100,000 a month is indeed a little tempting, but after all, I am not the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, and I am afraid that I will disappoint Mr. Su. Su Xiaoyu is only 30 years old, and Zhou Bailong is at least 50. The two of them addressed each other respectfully, which Su Xiaoyu was a little uncomfortable with. He said, "Dr. Zhou, just call me Su Xiaoyu. I should be much younger than you. I wonder how old your children are this year. I have a daughter who is 29 years old this year. How about you?" Zhou Bailong said, "I'm 31, and I'll be 32 soon after the Chinese New Year." At the age of 32, you are so successful in your career at such a young age. That's amazing. Ha ha ha. Zhou Bailong also had a better impression of Su Xiaoyu, but he still did not directly agree to Su Xiaoyu's invitation. Seeing that Zhou Bailong's heart knot was still not resolved, Su Xiaoyu took the initiative to say, "Dr. Zhou, as long as you agree to be my personal doctor, the patients you treat in the future who can pay for the consultation will naturally be better. As for the poor who can't pay, I will take care of them." "Mr. Su, oh no, Su Xiaoyu, are you serious?" Zhou Bailong was completely speechless and unable to refute. He himself doesn't mind treating others for free, but he, Zhou Bailong, is not a wealthy man. The medical equipment and instruments in his home cost money, and the collection of medicines also costs money. If he were to be so generous, he would probably have to beg for food soon. Now that Su Xiaoyu, a sponsor, is providing him with financial support, he certainly can't hesitate any longer. "Okay, Su Xiaoyu, I promise to be your personal doctor, but you have to remember what you said today. If I really treat people for free, you will pay for the medical expenses." Su Xiaoyu had no intention of going back on her word. "No problem, but if I find out after cooperating with you that your words are all false and your medical skills are not as good as you say, I will hold you legally responsible." This is easy. Zhou Bailong opened the medicine box again, took out the qualification certificate he carried with him, the certificate of being the attending physician in the hospital, and his certificate of honor, and showed them to Su Xiaoyu. Chapter 73 Interview. After looking at Zhou Bailong's certificates and experience, Su Xiaoyu felt very satisfied. At the same time, he also knew Zhou Bailong's true strength. He was fully capable of treating all the difficult and complicated diseases currently on the market. As long as there was a treatment method in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he could cure it. Having such a doctor by your side is like having a powerful assistant, which will be very useful in competing with others in the business world in the future. The reason why Bao Zhang is invincible, impartial, and just, and can always turn danger into safety despite offending many people, is that in addition to having Zhang Zhao, a martial arts expert, he also has Gong Sun So, a scholar with excellent medical skills. If Su Xiaoyu can successfully recruit Zhang Qin and Zhou Bailong, then he can be as ruthless as Bao Zhang, and even smash the director. Okay, I believe in Dr. Zhou's ability. Tomorrow at 12 noon, you come to my place and we will sign the contract. If there are no problems, we will officially start our cooperation. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Su Xiaoyu said to Zhou Bailong after reading it. Zhou Bailong had no problem. Okay, I'll take my leave first. Okay. Su Xiaoyu saw that Huang Yuding was relatively safe here. If something happened in the hotel, they would not be able to escape responsibility, so she left with Zhou Bailong. Before leaving, she told Huang Yuding, when the rain stops, you should take good care of your injuries here. I have arranged 3 meals a day for you, and the hotel waiters will deliver them to you. Huang Yuding was a little unhappy when she heard Su Xiaoyu say this, and immediately widened her eyes and asked, are you leaving now? Su Xiaoyu said, yes, I still have to go back to move, there are a lot of things to do. Huang Yuding originally wanted to pull Amelia Su to stop him from leaving, but when she saw Zhou Bailong, an outsider, was around, she felt embarrassed to be so presumptuous and shrank back. Okay. The lights here are not turned off at night, there are people guarding outside the door 24 hours a day, and there are surveillance cameras. You don't have to be afraid. Su Xiaoyu said and left. After the door was closed, Huang Yuding was the only one left in the room, looking particularly lonely and deserted. She took out her mobile phone, took a few photos and sent them to her mother to prove that she was on a business trip, and then posted to her moments. After all, it was the first time she had stayed in such a high-end hotel room in her life, so of course she had to commemorate it. After Su Xiaoyu returned to the rental house, she immediately found a moving company to move all her things away, leaving nothing behind. He even specifically asked the other party to arrange a few more people to move in, rushing to leave this troubled place, for fear that the landlord, Sister Lu, would come and block him. It would be embarrassing if he didn't agree, but it would be impossible to agree. Boys have fewer things, so a few workers moved them all in no time, and everything was delivered to the new house before 11 p.m. All the unused things were thrown away, and no garbage was left for the landlord. This was Su Xiaoyu's last reward to Sister Lu. When she came to the new house again this time, Su Xiaoyu felt that the formaldehyde smell inside was still very strong, so she looked for formaldehyde removers on the internet and bought some daily necessities. Because he still had 400,000 yuan of money he had deposited into Douyin, which could come in handy this time. Basically anything can be purchased on Douyin, as long as it is not a car or a house. On the one hand, the money in Douyin should be used up quickly, and on the other hand, things for the home should be purchased as soon as possible, so that when you need them in the future, you will not have this or that. Su Xiaoyu has had enough of this kind of suffering since she was a child. At 11:30 p.m., Su Xiaoyu was the only one in the house. He leisurely opened Douyin, then entered the mall and freely chose daily necessities without even looking at the prices. Napkins 1,000 pack. 100 bottles of shampoo. Toilet paper 1,000 packs. Kitchen utensils such as range hoods, woks, stew pots, casseroles, frying pans, pressure cookers, steamers, soup spoons, spatulas, colanders, etc. are all bought according to the highest price, because high price means good quality. After buying kitchen supplies, Su Xiaoyu looked at the living room again. She thought she needed a TV. After all, the house would seem empty without it. Even if she didn't watch TV, she should have one. In addition, Su Xiaoyu also bought some additional equipment, such as a sweeping robot, a water dispenser, etc. In this way, all the household appliances were purchased, and Su Xiaoyu's task was completed, but there was no rebate for the money spent tonight, because the rebate had already been received when she recharged Douyin. For the time being, the new house is filled with things moved from the rental house, and it is relatively full. The bought things will definitely not arrive tomorrow, so Su Xiaoyu just made the living room look better. The people who come for interviews tomorrow will only be received in the living room and will not go anywhere else. They will not be asked to go to work on the same day. Su Xiaoyu will notify them to come to work in 3 days, because by that time, the things in the house will basically be there, and they can officially start their work. She was busy until 23:05 before she placed all the orders and paid for everything. The total consumption was 120,000 yuan. After finishing, Su Xiaoyu went to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, 9:30. After Su Xiaoyu washed up and had breakfast, she waited for the interviewer to arrive at home. Soon, the 2 servants, 1 nanny, and 2 security guards who were booked yesterday all arrived. They did not come together, but Amelia Su deliberately waited until they were all present before signing the contract together. Because working here is the same as working in a company, and one needs to comply with the labor law and pay 5 insurances and 1 fund. If everyone has an indifferent attitude now and comes and goes as they please, Su Xiaoyu will be difficult to manage, and there must be rules. Okay, everyone is here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Xiaoyu, and I'm from Chopu City, Huizhou. This is my newly bought house, and it's not completely settled yet. I'll go back and make arrangements as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Once I'm done, you can come to work. Let's talk about the rules here first. If you think you can accept it, you can do it here. If you can't accept it, I won't force you. Amelia Su said to the 5 people in front of her, please sit down. The sofa in the living room was big enough to accommodate 5 people. They obeyed and sat in front of Su Xiaoyu in an orderly manner. Thank you, Mr. Su. This sofa is so comfortable, the material is so good. The 2 maids were relatively young women, probably in their 20s. They were both pretty good looking, and their facial features were much better looking than those internet celebrities who used makeup and beauty filters. One of the security ladies was about 50 years old and dressed very decently. She didn't look like a person who had just come from the countryside and had no image. One could tell at a glance that she had been working in this line of work for many years. She was not stage frightened and was very confident. Su Xiaoyu was very satisfied with her. The 2 security guards are young men in their 30s. Their job is to protect the safety of the home on a daily basis. They don't need to have very strong skills, but they have to play a role at critical moments. Chapter 74-74, You Are a Liar. Everyone here has to sign a contract, so Su Xiaoyu put the contract on the coffee table and explained the situation before they read it. This is the signed contract. Let me tell you roughly. Here, accommodation is not included, but you can eat 3 meals a day here. The nanny is responsible for cooking. If she is resting, any one of us can do it. If you don't want to do it, you can order takeout. All the expenses will be reimbursed to me. Is it clear? Understood. Understood, Mr. Su. 5 people spoke one after another. Su Xiaoyu then explained the treatment here. Next is the issue of salary and benefits. You all look at the contracts in your hands. It is written clearly. The security guard is 8,000 a month, the nanny is 8,000, and the maid is 10,000. All positions are required to pay social insurance, including 5 insurances and 1 fund. Weekends and statutory holidays are off. We don't work overtime here, so there is no triple salary. You can leave at a certain time every day, and basically there will be nothing that you can't finish after get off work. Everyone looked at the contract in their hands. The salary and benefits written on it were exactly the same as what Amelia Su said, which made them feel relieved. The specific tasks required for each position are written in the contract. You can take a look at it yourself. After reading it, if you think it is suitable, sign and start work. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she stood up to pour water, leaving the 5 of them sitting on the sofa and reading it slowly. There was no water dispenser here at the moment, so Su Xiaoyu boiled water with a water heater, poured a cup for each of them, and placed it on the coffee table. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, thank you. About 10 minutes later, the 2 young girls had finished reading it. They all agreed to work here, raised their hands and said to Amelia Su, Mr. Su, we have finished reading it, so we sign here, right? Su Xiaoyu said, yes, it is here. You can be okay, right? Yes, we are all fine. After the 2 girls signed the contract, they made 2 copies. They took 1 copy back with them and left 1 copy with Su Xiaoyu. That was it. Next, the other 3 people also finished reading and signed after 20 minutes. Okay, since you all trust me so much, just work hard here. There's nothing to do today, so you can go back first. We'll officially start working in 3 days. We need to arrange the equipment and store at home first, but don't worry, you'll all be working from today. Su Xiaoyu finally said to them, in the future, if it's because of me that I let you not come to work, it won't be considered as taking leave, and you'll still get paid. The 5 people left one after another, and then Su Xiaoyu had to wait for Zhou Bailong and Zhang Qin to come. There was still about half an hour of free time in between, and Su Xiaoyu was planning to check her phone, but she heard a girl's voice coming from outside the door, which was very excited and angry. Amelia Su, is this Amelia Su's home? After hearing the sound, Su Xiaoyu stood up from the sofa and looked outside the door. I only saw a tall girl walked in, very rude, and asked when she saw Amelia Su, "Are you Amelia Su?" Su Xiaoyu was very confused. Who was this girl? How come I have never seen it before? I didn't ask her to come for the interview, she just came here on her own. I am Amelia Su, who are you? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw another man coming behind the girl. This man was none other than Zhou Bailong, the barefoot doctor she met yesterday. The original plan was to interview Zhang Qin first, but Zhou Bailong came first. Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what was going on and asked, "Are you Dr. Zhou's daughter?" The girl was stunned for a moment, but immediately admitted, "Yes, I am." You still have some intelligence. Let me ask you, why did you trick my dad to come to you? What do you mean by lying? I asked him to come for an interview. If both sides like each other's conditions, he can stay. If not, he can choose not to come. I don't quite understand what you are saying. When the girl heard what Amelia Su said, she immediately rejected it. Okay, then we don't like you here, let us go, Dad. After saying that, he immediately took Zhou Bailong's arm and walked out the door. But Zhou Bailong really trusted Amelia Su, and he also decided to be Amelia Su's private doctor. Of course, he would not leave just because his daughter said that. He did not go out the door, but comforted his daughter first. Zhou Qian, stop making trouble. It would be so embarrassing if Mr. Su saw it. Dad, you know that those who hire private doctors are definitely not good people. If you can't cure any difficult or complicated diseases, they will definitely find reasons to deduct your salary and benefits. You may even have to pay them for going to work. Zhou Qian analyzed with Zhou Bailong confidently. Besides, I've already told you that it's better to be free. Why do you have to work for others? Zhou Qian said a lot of things, almost rejecting all the conditions that Su Xiaoyu and Zhou Bailong had agreed on yesterday, and described Su Xiaoyu as worthless. Su Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Qian. She had a pretty face and was probably about the same age as herself, about 30 years old. She must have rich social experience. It was possible that she had been deceived many times and was very vigilant. In addition, the position of private doctor was very rare, so it was normal for her to be on guard against it. So Su Xiaoyu was not angry, but just reasoned with Zhou Qian calmly, "Miss Zhou, I think we are about the same age. I don't know how to address you. Now I can understand your prejudice and defense against me. After all, you don't know me, and you don't understand me. But before you know a stranger, don't make a conclusion easily. This is the basic principle of being a human being. I met your father, Dr. Zhou, yesterday. His medical skills and character are both top-notch. I don't believe he didn't teach you this truth." Zhou Qian was speechless after being taught by Su Xiaoyu. Her father Zhou Bailong had indeed taught her a lot about getting along with others, not only the situation that Su Xiaoyu just mentioned, but also many others. However, she would forget everything as soon as she got angry. "It's okay to follow me, but don't change the subject. You said you were looking for a private doctor, and you also said that if I treat poor people and the patients can't afford the medical expenses, you will pay for it. Just based on this, I can conclude that you are a liar. No one's money comes from the wind." Amelia Su asked back, "Then what can I lie about? If you don't pay the medical expenses, my dad can't do anything to you, right?" Zhou Qian said. Su Xiaoyu then asked back, "What you mean is that I let your father treat the disease for free, but what benefits can I get? How do I know what you're up to?" "Okay, I have a contract here. Take a look at the contents. All the terms that your father and I have discussed are written here." Chapter 75 Zhou Qian's understanding. Zhou Qian took the contract document handed over by Su Xiaoyu, glanced at the contents on it, and was a little bit unbelievable. All the terms were actually written into the contract, including all the treatment that Zhou Bailong had told her about last night, without missing a single one, and it also secured many rights and interests for both parties. Some unscrupulous entrepreneurs draft contracts that only consider the company and not the employees at all. By comparing the before and after, Zhou Qian feels that Su Xiaoyu still has some conscience. Now that there is a contract, Zhou Qian is not afraid that Su Xiaoyu will do something bad. If he does not follow the contract, Zhou Qian can go to labor arbitration. This contract is quite comprehensive. Can you really do it? Zhou Qian's eyes when looking at Su Xiaoyu had become very gentle. They were no longer as unreasonable and hostile as before. Su Xiaoyu said confidently, "Of course, do you think the labor law is a joke? Do you know how troublesome labor arbitration is? One of my besties went to arbitration collectively because her company owed her wages. It's been half a year and the problem hasn't been resolved yet. The company just keeps dragging its feet and not paying. Anyway, as bosses, they don't have to go to work, so they have plenty of time to waste, but those who work can't afford it." Zhou Qian began to open her heart to Su Xiaoyu. Zhou Bailong saw the scene and felt very relieved. A stone in his heart was finally put down. Having watched Zhou Qian grow up since she was a child, Zhou Bailong knows her character very well. As long as she talks about her past stories with someone, it means that she has recognized this person. It was obvious that Su Xiaoyu's contract was approved by Zhou Qian, and she was no longer so wary of Su Xiaoyu. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door again. The three of them looked outside the door at the same time, only to see a handsome man standing outside. Since Su Xiaoyu was having interviews this morning, the door was not closed to allow the interviewees to come in. "Hello, may I ask who is Mr. Su? I'm here for an interview." Su Xiaoyu saw that this man looked a bit like a soldier, with a buzz cut, fair skin, and a muscular body. He didn't look fat despite his clothes, but she could feel that he was very good at fighting and could withstand a lot of beatings, so she concluded that he must be Zhang Qin. "That's me, you must be Zhang Qin." "I'm Zhang Qin, and this is my ID card." Zhang Qin took out his ID card and showed it directly to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was surprised by this action, because he had never seen an interviewer show his ID card directly. He was not in the police station or the industrial and commercial bureau. He took a quick look and found that it was indeed consistent with the person, so he did not look at it carefully. "Come in first." After Zhang Qin came in, he saw Zhou Bailong and Zhou Qian in the room. He felt a little embarrassed and stood aside. After seeing this, Amelia Su said, "Sit down, just treat this place as your own home." Zhou Qian saw that Zhang Qin seemed a little shy around girls, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Huh?" In fact, Zhang Qin has been either in training or studying since he was a child. He has few opportunities to come into contact with women. Even if he did, they would be the extremely serious tomboys in the army. Today, when he saw a woman with fair skin and beautiful looks like Zhou Qian, Zhang Qin didn't dare to look at her anymore. After Zhang Qin sat down, Su Xiaoyu also asked Zhou Qian and Zhou Bailong to sit down. "Dr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, you sit down too. Let me introduce you. This Dr. Zhou is also here for an interview to be my personal doctor. This one is Zhang Qin. Mr. Zhang is here to be my personal assistant and bodyguard." Zhou Qian was very surprised after hearing this. Private bodyguards are rare in real life. She only knew that big stars or leaders would have such bodyguards. Apart from that, they would be very, very wealthy celebrities or businessmen, like the Macau gambling king and the bigwigs in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. After this analysis, Zhou Qian felt that Su Xiaoyu's identity was not simple. While Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin were talking, Zhou Qian kept staring at Su Xiaoyu without moving her eyes. She kept analyzing and guessing what Su Xiaoyu did, but she didn't ask directly. When Amelia Su was speaking, she found that Zhou Qian was looking at her, her eyes motionless, so she glanced at her. "Miss Zhou, is there any problem?" Zhou Qian quickly smiled and said, "Nothing, I'm just listening to you guys." Su Xiaoyu happened to talk about her job at this time, and Zhou Qian couldn't help but listen attentively. "I work in artificial intelligence. I am currently running a company with a market value of 2.5 billion. I control 70% of the shares of this company. In addition..." When Zhou Qian heard this, she silently calculated, 2 billion yuan, accounting for 70% of the shares. Su Xiaoyu's personal assets are 1.75 billion yuan. No wonder he was so generous in the sale. With such a net worth, Zhou Qian was not worried that the conditions proposed by Su Xiaoyu could not be fulfilled, because the medical expenses were simply not worth mentioning in front of Su Xiaoyu. When Zhou Bailong saw that Zhou Qian had been sitting quietly, not talking, and no longer disliked Su Xiaoyu, a smile appeared on his face. Later, Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin chatted for more than 10 minutes and then signed the contract. Zhou Bailong also signed the contract shortly afterwards. Zhou Qian had no intention of stopping them. Su Xiaoyu finally said, after 3 days, you will start working. I have to arrange the things for the house in the next 2 days, which will take 2 days. Okay, let's go then, Mr. Su. Before leaving, Zhou Qian did not forget to say goodbye to Su Xiaoyu. Seeing Zhou Qian's attitude towards her change so much, Amelia Su couldn't help but tease, are you not afraid that I will lie to your father now? Ah, don't be afraid. Zhou Qian said with a smile. After going out, Zhou Bailong, Zhou Qian and Zhang Qin went downstairs together and talked to each other in the corridor, because after all, they would all be Amelia Su's employees in the future. Zhou Bailong saw that Du Zhangqin had a healthy body and worked out regularly, so he couldn't help but say, young man, you look pretty good. Have you ever been a soldier? The kind that trains regularly. Zhang Qin looked at Zhou Bailong and said, that's amazing, Dr. Zhou. You can tell from this that I was indeed a soldier. Zhou Qian asked, you bodyguards, are you all good at fighting? The kind that can beat several people by yourself. Zhang Qin nodded. Although he was very shy around girls, he was never modest about his abilities. That's right. If I didn't have the ability, how could Mr. Su dare to ask me to protect him? He is a big boss with assets of more than 1 billion. If something goes wrong, it's no joke. That is right, they also heard the conversation between Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin just now. They also heard about Zhang Qin's salary, which was very high, so they were very curious about Zhang Qin's abilities. After going downstairs, Zhang Qin left directly, not wanting to chat with Zhou Qian at all. Dr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, I'm leaving first. Okay. Chapter 76-76, this person finally spent money. Zhou Bailong and Zhou Qian walked in another direction to wait for the bus. Zhou Qian asked, Dad, you said that Zhang Qin will be Amelia Su's bodyguard in the future. Does he also have the responsibility to protect you? Zhou Bailong shook his head, I didn't ask him for money, why should he protect me? Besides, I'm not like them who always stay in Mr. Su's house. I'm still very free and can run around. That's true. Zhang Qin is really dull. He wants to chat up beautiful girls whenever he sees them. Zhou Qian said. Zhou Qian is 30 years old and still single. Her temper is the biggest obstacle to her finding a partner. Also, she is too defensive. Before a boy even approaches her, she thinks he has bad intentions. As a result, no boy dares to pursue her. But today, Zhang Qin was evasive when he saw her, which actually attracted her favor. Zhou Qian even wanted to pursue him. After all, his annual salary was 2 million, which was much better than many young people. She just didn't know whether Zhang Qin would look down on her. So Zhou Qian asked her father, Dad, what do you think of Zhang Qin? As soon as Zhou Bailong heard it, he knew that Zhou Qian was in love with Zhang Qin. He smiled and said, this guy is honest and loyal, and he is not unfaithful. I think he is a good match for you. TSK, you just know that she is suitable for me. She is so capable, will she cause domestic violence in the future? Zhou Qian obviously likes Zhang Qin very much, but she just refuses to admit it and finds some fancy things to say. By the way, you will officially start work the day after tomorrow. Zhou Qian asked again. Zhou Bailong said, that's right, we will have to go to Mr. Su's house first and explain the daily process in detail. Zhou Qian listened and took note in her heart that she would definitely go that day. Su Xiaoyu was busy from the afternoon until the evening, tidying up things in the room. He didn't even have lunch and had to order takeout for dinner because his pots, pans, and utensils had not arrived yet. After ordering the takeout, Amelia Su lay on the sofa in the living room, turned on the air conditioner, and played with her mobile phone. He still has 280,000 yuan in his Douyin account, so he can now buy some home appliances for his parents' house. Although their house has not been completely free of formaldehyde yet, he can buy the things first, and when his parents come to live with him, they don't have to prepare anything. At this time, in Shanghai, inside the manager's office of the recharge department of Douyin headquarters, a man and a woman were talking in front of the desk. One of them was Tang Kuekue, the general manager of Douyin's recharge department, and the woman was his employee named Luo Yume. Seeing Luo Yume standing in front of him, Tang Kuekue asked in confusion, how is it? Recently, the recharge consumption amount this month is still not ideal? Manager Tang, we have been working hard on promotion recently, and we are also constantly improving big data. I am here today to tell you good news. Luo Yume said happily. Tang Kuekue was a little surprised. He had just arrived at the office for less than a minute when Luo Yume came to report. This made him very curious about what the good news was. What good news is it that makes you rush to see me? I want to hear it. Manager Tang, do you still remember the Su Xiaoyu who spent millions chatting up her in the live broadcast room? After the chat, she still had 400,000 Dubi coins in her account that she hadn't spent. Luo Yume asked. Of course Tang Kuei remembered it. He couldn't sleep for several nights just because of Su Xiaoyu's account. After Su Xiaoyu recharged her account, she gave most of the money as rewards to the 1.7 meter tall live broadcast room, and the remaining 400,000 yuan was not spent on Douyin. According to previous management, this situation is most likely a child from a wealthy family who accidentally recharged into Douyin. As the manager of the recharge department, Tang Kuei does not want such a thing to happen. His goal is to guide users to recharge more and spend more. If the money is recharged by mistake, it is necessary to refund the other party. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon on Douyin. Those children are playing with their parents' mobile phones, and when they see that a certain anchor is good, they are immediately not attracted to him. So these children will use their parents' mobile phones to recharge some money, and then give rewards to the anchor. However, children are afraid of being blamed by their parents, so they destroy the evidence of recharge right after recharging. The mobile phones in their hands will be taken away by their parents, and the unused money will remain in the Douyin account without any spending for a long time and no refund in time. After all, the recharge records have been deleted. It is difficult to find out if parents do not deliberately check the balance, especially for some parents who will definitely never buy anything on Douyin in their entire lives and have no habit of checking the balance at all. But no matter how long it takes, parents will find the money one day. Once they find out that their children have recharged several million, they will definitely ask Douyin for a refund. Their recharge department is most afraid of this kind of situation, as if the duck in hand has flown away. Now the account of Su Xiaoyu is very similar to this situation, so Tang Kuei and Luo Yume thought it was a mistaken charge before. But now, Su Xiaoyu's account has spent 120,000 yuan, so Luo Yume hurried over to report the good news. Remember, what happened? Was his account spent? Yes, he has spent 120,000 yuan. He spent it late last night. All he bought were household appliances and daily necessities. It seems that he just moved into a new home. Luo Yume replied. Tang Kuei touched his chin thoughtfully and said, so it wasn't a mistake. Luo Yume nodded and said, yes, it shouldn't be a mistake. Luo Yume, you can use the big data statistics of Su Xiaoyu to directly recommend things that he likes to him. The data should be pushed accurately, so that his consumption will be more frequent. I think it is impossible for him to consume all the things he needs at home in one go. He will definitely continue to buy them in the future. Let's do it now. Tang Kuei knew that Su Xiaoyu had already started consuming, so he immediately made rational arrangements and asked Luo Yume to take action to make Su Xiaoyu consume more. Okay, Manager Tang, I'll do it right away. Luo Yume said, turned around and left the office. God bless Su Xiaoyu and help her spend more money from her account. Otherwise, I will be fired. Luo Yume placed all her hopes on Su Xiaoyu. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was at home, holding her mobile phone in her hand, watching Douyin, and taking a sip of boiled water on the coffee table from time to time. In fact, she was just killing time and waiting for the takeaway to arrive. Don't even mention how carefree these days are. Chapter 777, she actually has a Douyin account. Su Xiaoyu opened Douyin and prepared to buy a set of home appliances and kitchen utensils for her parents' room. But when he opened it, he found a very familiar face. She had posted a work, which was her daily work in a real estate company. That's right, this person is none other than Yao Xiuxiu. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that she would become a TikTok blogger with quite a few fans. Through this video work, Su Xiaoyu saw that she had 50,000 fans. This number of fans is considered a lot among amateur bloggers, but compared with those big bloggers, let alone compared with Sun Yan's level, it is simply too few. I clicked on the homepage of Yao Xiuxiu's Douyin account Xiu GSL's house and saw that she had posted more than 50 works in total. The top ones were dance videos, while the vast majority of the others were daily work. The work that Su Xiaoyu just saw was just released today, but Su Xiaoyu didn't care too much. This work was also dancing. Su Xiaoyu was really surprised, because Yao Xiuxiu herself looked very honest and pure. Unexpectedly, she was so open on the internet. After silently clicking like, he entered Xiuxiu's avatar. She is live streaming at the moment. Of course, Su Xiaoyu wanted to see what this memorable sales lady could live broadcast. Could it be turned into a house and sold in the live broadcast room? Impossible, it must be some daily live broadcast, most likely dancing. Welcome Su Xiaoyu baby, welcome, welcome. As soon as Su Xiaoyu walked into the live broadcast room, Yao Xiaoxiu started to welcome her, because there were not many people in the room, just over 100 people. It seemed that her account was not mainly for live broadcasts, but was specifically for posting videos. If it is an account dedicated to live streaming, it is impossible that only 100 people watch it with 50,000 fans. There must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. Hearing Yao Xiaoxiu's voice, Su Xiaoyu's face suddenly became full of emotion, and then she posted a comment in the live broadcast room. I never thought that I could meet you here. Yao Xiaoxiu never met any acquaintances during her live broadcasts. She always did live broadcasts here without telling her colleagues. Today, when she saw Su Xiaoyu, an acquaintance, she was very nervous, her face turned red, and she couldn't speak clearly. Brother Su Xiaoyu, how did you find my live broadcast room? I'm a little nervous. Without saying anything, Su Xiaoyu clicked to follow her so that she could watch her live broadcasts frequently in the future. Yao Xiaoxiu immediately said again, thank you, brother Su Xiaoyu, for your attention. Su Xiaoyu looked carefully and found some sweat on Yao Xiaoxiu's face and some panting. On the one hand it was because of nervousness, and on the other hand it was due to physical exercise. He guessed that Yao Xiaoxiu must have been dancing just now. After all, the content of her live broadcast was only dancing. Just continue broadcasting your content, don't worry about me. Su Xiaoyu knew that Yao Xiaoxiu was a little nervous, so she relieved his stress. I won't tell your colleagues. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu directly gave a small heart as a reward. At this time, Luo Yumei's voice was heard again in the manager's office of the Douyin Recharge Department. Manager Tang, Manager Tang. The next moment, a voice ran directly to the manager's office. Tang Kuekue, who was working in the office, saw that Luo Yumei had returned in 10 minutes, so he asked curiously, what's wrong? Why are you yelling so loudly? Nothing, I just saw Amelia Su started spending again. You went to the live broadcast room. What? Tang Kuekue was shocked and felt that Su Xiaoyu was indeed a relatively strong consumer, because he had spent several million in the live broadcast room. Now he entered the live broadcast room to consume again, which had to attract Tang Kuekue's attention. Originally, Tang Kuekue wanted Su Xiaoyu to go to the mall to buy things, and asked Luo Yumei to recommend some products he liked to him. Unexpectedly, since he went to the live broadcast room, his consumption must be even higher, so Tang Kuekue quickly asked Luo Yumei, how much did he spend? After saying that, Tang Kuekue leaned back in his chair and looked very relaxed. But Luo Yumei's answer made Tang Kuekue's heart sink again, 10 cents. Ah! Tang Kuekue roared and was stunned. To be more precise, he felt like he was struck by lightning. There was nothing he could do. He was a user who spent millions in the live broadcast room last time, but today he only spent 1 cent. What is going on? However, Tang Kuekue thought about it carefully and felt that this was also good news, because he had entered the live broadcast room and would continue to consume later, so he decided to continue watching first. Luo Yumei, you must push Su Xiaoyu's presentation content to me carefully. If you find anything, report it to me immediately. Yes, manager. In Yao Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room, her voice was heard again at this time. Thank you Su Xiaoyu for the little heart, give me a heart, yeah. My fans, it's already 9 p.m, I should end the broadcast. If you haven't followed me yet, please do so. Follow me so you don't get lost. Okay, I won't say anymore. I'm going to sleep now. After he finished speaking, 5 words popped up in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast has ended. Su Xiaoyu was a little confused because he had just come in and hadn't seen Yao Xiaoxiu dancing yet, but it just disappeared. However, Su Xiaoyu also quit Douyin directly because he happened to receive a call for a takeaway and went to get the takeaway. At the Douyin Recharge headquarters, the data is still the same. The data in front of Luo Yumei's computer shows that Su Xiaoyu has only spent 10 cents. Luo Yumei sent this news to Tang Kuekue via WeChat. Manager Tang, the live broadcast of Sister's show Selling the House has ended, and Su Xiaoyu didn't consume it directly, and it's still 10 cents. After Tang Kuekue found out, he thought it was normal. After all, it was already 21:35, so he said to Luo Yumei, okay, I get it. You've worked hard today. Go back and rest early. Okay, I'll go back first then. The takeaway that Su Xiaoyu ordered today was a fried chicken, a portion of rice noodles, and a bottle of lemonade. It was very simple and cost only 30 yuan in total. A man was eating chicken and drinking lemonade at home, and then he bought 150,000 yuan worth of home appliances on Douyin, filling in the address as his parents' house. Then he washed up and went to bed, and the whole night passed like this. The next day, after getting up in the morning, Su Xiaoyu washed up and drove out directly. Because the kitchen utensils, household appliances, and daily necessities have not been delivered today and will all have to wait until tomorrow, Su Xiaoyu has to drive to the company today to arrange her schedule for the trip to the United States later. It takes a long time to apply for a passport and visa, so you must arrange it in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Chapter 7878, Su Xiaoyu offended someone. After Su Xiaoyu arrived at the park where Huaxing was located, she parked her car in a parking space on the side of the road and went directly to the company. The first thing is to confirm who you are going to bring with you and ask them to apply for passports and visas together. The first one must be Huang Yuding. As Su Xiaoyu's secretary, she has to do many things personally, so if she is not present, Su Xiaoyu has to say it again to her. Su Xiaoyu is not that talkative. He usually won't say it a second time if he can say it once. Therefore, when he was at work before, his colleagues thought he was very cold and difficult to talk to. Secondly, there is the assistant Zhang Qin who will join the company the day after tomorrow. In addition, 2 bodyguards will be added to protect Su Xiaoyu's life safety. Because the United States is not like China, there are robberies and shootings everywhere, and everyone can carry guns, so more people must be present to support the situation. So there must be at least 3 bodyguards, and then the manager of the technical department, the marketing manager, the production manager, plus Huang Yuding and Su Xiaoyu, a total of 8 people. After Su Xiaoyu came to the office, she first told Huang Yuding about her plan and asked her if she had any opinions, see if there are any other people who need to be brought along, and then notify everyone to get their passports and visas done as soon as possible. Once everyone has done it, we'll set off right away. Huang Yuding heard Su Xiaoyu say that she was going to cooperate with NVIDIA during the business negotiation at Nantian Information. At that time, she thought that Su Xiaoyu was deliberately making up a pie in order to gain Yi Nanshan's trust. She didn't expect that he was really going to the United States, and he was going so soon. This really shocked Huang Yuding. Are you really going to the United States, Mr. Su? Huang Yuding asked in surprise. Amelia Su was even more surprised. Do you think I'm kidding? Huang Yuding felt that their company was too small now, with a market value of only a few billion yuan, while NVIDIA's market value was as high as 2.5 trillion yuan, expressed in US dollars, which is 15 trillion yuan in Chinese yuan. The two companies were not on the same level at all, so Huaxing's success rate in cooperating with NVIDIA was very low, but she didn't have the courage to say it in front of Su Xiaoyu. But what she didn't know was that Su Xiaoyu had a magic weapon that no other company had, and that was price advantage. The discounts he could offer were unimaginable for other companies. Even facing sanctions from the US National Security Agency, NVIDIA would find ways to secretly do business with Huaxing. These are basically all we have. I don't think it's necessary to bring others. Huang Yuding said after thinking about it. Seeing that Huang Yuding also felt that there was no need to bring anyone else, Su Xiaoyu arranged it directly. Okay, notify them to go to the meeting, and then tell them to apply for passports and visas as soon as possible. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Huang Yuding immediately sent a message in a group called Huaxing Leaders Group, Yang Fuhua from the production department, Guan Yu from the sales department, and Ren Guang from the technology department. Please come to the conference room immediately. There is an urgent matter. This group is full of the company's senior management, including managers and supervisors from each department and team leaders from the production department. The message is visible to everyone, and others who see the message are also guessing what is going on. After receiving the notice, several supervisors all rushed over. But when the 3 of them arrived at the meeting room, suddenly a security guard outside the door came over to find Su Xiaoyu. Mr. Su, something bad has happened. Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and several managers who had just walked into the meeting room were frightened by the sound. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu asked. The security guard said, there are 2 people standing next to your car downstairs, holding various weapons in their hands. I don't know what their purpose is. Su Xiaoyu was stunned, and immediately ran to the window and looked down. From the window of the conference room, you can directly see the parking lot in the park, and you can also clearly see Su Xiaoyu's car. Upon closer inspection, it was just as the security guard said. There were indeed 2 people standing next to Su Xiaoyu's Maybach S680, one holding a wrench and the other holding a hammer. They looked nervous and looked around, as if they were on guard against something. But because it was too far away and she couldn't see their faces clearly, Su Xiaoyu turned around and asked the security guard, send someone to ask, what are they doing? The security guard said, okay, I'll go over and ask in person right away. Su Xiaoyu also began to become alert, because these people holding helpers and hammers in their hands are not good people. If they wanted to smash the car, they would have done it long ago, so their only purpose was to deal with Su Xiaoyu herself. So he decided to meet these 2 people in person, and then tell Zhang Qin to come over immediately. Today would be his first mission. So, they are waiting for me, so I will go over there in person. After that, Su Xiaoyu walked away and said to Huang Yuding, Yuding, you can hold a meeting here for them and explain the matter to them. I will go down first to see what is going on. Huang Yuding was very worried after hearing this, and immediately persuaded Su Xiaoyu not to go down in person. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Amelia Su smiled slightly, took out her mobile phone and said, I have someone, would I be so stupid? Huang Yuding was at a loss for words. Hello? Su Xiaoyu's phone call was connected, and she said to Zhang Qin on the other end of the phone, Zhang Qin, come over now, I'll send you an address. We've run into some trouble here, so it's a good opportunity to see what you can do. Seeing Su Xiaoyu walk out of the conference room door and her figure gradually disappearing into the distance, Huang Yuding was finally relieved. She thought Su Xiaoyu would be so stupid as to meet the criminals alone, just like in the movies, but it seemed that she was overthinking it. Okay, it's alright, let's come over and have a meeting. After Zhang Qin received Amelia Su's call, he immediately agreed, okay, I'll be there right away, the address is not far from me. After the interview yesterday, Zhang Qin specially found a house to rent between Su Xiaoyu's home and Huaxing Technology's office building. This way, it would be very close and convenient for him to go to work either way. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. He was very happy and eager to prove his ability. Su Xiaoyu asked, do we need to call a few more people? Zhang Qin asked back, are there many people on the other side? There are only 2 people in front of me, but I don't know if there are others waiting in secret. It's okay, I should be able to handle it. If you're worried, you can go find some people to hold the scene first. They don't have to do anything. Zhang Qin said. After listening to this, Su Xiaoyu thought it was very feasible, because many people would do this kind of job of supporting the team, that is, a bunch of people come and just stand by, doing nothing, just to scare the other party. Generally, the salary is 100 yuan per person, and the boss is very generous. There are many people willing to do it, and they will be paid 100 yuan for less than an hour. Chapter 79, Finding someone to support the scene. So he asked, that's fine, but I don't know much about this. Where can I find people like this to support the event? Zhang Qin said, is there an internet cafe nearby? Usually, if you shout in an internet cafe, someone will come over right away. Okay, I got it. I'll arrange it. After knowing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately hung up the phone and went to ask first. There are many internet cafes near the company's office building, and the internet cafes nowadays are different from before. There are many entertainment facilities and the service is also very good. In addition to playing games online, there are also many snacks and massage places. If you don't want to go home, you can even sleep in it. There are also places to take a shower. Su Xiaoyu saw the security guard walk out of the office building's gate and go straight to his car, so she stood not far away and watched. The 2 people next to the car were very cautious. When they saw Su Xiaoyu coming, they immediately stared at the security guard, keeping their eyes on him. When the security guard walked over, one of the guys asked, what are you doing? Can't you just stand here? The security guard smiled and said, yes, of course, but you have a hammer and a wrench. I just came here to take a look. Are you guys here to repair cars? No, what we do is none of your business. Don't meddle in other people's business. The security uncle shook his head, that's not what I meant. I'm responsible for the public security here. You'd better not cause trouble here. The 2 guys didn't look like good people, and they didn't take the security guard seriously at all, so one of them said generously, let me tell you, the owner of this car has offended a very powerful person, and this person paid us to come over and teach the owner a lesson. But before he could finish his words, he was glared at by another guy, a chow. In an instant, the young man who had spoken immediately shut up, and then said with a smile, Brother Hao. Seeing this, the security guard already knew the other party's purpose, and he also knew that he couldn't drive them away. If you want to fight, go somewhere else, otherwise I will call someone to drive you away. That brother sneered, if you dare to drive our people away, you can try, I guarantee that you will never be able to be a security guard in the Magic City in the future. Besides, we have more than a dozen people behind us. How many security guards do you have in this park? The security guard was speechless and left immediately. The 2 guys thought they had scared the security guard, and when they saw him leave, they snickered, he's in his 40s, and he's still trying to be a hero. It's true. Suddenly, the boy named Da Chao asked Brother Hao, why don't you let me say it? Hao's face immediately turned unhappy. This matter has nothing to do with the security guard. Why are you telling him so much? Ah Chao nodded. Oh, then should we call someone over? This security guard must be going to tip off the police. He must know Amelia Sue. It's okay. I've already made arrangements with more than a dozen of them. Su Xiaoyu's car is still here. Even if the security guard goes to tip off, Su Xiaoyu can't escape, unless he doesn't want the car anymore. Brother Hao acted like he was very wise, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. Oh. Ah Chao's face was full of enlightenment. Brother Hao is still smart. The two of them shared what had just happened in one of their organization groups, and asked the people in the group to be alert, because Su Xiaoyu was likely to come over, and she would definitely be accompanied by a lot of security guards. The people in the group kept praising Brother Hao for his intelligence. Great, Brother Hao. Yes, yes. The security guard walked up to Su Xiaoyu and told him all the information he had just received. After Su Xiaoyu understood what was going on, he immediately went to find an internet cafe. After arriving at the internet cafe, I found the environment inside was very good, and it was completely different from the internet cafes 10 years ago. In fact, Su Xiaoyu could call the police right now, or just leave this place and wait for these people to leave before coming back to pick up his car. However, Su Xiaoyu felt unwilling to do so because he could not hide for a while and he had to find out who was picking on him. Su Xiaoyu stood at the door of the internet cafe and thought for a long time, but he still didn't know who he had offended and why so many people came to teach him a lesson. Although it was still broad daylight, there were still many people sitting in the internet cafe. Except for the cashier girl, all the others were young people playing games. I didn't know why these people didn't have to go to work, but they looked very leisurely anyway. Seeing this cashier girl, she was quite pretty, but Su Xiaoyu had absolutely no interest or desire to look at beautiful women. Two of the cashier girls saw that Su Xiaoyu was quite good looking, so they came over and asked, "Handsome guy, are you here to surf the internet?" Su Xiaoyu hasn't been to an internet cafe for at least 10 years. Of course, it was called an internet cafe in the past. He remembered that there was no need for sales promotion in internet cafes. People came in either to surf the internet or to watch others surf the internet. Moreover, at that time, internet cafes were basically full and there were no seats. There was no need for people to serve. The boss could not even scold the teenagers who were addicted to the internet and they would not leave. I don't go online, but now I need to come here to find some people. Can you provide me with a microphone? Su Xiaoyu saw that the internet cafe was very large and it would be impossible for everyone to hear her if she shouted by herself, so she asked the beautiful waitress for help. One of the waiters said, "Handsome guy, we can't disturb users who are surfing the internet here." I'm sorry. Another one immediately followed up, "Yes, handsome guy, if you are here to surf the internet, we will definitely provide you with attentive service, but this, we really can't help you, sorry. I know that you open an internet cafe to do business. If you disturb people and make them stop using the internet, your turnover will decrease. But I will bear the responsibility for this, okay?" Su Xiaoyu looked at the waiter who spoke first. The waitress realized that Su Xiaoyu should be a rich man, so she was a little tempted, but she didn't know whether she should believe Su Xiaoyu's words. After all, words are not enough. Can I ask, what do you need to broadcast? I want to ask a few people to help me support the venue. I will pay them. It will only take about an hour. Their machines will not be down. If this causes some losses, it is hard to calculate anyway. I will endure it like this. To show my sincerity, I will estimate it in advance and compensate you 20,000 yuan in turnover. Is that enough? Chapter 80. This handsome guy is not a card recharger. The two waitresses were extremely surprised. Their internet cafe's daily turnover was less than 20,000 yuan. Even if it was, it also included a lot of customers' recharge money, which they still had to pay back slowly in the future. So they quickly agreed. Are you serious, handsome guy, are you kidding? Su Xiaoyu laughed and said, how could it be a joke? Come on, scan the code for me. After saying that, he directly opened the WeChat payment code. This scene was also seen by the lady at the cashier not far away. When Amelia Sue and the two waiters walked to the cashier, she was still in the dark and didn't know what was going on. What's wrong? Give this handsome guy 20,000 yuan, said the waiter. Su Xiaoyu's QR code has been aligned with the scanning machine. The cashier thought Su Xiaoyu wanted to recharge 20,000 yuan, so she immediately opened the cash register and collected 20,000 yuan. After scanning the code, the cashier asked, handsome, please tell me your phone number and I'll register it for you. Su Xiaoyu also knew that the other party thought he was here to charge the card. Before the master opened his mouth to speak, another waiter had already explained for him, "This handsome guy is here to support the store. He was afraid of causing losses to my store, so he gave us 20,000 yuan in compensation." After hearing this, the cashier lady immediately looked at Su Xiaoyu. She found that the young man was really handsome. She said, "Handsome guy, you are looking for someone to support you. What do you want to support? What do you need us to do?" Su Xiaoyu finally had the chance to speak. "I need you to help me broadcast the announcement and find someone to support the event. 500 yuan per person, who's going? It's that simple." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Soon a speaker was brought over, and the waiter said to Amelia Su, "Handsome guy, you record it yourself, or use AI voice?" Su Xiaoyu works on AI, so of course he used AI. "You guys use AI to record it, my voice better not appear anywhere." "Okay, handsome, drink some water first, we'll make arrangements right away." Less than 3 minutes later, a voice announcement sounded in the internet cafe. "Anyone want to come and help support the place? 500 yuan per person." The voice kept repeating and soon attracted the attention of people who were surfing the internet in the internet cafe. The cafe, which was originally a little noisy, became quiet in an instant. To support the show, 500 yuan per person, this is definitely a good thing. Because they all know that they don't need to do anything themselves to support the venue, they just need to make up the numbers, so generally speaking, the price will not be too high, basically within 150. But unexpectedly, someone has raised the price directly to 500, more than 3 times the amount. Only a fool would not agree to such a good thing. Ox. Sharp. The men in the internet cafe all took up space and ran towards the cashier counter, as if they ran slowly, this good job would be snatched away by someone else. However, not everyone understands the importance of holding up the scene. There are several people who have not yet stood up. After all, they don't know what is going on. But 500 yuan per person was still quite attractive, so some of them directly asked the person running to the cashier, "Brother, what does this support mean?" "Brother, you don't even know what the hell you mean by pretending to be nice. I want to tell you how you got by." The man they held was speechless, but he still patiently explained to them, "Brothers, let me tell you, the meaning of supporting the scene is that someone wants to fight, but he can't call so many people, so he directly calls people over to support the scene and make up the number. But we don't need to do anything, we just need to stand there and cheer, do you understand now?" It was because of his explanation that these people started yelling. "Yes, yes." They immediately rushed to the cashier counter. Suddenly, dozens of men gathered around the cashier counter. The beautiful girls at the cashier counter didn't know what to say, and some of them were even scared. When they saw such a situation, they normally would maintain order, but today they acted as if they didn't see anything. The next moment, she was squatting behind the cash register. Su Xiaoyu took a rough look at the people standing at the cashier counter. There were about 20 people in total. After all, it was broad daylight and not many people were surfing the internet, but Su Xiaoyu was satisfied. 20 people should be enough. The other side has only a dozen people at most. 20 versus 15, we should win in terms of momentum. Besides, the dozen or so people on the other side might just be called there to support us. "You all want to go, right?" Su Xiaoyu asked. "Yes, boss, 500 yuan per person, of course we are willing to go." "That's right." These 20 people suddenly became excited, fearing that they would be eliminated if they did not perform actively. Unexpectedly, Amelia Su wanted them all. "Okay, let us go together." Immediately, a group of people walked out of the internet cafe in a grand and imposing manner and came downstairs. Several of them directly picked up the wooden sticks discarded on the roadside. It can be seen that these people must have supported others before. When others saw their actions, they followed their example and started looking for people on the roadside. But the road was swept so clean that they couldn't pick up so many sticks, so they had to rummage through the garbage dump. However, it must be said that I don't know whether it was their good luck or Su Xiaoyu's good luck, but they all had a wooden stick in their hands all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, Amelia Su also laughed. "This is really a powerful aura, God helps me. If none of them carry anything and the other side only carries hammers and wrenches, it will be useless even if they have the advantage in numbers." The scene is just like what was played in a movie that was popular in the streets back then. If a passionate song were played at this time, I have to say, it would be quite stylish. At this time, the cashiers, waiters and other people in the internet cafe who did not come down to support the place crowded by the window to watch. Meanwhile, over at the Maybach S680, Ah Chow was saying to Brother Hao, Why hasn't the owner of this car come yet? It was obvious that they were getting impatient after waiting for so long. It was such a hot day. After staying outside for so long, anyone would start to feel restless. Even if they were standing under the shade of a tree, they would still feel hot and unbearable. Brother Hao was also confused, but before he could say anything, he was stunned. Look, Brother Hao! Akeo suddenly started yelling at Brother Hao again. A few people hiding not far away also heard Akeo's roar. They looked directly in the direction of Akeo's finger, only to see that there were a lot of people over there, walking towards the side with their hands holding guns. Chapter 81. Do you know me? All of a sudden, they threw the cigarettes in their hands to the ground and took out the wrenches and hammers they were carrying. However, when they just walked out of the darkness, they found that the other party was not just the few people they saw in front of them. It was just that the people who followed them had not come out yet and were blocked by the buildings. Now all the people on their side have come out, and the one who greets them is Amelia Sue, followed by 20 people, no less than theirs. Moreover, each of them was full of life-threatening spirit, holding the wooden sticks tightly in their hands, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. The momentum was simply invincible. The other side was outnumbered, but Brother Hao made a decision immediately and said to the 4 people around him, "Run, run." He wanted to run away immediately. But before Brother Hao could run, he was caught by someone and thrown to the ground. Brother Hao was the leader of their group. When he was thrown back to the side of the Maybach S680 by a man, he was confused. He looked up and found that he didn't know the person who threw him. But at the same time, he heard a voice coming from the side. "Brother Hao, right? Why are you running?" Brother Hao quickly turned around and was shocked. "It's you, Amelia Sue." To be honest, Brother Hao was also shocked at this moment. It was the first time he saw Amelia Sue in person. The person who asked him to beat Amelia Sue only showed him a photo. "Aren't you waiting for me? Why don't you recognize me?" Su Xiaoyu asked deliberately with a smile. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu was so happy in her heart. But Brother Hao really didn't know how to answer. "Brother, this is not what I meant, it's just a misunderstanding." "It's our fault, Mr. Su, we were forced." Brother Hao's brothers all echoed. Just half an hour ago, they were fearless and even ignored the security guards in the park. But now, seeing that there were more people on their side, they changed their stance and started begging for mercy. Su Xiaoyu was really amused by their novel ideas. "Let us ask about the real business," Su Xiaoyu said to herself. The next moment, he looked directly at Brother Hao and asked, "Who on earth instructed you to teach me a lesson?" When Brother Hao heard this, he immediately looked at his brothers and did not dare to say it directly. But Brother Hao took a closer look, a wry smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head and said, "Alas, we received instructions from Lu Zhongji, so we are here to teach you a lesson." "Yes, Lu Zhongji said that he lost more than 10 million because of you, and also lost the order for cooperation with Nantian Information, so he asked us to take revenge on you severely." "So that is how it is." Su Xiaoyu understood as soon as he heard it. It turned out to be Lu Zhongji, the real estate speculator. He said that he didn't seem to have offended anyone else, but it turned out that Lu Zhongji was holding a grudge against him. This guy is really abominable. "Mr. Su, we are actually just using his money to scare you. We have no grudge against you. He asked us to teach you a lesson, but we are not fools. We are just doing it casually. If a real fight breaks out, we will be in trouble." Brother Hao explained. After hearing this, Su Xiaoyu agreed with this. Although Lu Zhongji wanted them to cripple Su Xiaoyu, they were not fools. When they saw the car, they knew that Su Xiaoyu was not an easy person to deal with. As the saying goes, every policy has a countermeasure. They just act according to circumstances. If it were an ordinary car, they would probably smash it. Yes, our Brother Hao is right, just let us go." The other brothers also started to shout. "Please." All of a sudden, Hao Ji's brothers began to beg for mercy. The difference in numbers between the two sides was actually not that big, which showed that they were just a mob. It's not that they have no chance of winning, but they feel that they will not fight hard unless they have an absolute chance of winning. It's no use regretting now. Brother Hao felt that if they had asked directly when they first saw the car, and found out how many people Su Xiaoyu had, perhaps they could have gotten away with it if they had known the news in advance. They didn't expect it to turn out like this, and they regretted it so much. After all, looking at the situation, they were bound to get beaten up. "Okay, let's go." Su Xiaoyu said this unexpectedly. "Ah, are you just going to let us go just like that?" After several seconds, Brother Hao and his group looked at Su Xiaoyu with disbelief and asked, "Just get out if I tell you to. Do you want to be beaten before you leave?" said the man who threw Hao Gu away just now. This person was none other than Zhang Qin. He threw the 180 centimeters tall Hao Gu 1 meter away with one hand. It was so terrifying. Su Xiaoyu didn't even turn his head and didn't look at Brother Hao and his group, because he had already found out the truth of the matter. Even if he had to deal with someone next, it would be Lu Zhongji. Why did he still say so much to Brother Hao and the others? Besides, he couldn't fight. After all, the people Su Xiaoyu had found were just to support her. If a fight broke out, only Zhang Qin could take action, and he might reveal his flaws. When the opponent rushed forward, even if Zhang Qin was really possessed by Zhan Zhao, he couldn't deal with more than a dozen people. Let us go. Although Brother Hao and his group found it a little hard to believe, they still decided to leave before Su Xiaoyu changed her mind. All of a sudden, Hao Gu and the others all ran away covered in dust. One of them even lost his shoes. He didn't even dare to stop to pick them up. When he saw the people who came to support the internet cafe, he couldn't stop laughing. Su Xiaoyu was also stunned. After settling all their money, Amelia Su returned to the meeting room. There was no one in the conference room at this time. Su Xiaoyu went directly to her office and asked Huang Yuding how the meeting went. "Yuding, is the meeting over? Is everything arranged?" "Everything has been arranged. They will leave after get off work today to apply for passports and visas," said Huang Yuding. Then she asked about Amelia Su's matter. "Boss Su, how did you handle it just now? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. It turns out that these people are sent by Lu Zhongji, who competed with me for the order at Nantian Information last time. They are all cowards and dare not take any action," Su Xiaoyu explained briefly. Huang Yuding knew that when the dishes were served for negotiation, Lu Zhongji, the boss of Zhongji Company, was sitting next to Amelia Su and had been targeting Amelia Su, so she asked, "Why does this person hold a grudge so much?" Su Xiaoyu said, "That time at Nantian Information was already our second meeting. There was another time before that at the real estate sales office, and we also had some unhappy things happen." Chapter 82, Go to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Su Xiaoyu told Huang Yuding about the incident. Huang Yuding asked in surprise, "I didn't expect you guys to have so many festivals. Is it because of the rush for houses? I heard that Lu Zhongji is actually a professional real estate speculator." "Yes, we were originally fighting over a house worth 7 million yuan, but in the end, we raised the price to 14 million yuan. I didn't buy it, but he did, so he lost 7 million yuan, and all the money he made from real estate speculation in the past 2 years. Ha 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 ha," Su Xiaoyu said with a relaxed laugh. Huang Yuding felt that Amelia Su simply didn't know the seriousness of the matter. "You can still laugh, this Lu Zhongji is not a good guy, he actually dared to send people to beat you in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid that he will continue to attack you?" "What are you afraid of? I just brought my best fighter, Mr. Zhang Qin, who is also my assistant and bodyguard. With him here, no one can handle me. Besides, I plan to recruit a few more capable fighters. One bodyguard is not enough." While Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding were chatting, they suddenly saw a lot of logistics information on their mobile phones. All of them were short lines from the transit station here, because all his things were sent from all over the country, placed in the station, and then the station delivered them to Su Xiaoyu's home. But if Su Xiaoyu went to pick up so many express deliveries by himself, he would be exhausted to death. It happened that he had nothing to do now, so he called the people at the post office directly. "My stuff has arrived. I'll make a phone call. You go do your thing first." Su Xiaoyu said, "By the way, contact the people we just met. We'll go have dinner tonight and discuss the details of our trip to the United States." "Okay, got it, Mr. Su." Huang Yuding started to busy herself with her own affairs. Su Xiaoyu took the phone and walked to the corridor outside. After the call was connected, he said, hello, this is Fanio Station, right?" "Yes, you are Mr. Su Xiaoyu. We are just about to contact you. We have a lot of your express deliveries here. Would you like to drive over or we should deliver the goods to your door?" The other party was a young lady who spoke in a very coquettish voice. Su Xiaoyu said, "Where do you think I can get such a big car? You can just deliver the goods to my door. I will be at home tomorrow morning, okay?" "Okay, I'll arrange it right away," said the other party. "Okay." Su Xiaoyu hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu looked at the time. It was still early before getting off work, so she planned to use this hour or so to browse Douyin and buy all their things. But what Su Xiaoyu didn't expect was that he had never searched for furniture, electrical appliances, and daily necessities for middle-aged and elderly people on Douyin, but all the things recommended to him by Douyin were exactly what he wanted to buy. Before, Su Xiaoyu just talked about this matter with others frequently, and she also called her father and mother during the process, asking them to come to Shanghai to live after a while, and that Su Xiaoyu would drive back to her hometown to pick them up. She also mentioned buying furniture, appliances, and so on. The only possibility is that the recording function in the mobile phone automatically obtains Su Xiaoyu's information, which led to his personal preferences and shopping needs being identified by big data, and then immediately recommended to him in large quantities on Douyin. Moreover, the recommendation was quite accurate, basically exactly what Su Xiaoyu wanted to buy. This saved Su Xiaoyu time searching, and he bought everything for his parents' house in less than 20 minutes. There are fewer things there than in Su Xiaoyu's own house, and there is no need to hire a nanny for the time being, so the cost is only 80,000 yuan. But this is already a lot. After all, when my parents come, they might need to buy some more things. Su Xiaoyu's thoughts are not on the same level as my parents. They are of different times and have different needs. There is nothing we can do about it. Su Xiaoyu's idea is to let his parents come to live in Shanghai, give up everything in his hometown, and settle down here in the future. It doesn't matter whether he has a Shanghai hukou or not, as long as Su Xiaoyu has one. His future development in the field of AI will surely be promising, and he will make great contributions to Shanghai. He can definitely get a Shanghai hukou, and there will be no problem for his children to go to school. At this time, in the manager's office of Douyin's recharge department. After Tang Kuekue got this set of consumption data, he immediately became excited. He said to Luo Yume in front of him, "Very good, this time the big data is very accurate. Such users are our high-quality users. Pay more attention to Su Xiaoyu's consumption dynamics and don't miss any opportunities." Luo Yume said, "Okay, manager." Tang Kuekue said to himself, "I was wondering how such a user could have made a mistake in charging. How could he have only spent 10 cents? As he was talking, he remembered something and analyzed to Luo Yume, Su Xiaoyu's main consumption does not seem to be on daily shopping. His goal is to give tips to female anchors. Have you seen his recent traffic records? Does he often watch female anchors, especially those who are close to the edge? Luo Yume had previously analyzed Su Xiaoyu's personal browsing data and found that he did not always watch female anchors. He just clicked in to take a look when he saw one, so it was difficult to guess what type of female anchor Su Xiaoyu liked. This data is rather vague, and it is not possible to analyze what kind of female anchor Su Xiaoyu likes for the time being. Then recommend more female anchors to Su Xiaoyu, and the female anchor named Sister Xiao sells houses last time. As soon as she starts broadcasting, push her to Su Xiaoyu's homepage for display. Tang Kuekue said in an inspiring tone. Understood, Manager Tang. After receiving the task from Tang Kuekue, Luo Yume returned to her post and began to push female anchors to Su Xiaoyu continuously, and was very busy. In the office of the chairman of Huaxing, after Su Xiaoyu finished shopping, she chatted with Huang Yuding for dozens of minutes. It was time to get off work, so she met with Yang Fuhua from the production department, Guan Yu from the sales department, and Ren Guang from the technical department at the company gate. It has been a long time since Su Xiaoyu took everyone out for a good meal. It has been more than 3 months since she came to this company, so she needs to reward everyone well. After all, the business is so busy and they are under a lot of pressure. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Since I took over Huaxing Company, the business has been increasing. There are constant new orders for geese. The pressure you are under is very great, so tonight, I will take you to a high-end restaurant for dinner. It happens to be a restaurant we have never been to. While they were chatting and waiting, Su Xiaoyu had already reserved a seat on her phone, so now she could just go over there. Have any of you been to this restaurant? It's a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Building 1 of Yuyuan, and its name is Tianmen. Almost everyone shook their heads and said they had never been there, so they got into Su Xiaoyu's car directly. Chapter 8383, Damn Big Data. Now I feel that President Su's car is very grand. It has 7 seats. If it was a small or compact car, I guess we wouldn't be able to sit in it. Yang Fuhua said with emotion. Ren Guang continued, didn't you always say that Mr. Su's car was too old-fashioned? And you asked why he didn't buy a sports car when he was so young? Yang Fuhua laughed, it may look old-fashioned, but it is luxurious and has plenty of seats. What they said reminded Su Xiaoyu that he really needed to buy a sports car, because sometimes when he took his girlfriend out for a ride, he didn't want to bring along acquaintances to avoid disturbing their world of two. How could he not drive a sports car? If he took a taxi, there were so many seats, and he couldn't refuse. You're right, Yang Fuhua, I'll buy a sports car when I have time. Su Xiaoyu suddenly said this, staring Yang Fuhua. Is it true or false? Yang Fuhua felt that Su Xiaoyu was playing tricks on him. Su Xiaoyu said seriously, of course it's true. When I come back from the United States, I will go and have a look. Can you recommend a better car? Everyone knows that people who can't afford sports cars usually have a deeper understanding of them, so Su Xiaoyu definitely asked the right people. Huang Yuding sat directly in the passenger seat. I want to sit in the front, I get carsick. After everyone was ready, Amelia Su drove off. Along the way, they were discussing which car was good and having a great time chatting. Zhang Qin became very familiar with them and they added each other on WeChat. After arriving at the destination, Su Xiaoyu went to park the car. They looked for it here for a while but couldn't find it. Finally, they found it in a very ordinary alley. They couldn't believe that such a Michelin 3-star restaurant would be opened in a shabby alley. Wow, it's true that good wine needs no bush. If this was an ordinary hotel, it would have closed down long ago. Huang Yuding sighed. Yang Fuhua also found it incredible, it was so secretive. Did the boss know that they could win the Michelin star? Zhang Qin said, awesome, I spent 10 minutes looking for a store, ha. Huang Yuding was more lively, so she went straight to pick up the doorbell. After the door opened, a waiter came out and asked them, hello, do you have a reservation? Su Xiaoyu walked forward and showed him the reservation on her phone, and then the waiter let them in. After entering, everyone has to put on a special dining suit to prevent their clothes from getting dirty, which is very thoughtful. After finding their reserved seat and sitting down, Amelia Su directly asked the waiter to bring the menu over. Waiter, can you show us the menu? The waiter was a boy. He said politely, hello, sir. This is the menu. We have 8 fixed dishes and 4 more dishes to choose from. Take a look. Su Xiaoyu looked at the menu and there weren't many options, so she chose all 4, let's serve them all. Okay, do you want some drinks? Asked the waiter. Amelia Su shook her head, I don't drink, do you guys drink? Then let's not drink. We don't mind alcohol. Ren Guang said. The 2 girls here, Guan Yu and Huang Yuding, definitely won't drink. Su Xiaoyu doesn't drink either. Zhang Qin absolutely cannot drink because of his profession. Only Ren Guang and Yang Fuhua are left, and they think there is no point in drinking, so they simply don't drink. Then no wine. If these dishes are not enough, can we have more? Su Xiaoyu asked. Yes, we can definitely meet the needs of our customers, said the waiter. Su Xiaoyu nodded and asked the waiter to leave. A foreign chef came over immediately. All the dishes were salty and sweet, pickled, and prepared by the chef in front of everyone, which was very spectacular. As they watched, they took out their mobile phones to take pictures as a souvenir. After the dishes were ready, they were reluctant to eat them. Only after they were all cooked did they taste them slowly one by one. Wow, this is so beautiful. This chef's income is really good. Huang Yu was fascinated by the show and kept recording the whole process with his mobile phone. Huang Yuding also took some photos and videos. After the dishes were cooked, they started to eat. During the meal, Ren Guang and Yang Fuhua were watching the female anchor on their phones. Huang Yuding found out and warned them one by one, hey, pay attention to the occasion. Ren Guang noticed that Huang Yuding was looking at his phone again, so he quickly swiped past it. Unexpectedly, the next video was still a borderline video, which made him blush and he quickly put his phone back. Yang Fuhua's doing is okay, sometimes you can see some normal videos. Huang Yuding rolled her eyes at them and said in a very stubborn tone, as expected, men like to watch this kind of things. It's a good thing you two don't have a partner. Su Xiaoyu was unhappy about this, and immediately retorted, don't all men like to watch this kind of thing? Huang Yuding immediately smiled and said, Mr. Su definitely won't do that. You don't lack women, so why would you watch this kind of video? Ha, I don't believe you have the ability to turn on your phone. Ren Guang said to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's mobile phone was on the table, but he was not afraid at all, because his data recommendations were all normal things, and he had never seen any female anchors who were too close to the line. When Huang Yuding heard what Ren Guang said, she was also very curious about what videos Amelia Su watched every day, so she also said, yes, show us what rich people watch every day. Okay, then I'll show you. Su Xiaoyu picked up the phone calmly, unlocked it directly, and entered Douyin. Yang Fuhua, Guan Yu, Huang Yuding, Zhang Qin, and Ren Guan were all staring at the screen. Su Xiaoyu was even so confident that he didn't even look at the screen. He just turned the screen directly towards the five of them with their backs facing him, because he felt that it was impossible for an indecent video to appear in his TikTok. But after opening the TikTok app, the first video that loaded was a video of a female anchor doing something silly, which made them all burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Wow. Huang Yuding rolled her eyes with laughter and glared at Su Xiaoyu and said, "Is this what you mean by not looking at the edge?" Su Xiaoyu was startled herself and quickly turned the phone around. Seeing this, he thought that it might be because he had rewarded Chi-Chi before, so there was still a little data left, so he argued, 1 or 2 pieces of data are nothing. Yes, that's right, then continue sliding down. Ren Guang said. Su Xiaoyu said disdainfully, "Sure, let us slide." He gently pushed the screen upwards with his index finger, and was surprised to see that it was the female anchor dancing. Puff. Huang Yuding slapped Amelia Su on the shoulder, still pretending? Ren Guang and Yang Fuhua also felt much more comfortable. After all, Su Xiaoyu, the boss, also spent these things. Huang Yuding just said that they were a bit too much. Chapter 84, Travel Plan. Look, it's the same with Mr. Su. Which man doesn't brush these things? That's right, you're still talking about us. Su Xiaoyu had no idea what was going on and was still trying to explain, "No, this is not my interest data at all. It must be that Douyin made a mistake." He continued to scroll down to watch a few videos, most of which were of female anchors, but Su Xiaoyu would definitely click on them and swipe past them directly. He was convinced and even doubted whether this phone was his. Okay, when will we miss out on big data? Huang Yuding, Ren Guang, and Su Xiaoyu are all technical professionals and know how powerful big data is. But Su Xiaoyu really couldn't understand. Even if he had given a tip to Yao Xiuxiu, it was only 10 cents. Could it still form data? Just because of this 10 cents, he will be identified by Douyin as a user who likes to watch female anchors dancing? Besides, Yao Xiuxiu's dancing is normal and she didn't touch the line at all. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Su Xiaoyu stopped thinking about these things and directly told everyone about the plan to go to the United States. Forget it, let's talk about business. This time we go to the United States mainly to discuss cooperation with Nvidia, but if we have time, we can also go there to play. Okay. They ate and talked. All the dishes have been prepared, including sea urchin, scallops, basil, roasted cauliflower, duck liver, goose liver, lobster, black truffle pasta, etc. Each one is very delicate and beautiful. Speaking of going to the United States, Huang Yuding asked directly, "Where is Nvidia?" Yang Fuhua answered quickly, "In California, I checked the information, it's in Santa Clara." Su Xiaoyu hadn't looked up any relevant information yet, but after hearing what Yang Fuhua said, she knew, that's perfect, I also want to go to California to take a look. By the way, Mr. Su, when you go to Nvidia to discuss cooperation, what are your bargaining chips? How many orders can our small company give to Nvidia? Guan Yu asked. After all, she was the manager of the marketing department, so she immediately got to the point. Su Xiaoyu actually had a plan. He said, the computing power leasing business that Nvidia needs to do is very large in scope and volume, and there are no companies doing computing power in the United States, so we can only find companies in China to do it. So far, no Chinese computing power leasing company can take up so many orders from Nvidia alone, so they can only split it up and do a little bit each. After taking a sip of water, he said, my bargaining chip is that we at Huaxing can give Nvidia a great discount, which other companies cannot give. If Nvidia can provide us with AI big models and artificial intelligence technology, our computing power resources will be greater, and we can take more orders from them, so that they can save more money and reduce costs. So, it is indeed feasible. After all, no matter how big a company is, they have to reduce costs and increase efficiency. No one will complain that the price is too cheap. Guan Yu agreed very much after listening to Su Xiaoyu's description. Su Xiaoyu continued, I am very confident that I can get an order from Nvidia, but I don't know how much. Anyway, they are now casting a wide net, trying to get Chinese computing power leasing companies to cooperate with them. Our Huaxing technology is not good at technology, but at least it is better than the best and worse than the worst. If we can get technical support from Nvidia, we will definitely become the #1 in domestic computing power. We will not get Nvidia's technical patents for nothing. I will buy them at a price higher than the market price. President Su is really willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. These concessions are really not something other companies can do. Huang Yuding praised Su Xiaoyu. Ran Guang also gave a thumbs up. Boss Su is awesome. After getting Nvidia's order and buying their patents, Huaxing will really take off. Are you ready? By that time, I don't need to say how much Huaxing's market value will increase. Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu's confidence also made them very excited, but unfortunately, as employees of the company, they were not allowed to buy and sell stocks at will, otherwise they would have sold their houses to buy the stock. Yang Fuhua patted his thigh and said, "When the company asked us to buy shares, I didn't dare to buy too much. Now it's too late to regret it." Alas! Ren Guang asked, "How much did you buy it for?" Yang Fuhua, 200,000. 200,000 is enough. When Huaxing technology really grows up, your 200,000 can become more than 20 million. 100 times is not too much. Su Xiaoyu gave Yang Fuhua a reassurance. Yang Fuhua couldn't believe it. "You said our company's stock price can increase 100 times? Su Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, "Of course. Look at our country's leading computing company, Sugan, which has a market value of 180 billion. Their technology is only second rate, far behind Nvidia. Our current market value is only 2 billion. If we can buy Nvidia's technology patents, will 200 billion be far away?" Yang Fuhua, Ren Guang, Guan Yu, and others were so excited that they started laughing happily, their eyes bigger than their wine glasses. "Oh my god, we are really going to get rich now." But it's impossible to reach 200 billion in an instant. It may take many years. But even if it's 5 years, what kind of job can you do to earn 20 million in 5 years? Su Xiaoyu analyzed. Yang Fuhua immediately put his mind at ease. "It's just a dream to earn 20 million yuan by working. I will use all my salary for daily life or buy some other stocks." "How about buying Nvidia?" Ren Guang immediately agreed. "Yes, of course, Nvidia's market value will definitely continue to rise, and the trend of artificial intelligence may last for 10 years, just like e-commerce in the past." "Okay, I just opened a Mi stock account. Starting from next month, I will buy half of my money every month." Su Xiaoyu also agreed. "Yes, buying Nvidia will definitely make money. Don't buy his shares, you will definitely lose money." Su Xiaoyu himself doesn't like to speculate in stocks, but he knows that the stock market is all about cutting leaks, so don't speculate in stocks casually, unless you are buying rice stocks. "After we finish our business, we will go directly to San Francisco and Hollywood studios. Do you know any other fun places? We can stay there for a few more days." Su Xiaoyu asked again. Huang Yuding immediately responded, "There is a Death Valley National Park over there. It's very popular, but it's very hot. Do you want to go?" Su Xiaoyu said, "Anyone can go. If others can go, it must not be that hot. I just happen to like this kind of natural attraction." Time passed quickly. They ate and chatted until 2000 hours when they finished eating and went back. On the way back, Su Xiaoyu drove them and sent them home one by one. After returning home, Su Xiaoyu took a shower and lay on the bed, still a little depressed. His Douyin today must be a coincidence, and his data recommendation must not be a borderline anchor, so he opened Douyin again and continued to watch. Chapter 85. I don't need fans. This really made Su Xiaoyu angry. She kept scrolling down and found that most of them were female anchors. They were either dancing or doing something borderline weird. None of them were normal. What the hell? Su Xiaoyu was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. Fortunately, Huang Yuding and Guan Yu were not his girlfriends, otherwise he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he could contact someone inside Douyin, he would definitely scold that person. Just when Su Xiaoyu was about to turn off TikTok, she suddenly saw Yao Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room, where she was dancing. Su Xiaoyu thought, since the big data has recommended it to this extent, even if he doesn't watch it, these things will still be recommended in the future. He can't suffer this in vain, so he might as well go and watch Yao Xiaoxiu dance. It happened that she went off the air when he didn't see her last time. Su Xiaoyu clicked on Yao Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room and found that this live broadcast room was actually very popular. The number of viewers increased 20 times compared to the last time Su Xiaoyu saw it, when there were more than 100 viewers. That's right, there are more than 2,000 people watching Yao Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room now. Su Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it at first. He was not surprised by such a sudden popularity of the live broadcast room. Some female anchors who looked nothing like human beings could become popular. He just quietly enjoyed Yao Xiaoxiu's dance. The office of the manager of the Douyin Recharge Department. Tang Kuekue found Luo Yume again and asked about Su Xiaoyu's spending, but the answer was still not optimistic, and both of them looked unhappy. Tang Kuekue said to Luo Yume, "Why hasn't Su Xiaoyu placed an order yet? Is he not interested in any female anchors? He recommended so many and didn't like any of them." Luo Yume was also wondering what kind of weird personality Su Xiaoyu had. "Yes, we have been recommending various types of female anchors to him, but he is not willing to click on any of them. Keep observing and report to me when there is any news." Tang Kuekue knew that there was no point in being anxious, so he could only let Luo Yume continue to observe. "Got it, Manager Tang." After Luo Yume replied, she immediately went to her workstation to continue observing Su Xiaoyu's movements. At this time, she happened to see Su Xiaoyu staying in the live broadcast room where Sister Shio was selling a house for a long time, but did not give any gifts, so she thought there was a chance. After all, Su Xiaoyu had never even entered the live broadcast rooms of other female anchors. But he had already been to the live broadcast room where Sister Shio was selling a house. Moreover, this was the live broadcast room where Su Xiaoyu had given a 10-cent gift last time. He must pay special attention to it. Maybe there would be something good to watch tonight. Su Xiaoyu was holding her mobile phone, watching Yao Xiuxiu dancing leisurely. She danced beautifully, with nice movements and sexy clothes. Many viewers began to give her tips. Yao Xiuxiu kept thanking everyone for their tips in the live broadcast room, but at this time, he discovered that one of the big brothers had received a lot of tips, more than 1,000 yuan, and was currently ranked first on the list. "Thank you for the reward, Big Devil. Thank you, Big Brother." Who knew that this big devil would speak in the barrage area below? "Sister Shio, I am your loyal fan, I am now number 1 on the list, can you give me a kiss, go shopping with me, watch a movie and have a meal?" Yao Xiuxiu certainly couldn't pretend not to see the comments from the number 1 guy on the list, because there were other viewers fanning the flames, one after another, so she had to respond. But Yao Xiuxiu's live broadcast was purely for fun. She never said anything about going out for dinner or a date with Big Brother Bang, so she had to refuse. "I'm sorry, Big Devil, this is a purely entertainment talent live broadcast room. I don't go to meet offline. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Such a few simple apologies were of course useless. The Big Devil immediately gave another 5,000 yuan gift. "I know that you are an online celebrity as a streamer. You can only get 500 yuan out of the 1,000 yuan gift, and the platform has to take 500 yuan. Of course, it is not enough." The Big Devil couldn't post too many words in one barrage, so he had to split it into several barrages because he had too much to say. 3,000 yuan is enough to meet you offline for a date." The other audience members were watching the show. No one was helping Yao Xiuxiu, and no one was helping the Big Devil. Anyway, in the eyes of people watching live broadcasts, all female anchors are the same. As long as there is enough money, they can do anything. It just depends on how much the Big Devil is willing to give. After the Big Devil gave out gifts worth 6,000 yuan, everyone was anxiously waiting for Yao Xiuxiu's reply. But unexpectedly, Yao Xiuxiu's attitude did not change, and she continued to refuse. "Big Devil, thank you for your reward, please don't give me any more rewards, I really don't want to meet you offline." The Big Devil was a little angry, and his tone became serious. "Why are you pretending to be noble? For a small internet celebrity like you with tens of thousands of fans, 3,000 yuan is enough. How much more do you want? Female anchors are here to make money, but you think you are such a treasure?" Yao Xiuxiu blushed. She was very happy when someone gave her a tip. But if the corresponding price was to spend a day with someone, it would be a big loss. As a single girl, how could she just go with whoever gave her the most tips? What if the Big Devil was a greasy uncle? If her colleagues saw her dating a greasy uncle, they would spread rumors about her and make her a disgrace forever. "I'm really sorry." Yao Xiuxiu was so nervous that she could only say this. But now the Big Devil is still not giving up. He continued to attack in his mind. "All female anchors are the same. Everyone has their own price. If I, the number 1 on the list, don't have any benefits, who will give you rewards in the future? Think about it carefully." Just after the Big Devil said this, a carnival suddenly appeared on the screen. When Yao Xiuxiu saw the name of the donor of this carnival, her heart seemed to have suddenly returned from hell to the human world. It was like a bolt of lightning. "Thank you, Brother Su Xiaoyu, for the carnival." "Thank you." After seeing Su Xiaoyu's gift, the Big Devil was about to type to mock his carnival for not being as valuable as his gift, when suddenly another carnival flew out on the screen. Then another carnival flew out. Just like that, one every 2 seconds, it lasted for 20 seconds, and a total of 10 carnivals were uniformly displayed on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Yao Xiuxiu was so excited that she couldn't even express her gratitude and her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu had become number 1 on the list, Yao Xiuxiu finally felt relieved. The big devil was unwilling to see himself ranked second on the list, but he felt that he was no match for Su Xiaoyu, so he had to give up. The big devil didn't say anything and just exited the live broadcast room. Yao Xiuxiu said to the people in the live broadcast room, "I really thank Brother Su Xiaoyu for the reward today, otherwise I really don't know what to do." Chapter 86-86. Sorry, our store doesn't do takeout. Fans in the live broadcast room said, "Xiujia, please get your personal signature and live broadcast room slogan ready before you start broadcasting next time, so there won't be those boring people." Yes, in today's situation, since you didn't declare it in advance, it's hard to say. If it weren't for Amelia Su's reward, it would be really hard for you to refuse that big devil. Although these people did not donate a penny, they at least have a fan sign, so they are quite active in giving suggestions. Yao Xiuxiu felt that what they said made sense, so she immediately promised, "I'll set it up later." "Thank you for your advice." At this time, someone asked, "Brother Su Xiaoyu, do you want to date the anchor? You are such a mean person, you bring up all sorts of issues." Because the audience didn't know that Su Xiaoyu and Yao Xiuxiu knew each other, they were worried for Yao Xiuxiu. Su Xiaoyu said coldly, "It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars, just a little bit of money. This is a truly rich man. That big devil just now must have used his own living expenses for several months to reward the poor loser." The next morning, as soon as Su Xiaoyu got up, she received a message from Yao Xiuxiu. "Thank you for giving me so much reward last night. Let me treat you to a meal," Yao Xiuxiu said in a WeChat message. This scene seemed familiar to Su Xiaoyu. He was not far from taking down Yao Xiuxiu, but he had to wait for the express delivery from the post station at home during the day, so he couldn't go. He could only choose the evening. "How about the evening? I have something to do during the day." Yao Xiuxiu was very obedient and agreed immediately. "Okay, I know you are very busy, let's do it in the evening." "Okay, that's it." There was another reason why Su Xiaoyu chose the evening, and that was that there were many possibilities to do other things at night. Although Yao Xiuxiu is not as beautiful as Sun Yan, she is still a beauty and a unique one at that. If Sun Yan is a queen-like beauty, then Yao Xiuxiu is a career-type beauty. Su Xiaoyu also wants to experience it. By noon, the delivery man had not arrived yet, so Su Xiaoyu could only order takeout. He couldn't go out to eat, and he couldn't cook at home, so there was nothing he could do. It seems that there is no need to be too particular. Takeouts can be good or bad. Just like when Su Xiaoyu was working before, he and his colleagues ordered takeout for every meal. They also looked on the takeout platform. There are some very well-known takeout restaurants. The food is very expensive but delicious. However, they couldn't afford such expensive takeout at that time. Now Su Xiaoyu has the ability to do so, and he no longer looks down on those restaurants. Su Xiaoyu directly opened Baidu and typed top restaurants in Magic City in the search box. As a result, I found a restaurant called Sushi Naoki. This restaurant is very famous in Shanghai, and coincidentally, there is a branch nearby. When Su Xiaoyu saw it, she immediately curled her lips and smiled, and that was it. Su Xiaoyu immediately searched for key on the food delivery platform, but this restaurant did not exist at all. It seemed that they did not do food delivery, so Su Xiaoyu had to leave in disappointment. Come to think of it. After all, this is a famous restaurant. If he started doing takeout, wouldn't it lower his profile? But Su Xiaoyu felt that not operating on the food delivery platform did not mean that they would not deliver. He did not believe that there would be any store in the world that would not make money, so he searched for the contact information of Sushi Naoki on Baidu and called the number. Beep. The phone rang only once before the other party answered. "Hello, this is Sushi Naoki restaurant. How can I help you?" The other party's tone was very polite and his voice was friendly. Su Xiaoyu also said in a friendly tone, "Hello, I want to order takeout from your store, I wonder if it is convenient." After these words were spoken, the other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and then fell silent immediately. But then, the other party's polite voice immediately rang on the phone. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have a delivery service at Sushi Naoki. If you want to eat our food, please come to our store, and we will warmly entertain you." To be honest, the waiter who answered the phone at Sushi Naoki restaurant was obviously surprised, because Sushi Naoki restaurant does not have delivery service. If he had not received professional training, He would probably have cursed at this time. Are you crazy? Don't you know that we are the world's top restaurant? You still want to order takeout, why are you so crazy? However, Su Xiaoyu had already guessed this result. After all, she couldn't find the Sushi Naoki restaurant on the food delivery platform. Therefore, Su Xiaoyu immediately said, "It's like this. I may have to order all the signature dishes of your restaurant. I don't mean to order a 20 or 30 yuan takeaway. Please inform your manager and let him come and talk to me." The other party's attitude was okay, so Amelia Su's attitude would naturally not be too bad. When the waiter who answered the phone at Sushi Naoki restaurant heard what Su Xiaoyu said, he was surprised again. How much would it cost if we ordered all the signature dishes of Sushi Naoki restaurant? He had already realized that Su Xiaoyu was financially strong and must not be neglected, but he could not make the decision to directly agree to Su Xiaoyu's request to deliver the food for her. At this time, he didn't know how to answer Su Xiaoyu. So he could only say, "Sir, please wait a moment, we will call our manager for you right away." At this time, in the office of manager Naoki Sushi, Manager Hu Jie was looking at some documents at his desk when he was suddenly interrupted by a shout. "Manager Hu, Manager Hu." Then the waiter appeared at the office door. Hu Jie quickly looked up and asked, "Xiao Gao, what's wrong? Did someone complain?" At the same time she stood up. Ah! Xiao Gao was stunned. He felt that the manager's reaction was too big. He said, "Manager, it's not my fault. There is nothing wrong with our dishes. It's all right, it's all right." After hearing Xiao Gao's answer, Hu Jie immediately felt relieved. The main reason was not that Hu Jie reacted too strongly, but that there had been 3 complaints about the quality of the food this month. As a manager, he had been reprimanded by his superiors several times, so when he heard someone calling him anxiously just now, he thought it was another complaint. But now he can rest assured, after all, it's okay. So he immediately sat back in his office, and did not forget to complain about Xiao Gao, the waiter who had just answered the phone with Amelia Su. "Xiao Gao, don't be so anxious in the future when you have nothing to do. When we encounter something, the first thing we should do is to stay calm, do you know?" Yes, Manager Hu, I will never be in a hurry again." Xiao Gao immediately apologized to Manager Hu. "I have something else to do here. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Hu Jie started looking at the documents again. Chapter 87, the most luxurious takeaway. Oh, right. Xiao Gao slapped his head immediately after hearing Hu Jie's question. "It's like this, someone just called and said he wants to order takeout from us. He also said he wants to order all the signature dishes of our restaurant, and he asked me to come over to find you to answer the phone." But before Xiao Gao could finish his words, he saw Hu Jie immediately sit up from his office seat and run out of the office. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gao was stunned. "Manager Hu, didn't you just say that we should stay calm when encountering things and not be anxious? What do you mean now?" Next to the customer service phone number. "Hello, I'm Hu Jie, the manager of Sushi Naoki restaurant. How can I help you?" After Hu Jie ran here, he immediately picked up the phone. At this time, Su Xiaoyu immediately nodded and said, "Hello, Manager Hu, I want to order takeout from your restaurant, I wonder if it's possible." "Oh, is that so?" Hu Jie immediately responded politely, "Our Sushi Naoki restaurant does not offer takeout, but I just heard from our staff that you want to order our Sushi Naoki restaurant's signature dish. Is this true?" Although Hu Jie had just heard Xiao Gao say this, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, this was something that broke precedent. It was Hu Jie's confirmation that made Su Xiaoyu reply that money makes the world go round, and the matter had already been done. "Yes." Su Xiaoyu answered immediately. Hu Jie immediately asked, "What is this gentleman's name?" "My surname is Su. Can I order?" "Manager Hu?" Su Xiaoyu asked back. "Yes, of course. Mr. Su, please tell me your address so I can ask someone to send it to you." Hu Jie replied respectfully. "Okay, then ask someone to take it to room 202, building 3, Taoyuan Mansion." After saying the address, Su Xiaoyu was about to hang up the phone. But Hu Jie stopped him. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoyu asked. "Ahem." Hu Jie coughed and said, "Mr. Su, since you want to order takeout, it is a precedent for our restaurant, so in order to protect the interests of both sides, please pay 80% of the fee first. I hope Mr. Su can understand." After Hu Jie finished speaking, he waited nervously, because he didn't know whether Su Xiaoyu would agree to his request. This will not only ensure that Sushi Naoki Restaurant does not suffer any losses, but also avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Although he knew very well in his heart that those who could afford to live in Taoyuan Mansion were naturally very wealthy, but rich people were not necessarily people of high moral character, right? No problem. After hearing Hu Jie's words, Su Xiaoyu naturally understood what the other party was worried about, but Su Xiaoyu didn't care at all, and he also said, "How about this, you report your WeChat account, I'll add you, and then you send me the total price, and I'll immediately give you all." Hu Jie was stunned immediately. He didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to be so generous. When he was about to give his WeChat ID, he was interrupted by Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu asked, "I have another request here, I wonder if manager Hu can agree to it." Another request? Hu Jie felt strange, but he still agreed. "As long as it is Mr. Su's request, we will definitely do our best to satisfy you." Su Xiaoyu said, "I want you to deliver the ingredients to my house, and then ask your chef to cook for me in person." Having said this, Su Xiaoyu paused for a moment, and then continued, "Of course, I know that your chef generally doesn't go out, so I am willing to pay your chef 500,000 yuan for going out." As soon as Su Xiaoyu said this, Hu Jie took a breath of cold air. To be honest, Hu Jie has met too many rich people. After all, he is the manager of Sushi Naoki Restaurant. The customers of Sushi Naoki Restaurant are of all levels. But it must be said that he has never seen a rich person as arrogant as Su Xiaoyu. Just for a meal, just for an extra 500,000. This is the extreme of arrogance and is simply invincible. But what Hu Jie didn't know was that Su Xiaoyu had his own plans for doing this. "Okay, of course. I'll arrange it for Mr. Su right away." Faced with such a generous guest like Su Xiaoyu, Hu Jie certainly could not neglect her and agreed immediately. "Okay, then I'll trouble manager Hu," Su Xiaoyu said. Then, Hu Jie gave out his WeChat ID, and Su Xiaoyu took a pen and wrote it down. After hanging up the phone, he directly added Hu Jie's WeChat. Soon the two of them became WeChat accounts. Soon after adding each other on WeChat, Hu Jie sent all the accounts to Su Xiaoyu. Without saying a word, Su Xiaoyu immediately transferred the money to him. The total amount was 520,000 yuan, and the leading amount was wiped out by Hu Jie. Of course, the system also gave rebates, because the money was spent reasonably, and Su Xiaoyu did not give the money to others indiscriminately. As for whether the cost of the chef's trip was worth 500,000, it was entirely up to people to decide. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Su Xiaoyu's house. There were a total of 4 people standing outside the door. The leader was a blonde woman wearing a chef's uniform. She had a very pretty face and a hot body. Even wearing a chef's uniform, it couldn't hide her good figure, with all the right curves. This woman is Ono Midori, the invisible chef of Sushi Naoki Restaurant, a beauty born in the capital of the island country. After Ono Midori accepted Hu Jie's request, she was actually very angry because she had never gone out to cook for other people. After all, it was not as simple as just making a trip. All the ingredients and seasonings had to be brought with her. There were even equipment that the guests did not have at home, so she had to bring them from the kitchen herself, which was very inconvenient. But when Hu Jie told her that Su Xiaoyu was willing to pay 500,000 yuan for her going out expenses, she immediately agreed. Although 500,000 is not high, it is not a small amount compared to his annual salary of 2 million. You can get a quarter's salary just for cooking a meal out, which is a sky-high price. She had never received such a high price before. Since the other party was so generous, why would she disagree? So, Xiao Yalu appeared at the door of Su Xiaoyu's house, and the 3 people who came with her were all delivering food. They were carrying 2 large boxes in their hands, which were full of food. It can be seen that the preparations were very thorough. But Amelia Su paid a total meal fee of 520,000 yuan, so how could they not be well prepared? At this time, after hearing the doorbell ring, Su Xiaoyu immediately opened the door. Seeing the door open, Ono Midori and his men walked in. When they saw how luxurious the house was, they were all shocked. The 2-story duplex, branded decoration, furniture, crystal chandeliers, etc. immediately caught their eyes. Chapter 8888, 5-star chef Ono Midori. Of course, Ono Midori is better off. After all, she is the 5-star chef of Sushi Naoki Restaurant, and her annual salary is as high as 2 million, so naturally she has broader knowledge. But the 3 people behind her who were delivering the food were simply stunned where they were, because Su Xiaoyu's house was so luxurious. Of course, it didn't matter. After all, when Su Xiaoyu entered her room for the first time, her reaction was not much different from theirs, so at this time Su Xiaoyu didn't care about their reactions at all. Just because Su Xiaoyu doesn't care doesn't mean Ono Lu doesn't care. After all, they are here representing the Sushi Naoki restaurant, so they cannot lose face. Cough cough. So she immediately coughed twice. It was because of Ono Midori's dry cough that the three people behind her came to their senses, and then they straightened their bodies one by one to ease the embarrassment. Seeing this, Xiao Yalu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she smiled and looked directly at Su Xiaoyu. Very polite, he asked, "Are you Mr. Su?" "Yeah." Su Xiaoyu nodded kindly. Su Xiaoyu saw everything Ono Green did just now. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu was very satisfied with Ono Green's appearance before, but his current satisfaction comes from Ono Green's adaptability and ability to handle things. "Okay." Ono Midori responded. The next moment he greeted Su Xiaoyu directly. "Hello, Mr. Su, we are sent by Sushi Naoki Restaurant to prepare lunch for you. I am Ono Midori, the 5-star chef of Sushi Naoki Restaurant. These are my assistants. I am very happy to serve Mr. Su." Ono Midori's Chinese isn't very good, but there's no problem with basic communication. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. The kitchen is over there," Su Xiaoyu said. The next moment, he pointed directly to the kitchen. Ono Midori glanced towards the kitchen and immediately replied, "It's not hard for us to serve Mr. Su. Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. I will prepare a rich lunch for you." As Ono Midori spoke, she directed the three people behind her to deliver the ingredients to the kitchen, and then she started to work in the kitchen alone. Su Xiaoyu was not in a hurry. He just sat on the sofa and waited slowly. Time passed quickly and 2 hours were gone in the blink of an eye. At this time, you can directly see that the dining table in the living room is filled with various exquisite dishes. These are the signature dishes of Sushi Naoki Restaurant, including black truffle and sea urchin rice, Kumamoto oysters, tamagoyaki cake, prawns, scallops, etc. I have to say that the Sushi Naoki Restaurant is well known for what it is. Just one look at Su Xiaoyu's appetite was immediately aroused. Su Xiaoyu immediately sat down at the dining table. As for Ono Midori, to be honest, she was in a daze at that time. Yes, she was in a daze, because the man in front of her was not only rich, but also very handsome, which simply stunned her. At this time, Su Xiaoyu didn't know that Xiao Yalu was stunned by his gaze. Moreover, after having the experience of eating in a high-end hotel, when he saw all kinds of exquisite dishes placed in front of him, he didn't start to devour them immediately. Although he was very hungry, he was a rich man now and he cared very much about his temperament. So Su Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Miss Ono Green, please help me get that bottle of red wine over there." "Oh, okay." Ono Midori was a little flustered. After all, she was distracted just now and stared at the other person in a daze. So she immediately hurried to get some wine for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu ate the meal very slowly, which took nearly an hour. Su Xiaoyu really enjoyed herself this time. Not only did she enjoy the delicious food, but she was also served by beautiful women. After all, Ono Lu was quite attentive during Su Xiaoyu's meal. And because of this, Su Xiaoyu was even more satisfied. After the meal, Su Xiaoyu sat comfortably on the leather sofa. At this time, Xiao Yalu came to Su Xiaoyu's side. "Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this meal?" "Well, I am satisfied. Quite satisfied." However, Su Xiaoyu nodded and said directly that he was indeed very satisfied with the meal, but he paused when he said this. Ono Midori frowned, wondering if he had done something wrong. Ono Lu didn't say anything. She waited for Su Xiaoyu to continue. Su Xiaoyu smiled immediately. "If Miss Ono Midori can stay here and serve me, I will be even more satisfied." Xiao Yalu was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses after a while. "Mr. Su, I don't know what you mean by this?" A hint of blush appeared on Ono Midori's face. Seeing this expression, Su Xiaoyu immediately knew that this foreign girl must have thought wrongly, so at this time he immediately coughed dryly. "Miss Ono Midori, are you willing to stay and be my personal chef?" "Oh." After hearing this, Ono Midori was more or less disappointed. She immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm afraid I can't agree to your request." Ono Midori looked at Su Xiaoyu with an extremely serious face. Su Xiaoyu was stunned when she heard it, but then he smiled. "I can double your annual salary." As soon as these words were spoken, Ono Midori took a breath. The annual salary doubled, which is a full 4 million. Of course she was tempted. Wasn't the reason she worked as a chef in Sushi Naoki's restaurant to make money? So when she heard Su Xiaoyu offer such a generous treatment, she was naturally tempted. "Well, Miss Ono Midori, I think you should agree to me now?" Su Xiaoyu naturally heard the sound of Ono Green taking a breath of cool air just now, so at this time, Su Xiaoyu asked calmly. Are you kidding? He doesn't believe that there is anyone who would not be tempted by it. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I really can't agree to your request. Ono Green still rejected Su Xiaoyu. Of course, to be honest, Ono Lu was indeed tempted by the salary offered by Su Xiaoyu, but she did have her own concerns. To be more precise, Ono Lu did not dare to agree to it at all. Because once she agreed to Su Xiaoyu, it would mean that she would breach the contract with Sushi Naoki Restaurant, and once she breached the contract with Sushi Naoki Restaurant, she would face a high amount of breach of contract compensation. The penalty for breach of contract is as high as 10 million. Chapter 89-89. Why do you refuse? For Ono Midori, 10 million is 5 years' annual salary, which is enough to kill her. Even though Ono Midori's current annual salary at Sushi Naoki is 2 million, you have to remember that she has only been working at the restaurant for less than 3 months, so she simply cannot afford the high breach of contract compensation. Obviously, this is impossible. After all, it is 10 million, not 1,000 yuan, so she naturally cannot agree to Amelia Su. And precisely because of this, the corners of Su Xiaoyu's mouth suddenly curled up. This is quite interesting. There are people in this world who are not moved by money. Is this possible? Su Xiaoyu asked Xiao Yalu again, Miss Xiao Yalu, can you tell me why you rejected me? Of course, if you think the salary I offer is too low, or if you simply don't want to be my personal chef. No, that's not the case. I just didn't expect that. Before Su Xiaoyu finished her words, Ono Lu just shook her head, which made Su Xiaoyu confused. At this time, Ono Midori said directly, Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to be your personal chef, nor is it that the salary you offer me is too low, but because if I agree to you, I will directly face a high amount of breach of contract compensation. After Ono Lu said this, she immediately felt relieved. After all, she had been struggling with whether or not to tell Su Xiaoyu. This was her own business and had nothing to do with Su Xiaoyu. But now that Amelia Su asked about it, it would be okay for her to say it. Of course, the main reason is that Ono Lu really wants to be Su Xiaoyu's personal chef. After all, the annual salary is as high as 4 million, which is really tempting. Is that so? Su Xiaoyu fell into deep thought after hearing this. It seems that he did not consider this matter carefully. After all, he did not expect that Ono Midori had a contract on her shoulders. But if you think about it carefully, Sushi Naoki is a world-famous restaurant. It is not easy to get in to work here. Even if you get in, you will definitely be bound by many rules and regulations. Especially for a chef like Midori Ono, you must sign a relevant contract. Otherwise, the day will come when the chef suddenly quit, and the restaurant will suffer a huge loss. Amelia Su asked directly, how much is your high breach of contract compensation? 10 million. Ono Midori replied. 10 million? Actually, it's not much. Su Xiaoyu said calmly. This time, Ono Midori was stunned. What does he mean by this? Is he going to help me pay for this high amount of breach of contract compensation? Unable to believe it, Ono Midori immediately asked tentatively, Mr. Su, do you want to help me? That is right, but before he could finish his words, Amelia Su interrupted her and said to her with a smile, if I agree to help you pay this high amount of compensation, do you have no other reason to refuse me now? No more. No more. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, Ono Lu immediately shook his head, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Rich people are indeed domineering. Su Xiaoyu smiled, okay, tell me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you now. After hearing this, Ono Midori hesitated. What, you still don't want to? Seeing that Xiao Yelu seemed to have not heard what she said, Su Xiaoyu immediately became speechless. What's going on with this foreign girl? I am willing to pay you a high amount of breach of contract compensation, but now you are still hesitating with me. Of course, at this moment, Su Xiaoyu was still a little angry. Are you kidding me? Ah, no, Mr. Su, the main thing is that you transfer the money to me now. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with your money? That's right, Ono Midori explained immediately. After hearing what Xiao Yalu said, Su Xiaoyu immediately laughed, then you can definitely try it, but I want to remind you that since I dare to transfer the money directly to you, do you think I will still be afraid that you will take my money and run away? Su Xiaoyu knew in her heart that this was impossible, after all, it was such a huge sum of money. Of course, the reason why Su Xiaoyu was so naive is, firstly, because Su Xiaoyu really wants to hire Xiao Yalu to be his personal chef, and secondly, every consumption of Su Xiaoyu will receive rebates. Now Xiaoyelu's annual salary is 4 million, plus the high breach of contract compensation of 10 million, all of which are considered consumption, because every penny is not given for free, and they are all necessary to spend. That's why Su Xiaoyu was so straightforward in helping Ono Green pay the high amount of breach of contract compensation. Okay, then I'll go back and resign right away. Ono Lu felt that Su Xiaoyu would not be afraid of her running away, so she gave her card number. Okay, I just want to have a good time. After transferring the money to Ono Green, Su Xiaoyu asked Ono Green to go back and process her resignation. Ono Green had just left when Su Xiaoyu's phone rang the next moment. I picked up the phone and saw that it was the staff at the post station calling. Su Xiaoyu raised the corners of her mouth. It seems that all my furniture, appliances, etc. have arrived. Su Xiaoyu immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Su. Soon a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Xiaoyu hummed and responded, Hello. Mr. Su, your items have been delivered to you by our exclusive deliveryman, and are almost at the gate of your community. So I'm calling you, Mr. Su, mainly to ask if you are at home now, because we need you to sign for it in person. I understand. I'm at home now. Just ask them to send it in. Su Xiaoyu said. Okay. Shortly after hanging up the phone, the doorbell of the room rang. Su Xiaoyu opened the door. 3 men in suits appeared in front of me and they had already started moving things upstairs. Hello, Mr. Su. We are here to deliver the goods to you. Can we put these directly in the living room? A man in a suit stepped forward and asked Su Xiaoyu very respectfully. Su Xiaoyu nodded and responded, How about this? I will be the one in charge, and you will be the ones to release it. I will do the final sorting myself. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Okay, Mr. Su. In the following hour, they moved all kinds of things, big and small, into the room, some in the living room, some in the bedroom, and some on the second floor, all according to Su Xiaoyu's plan. Finally, Su Xiaoyu transferred 1,000 yuan to each of them as a token of gratitude, and the three of them were extremely excited. Thank you, Mr. Su. If there is no problem, please sign it. The man in the suit continued to speak respectfully. Chapter 90. Everything is ready. At the same time, he directly handed a receipt to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu first took a look at the acceptance form, then immediately took it and signed her name on it. After taking back the acceptance form and pen, the man in the suit said goodbye to Su Xiaoyu and left. Producer. All the things at home are ready. In the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu will take a good look at the relevant content of the room layout. These things are also what Su Xiaoyu is eager to know. However, after he opened Douyin, he immediately recommended many videos on home furnishings, how to make it look better, how to save more space, and all aspects are considered very thoughtfully, just tailor-made for him. Same. Su Xiaoyu swiped over it lightly and found that the next video was still of the same type of content. None of the female anchors who were on the edge last night could be seen. He couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that he had wrongly blamed Douyin. The data they recommended was indeed based on his own preferences. Before recommending the borderline video, Su Xiaoyu did watch Xiao Xiaoxiu's live broadcast, and he took the initiative to enter his live broadcast room instead of relying on the system to push the stream. This inevitably made the system think that he liked to watch female anchors. When Su Xiaoyu wanted to buy furniture a few days ago, all the recommendations on TikTok are furniture, electrical appliances, and the like. If you think about it this way, everything makes sense. After watching many videos and arranging the flowers, I felt that each one had its own reason, so Su Xiaoyu chose one of the duplex houses whose owner was also in Shanghai. She copied all the arrangements according to his video and was busy until 17:30 in the afternoon before she finished everything. Overall, the effect is quite good. Su Xiaoyu himself sleeps in the room downstairs. He doesn't want to run up and down the stairs every day, so he sleeps upstairs with his children. They also set up a gym, a small bar, and a pet room. The overall area is not very large. An audio-visual room occupies a large area upstairs, and there is basically no space on the second floor. Downstairs is a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room and kitchen are quite large, and the 2 bedrooms are not small either, but the living room is not very big. It is mainly designed to suit the living habits of young people today. When friends and relatives come over, young people will go to the audio-visual room upstairs to watch movies and sing songs if they have nothing to do. Older people will sit in the living room to chat, watch TV, or go to the kitchen to get something to eat and drink. It was getting late. Su Xiaoyu had agreed to have dinner with Yao Xiuxiu in the evening, so it was time to set off now. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was already taking her car keys and mobile phone, preparing to go out. At the same time, in another community, Yao Xiuxiu was slowly putting on makeup at home. Yao Xiuxiu was seen sitting in front of her dressing table with a happy expression on her face. She was wearing her favorite clothes, which cost her nearly half a month's salary. The top cost 2,500 yuan, the shoes cost more than 2,000 yuan, the skirt cost more than 1,000 yuan, and the bag cost more than 800 yuan. Although it was only a few thousand yuan, Yao Xiuxiu had just started working and her salary was not high. Except for the more than 30,000 yuan salary that Su Xiaoyu paid for him when she bought him a house last time, the rest were only 8,000 or 9,000 yuan. Maybe this is not a good dress for rich people, but a working girl like Yao Xiuxiu regards this dress as a treasure and only wears it when attending important occasions. Obviously, she has attached great importance to this date. There is no young girl nowadays who does not love beauty. The requirement for going to work is that she cannot dress up too glamorously and can only put on light makeup, so Yao Xiuxiu's beauty is seriously concealed. In fact, her makeup has a great influence on her appearance. With different makeup on her face, she can transform from an ordinary girl into a character beauty. I have to look beautiful today, Yao Xiuxiu said to herself. After putting on makeup, Yao Xiuxiu went out. When she arrived at the gate of the community, she saw a black Maybach S680 parked on the side of the road, and it seemed that it had just arrived. Yao Xiuxiu walked towards the car and asked with a smile, "Hi, is this Mr. Su?" The car window was rolled down, and an extremely handsome face appeared inside. That's right, it was Su Xiaoyu. When he saw Yao Xiuxiu, he immediately opened the passenger door, asked her to get in, and asked with a smile, "I almost didn't recognize you today, you were so beautiful." Yao Xiuxiu blushed when she was praised, and immediately smiled shyly, "Really? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su." Su Xiaoyu started the Maybach and drove towards the main road, then asked, "You invited me to dinner, where are you going? You haven't told me yet." Yao Xiuxiu said, "Actually, I just wanted to date you, anywhere is fine, and the many gifts you gave me were actually meant to save me, and they were impulse purchases, so what I'm actually planning on doing today is." Su Xiaoyu's car suddenly stopped, and she turned to Yao Xiuxiu and asked, "Wait a minute, what did you say about impulse buying?" Yao Xiuxiu interrupted Su Xiaoyu again, "No, Mr. Su, listen to me first, I know you couldn't stand that big devil teasing me, so you swiped so much money, I'm going to return this money to you, deduct the part that the platform takes, and there is still 15,000 yuan left. There is nothing I can do about it, because the platform also takes a cut." Amelia Su didn't even listen and objected directly, "You don't have to pay me back for this money. I want to take it, because this is the reward I gave you willingly. Is there anything wrong with this?" Yao Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment. She probably guessed that Su Xiaoyu would definitely not take the money, but she didn't know how to repay Su Xiaoyu. A meal would not cost much money. "You'd better take it, otherwise I will feel bad." Su Xiaoyu shook her head, checked dianping.com on her phone, and looked for nearby restaurants, ignoring Yao Xiuxiu. But Yao Xiuxiu kept saying, "If you don't want money, can you let me do something for you? As long as I can do it, just ask me. Otherwise, I really won't be able to do you a favor." Did you hear that, handsome boy? Finally, Su Xiaoyu found a restaurant and turned to ask, "How about going to this green wave gallery?" "Anywhere is fine." Yao Xiuxiu looked at Su Xiaoyu and said, "Don't worry, I don't want your money. I will definitely let you do something else. You know, let's go eat first. Let me warn you, this restaurant is not cheap." Su Xiaoyu started the car immediately. Su Xiaoyu's driving skills now are completely different from when she first met Yao Xiuxiu. Yao Xiuxiu was also shocked when she saw it. "Wow, you drive really well now, much better than you did back then." Chapter 91 Bad Habits. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Of course, this is all thanks to you." "Nonsense, what credit have I got? It's because you are smart and have coordinated hands and feet." Yao Xiuxiu responded with a smile. In fact, at this time, Yao Xiuxiu had some strange thoughts deep in her heart. Su Xiaoyu is so young, only 31 years old, handsome, rich, good-tempered, and has good character. Most importantly, she is still single. Any girl would have some ideas about this. Although he didn't know what kind of girlfriend Su Xiaoyu wanted to find in the future, Yao Xiuxiu felt that she could try her best. Maybe he doesn't like those peerless beauties, but prefers girls like me who are a little pretty but a little ordinary, because it's safe to take such girls out. How are your recent performances? Have you placed any orders? Su Xiaoyu asked. Everyone knows that real estate sales can only place a few orders in a month, but once an order is placed, it will take half a month, so Su Xiaoyu wanted to know if Yao Xiuxiu still had any orders after she didn't buy a house there. Yao Xiuxiu said, yes, there is one order this month, which is for buying a villa. Last month, there were several orders for renting houses. Overall, it's not bad. That's amazing. How much does the villa cost? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. 100 million. Said Yao Xiuxiu. Su Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at Yao Xiuxiu in surprise. Where is the villa? 100 million, so expensive? Yao Xiuxiu smiled happily, but this is shared by several people in our company. I only got more than 20,000 yuan, and the one who got the most was our manager, who got more than 40,000 yuan in commission. 20,000 is not a small amount. No wonder you are willing to treat me to a meal. I must give you a good meal today. Su Xiaoyu deliberately teased Yao Xiuxiu. Yao Xiuxiu knew that Su Xiaoyu said this on purpose, and she didn't care much. Sure, if you are willing to kill me, you can kill me, hee. What does this mean? Amelia Su was stunned for a moment. Why was he reluctant to part with Yao Xiuxiu? Did Yao Xiuxiu think that he had fallen in love with her? But when he thought about it this way, the logic made sense. After all, when Yao Xiuxiu said she wanted to transfer the 15,000 yuan to Su Xiaoyu directly refused. If he was willing to kill Yao Xiuxiu, he would not have refused the 15,000 yuan. Sure enough, she is very smart, and knows how to read people's expressions. Su Xiaoyu followed Yao Xiuxiu's words and said, you are really smart, you can see everything. Don't worry, I will treat you to this meal. Yao Xiuxiu immediately disagreed, no, I have to treat you. I said I came here to thank you, how can I let you treat me? Su Xiaoyu said, you let me find a restaurant by myself, so it's my treat. I have a habit. If someone else invites me to dinner, I will never go to find a restaurant. Yao Xiuxiu was simply impressed by Su Xiaoyu, a rich man. Rich people's habits were really strange, but she didn't understand. I really don't understand how good you are. This habit of yours is very bad, don't you know? If you meet those people who like to take advantage of small opportunities, won't you be the one who treats them every time? That's my own business, I won't be that stupid. After arriving at the Green Wave Gallery, Su Xiaoyu went straight to the waiter and asked for a seat for two. When it came to ordering food, Su Xiaoyu handed it directly to Yao Xiuxiu. Since he started living the life of a wealthy man, Su Xiaoyu has seen too many big restaurants and high-end restaurants. Almost as long as he wanted, he could go to luxurious restaurants for 3 meals a day, but that would be too boring. It's still pretty good to go there once or twice occasionally, just like now. At noon, Su Xiaoyu ate a lot of big dishes made by Xiaoyelu. His appetite was actually not very big at the moment. In addition, he had been doing fitness and body shaping for 2.5 months and had developed a habit of being very disciplined in eating. Green Wave Gallery is a very famous restaurant in New Garden. Since she was here, Su Xiaoyu didn't plan to come for nothing. After seeing Yao Xiuxiu's order, Su Xiaoyu directly gave the menu to the waiter. Waiter, it's ready. But Yao Xiuxiu suddenly asked for wine. Would you like to drink some wine? She deliberately didn't order any wine just now, just to see what Amelia Su meant. Who knew that after Su Xiaoyu took the menu, she just looked at the dishes and immediately handed it to the waiter. When the waiter heard Yao Xiuxiu's question, he stopped immediately, because he saw a car key on Amelia Su's seat, and thought that Amelia Su was going to drive and didn't drink, so he didn't ask just now. Seeing that Yao Xiuxiu was so proactive, Su Xiaoyu no longer refused, because he hadn't had a nightlife for a long time. In this situation, knowing that he was going to drive, he still deliberately asked for wine, which obviously meant that he didn't plan to go home at night. Can you drink it? I don't care. Su Xiaoyu pretended to ask. Yao Xiuxiu knew that Amelia Su had understood what she meant. If she didn't get drunk, how could Amelia Su have a chance? So Yao Xiuxiu readily agreed to Su Xiaoyu. I'm going to rest tomorrow anyway, so it's okay to drink until any time tonight. Okay, waiter, bring us the best wine here. Su Xiaoyu said this habitually. But the waiter was simply stunned, because the best wine they had was the 2000 Lafite, which was worth 30,000 yuan, but he didn't know how ordinary this price was to Su Xiaoyu. Sir, the best wine we have here is Lafite 2000, which is of great commemorative value for the millennium, worth 30,000 yuan. Su Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, take one bottle first, and if we don't have enough to drink later, we can add more. Yao Xiuxiu looked at Su Xiaoyu in amazement. She didn't know whether Su Xiaoyu didn't hear the price clearly or what was going on. She bought a bottle of wine for 30,000 yuan just like buying toilet paper. She had no expression at all. She was afraid that something would happen. But the next second, the waiter asked the question Yao Xiuxiu wanted to ask, "Sir, are you sure? This wine is worth 30,000. Regardless of whether the customer is happy or not, the waiter will ask a second time. If the customer really did not hear the price clearly, there will be a big trouble when checking out. The store has been to the market several times because of this matter, so every waiter here is well trained and must be extra careful." And Su Xiaoyu repeated the waiter's words, 2,000 la fight, worth 30,000 yuan, not 3,000, nor 300, I heard it clearly, go get it. This way, the waiter felt at ease to get the wine. 30,000 yuan for a bottle of wine. You can't waste money like this. Yao Xiuxiu whispered to Su Xiaoyu after the waiter left, as if a girl was teaching her boyfriend a lesson for spending money lavishly. Chapter 92-92, we are just about the same age. But Amelia Su didn't care about this little money at all, because he got a rebate for every purchase. It's okay, isn't it that we finally came out to eat in such a high-end place? Of course we have to be more grand. Do you remember when was the last time we went out to eat? Of course I remember, but we are all very busy. There are endless things to do at work every day. There is nothing we can do. Yao Xiuxiu expressed helplessness. After a minute, a waiter brought the wine over, respectfully placed it on the table, and said, "Sir, this is the rule here. Wine worth 30,000 yuan must be paid for before tasting. Please understand. This situation is no longer surprising. Su Xiaoyu is eager to consume first, because this way the rebate will come faster. Okay, how do I pay?" While Su Xiaoyu was talking to the waiter, several young customers next to her also looked at Su Xiaoyu. Because Su Xiaoyu looked about the same age as them, and they were eating in the hall instead of the VIP room, so they thought Su Xiaoyu could not afford a bottle of wine that cost 30,000 yuan. But now Su Xiaoyu paid without hesitation, which surprised these customers. It turns out that he is just about the same age as them, but his financial strength is far superior to theirs. They have to admit defeat. The waiter took out a special QR code for payment, which was branched out from the cash register and was specifically used for customers with large orders to pay in advance. After showing the QR code, Su Xiaoyu scanned the code and paid without waiting for the waiter to speak, all in one go. After paying, the waiter was about to leave, and Amelia Su immediately stopped her again. "Wait a minute." The waiter immediately stopped and asked in confusion, "Sir, is there anything else I can help you with? Could you please book me a hotel nearby for two, one that's only a 10-minute walk away?" Su Xiaoyu explained, "I didn't want to drink today, but if I drink, I won't be able to go home at night, you know." The waiter was stunned. The hotels nearby did have cooperative relationships with their hotel, so they could book a room with just a phone call. However, they were afraid that there might not be enough rooms. "Let me go ask. It might be difficult. Based on my experience, there are really no rooms available in nearby places, but there might be rooms further away." Then a 15-minute walk is fine, and you don't have to worry about which room it is. As long as I can book one, I want the presidential suite. Su Xiaoyu made her words very clear, which relieved the waitress's psychological pressure. After hearing this, the waiter felt much more relaxed and immediately agreed, "Okay, I'll do it right away." Sure enough, the waiter immediately booked an excellent room for us. It was located inside Yu Garden and was called Kuai Lu. It cost 50,000 yuan per night. The room was very luxurious, slightly inferior to the presidential suite, but it was also the highest-end suite they had. Now that the accommodation for the night has been arranged, Su Xiaoyu and Yao Xiuxiu can eat with peace of mind. Osmanthus cake, boneless 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp, crab roe crisps, some vegetables, mushrooms and other ingredients, white rice, it is very rich and ceremonial. Their seats were right next to the window, and the two of them ate and drank while enjoying the night view outside. It felt so good. The wine and food were almost ready. Yao Xiuxiu was half drunk, while Su Xiaoyu was relatively sober. Both of them could still walk normally. Under the guidance of the waiter, they went to the room they had booked in Kuailo. The lighting in the room is soft and very beautiful. As soon as you enter, you can immediately feel the flavor of the last century. The ancient customs of the Magic City come to life on the paper, as if one were living in that chaotic era, and it was this atmosphere that made Yao Xiuxiu hug Su Xiaoyu so quickly. She kissed him directly, and Amelia Su lost her balance and fell directly on the bed. A few minutes later, Yao Xiuxiu let go of Su Xiaoyu, looked at Su Xiaoyu with blurry eyes and said, "Mr. Su, no, it's Brother Xiaoyu, I gave you my first time, you know, without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Is this considered a reward?" Su Xiaoyu did not agree directly. Yao Xiuxiu had already started to undress, and when she found that Su Xiaoyu did not push her down in a hurry, Yao Xiuxiu was surprised to wake up. Am I not beautiful? You are very beautiful. Su Xiaoyu replied. Then why don't you come over? Yao Xiuxiu obviously paid more attention to the sense of ceremony than Sun Yan. She cared more about how Su Xiaoyu saw her rather than a mindless vent. Su Xiaoyu actually likes girls like Yao Xiuxiu very much. If it was a few months ago, when he had not become rich yet, and wanted to marry a girl, it would definitely be someone like Yao Xiuxiu. But now that she has become a rich man, he can't talk about marriage so early, otherwise he would let Yao Xiuxiu down. So he had to make it clear now to avoid getting entangled later. After all, Yao Xiuxiu didn't look like the kind of girl who could be very open. I like you very much, but I don't want to date now. To put it bluntly, I will meet many excellent girls in the future, so I can't hurt you. You are different from other female anchors. Yao Xiuxiu understood what Amelia Su meant, but she was still willing to give Amelia Su, it's okay, I know who knows how to fall in love now. Do you know what you are doing? Su Xiaoyu asked back. I know it very well. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu finally understood why it was so difficult for poor people to find girlfriends. It was because girls would rather be hurt by rich men than be with poor people. A girl like Yao Xiuxiu is already honest enough. She doesn't care if Su Xiaoyu is with other women in the future, let alone a girl with a more open mind. This results in a situation where there are fewer girls and more boys, and the remaining ones are migrant workers with extremely simple minds and low education. They are generally easier to deceive, and are deceived by boys to go home to get married and have children when they are around 20 years old. They basically have no ability to distinguish, and will go with whoever treats them well. If you are a step late, you will have no chance to make a move. In that case, come on. Half an hour later, the lights were turned off and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. After getting up the next morning, Yao Xiuxiu didn't regret it at all, but now she was more attached to Su Xiaoyu. Are you still going shopping today? Su Xiaoyu said, no more shopping, I have things to deal with when I go back today. Okay then, I'll go play with my best friends. Yao Xiuxiu was very conscious not to disturb Su Xiaoyu. She didn't ask Su Xiaoyu if she needed help because she didn't invite her. Chapter 93-93, Can't enter the community. Then you should be careful and don't tell anyone about our affairs? Su Xiaoyu reminded. Yao Xiuxiu nodded sensibly. She knew that this kind of thing should not be known to other people in the company. I understand, Mr. Su, but if you don't find a real marriage partner, I will at least be one of your girlfriends, a denominator. Of course. I won't say anything else. I will make your performance the best in your company. I believe it won't take long. Su Xiaoyu said. The reason why he is so confident is mainly because there are more and more people around him now. Whether they work in his home or in Huaxing Technology Company, most of them will buy a house and settle down in Shanghai in the future. This is the basic bottom line for Su Xiaoyu to do business. If you have such a powerful consumer rebate system, and those who work with you still have to rent a house to work, wouldn't that be a joke? The system will be unhappy when it sees it. Yao Xiuxiu just listened and didn't take it seriously. Okay, then thank you in advance. Okay, I'll go back first. Are you going to go directly to your girlfriend's? Su Xiaoyu picked up her mobile phone and car keys and prepared to go out. Yao Xiuxiu followed him out, saying as she walked, yes, I'll go to the U-Garden in front to wait for them, there are quite a few people. Just like that, after the two separated, Su Xiaoyu went home. When I got home, a warm feeling came over me. First, Su Xiaoyu went to the bathroom to take a shower, then turned on the TV in the living room and watched a movie. At this time, Su Xiaoyu's phone rang. Come closer, I'm about to melt, I want to take you for myself. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu reluctantly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Rong Wenyan. Soon a girl's voice came from the phone. Su Xiaoyu was stunned, not knowing who the other person was. Mr. Su, I am the servant you summoned. We are almost there. Rong Wenyan explained it immediately. Oh, it's you. Come here, I'll open the door for you right away. Su Xiaoyu got up and prepared to open the door. Rong Wenyan explained for a while, Mr. Su is not like that, I mean, why can't I see you guys? Su Xiaoyu had already looked downstairs through the window, didn't see anyone, and didn't ask any more questions. No, we are here, but we didn't enter your community. I am now stopped at the gate of the community. Rong Wenyan, who couldn't get in, started explaining again. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that Rong Wenyan was actually stopped at the gate of the community. But on second thought, this seems very normal. Su Xiaoyu now lives in a high-end residential area, and not everyone can come in casually. It was natural and reasonable that Rong Wenyan and the others were stopped at the entrance of the community. Okay, I get it. Wait there for a minute and I'll solve it for you, Su Xiaoyu said. Okay. After saying that, Amelia Su hung up the phone. He immediately called the community's property manager, Yu Lanlan. The property management had already gone to work at around 9 o'clock, so when the property manager Yu Lanlan saw Su Xiaoyu calling her body immediately straightened. The next moment, she immediately pressed the answer button and asked respectfully, "Good morning, Mr. Su. Do you have anything to tell me?" "Yes." Su Xiaoyu nodded and said directly, "Manager Yu, this is the case. I have hired a housekeeper and a few servants. They are about to come to my house today, but they are now at the gate of the community and can't get in, so please help me solve this problem." "Oh, is that so? Okay, Mr. Su, please rest assured. I will handle this matter right away." After hearing this, the community property manager Yu Lanlan immediately agreed. Just kidding, of course she is very happy to be able to serve a rich young man like Su Xiaoyu. Besides, this is also within the scope of her job, so she naturally has to go and handle it in person. "Okay, thank you for your help," Su Xiaoyu said. "You're welcome. It's my honor to serve Mr. Su." At the entrance of the community. At this time, you can directly see that there are two beautiful girls and an aunt standing here. At this time, they all look directly at the security guard at the door with a pleading look on their faces. "Security brother, please let us in, we are really here to be servants." "Yes, I'm here to be a babysitter. You see, we've been standing here for a long time, so just let us in." Yeah. "Hey, what's the matter? Why don't you believe me?" They kept talking, while the two security guards who were surrounded by them felt ashamed and helpless. To be honest, if you could let them in directly, the two security guards would be eager to let them in. The key point is that this has not been clarified yet. Whether things are really as they say, how can we let it go? If something goes wrong, who will be responsible? So they both felt really helpless. Just then, a woman in her 40s dressed in a standard black suit came here. The two security guards shouted to the manager, "Our manager is here." They immediately walked out of the encirclement. "Manager Yu, you are finally here." The two security guards came to Wang Yin and greeted him. "What's going on?" Yu Lanlan asked with a frown. From a distance she saw two security guards surrounded by 3 or 4 women. "It's like this, Manager Yu. They came here early in the morning and wanted to enter our community. They said they were here to work as servants and nannies for a homeowner named Su Xiaoyu. We originally wanted to call you," said the security guard. But before he could finish his words, Yu Lanlan looked directly at the group of girls and said, "You are all going to Mr. Su's house, right?" Yes. When Rong Wenyan and others heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, then everyone come with me, I'll take you there." With that, Yu Lanlan took Rong Wenyan and others inside. The two security guards were dumbfounded for a moment. They thought that he was really here to be Su Xiaoyu's servant and housekeeper. Wow, it's indeed a high-end residential area. Even the environment is much better than that of ordinary residences. The two security guards didn't know whether they would be able to afford a house here in their lifetime. Rong Wenyan and others followed Yu Lanlan in. To be honest, the last time they came, it took them a long time to find Su Xiaoyu's home. This time, under the leadership of Yu Lanlan, the 3 women arrived at Su Xiaoyu's door in a mighty manner. Chapter 94, First Day of Work. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Xiaoyu standing at the door at this time, Yu Lanlan immediately trotted up and called out respectfully. Su Xiaoyu nodded, "Thank you, Manager Yu. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty to serve you." "Well, Mr. Su, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll leave first." "Okay." Yu Lanlan just left. Rong Wenyan and others walked straight into the room and started looking for things to do. Today was their first day at work, so they had to perform well to leave a good impression on their boss. After all, this boss is so handsome and young. In addition to Rong Wenyan, there is another equally beautiful girl named Yuna who works as a maid here. They both have stars in their eyes. They both just graduated from college, and to be honest, these girls are a little naive. "Okay, everyone, follow me." As soon as Yu Lan Lan left, Su Xiaoyu showed a harmonious smile like spring breeze and looked at Rong Wenyan and others. So handsome. He looks even more handsome when he smiles. My little heart can't take it. What a great boss. Following behind Amelia Su, Rong Wenyan and Yuna felt all kinds of little happiness in their hearts. The last time they came, they were only able to move around in the small space of the living room, and there was nothing in the room at that time. This time, it was completely complete, and after seeing other places in the room, they were immediately stunned. The environment here is so good. I want to work here in the future. They were really excited. Quickly, under the leadership of Su Xiaoyu, they went around all the places and returned to the living room. Okay, everyone find a seat and sit down. Su Xiaoyu said to everyone. Okay, boss. Rong Wenyan and others replied. They immediately sat next to each other on the sofa. Looking at them, Su Xiaoyu nodded. Let's all get familiar with each other first. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Xiaoyu, the owner of this house, and I will be your boss from now on. Hello, boss. Rong Wenyan and others shouted. Hello, boss. My name is Rong Wenyan. I'm 23 years old and I just graduated from Magic City University. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, boss. My name is Yuna. I'm 22 years old and I just graduated from East China University of Science and Technology. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, boss. My name is Dai Donli. I am 45 years old and only have a junior high school education. I will do my job conscientiously and responsibly. After introducing ourselves, everyone has formed a preliminary impression of each other. After all, we will all be working here in the future, so we must get to know each other first. Yuna and Rong Wenyan are both university graduates, and the universities they attended are not bad schools. Both are 211 undergraduates, but they chose to work at Su Xiaoyu's house, which is a great trust. Su Xiaoyu will not let them down, let alone embarrass them in front of other classmates. Those classmates who graduated from university, whether they go to Fortune 500 companies or become senior executives in foreign companies, their salaries may not be higher than those of Rong Wenyan and Yuna. I've already said what I need to say during the last interview. Today I'm just chatting with you guys, especially you two, who graduated from a 211 university. You're here to work for me, and I won't let you lose face in front of your classmates. As for salary, you're just starting out. Next month, when you get familiar with the job, your salary will go up. Just work hard here, and don't feel any psychological pressure. Su Xiaoyu immediately dispelled their concerns. Yuna and Rong Wenyan were both stunned. This was something they had been worried about for the past 2 days. Now that the boss said so, they were relieved. Thank you, boss. What specifically do we need to do? Yuna asked. Yes, boss, what exactly do we do? Rong Wenyan also asked. Seeing this, Amelia Su glanced at them and immediately said, Actually, your job is very simple. You just need to clean my room. At this point, Su Xiaoyu paused, and then he looked directly at Rong Wenyan. You two are relatively young, and you are college graduates, so your work is heavier. Not only are you responsible for daily life, but you also have to manage daily reception, because I often have guests in my house. We also have security guards and bodyguards to protect you, so you can rest assured of your safety. I don't want to see my room messed up. To put it simply, I don't want to manage anything in this room. Do you understand? I understand. Rong Wenyan replied. Su Xiaoyu nodded, then he looked at Dai Donli and said, Aunt Dai, do you have any other ideas? If not, that's it. Dai Donli shook her head. I'm fine, boss. Okay, seeing how you are, I think you should be willing to work for me, so from now on, Rong Wenyan. Boss, I'm here. From now on, you will be responsible for their daily life and manage other people's work. Su Xiaoyu said. Okay, boss. The rest of you have to follow Rong Wenyan's arrangements, understand? No. Although there were only Dai Donli and Yuna in front of them, the security guards had actually started work a long time ago, and their work was also under the command of Rong Wenyan. Zheng Qin was Su Xiaoyu's housekeeper and bodyguard when she was out, so he did not have to obey Rong Wenyan. Well, very good. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Then he said, By the way, since you are working in my room, you can live here. After all, it is convenient, of course. Su Xiaoyu paused here. Originally, when they heard Su Xiaoyu's words, they were so happy. After all, not only could they get a high salary, but they could also live in a room, which was simply too good to be true. But because Su Xiaoyu paused for a moment, they immediately became nervous and looked directly at Su Xiaoyu. Seeing them all looking at her, Su Xiaoyu immediately smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. What I want to say is, if your work ability is really too poor, then I will definitely not show mercy, because I will directly fire her." At the end of the speech, Su Xiaoyu's expression suddenly became extremely serious. "Are you kidding? He paid so much money, he's not inviting you to have fun. Boss, don't worry. You definitely won't have the chance to fire us. That's it, that's it. Of course, I won't give you a chance." Chapter 95, Let us get a passport together. Su Xiaoyu spoke very seriously, but Yuna, Rong Wenyan and others did not take it seriously at all, because they all had absolute confidence. They have the IQ to get into a 211 university, so can't they even do these little chores in life? Of course, the premise is that Su Xiaoyu does not have a bad temper, otherwise they will definitely make Su Xiaoyu bankrupt. After all, is this job really a piece of cake? That's good. Seeing these girls were very confident, Su Xiaoyu immediately nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Rong Wenyan, "Then send me your card number and I will transfer some money to you." Transfer money? When Rong Wenyan heard this, she became curious. "Boss, are you going to pay us in advance?" Rong Wenyan was delighted. But unfortunately, before she was happy, Amelia Su said, "The reason why I want to transfer money to you is because you want this money to buy daily necessities and life necessities, do you understand?" "Ah!" Rong Wenyan exclaimed after hearing this. "I feel like this is wrong. There's nothing I can do about it. She just made a joke." But he was too stupid. After all, they hadn't started working yet. How could others pay them? Rong Wenyan blushed and sent her card number to Su Xiaoyu, then looked at Yuna and smiled secretly for several seconds. Su Xiaoyu did not hesitate and immediately transferred 1 million to him. In an instant, Rong Wenyan's cell phone text message alert sounded. She turned over the phone screen and was stunned. After a long while, Rong Wenyan said with a look of fear on her face, "Boss, you transferred 1 million to me. Why did you transfer so much to me? Did you lose an extra zero? A lot?" Su Xiaoyu smiled and didn't care at all. "This 1 million is for 1 month's expenses. I will transfer 1 million to you every month from now on." After these words were spoken, Rong Wenyan, Yuna and others all took a breath of cold air. 1 million a month, damn. How rich does this have to be? In an instant, their eyes widened and they were lost in their longing for life. Seeing their eyes widened, their eyeballs were about to jump out of their eye sockets. Su Xiaoyu immediately said speechlessly, Okay, don't doubt it anymore. It's just 1 million a month's expenses. Here are the car keys. If any one of you wants to go out to buy something in the future, you can drive directly. If I don't drive, it will be more convenient for you." As Su Xiaoyu spoke, she immediately took out a car key from under the coffee table in the living room and threw it on the coffee table. The Maybach logo on the car key is very conspicuous and anyone who knows cars can tell it at a glance. Rong Wenyan and others were amazed when they saw it. "Isn't this the key to Maybach? The boss actually asked us to drive Maybach to buy things? What the hell? How arrogant are you?" The driving was mainly done by Yuna, Rong Wenyan, and the bodyguards, and had nothing to do with the nanny. Rong Wenyan and Yuna were the only ones there at the moment, so they almost fell to the ground because they didn't stand firmly. Su Xiaoyu enjoyed herself in the evening. It was good to have a servant at home. She didn't have to do anything by herself. But now, it was too early. Su Xiaoyu was about to go to see a movie when suddenly a notification sounded on her mobile phone. It was a WeChat message. I flipped through the WeChat chat interface and found that it was a message from Huang Yuding. "Boss Su, are you asleep?" Su Xiaoyu felt that Huang Yuding was becoming more and more tactless in her words. Why would she ask like that? Did she want to sleep with Su Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu would immediately reply, "What's wrong? Have you got your passport ready?" Huang Yuding asked. Amelia Su almost forgot about this matter. "If you don't remind me, I will forget it." "It's not yet. Have you done it?" Huang Yuding said, "No." "Then do you want to go and get it done together tomorrow? I heard that it can be done at the police station where we live." "Sure, I haven't asked yet. Find out the procedure and tell me what to bring. We'll go together tomorrow." Huang Yuding was so happy to see that Su Xiaoyu was willing to go with her. "Okay, I've asked for everything. I'll send you the list." Let's meet at the company gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? At 8:30 the next morning, after Su Xiaoyu had breakfast, he drove directly to Zhangqin. Can you drive? Yes, Mr. Su. Zhangqin can indeed drive. After all, he needs to drive when he is in the military. He can drive a commercial vehicle like a villa, an armored personnel carrier, or a self-propelled artillery vehicle. Moreover, Zhang Qin's skills were pretty good, so he confidently agreed without hesitation. But soon he thought of something. Didn't Su Xiaoyu give the two servants the keys to the car yesterday? So who will be driving today? As expected, Rong Wenyan ran over and said to Amelia Su, "Boss, let me drive. Zhang Qin is our bodyguard here, let him protect the family." Su Xiaoyu really hadn't thought about asking Rong Wenyan to drive her there. After all, she was going on a date with Huang Yuding today, and she hadn't finished her housework yet. How could she let her see her out there with all kinds of young ladies? Seeing that Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, Rong Wenyan started talking again. "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely not let your sports car be damaged." Rong Wenyan's face was full of seriousness and affirmation. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately coughed twice. "I gave you the car keys, but I'm not afraid that you will drive it out and damage it." "That's not what I meant. That's not what I mean." "What does that mean?" A hint of doubt appeared on Rong Wenyan's face. "It's like this, I have a heavy workload today. In addition to driving, I have to ask Zhang Qin to do other things for me." "You can't sit there. Let's talk about it next time we have a chance," Su Xiaoyu explained. "Oh well." After hearing this, Rong Wenyan finally understood what was going on, and she agreed immediately. Su Xiaoyu nodded and immediately threw the car keys to Zhang Qin. "Okay, go to the garage and drive your car. I'll be waiting for you at the door." "Okay, Mr. Su." In the car. "Mr. Su, where are we going now? What important matter is there?" Zhang Qin asked. "Go get a passport." "I said that on purpose," Su Xiaoyu explained. Only then did Zhang Qin finally understand Su Xiaoyu's intention. He actually didn't want Rong Wenyan to drive, and it was just a lie he made up on purpose. He must be going to play with some girl, and he couldn't let the girls at home see it. "Go to the company first and pick up Huang Yuding." "Okay." Sure enough, it was exactly what Zhang Qin thought, but as a man, he also understood Su Xiaoyu's thoughts and did not ask any more questions. Soon, Zhang Qin drove the Maybach S680 towards the office building of Huashing Technology. Chapter 9696, What is your relationship with him? At the same time, at the entrance of the park where Huashing Technology is located. At this time, you can directly see that there is a convertible sports car parked, and there are many roses arranged around the convertible sports car, forming a whole circle. It is morning rush hour now. Office workers have just arrived at the company but have not yet started preparing for work. They just happened to see this scene and come over to watch the fun. So there are a lot of people coming and going in the park. Su Xiaoyu and the others found a place to park the car, and when they came out, they saw them talking. "Wow, is this someone trying to confess their feelings? What do you think? This formation is a confession, right?" "Oh, yes." "Whose is this?" "A convertible sports car and roses are so romantic." "Let's go, I'm sore." "You are so jealous, don't you even look at your appearance?" Su Xiaoyu didn't know which company this was from, and she didn't think it had anything to do with washing, so she sent a message to Huang Yuding directly. "I'm here, just wait for me at the door." It didn't take long for Huang Yuding to reply after the message was sent. "Okay, I'll be right out." Meanwhile, only a moment had passed. Two very beautiful stories appeared at the entrance of the park. "Here she comes, our heroine is here." "Wow, it's her." "I know. She's Huang Yuding from Huashing Technology. Look, she's dressed more beautifully today than usual." Speaking of which, did she dress up on purpose? She is a smart person and knows that someone is going to confess to her, so she dressed up like this. Yes. It must be, that's right. Among these two extremely beautiful figures, one of them was Huang Yuding, who had just come down from the company's office building and was walking towards the park gate. The other one is her good friend, Zhang Xinyue. Although Zhang Xinyue's appearance is not as good as Huang Yuding's, she is still a beauty after all. The reason why Huang Yuding brought her along was because he didn't want the atmosphere to be so awkward when he was with Amelia Su. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, and all eyes were on them. But they seemed to have gotten used to it. Almost everyone in this park knew Huang Yuting. She was very beautiful and could almost be considered the most beautiful girl in this park. So they didn't feel any discomfort, and the two of them came to the door talking and laughing. The next moment, a confession voice rang out, "Ting Ting, I like you, will you be my girlfriend?" Then you can see a young man in a white suit, holding a large bouquet of bright roses in his hand, kneeling down on one knee and looking at Huang Yuting affectionately. This person is a small boss named Zhao Zishua, also known as Brother Shua. Promise him, promise him, promise him. When this scene suddenly appeared, the spectators around who didn't know what was going on immediately started to make a noise. Huang Yuting was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became angry and said to Zhao Zishua, are you done yet? Didn't I tell you clearly? I don't like you. That's right. Ting Ting has already said that she doesn't like you anymore. Why are you still clinging to our Ting Ting so shamelessly? Zhao Zishua, do you still have any shame? Jiang Xinyue also echoed. Then she grabbed Huang Yuting and walked away. Ting Ting, let's ignore him. Having said that, the two of them walked straight over. But unfortunately, just as the two of them took a step, a burly man in a black suit appeared in front of them. Zhao Zishua, what do you mean by this? Do you still want to snatch the bride? Jiang Xinyue was suddenly blocked by a burly man in a black suit. She became furious and started yelling at once. But before she could finish her words, Zhao Zishua scolded her, Jiang Xinyue, I'm not going to bother you for Ting Ting's sake. If you continue to stir up trouble, I'll make you pay. You. Jiang Xinyue was furious, but she was helpless. Zhao Zishua is a rich second generation after all. If he really wants to make Jiang Xinyue look good, then this would be very simple. And for a moment, Jiang Xinyue really didn't know what to do. As a grown man, you are actually threatening beautiful women. Are you still a man? However, at this moment, a very inappropriate voice came directly over. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Is this going to be a scene where a hero saves a beauty? They wanted to see who this person was who dared to ask whether Zhao Zishua was a man. Hey, why haven't I seen this person before? Who is he? How come I haven't seen him before? Isn't he from Washing Technology? But he's so handsome. Yes, he is really handsome. He's handsome, but he's just stupid. I know this guy seems to be an employee of the technical department of Washing Technology. Doesn't he know that Zhao Zishua is not easy to offend? Is this going to be a good show? That's right. That's right. I heard that Zhao Zishua's family is in the building materials business, and they have a lot of thugs under them. Is this a problem? No way, isn't this brother finished? Teacher Su Xiaoyu's handsomeness did indeed charm many people, and precisely because of this, they began to worry about Su Xiaoyu. After all, that was Zhao Zishua, a wealthy second-generation man, and not everyone could offend him. At this time, Huang Yuting had already recognized Su Xiaoyu, and she immediately shouted, Boss Su. Is this person confessing his feelings to you? Seeing Amelia Su coming, Huang Yuting knew that she could definitely get out of the predicament. After all, Amelia Su was accompanied by a man, so Huang Yuting became a little shy. Yes, I'm so annoyed. When Zhao Zishua saw this scene, he knew that Huang Yuting must have a relationship with Amelia Su, otherwise why would Huang Yuting be shy when she saw him again? Okay, Huang Yuting, you damned woman, no wonder I've been chasing you for so long but you didn't agree to me, so you're looking for a wild man? All of a sudden, a surge of anger surged into Zhao Zishua's heart. He felt like there was a green hat hovering over his head. He immediately yelled at Huang Yuting, tell me, who is he? What is your relationship with him? Unfortunately, Huang Yuting ignored him at this time, and immediately pulled Jiang Xinyue to Su Xiaoyu, looking anxious, Boss Su, let's go quickly, I feel a little uncomfortable with so many people looking at me. Of course, the reason why Huang Yuting behaved like this was because he didn't want Su Xiaoyu to offend Zhao Zishua. After all, Zhao Zishua's identity as a rich second generation was clearly there. Chapter 97-97, Confession Failed. Being watched by so many people was really uncomfortable. Jiang Xinyue immediately realized what Huang Yuting said, so she agreed, okay, let's go. Seeing that Huang Yuting and Jiang Xinyue both had the same attitude, Su Xiaoyu shrugged her shoulders, looking indifferent. Besides, he disdained to conflict with someone like Zhao Zishua, because he didn't take Zhao Zishua seriously at all. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, Zhao Zishua spoke directly, boy, did I ever tell you to leave? Suddenly, the burly man in black suit who had just stopped Huang Yuting and Jiang Xinyue immediately stood in front of Su Xiaoyu. Seeing this situation, Huang Yuding and Jiang Xinyue immediately felt worried and afraid. It was obvious that they were going to fight. Huang Yuding was ready to stop them immediately, but before she could say anything, Su Xiaoyu sneered, then turned around with a stern look in her eyes. Do I need your permission to leave? Once these words were spoken, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. However, Zhao Zishua was stunned at this time, because Su Xiaoyu's eyes at this time were a little scary, but he quickly came back to his senses. If you dare to bluff me, I'll kill you. Bear! Zhao Zishua was about to give an order to the burly man in the black suit to break Su Xiaoyu's limbs. Unfortunately, he had just said a few words when a male voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Su, what took you so long? You're just picking someone up? Hearing this, Zhao Zishua's face changed immediately. The voice was strong and powerful, as if it was a private bodyguard. Could it be that Su Xiaoyu in front of him also had a private bodyguard? In fact, Zhao Zishua had just had such an illusion, because the look that Su Xiaoyu had just projected was the kind of look that only the legendary super upper-class people had. Otherwise, did he really think that Zhao Zishua would be stunned for no reason? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Now he was completely stunned, because after seeing him in person, he was extremely handsome and strong, and his aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of the bear next to him. Zhao Zishua knew very well in his mind that wealthy and powerful families would hire bodyguards from genuine bodyguard companies rather than the free-range thugs like his Zhao family. In terms of professionalism, the bodyguards trained by the company have all undergone rigorous field training. If a fight breaks out, Xiongzi will definitely not be a match for Zhang Qin. It's a bit unexpected, Su Xiaoyu said. Just now, when Su Xiaoyu was parking the car, she made an agreement with Zhang Qin that if he didn't go there for a long time, he would come directly to find Su Xiaoyu. What's going on? Is someone looking for trouble? Zhang Qin looked at Zhao Zishua and Xiongzi beside him, who didn't look like good people. Zhao Zishua was a little nervous in his heart, but he was still stubborn in his words, because he has always been very concerned about his reputation. If he was scared by a 30-year-old guy who called for a helper here, wouldn't he lose all his face? Who are you and what does this place have to do with you? Zhao Zishua asked Zhang Qin ferociously. Zhang Qin immediately said, I am Mr. Su's personal assistant, my name is Zhang Qin. Oh, it's Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. Zhao Zishua tilted his head and pretended to be polite, but in less than 3 seconds, his face turned fierce. It's really hard for you to be a personal assistant to this Mr. Su. As far as I know, Su Xiaoyu is just a technical employee in washing technology. How much can he pay you per month? What? Mr. Su is a technical employee of washing? How come I don't know any other working person who can buy 2 10 million houses and a Maybach worth more than 4 million? At this time, someone in the crowd spoke for Su Xiaoyu. These people are all employees of washing technology. They are arguing with each other and no one is willing to give in. Don't always live in your own circle. Take a look at the outside world, Mr. Zhao. Your Zhao family's internet connection is disconnected? Amelia Su has taken over washing technology and become the new boss. Did you know that? Hearing everyone's criticism, Zhao Zishua didn't take it seriously at all. Didn't he just not understand the situation? Didn't he just not know that Su Xiaoyu had become the new boss? But what impact does that have? Washing is not a big company. It is just a small enterprise engaged in AI artificial intelligence. It has no strength to compare with the Zhao family's industry. So Zhao Zishua said with a smile, I accepted a company that is about to go bankrupt. Your President Su is really rich, but even if you are the boss of washing, I, Zhao Zishua, still don't take you seriously. What's wrong? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? You have to get past my thug Xiongzi first. Su Xiaoyu has always trusted Zhang Qin's skills, but he has never seen his strength with his own eyes. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and today is a good opportunity, so he said to Zhang Qin, leave it to you. Zhang Qin understood what Amelia Su meant, and immediately walked to Zhao Zishua, saying expressionlessly, you are Zhao Zishua. Mr. Su has made it very clear just now that the girl doesn't like you. We will leave now. If you stop us again, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Zishua looked at Zhang Qin in shock. I am confessing my love to Huang Yuding here, how does it bother your boss Su? You can leave, but you must keep Huang Yuding here. After saying that, seeing that Zhang Qin had no intention of leaving, Zhao Zishua roared at Xiongzi, what are you still standing there for? Just grab him. The burly man in the suit ignored Zhang Qin's obstruction and went straight over to grab Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding was so scared that she quickly hid behind Su Xiaoyu. And there was another Zhang Qin in front of Su Xiaoyu. With 2 lines of protection, Huang Yuding was temporarily safe because Xiong Zi. He couldn't even get past Zhang Qin. Xiong Zi looks a little taller than Zhang Qin, but the two are about the same strength. The most important thing is that the one is professionally trained and the other is a self-taught one. The two are totally not on the same level. Xiong Zi couldn't force his way through and watched Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding get into their car. Xiong Zi is a smart man. He would not hit anyone in order to snatch Huang Yuding, and there was no need for Zhang Qin to do anything. So the two sides were pulling each other here, which gave Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and Zhang Xinyue the opportunity to escape. Only after Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and Zhang Xinyue entered the Maybach did Zhang Qin turn around and follow them. Xiong Zi couldn't stop Zhang Qin at all. He knew that even if he called 2 or 3 more people over, they would not be able to stop him, so he gave up. Zhang Qin got into the driving seat of the car in full view of everyone, and Zhao Zishua and Xiong Zi didn't dare to say a word. Chapter 98, Yame Club. When the door of the Maybach was closed and they drove away, Zhao Zishua pointed at Xiong Zi's forehead and cursed, "You bastard, are you a blockhead? Why didn't you stop him?" Xiong Zi explained, "I tried to stop him just now, but I am no match for him and couldn't stop him. It looks like Zhang Qin has received professional training. You didn't even fight with him, how do you know you are no match for him? Why are you so cowardly?" Zhao Zishua said angrily. Xiong Zi was speechless. "If a fight breaks out, I will be the unlucky one. How can I fight if he doesn't do it?" Zhao Zishua glared at Xiong Zi angrily, feeling extremely unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. There was really no need for them to suffer this loss. At this point, it was clear that Zhao Zishua's carefully planned confession plan had failed, so he had no choice but to remove his things and leave the scene. The people watching the fun were also talking about it, feeling particularly disappointed. They were supposed to see a big battle, but in the end, no one on either side dared to start fighting, so they missed the show and had to go to work with frustrated faces. Now I just need to wait for the visa and passport to come out and fly to Nvidia as soon as possible. During these 10 days, Su Xiaoyu has nothing else to do. When Xiao Lu comes to work, the family will be officially complete. After they are settled, I will go back to pick up my parents to live with me. The things for Su Xiaoyu's parents' house will arrive tomorrow morning. He has already communicated with the post station in advance and will deliver it at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Huang Yuding and Zhang Xinyue were sitting in the back seat of the Maybach S680 at this moment, chatting with Su Xiaoyu about what had just happened, while Zhang Qin was concentrating on driving in the front. After a brief introduction, they all knew that Zhang Qin's identity was Su Xiaoyu's assistant, but this was only in name. In fact, he was just a bodyguard. His task was to protect Su Xiaoyu's safety, and he was very skilled. Huang Yuding asked, "Zhang Qin, you want to go to the United States with us, right? Don't you want to apply for a passport?" Zhang Qin replied while driving, "I have already got my passport." "Oh, that's right. For a profession like yours, passports and visas are inevitable. Have you applied for visas from many countries?" "Not many at the moment, because there are few opportunities to go abroad. Mr. Su's job here is my first decent job." Zhang Qin has spent so much time with Su Xiaoyu that he is no longer so restrained when dealing with girls. Zhang Xinyue asked again, "Where did you work before?" "I used to be a bodyguard in other people's homes, but I felt that there was no future in it. The salary did not meet my requirements, so I left. Mr. Su is the only one who offered me a salary higher than I expected, so I will definitely do my best to protect Mr. Su's safety," Zhang Qin said with emotion. After talking so much at once, Zhang Qin felt like he was no longer himself, and this was while he was in such close contact with a girl. Su Xiaoyu continued, "I can't just leave the task to Zhang Qin alone. We still need to recruit a few more bodyguards in the future. If we meet the right person when we go to the United States this time, I will accept him directly." The car drove for less than 20 minutes before arriving at the gate of the Exit and Entry Administration Department of the Public Security Bureau. When the uncle in the hat saw Su Xiaoyu's car, he knew that the visitor was not simple, and he was very polite to them. He simplified the process as much as possible and it was completed quickly. After getting the passport, one had to wait a week before applying for a visa, so Su Xiaoyu and the others went back directly. At noon, they had lunch in the mall, and then went back to their homes to see their mothers. Su Xiaoyu went straight back to his parents' house, because the goods were to be delivered in the afternoon, and he was responsible for making arrangements and receiving the guests. The decoration style of this house is a little different from Su Xiaoyu's own. It is more suitable for middle-aged and elderly people to live in. Su Xiaoyu looked at the layout of the room while thinking about how to place things. The kitchen is not as big as Su Xiaoyu's, because Su Xiaoyu's mother usually cooks for herself. She basically makes home-cooked meals and doesn't have too many requirements. By the way, thinking of this, Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the last time she dug out Ono Midori at Sushi Naoki's restaurant, and it seemed as if she had suddenly stopped moving forward. Su Xiaoyu added Xiaoya Lu's WeChat at that time, so she opened the chat window and sent a message to ask, "Ms. Xiaoya, last time I asked you to come and be my personal chef, you agreed and said you would go back to resign, but you haven't responded yet. Are you encountering any difficulties?" After sending the WeChat message, there was no response. An hour later, Ono Midori replied, "Mr. Su, I'm afraid I can't go to your place." "Why?" Su Xiaoyu asked. The little donkey said sadly, "I just found out that our former company, Yame Company, signed me to the Sushi Naoki restaurant. Now even if I am willing to pay the 10 million penalty, the people at Yame Company will not let me leave." Su Xiaoyu was a little confused. It was obviously Ono Lu who signed the contract herself, so how did a company suddenly appear? Isn't she a free person? What era is this? It's outrageous that people are still trying to control people's freedom. Ono Midori explained, "When I signed the contract, it was between me and the restaurant, but I didn't expect that this restaurant and Yame Company were part of the same company, so now there's nothing I can do about it." Su Xiaoyu said that she would never let go of such a beautiful chef. She said that there are many people who can be a private chef, but most chefs are men, especially bald and greasy men. But that kind of man, not to mention that girls don't like him, even Su Xiaoyu, a man, can't get along with him, so it's better to hire a young lady, at least she is clean and pleasing to the eye. So Su Xiaoyu immediately asked, "What is this Yame Club?" "Yame Company is a media company I signed with before, which is the same as your Chinese media company. I also post videos on YouTube and have a lot of fans, so I signed with Yame Company. I didn't expect that Yame Company is actually a shareholder of the restaurant. Now I have breached the contract and can't leave, unless I don't want my video account anymore." When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she became numb. But now, if she chose to be a private chef for Su Xiaoyu, she would have to give up the video account with 10 million fans. Moreover, that is a YouTube account. Except for the fact that it is not very popular in China, people in island countries and European and American countries watch it, and the income is also considerable, at least 5 million a year. So after comprehensive considerations, Ono Midori still did not dare to offend the people from the Yame Company. "How much do you earn from the video account per year?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Ono Midori replied, "When it's low, it's 5 million, and when it's high, it's about 7 million. Chapter 99, Breaking the Contract Again. Su Xiaoyu said directly, "Transfer all your accounts to Huaxia country, and start a new account. I will invest in you, and when you succeed, we will split the profits 50-50. Ono Green was a little surprised. She was not ready to create a Huaxia account because she knew that the largest short video platform in Huaxia was Douyin. She had tried to create a Douyin account before, but failed miserably. She couldn't even get 100,000 followers and later gave up. Now Su Xiaoyu has rekindled her hope of creating a Douyin account. Inevitably, she is a little unconfident. She said, "Mr. Su, if I can make it, would I not do it? I started creating Douyin as early as 3 years ago when I entered Huaxia and started working, but it didn't work. Now I only have 90,000 followers. This number of followers basically has no monetization ability. I can only make a few thousand yuan a month at most, and I won't update it." After hearing this, Su Xiaoyu quickly stopped Xiaoya Lu from speaking. "Your previous account will be invalidated. Now I will invest in you to create a new account. You must believe that with the same strength, if you are unlucky, you will not be able to create a successful account. With my help, your account will definitely become a level with tens of millions of fans again." Su Xiaoyu was not exaggerating when she said this. After all, Ono Green has 10 million fans on YouTube, so 10 million fans on Douyin is even more of a problem. You have to know that China has the largest population on the entire earth. Even if you add up the populations of the island country, the United States, and European countries, it is only a tie with China. And Ono Green's account must have more fans only in the island country. It is impossible for him to have so many fans overseas. According to the proportion, Ono Green has 10 million fans on YouTube, and he should have 20 million fans on Douyin. That's right, Su Xiaoyu will do her best to help Ono Green create a Douyin account with 10 million to 20 million fans. In this way, she can move directly to China to make videos. At the same time, she can cancel the old YouTube account with 10 million fans and open a new YouTube account, which will not reduce the number of fans. Su Xiaoyu continued to tell Xiaoyelu about her thoughts. You can cancel the account with tens of millions of fans before and create a new one on YouTube. It won't be too bad. You have to know that the fans see you, not Yame Company. In China, there are also many conflicts between bloggers and the big investors behind them. Many of them ended up parting ways unhappily, but they created new accounts under their own names and are still living well, so you don't need to have too much pressure at all. Ono Midori still felt a little uncomfortable, because she felt that her popularity was not entirely due to herself, but was driven by the capital of the Yame Company behind her. But the Yame Company has also helped me a lot. The reason why my account was able to rise was also due to their help, wasn't it? Amelia Sue asked calmly. Then let me ask Miss Ono, when the account makes money, who gets the most? Ono Midori. This kind of grateful mentality is understandable. It is indeed true. If Ono Midori had made the videos by herself, she would not have had tens of millions of fans now. However, Asia America Company did not help Ono Midori for nothing. They took a large part of the profits. Ono Midori took 3 million, and Asia America Company took at least 20 million. Thinking this way, Ono Midori no longer felt any guilt. Yes, the company took more. Isn't that right? Do you think they are training you? Actually, no. They can support anyone they want. There are many people with extraordinary abilities in this world. Without you, Yame Company can immediately look for the next target. Su Xiaoyu said. After hearing these words, Ono Midori came to her senses completely. She felt that she could not leave the Asia American Company and could help the company make money. It would be inhumane if she broke the contract and left. However, in fact, she was just one of the many money-making tools of the Asia American Company. One more and one less would not make a difference. Okay, Mr. Su, I promise you, you help me create a Douyin account, and we don't have to split the profits 50-50, 30-70 will be fine, 30 for me and 70 for you. Ono Green made up his mind and went straight to Su Xiaoyu. Amelia Su said slowly, do you think you got too much? No, before, the profit split between Yame Company and me was basically 19:1, 1 for me and 9 for them. I feel that even with 37:1, I'm already making a lot of money. Ono Midori explained. Su Xiaoyu still insisted on her decision and would not change it. No need, it's 50-50. My investment knowledge is in the early stage, and your account needs my help in the early stage. You think 30-70 is fair? When your account really grows up, my investment will not be so important. At that time, I will do nothing, and you will work hard every day to operate your own account, and I will get more money than you. Do you still think it is fair? Without waiting for Xiaoyelu to answer, Su Xiaoyu answered herself, you won T. It's impossible to defeat willfulness. Don't rush to express your opinion, because it's not time yet. I'm not greedy. I'll split the profit with you 50-50 in the early stage. When you have more than 10 million fans, we'll split the profit 80-20. You get 80 and I get 20. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, Ono Lu was shocked. She had never seen such a conscientious entrepreneur and investor. Are all investors in China like this? Then she was simply wasting her life at the Yame Company before. Why didn't she meet Amelia Su earlier? Ono Midori immediately said excitedly, Mr. Su, I really regret not meeting you earlier. I have been taking detours in China for the past few years. What should I do next? I will listen to you in everything. Su Xiaoyu said calmly, do you need compensation for the termination of your contract with Yame Company? I will pay for it for you as well. Ono Midori was already very embarrassed, so how could she ask Su Xiaoyu to pay the penalty for breach of contract? She shook her head and said, the penalty is not much. I paid it myself. I can't let Mr. Su pay it. You have helped me a lot. If you hadn't suddenly appeared and asked me to be your private chef, I might never understand that I was used and exploited. Seeing that Xiaoyelu trusted her so much, Amelia Su not only did not blame her for causing her to break the contract with the two companies, but also felt that this was a relief, so she stopped forcing it. Well, if you can solve it yourself, that is fine, but if you have any difficulties, you can still come to me, I'm always here. Okay, I can handle it myself, don't worry, Mr. Su, said Ono Midori. Su Xiaoyu then began to arrange the following matters. Then you should terminate the contract between the two companies immediately. If you need me to take action on Sushi Naoki's matter, just notify me. I'm free these 2 days. Ono Midori was very grateful. Okay, then I will definitely deal with it as soon as possible. Chapter 100. Why are you walking? Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Su Xiaoyu replied. After that, they didn't send any more messages. Su Xiaoyu was waiting for the goods from the post station in his parents' house. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the post station's car finally arrived. After Su Xiaoyu contacted the other party, she gave them a tip of 1,000 yuan each and asked them to help move all the things into the house, just like her new house last time. Su Xiaoyu worked all afternoon and finished everything at 1700 hours. However, there were more things this time than in Su Xiaoyu's own room. He did not arrange the furniture and appliances too carefully, because no matter how well he arranged them, it would be a waste of time if they did not meet his parents' requirements. Now he just arranged them roughly and it was not completely finished. Su Xiaoyu saw that it was getting late, so he went to prepare the things for the visa application according to the list sent by Huang Yuding, and then wait for 7 days. When his passport came out, he could go directly to apply for it. After finishing the preparations, I went out to eat and asked Zheng Qin to come over to help me sort out things at home. This is Su Xiaoyu's first time going abroad, and he needs to prepare a lot of things. In addition to the passport and visa, he also needs to prepare some rice and gold in case of emergency. Except for Su Xiaoyu's card, no one else could use it. They would be inconvenienced in many places without cash. For this purpose, Su Xiaoyu specially checked the information and found out that one cannot carry more than 5,000 mi-gold, otherwise he will need to report it when entering the country, which is very troublesome. So he planned to exchange 4,000 mi-gold for each of the accompanying people. The people who will go have been confirmed. They are Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, Run Guan, Guan Yu, Yang Fuwa, Zheng Qin, and 2 friends introduced by Zheng Qin, who will also serve as bodyguards in Su Xiaoyu's home in the future. There are a total of 8 people, and 32,000 kilometers of gold will be enough. In addition, Su Xiaoyu would definitely need to drive there and rent a car locally, so those of them who had a driver's license had to bring it with them. With a Shanghai driver's license, you can apply for a temporary local driver's license in the United States, which is also very convenient. In half an hour, Su Xiaoyu prepared everything she needed, and then went out directly, had dinner first, then walked around, and went to the bank to collect rice and gold early the next morning. After moving to the new house here, Su Xiaoyu didn't know much about the surrounding environment, so she first found a place nearby to have a meal. She didn't drive, but just walked to get familiar with the surrounding scenery. Coming out of the residential area where Su Xiaoyu lived, the road ahead was filled with various high-end residential areas. Su Xiaoyu shuttled through the small roads in the middle and walked forward. The scenery along the way was quite beautiful. It is indeed rare to have such a place in the city center of a big city. Su Xiaoyu feels that walking on such a road will make her mood very good. There are green plants outside the walls of the community and various flowers and plants on the roadside, which is a feast for the eyes. It feels like the atmosphere of the yard of my hometown when I was a child, very warm. This kind of environment also attracts some girls walking on the roadside, including many young girls from ordinary communities. They cannot afford to live in the communities here, but they come here to play when they have time. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was looking at his mobile phone and didn't look at the road. He accidentally bumped into something, and then he heard a wow scream, which scared him. Su Xiaoyu quickly looked up and saw that there were 2 girls in front of him. One of the girls was holding a dog, and Su Xiaoyu almost stepped on the dog's foot. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retracted his foot. The girl holding the dog glanced at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Don't you look at the road when you walk? You almost stepped on my dog. If you stepped on it, would you deserve it?" Amelia Su also glanced at the girl. Sorry, I was looking at the navigation, so I didn't notice it." "Looking at the navigation? You are here to hang out too, right? You look like a poor loser. Let me tell you, I bought this dog for more than 10,000 yuan. Do you know how lucky you are today?" The girl who was leading the dog continued to sarcastically. Su Xiaoyu originally didn't intend to tangle with them. She was ready to leave and eat her own meal after explaining a few words. Unexpectedly, she became more and more addicted to it. "What do you mean by wandering around? I just moved to this community and I'm not familiar with the routes here. Do you live in this community?" The girl who didn't have a dog on a leash suddenly asked this question, obviously not believing that Su Xiaoyu could live in such a high-end community. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said innocently, "Yes, I live in that community." "No way, all the people living here are rich," said the girl who didn't have a dog on a leash. The girl holding the dog also said, "Yes, I saw that those who left this community were either driving Mercedes-Benz or BMW, and some even drove Maserati, luxury cars like these. Why did you walk out?" After saying that, the 2 girls were still laughing. This kind of smile made Su Xiaoyu very unhappy. After calming down, he asked back, "You two look no more than 20 years old, right? How old we are has nothing to do with you. You are not planning anything bad, are you?" The girl holding the dog taunted, "I know. You just bumped into my dog because we are pretty. You are looking for a chance to chat with me, right? I'm telling you, you are overthinking. We would never be interested in someone like you. Just save yourself the worry." In fact, these two beauties are in their 20s and look so. They are not beauties at all. It's just that they are good at makeup, which adds a lot of points to themselves. However, men basically don't like beauties after makeup, but beauties who are beautiful without makeup. Therefore, it can't be said that Su Xiaoyu is calm about these two girls, but that she has no interest in them at all. You misunderstood. I just wanted to say that in the news, some girls in their 20s were taken to the wilderness by illegal taxi drivers and raped. Why haven't you died yet? This statement was too direct and too explicit. The two girls were so furious that their faces looked as if they wanted to eat someone. The girl who didn't have her dog on a leash started to curse, "You're a grown man, don't you have any manners?" Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I have always been very well mannered, except for meeting you today." After saying that, he left without waiting for the two girls to respond or saying hello. After Su Xiaoyu left, the two girls were still cursing at each other, but unfortunately he couldn't hear them anymore. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoyu found a more trendy Sichuan restaurant and ordered a plate of makshuang, a plate of mushrooms and vegetables, a bowl of seaweed egg soup, 2 servings of rice, and 2 bottles of orange juice. Within 2 minutes, Zhang Qin arrived, and then they started dinner for the two of them. The guests sitting in the restaurant couldn't help but look at Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin, because they were both so handsome. Chapter 101-101, What's My Business? Especially the female customers here, they almost went over to chat with her, but Su Xiaoyu acted very cold, which made them decisively give up their ideas. After dinner, Su Xiaoyu strolled around the surrounding streets and found that there were supermarkets, hospitals, kindergartens, and primary schools here. It would be very convenient to leave her children here with her parents. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to go anywhere farther away. After all, he didn't drive, and he would be tired if he went back later. When the two returned to the road in the middle of the community, it was already dark, and there seemed to be a noise coming from the front, which attracted Su Xiaoyu's attention. When he stepped forward and took a look, it turned out to be. This place is the entrance to many residential communities, and all the vehicles coming in and out are those of the owners of the community. At this time, there are not many people walking around because the owners here generally return home very late. Perhaps these two girls came here on purpose because they knew this, so as to avoid being seen and embarrassed. After the two men took a step forward, they found two women teasing two other women. The two men were wearing flowery clothes and expensive watches on their hands. They were obviously the young men standing nearby. But their quality is really not good. They actually surrounded two little girls in the middle of the road and wouldn't let them go. It was simply outrageous. Su Xiao and Zhang Qin saw the scene in the night, but they couldn't see the people's faces, so they could only walk slowly towards that side. Because they had to pass through that place to reach the community where Amelia Su's parents lived. Just as he was about to get close to them, Zhang Qin reacted instinctively and wanted to step forward to save the beauty, but was stopped by Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu just heard this noise, and there was a girl's voice in it. The girl's voice was exactly the same as the two girls she met on the way out of the community just now. When she got closer, she saw human figures, body shapes, and a dog underneath. There was no doubt about it, it was them. So Amelia Su stopped Zhang Qin directly, waved her hand at him and said, "Wait." Zhang Qin was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" "Don't meddle in other people's business." Su Xiaoyu just passed by them at this time. Zhang Qin also cooperated with Su Xiaoyu very well. Although he didn't know why Su Xiaoyu did not help him, as a bodyguard, he had to obey his master's words absolutely. When they walked past them, the two men who teased them were deliberately on guard against Su Xiaoyu, thinking that they were here to meddle in other people's business. "What's the matter? Are you looking for trouble, buddy?" One of the tattooed men in flowery clothes asked Su Xiaoyu. The two girls also looked at Su Xiaoyu with longing and helpless eyes, but they also knew that Su Xiaoyu had an unpleasant argument with them when she went out just now, so they could only ask Su Xiaoyu for help with a triad attitude. "Help, handsome guy, save us, these two guys are teasing us." Su Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. She thought that saving them would not do her any good. At the same time, she thought of the unpleasantness just now and the quality of these two girls. It would be good to teach them a little social lesson, so she refused directly. What does it have to do with me? Then he left. The man who teased them felt more relaxed when he saw that Amelia Sue didn't want to meddle in other people's business. I was thinking that the two of them were going to be heroes and save the beauties. It's good that we're gone, ha. Let's continue, little sister, give your brother a kiss when you get home. No, help. After returning to the house, Zhang Qingkai asked in confusion, Mr. Su, why didn't you save those two girls just now? Su Xiaoyu said, because I don't think they are good people. Many people will come back from there, and naturally some people will meddle in other people's business. Su Xiaoyu did not directly say how the conflict between her and the two girls came about, and Zhang Qing did not ask. He felt that as long as Su Xiaoyu did not want to help, he must have his reasons. After returning to the house, the two of them began to work hard, tidied up the things in the room again, and then went straight back to Su Xiaoyu's own home. At 20:30 in the evening, Su Xiaoyu called her mother. In this store, my family is basically either watching TV, sleeping, or playing mahjong. When she heard Su Xiaoyu's call, her mother Lu Xiaolian, who was cleaning up at home after dinner, put down the work in her hands and went to answer the phone. Hey, Xiaoyu, have you got everything done over there? Lu Xiaolian usually chatted a lot with Su Xiaoyu on WeChat, so he knew what was going on as soon as he called. Su Xiaoyu didn't like beating around the bush either. Yes, I'll drive back tomorrow to pick you up, and you can just express all your things over there. There are many things in the house that need to be moved away, and we may never return to our hometown in the future. This is what Su Xiaoyu thought, but Lu Xiaolian did not think so. She said, let's keep the things in our house. What if we need to come back in the future? Even if it's just a place to stay, you can't give up your hometown. Su Xiaoyu thought it made sense. Anyway, he would support whatever his parents decided. But now he had to live a good life in Shanghai. If he wanted to go home during the holidays, he could do so. Let's talk about it after I go back. The new year is coming soon. This year, our family will celebrate the new year in Shanghai. Okay, you'll come back tomorrow, right? Lu Xiaolian asked suddenly, as if she had something else to say. Su Xiaoyu nodded and responded, yes, what's wrong? Lu Xiaolian turned around and asked Su Shipa next to her, then came back and said, that's perfect. Your cousin is getting married the day after tomorrow, and he has also sent an invitation to our family. You can go with him. It's a good opportunity for you two cousins not to see each other for a long time. Su Xiaoyu asked hurriedly, which cousin is it? Is it the cousin from my uncle's family, or the cousin from my aunt's family? Because Su Xiaoyu's mother Lu Xiaolian has an older brother and an older sister. The older brother is Su Xiaoyu's uncle. The cousin has a good relationship with Su Xiaoyu, but the cousin from her aunt's family does not have a good relationship with Su Xiaoyu's family. The aunt is Lu Xiaolian's sister. He looked down on Su Xiaoyu's family very much, especially since he was a child. He mocked Lu Xiaolian for marrying Su Shipa, a poor guy, and that her life was not satisfactory to their family. When Su Xiaoyu was a child, her family was very poor. Su Shipa was just a worker who received a fixed salary every month. Lu Xiaolian's sister Lu Xiuha married a boss in the city who was in the clothing business. When he was young, this clothing business owner was not as handsome as Su Shipa, but he was rich. He was richer than all the relatives in Su Xiaoyu's family. After Lu Xiuha got married, she often showed off her wealthy life and made fun of Lu Xiaolian and Su Xiaoyu from time to time, saying that the life they lived with Su Shipa was not like that of a human being. Chapter 102 Back Home. Cousin Song Guofeng's personality is exactly the same as Lu Xiaolian's. He looks down on the poor relatives in the family and only interacts with the wealthy relatives. Therefore, he and Su Xiaoyu rarely interact with each other. This marriage is the first time the two have met in 10 years. Amelia Su said, okay, I understand, Mom, let us go together the day after tomorrow. Lu Xiaolian immediately refused and said, you young people can just get together. I won't go. If you don't come back, I'll go. Now that you're back, I'm too lazy to go. Su Xiaoyu thought about it carefully. If one more person went, the other party might gossip about them, saying that they paid one share of the money and two people went, which was an advantage. So she agreed to Lu Xiaolian's request. Okay, then I'll do as you say, I'll go alone. By the way, after you broke up with that girl last time, did you find someone later? Lu Xiaolian suddenly remembered this and couldn't help asking. Su Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, no, I haven't met the right one yet. Hurry up, you are already 31, and you will be 32 after the Chinese New Year. Why are you not in a hurry? Your relatives at home are urging you to hurry up. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was not in a hurry at all, Lu Xiaolian hurriedly urged her. But after she urged, Amelia Sue was even less anxious. With my current conditions, am I still afraid of not being able to find a partner? I just don't know which one to choose. You can't look at me like before. Now I have the right to choose, and before it was the girls who had the right to choose. It's different. It's up to you, you have to keep this matter in mind anyway. Got it, okay, I won't say any more. I'll probably be home around noon tomorrow. Okay. After saying that, Amelia Sue hung up the phone, then went to take a shower and go to bed. She couldn't stay at home for more than a few days in this cold winter, so Su Xiaoyu only prepared some clothes for taking a bath and changing, and didn't bring any outer coat or pants. The only luggage I have is a backpack, which I bought at Hermes last time. I haven't used it until now, but it can finally come in handy. Before going to bed, Su Xiaoyu arranged all the matters at the company and at home so as to avoid any worries. The next day, Su Xiaoyu got up early in the morning, washed her face, and drove out to avoid the traffic jam during the morning rush hour. You know, the morning rush hour in Shanghai is very scary, and I don't know why there are so many cars. Su Xiaoyu drove for more than 4 hours and finally arrived at her hometown. The scenery in the small town was still so warm, and the rural atmosphere mixed with the town's rustic atmosphere was overwhelming, instantly bringing Su Xiaoyu's memory back to her childhood. After arriving in the town, Su Xiaoyu slowed down. There were no traffic lights on the roads in her hometown. People and cars were mixed together. People could cross the road however they wanted, and cars could drive however they wanted. There was no rules at all. Su Xiaoyu remembered that when she was in junior high school, the police often came to deal with traffic accidents. People died on this road all the time. Now that society is developing rapidly and people's safety awareness has increased, there are fewer traffic accidents. None of the villagers knew Su Xiaoyu, but they all recognized the Maybach logo. When Su Xiaoyu parked the car outside the gate of her community, she was surrounded by a group of people playing next door. They stood in the distance and kept pointing in this direction. Although you couldn't hear them talking, you could tell from their expressions that they were praising the car. Su Xiaoyu's parents had already come out of the community, ready to help Su Xiaoyu get her things and also to help give directions. After all, Su Xiaoyu hadn't been back to her hometown for a long time. After seeing Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian, the neighbors and fellow villagers realized that the car belonged to Su Xiaoyu. So, some friends who were more familiar with Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian came over from a distance. They all kept praising Su Xiaoyu's car. At the same time, this car also reflected that Su Xiaoyu had been doing very well outside in the past few years. "Oh, is this your Su Xiaoyu's car?" asked a man as old as Su Shipa. "Yes, oh, Wenbing, why don't you stay at home to look after the store today and come out for a walk?" Su Shipa joked to the man with a smile. "My wife is watching over the store, I'm here to take a look." Wenbing and Su Shipa were classmates when they were young. Now they have each bought a house in the town. Wenbing's family runs a hardware store business, while Su Shipa has been working outside. Some time ago, Su Xiaoyu said that he wanted to bring his parents home, so Su Shipa quit his job and returned home to play for 3 months. In the past 3 months, Su Xiaoyu gave the old couple 10,000 yuan of living expenses every month, which they could not spend all in the town, and now they have more than 28,000 yuan left. At this time, Su Xiaoyu came out of the car. Her young and handsome appearance and elegant manners instantly fascinated the ants who were discussing the car just now. Standing 20 meters away from them, several middle-aged women in their 50s were engaged in a heated discussion. "Who is this boy? He is so rich and handsome. Whose child is he? Isn't this from Su Shipa's family? Amelia Sue, I can tell at a glance that she looks pretty much the same as when she was a child. Su Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu is so old now. I haven't seen him for many years. Is he married? Look at this car, he should be doing well. You haven't got a family yet, right? I heard from Xiaolian that she is so worried. She is 31 years old and doesn't even have a partner. Oh, that's such a coincidence. The daughter of our neighbor Dashu is 29 years old and unmarried. She has very high requirements. I think Su Xiaoyu really meets her requirements. I'll go back and talk to her some other day." The person who spoke was named Wang Feng. She was a famous quick talker in the town and specialized in matchmaking. As the aunties were talking, they all gathered around Su Xiaoyu's car. Wang Feng shouted, "Xiaolian, your child is so capable that he even drove a Maybach home." Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaolian didn't even recognize the car. After hearing what Wang Feng said, she responded, "It's not bad. Your family is not bad either. You drive a BMW. How can a BMW compare to this? Wang Fong turned around and asked Su Xiaoyu, preparing to get some basic information so that she could brag about it at Dashu's house. Xiaoyu, do you still recognize me? Amelia Su looked at her carefully for a moment, and finally recognized her. You are Aunt Wang, right? I haven't seen you for a long time, and I almost didn't recognize you. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu still knew her, Wang Fong instantly felt that things had been simplified a lot. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done with acquaintances. Since he still called her Aunt Wang, it proved that he was more obedient to her. Wang Fong immediately asked, what are you doing outside? Your car is worth at least 5 million. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I work in internet technology. You may not understand it very well. It's the kind of artificial intelligence that you often see on your mobile phone, do you know? Chapter 103 Your son is really promising. Wang Fong didn't understand it all and shook her head. It's so profound, it's just internet technology, right? It's something you young people play with. Yes, but we definitely don't have those things in our hometown. Ah, this car is actually not worth 5 million, more than 4 million. Producer. Then you must make a lot of money outside in a year. A car worth more than 4 million yuan. No one in our small town has such a good car. Wang Fong kept praising Su Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaolian and Su Shipa were so happy when they heard this that their mouths were crooked. Growing up, their family's reputation among the neighbors was just 2 words, poverty. Su Shipa couldn't make money, and Lu Xiaolian lived the life of the lowest class of people with him. Su Xiaoyu grew up in such a family. He was admitted to a top university and became a programmer earning more than 10,000 yuan a month. He is considered a promising child. Now he can drive such a nice car home, which makes the couple proud. Su Xiaoyu said, there is no way to say this, the company's performance. The other aunts were also praising Amelia Su. Xiaolian, Shipa, you two are really enjoying your life now, your son is so proud. Lu Xiaolian was so happy that she couldn't stop talking. She had never been so happy in her life. Look at what you said, Xiaoyu is embarrassed, ha. In fact, Su Xiaoyu didn't feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he felt very embarrassed because he had been labeled as poor for so many years. He had long wanted to stand out and stand above those rich people. It's just that they can't be so high profile on the surface. Lu Xiaolian and Su Shipa are not such high profile people, so they are both humble. Okay, let's stop talking and go back. Xiaoyu, where are your things? Su Shipa asked. Su Xiaoyu saw that everyone was chatting here, so she directly called them to her house to eat. You haven't eaten yet, come to my house to eat. Wen Bing, Wang Fong, and Yinbao, all of you come to my house to eat. At noon today, Lu Xiaolian cooked a lot of dishes, thinking that she would have less time to spend in her hometown and would see her blind dates less and less. A few people declined because they had something else to do, and the others came to Su Xiaoyu's house and had lunch. After dinner, Su Shipa was chatting with some adults, while Su Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaolian were washing dishes in the kitchen. They also talked about their plans after going to the Magic City. Because on the phone, Su Xiaoyu only gave a general account of the situation. After the couple arrived in the Magic City, they had no specific arrangements for what to do every day. Lu Xiaolian was the poor thinking of the older generation. It was definitely not okay to ask them to not work every day and just spend money. I have to find a class to attend, or start some business. Lu Xiaolian is in charge of all family matters. Once she makes up her mind, she just needs to notify Su Shipa. Su Xiaoyu said, actually, I want you and Dad to stop working. Anyway, I give you 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses, so you can eat, drink and have fun as much as possible. Lu Xiaolian said, no, if you really have money, let us live in the Magic City, then let us do some small business. Your father and I have always wanted to open a store. We had this dream when we were young, but we never had the money. Now, if you have money, just let us open a restaurant. Su Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and immediately agreed, sure, haven't you wanted to open a fish meal shop for a long time? Well, let's go to the Magic City to open one and pick up your craftsmanship. You haven't done it for many years. Lu Xiaolian smiled and shook her head, about 10 years. Su Xiaoyu's thoughts suddenly went back to more than 10 years ago. At that time, Su Xiaoyu was still very young and her family was very poor. Lu Xiaolian and several of her classmates went to learn the technology of making fish meal, saying that they would come back to open a shop, but Su Shipa was a worker. At the end of the year, in addition to supporting the family, they also had to pay for Su Xiaoyu's schooling, and there was no money for Lu Xiaolian to open a store, so they temporarily gave up the idea of opening a store and decided to continue working and open it later when they had saved enough money. However, things did not go as planned. The next year, Su Shipa had a career, but could not find a stable job. At that time, Su Xiaoyu was already in high school. The pressure of tuition and living expenses was very high. Su Shipa could hardly support himself, and Lu Xiaolian was also. I started working outside this year. This lasted for 6 years until Su Xiaoyu graduated from university and started working. They finally felt relieved. However, they had to face the problem of Su Xiaoyu finding a partner to marry. They were reluctant to open a store, so they gave up the idea of opening a store. The money they earned was not enough to support the town. After buying a house, Su Xiaoyu earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. She lives a stable life and pays off her mortgage every month, which is relatively harmonious. Later, Su Xiaoyu flattered Wang Jing, and Lu Xiaolian felt even more at ease. She thought that since they were old, they would no longer consider doing business and just live like this. If they made a loss, Su Xiaoyu might not even have the money to marry a wife. However, the dream of starting a business and opening a fish meal shop has always been in Lu Xiaolian's heart. It was just because of life's pressure that she had to give it up. Now that she has the conditions, Su Xiaoyu also knows that helping her mother realize this dream is more useful than giving her any money. So, Su Xiaoyu said on the spot, "I will call my friend right now and ask him to help find a good shop." Lu Xiaolian quickly said, "Don't be so anxious." Su Xiaoyu seemed quite anxious. "Of course we have to hurry up. The shops in the Magic City are not as easy to find as those in our small town. If we don't look for them now, we may not know if they will be available when we get there. It's better to hurry up sooner rather than later." "Okay then, I'll discuss it with your dad right away." After washing the dishes, Amelia Su and Lu Xiaolian returned to the living room. At this time, several villagers who had finished their meal in the living room had left. Only Wen Bing and Su Shipa were still chatting. After seeing the two of them come out, Wen Bing asked, "Su Xiaoyu, I heard that you were going to take your parents back to Shanghai to live. I won't be able to see your family in the future?" "Ha ha ha ha." Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "We still have to come back during the holidays. Our relatives and friends are all in our hometown. It's impossible for us to never come back. By the way, Dad, after we get to Shanghai, I'll arrange a shop for you to make fish meal. Didn't Mom always want to make fish meal?" Su Xiaoyu said to them, "Back then, our family had no money and couldn't open a shop. You gave up your dream of opening a shop to support my schooling. Now I, your son, have money. You can open a fish meal shop as big as you want." When Bing heard this and clapped his hands excitedly, "Ha, not bad, not bad. This child has a promising future. He's nothing like the kid from Lu Xiaohua's family, who was a prodigal son." Chapter 104, Use Your ID Card. Lu Xiaolian was moved to tears by Su Xiaoyu's words just now. Now she heard Wen Bing talking about her sister's child. She immediately came to her senses. While no one was paying attention, she secretly wiped away her tears and said, "His family is rich. The child has a good starting point, which is different from us ordinary people." Even at this time, Lu Xiaolian was still unwilling to say bad things about Lu Xiaohua's children. But Wen Bing and Su Shipa were very close. He knew that Lu Xiaohua and her husband Xia Baojun looked down on Su Shipa's family. So when he heard Lu Xiaolian still defending Lu Xiaohua's child, he couldn't stand it. If it wasn't because it wasn't his family's business, he would have cursed at her. When it came to matters between relatives, Wen Bing also knew how to nag casually, "You are such a generous person. It seems that Xia Wei has started working in a factory recently. I heard it's an electronics factory. He has just been promoted to supervisor in the factory and is in charge of more than 20 people. That's not bad," Su Shipa said. When Bing was a little bit unconvinced, his eyes widened. "A person like this can change? I really didn't expect that he could work down to earth. It's really like the sun rising from the west." When Bing's face was full of disbelief, which surprised Su Xiaoyu. He asked, "Where does Xia Wei work?" Su Shipa explained, "I heard there is an electronics factory in Jiangling, called Nantian Information." When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she was immediately shocked. "Nantian Information? This company's headquarters is in Shanghai. I know that they make artificial intelligence robots, right?" Su Shipa nodded, and suddenly remembered what Xia Baojun had said about Xia Wei's job. Yes, it seems that he makes robots. Then I know. I dare not say anything else, but I know Nantian Information too well. Their company's computing power is entirely supplied by our company. We have a cooperative relationship, Su Xiaoyu said. It seems that he and his cousin Xiaowei are traveling together this time. What a narrow road the enemies meet. But there is no other way. His cousin is getting married, and as such a close relative, it would be awkward for him not to go, so he has to go to the wedding tomorrow. Okay, I'll go too. Shipa, Xiaolian, when are you leaving? Wen Bing suddenly stood up and prepared to leave. Su Shipa said, I'm definitely not leaving tomorrow, how about the day after tomorrow? After saying that, he looked at Amelia Su, and Amelia Su didn't care now, he could leave any day, I don't care, what is wrong, Uncle Wen Bing? You have finally reunited as a family. Come to my house for dinner the day after tomorrow and then leave the day after tomorrow. There is no rush anyway. Wen Bing said. Su Shipa could not refuse such a kind offer, so he agreed, okay, then we will go to your house when the time comes. It's settled then, I'm going back first. Okay. Su Shipa said and was about to go out to see him off, but Wen Bing pushed him back, no need to see him off. We are so familiar with each other, why would you see him off? In the evening, Su Xiaoyu called Huang Yuding in the company and asked her to arrange someone to find a shop of about 200 to 300 square meters for Su Xiaoyu's parents to run the fish meal business. After making the arrangements there, Su Xiaoyu discussed the name of the store with her parents while having dinner. Look, how about calling this shop Su Ji Fish Powder? Su Xiaoyu asked. Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian both nodded and said, sure. Okay, then I will ask someone to register and get the business license first, and then find a decoration company to do the renovation. We will try to open it within 1 month. You must teach your employees well by then. I have found you a store of about 200 square meters, which is more than the two of you can handle. Su Xiaoyu said immediately. Then, Su Xiaoyu immediately sent a message to Huang Yuding, asking her to prepare to apply for a business license tomorrow. Huang Yuding asked, whose name is this business license in? Su Xiaoyu thought that she could only use Huang Yuding's ID card to apply for one first. The name on the business license and the owner's name did not have to be the same. In the future, the store's profits would still belong to Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian. By the time Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian returned to the Magic City, it would be the day after tomorrow. This would delay them for another 3 days, which was not cost-effective. There was no need to waste these 3 days. Su Xiaoyu is now looking forward to the opening of the fish meal shop tomorrow. Use your identity to register one, and call it Su Ji Fish Meal. Don't make a mistake. By the way, the 3-point fish is not fish. Huang Yuding was a little shocked. Use my ID card to do it? That's right, it's nothing to get a business license, that's what I said. Amelia Su's indifferent attitude made Huang Yuding completely speechless, so she had to do as Amelia Su asked, okay. After Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding finished communicating, she clapped her hands and said to her parents, okay, I have arranged for someone to register for a business license tomorrow. After finding a store, we will start decorating it immediately. After the decoration is completed, we will register for a business license, and then we can open the business. That's great. We can finally do business. You are happy now, right? Su Shipa said with a smile. Lu Xiaolian felt a little regretful, but also a little happy. She recalled that when she first wanted to make fish powder, she was only in her 30s. Now she is 50, and she is really old and ugly. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. I didn't expect that I would still have the opportunity to start a business at such an old age. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. There are many people in their 50s and 60s doing business outside, and haven't you seen the news? The President of the United States is an old man in his 70s or 80s. Compared with them, you are considered young people. Now, Lu Xiaolian felt completely at peace. She was in an extremely good mood and slept soundly at night. Time passed quickly and it was noon of the next day. Xiaowei's wedding was to start at 3 p.m., so Su Xiaoyu was also preparing to go there. According to the information Lu Xiaolian had obtained, they were holding the wedding in an open-air venue and the banquet was also held outside. The scenery was very beautiful and many people arrived early. Su Xiaoyu said, then I'll go first, the address is the Brilliant Hotel, right? That's right, go ahead and don't feel pressured. You're just going to make up the numbers anyway, so don't worry about what others say. Lu Xiaolian said. Amelia Su directly picked up the car keys and went out. Got it. It only took 30 minutes to drive from the town to the city, and Su Xiaoyu soon arrived at the Brilliant Hotel. This splendid hotel is the most famous hotel in my hometown, and it is also the top-level consumption place. However, its level is the top level in my hometown. It is just an ordinary level in Shanghai. It does not mean that only the top rich people can afford it. As long as you have a better financial situation, you can afford it if you grit your teeth. Lu Xiaohe and Xia Baojun chose to have their banquet and hold their wedding here for the sake of face and to show off their financial strength. Chapter 105. Are they still relatives? Generally speaking, in Su Xiaoyu's hometown, after collecting wedding gifts and holding the wedding banquet, one can still make a profit in the end, but it is obvious that Xia Wei may have to pay for this wedding out of his own pocket. They would rather spend money than lose face. This is the difference between Lu Xiaohe and Lu Xiaolian. The environment of the hotel is really good. As soon as Su Xiaoyu arrived here, she felt the luxury which was different from other hotels in her hometown. It was even comparable to the Magic Hotel. Hotels of this level were indeed rare in her hometown. It was still early before the banquet started, so people were coming and going in the hotel. Everyone was talking and laughing and greeting each other. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to disturb anyone, so she just wanted to be a nobody and go back after the banquet. There is a lake next to their wedding venue. There are various fountains in the lake for customers to enjoy. The flowers and plants on the lake are also very beautiful. Many people went to the lake to take photos and check in before the banquet started. There was another group of people, the main group, sitting at the table, chatting while waiting for the meal to start. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was walking to the scene and saw Xia Wei, who was responsible for welcoming the guests, and her marriage partner. However, Su Xiaoyu did not know the girl, so he just greeted his cousin Xia Wei. "Cousin, congratulations, happy wedding." Su Xiaoyu had already paid his share of the money, so he didn't bring anything with him when he came here. The others naturally brought nothing with them, but Xia Wei seemed to treat Su Xiaoyu differently. When he saw Su Xiaoyu coming to the door without bringing anything, he immediately said, "Su Xiaoyu, long time no see. I heard that you are doing well outside and you are driving a Maybach?" At first, Su Xiaoyu thought Xia Wei was being polite to him, so she smiled and shook her head and said, No, it's just so. I don't think you are that kind of person. You came to my wedding with nothing in your hands, and you still have the nerve to say that you are doing well now? I think you are just bragging, right? Xia Wei said immediately in an unconvinced manner. The girl next to him was a little surprised. How come when these two cousins met, they didn't look like relatives at all, but rather more like enemies? Su Xiaoyu saw that Xia Wei was not pretending with him, so he stopped pretending and asked back immediately, "What do you mean by that? I have never heard of bringing things to a wedding. Has the rule in our hometown changed?" Xia Wei shook his head and smiled, and immediately explained, "No, none of my other guests brought gifts, but they are different from you. You are a well-known big shot now. You have your own company, drive a Maybach, and have a house in Shanghai. You are so rich, how can you be like others and go empty-handed?" As they were talking, two people came over. Both of them were elders who were about the same age as Su Xiaoyu's parents. They were Lu Xiaohe and Xia Baojun, Su Xiaoyu's aunt and uncle. Now Su Xiaoyu was about to find a place to sit. She didn't want to pay attention to Xia Wei, but she had to say hello when she met an elder. "Aunt, uncle. I thought the elders would be more polite." Even if they looked down on Su Xiaoyu's family in the past, it was impossible for them to be unhappy at the wedding now that their son was getting married. Unexpectedly, the two of them were the same as Xia Wei, and they even mocked him. "Oh, Su Xiaoyu, why are you here?" Su Xiaoyu was puzzled by the question, and asked back, "Didn't you send the invitation? And we also gave the members money." Lu Xiaohe laughed loudly, and in front of so many people, she didn't give Su Xiaoyu any face at all. "Ha, you really came when I sent you an invitation. Besides, look at how much money Mom gave you, 500 yuan for the gift. Do you know how much a table of banquets here costs? Do you know how much a table of dishes here costs? Have you calculated it? You want to spend 500 yuan to eat and drink for free." Su Xiaoyu was stunned. As the saying goes, good friends are closer than relatives, and bad relatives are worse than enemies. Today he finally saw it. He really had wasted his time calling this aunt and uncle-in-law for so many years. Before Amelia Su could speak, Xia Wei curled his lips again and said with disdain, "I really don't have the nerve to tell you not to come. The little money you gave is not enough to qualify for this seat. If everyone is like your family, then I will lose a lot of money. I am getting married for charity. I invite you to eat and drink for free?" Su Xiaoyu finally couldn't help it and refuted Xia Wei. "Then according to you, how much money should be given? You have to pay at least 2 or 3,000 yuan. Wei Wei said, holding up 2 fingers. Su Xiaoyu laughed angrily, 2 or 3,000? You really think it's a beautiful thing? According to your calculation, as long as you get married a few more times and make money every time you hold a wedding banquet, you can make a fortune from this, right? Xia Wei was originally smiling, but when he heard Amelia Su say that, implying that he would get divorced in the future, it was an unlucky language, and he immediately flew into a rage. Amelia Su, what did you say? You dare to curse me, believe it or not, I will kick you out. Xia Baojun also said, Su Xiaoyu, I think you are a relative of ours, and your mother and your aunt are sisters, so I won't pursue what you said just now. If you take out 2,000 yuan right now, you can sit down and eat. Otherwise, leave quickly. Poor relatives like you are not welcome here. Do you understand? It was impossible for Su Xiaoyu to pay another 2,000 yuan. His purpose was just to have a wedding banquet. It seems that I will definitely be treated differently today. I wonder if the dishes here are made of gold, or is the wine made of gold? Each person pays 2,000 yuan as a member fee, so wouldn't the whole table cost 20,000 or 30,000 yuan? Don't worry about it. I just ask you whether you will give it to me or not. Xia Wei continued to ask after Xia Baojun's words. Su Xiaoyu said, my brain is broken. I gave you 2,000 yuan, and you sent us an invitation, which was a gift to me. I was able to come to the wedding banquet because I gave you enough face. If you didn't welcome me, you shouldn't have sent me an invitation, let alone collected the money. When you collected the money, you didn't complain about it being too little. Now that I'm here to attend the wedding banquet, you complain about it being too little. Who do you think I am? I come if you ask me to come, and I leave if you ask me to leave? Seeing Su Xiaoyu's look, it seemed that she was not going to leave today, nor was she going to add the share money, which made Xia Wei laugh. Su Xiaoyu, who do you think you are? Don't talk about whether you bought a Maybach. Even if it is true, I can afford it. I tell you, my family is very rich. We just didn't go to Shanghai to buy a house. We can afford it if we go there. What are you talking about? How dare you say that? That was bought by your parents. What does it have to do with you? Su Xiaoyu asked back. Chapter 106 Expulsion. I am now working for a listed company, Nantian Information, and I am now a department manager with an annual salary of more than 2 million. I can afford it in 2 years, and I got it with my real ability. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? Su Xiaoyu said, the department director of Nantian Information has an annual salary of 2 million? That's right. This is not like a worker like you. You even bought a house in Shanghai. I think your parents made up this story to lie to us. They just want to praise you so highly. They're afraid that we won't let you enter this hotel. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiuha said in a sharp voice that everyone at the scene could hear. After she finished speaking, she looked around proudly and found that many people turned around to look in her direction, and some even gathered to the left. She was very satisfied that her loud shouting attracted everyone's attention. As long as there were many people watching the fun, Su Xiaoyu would naturally leave in shame. But how could this method possibly defeat Su Xiaoyu? When I was working in Shanghai, I was dumped by my clients, my boss, and my manager. That humiliation was really hard to resist. Now, Xia Wei's family is just throwing dirty water on me and deliberately making me a laughingstock. What's so unbearable about this? Besides, not everyone here believes what Lu Xiuha said. There are still many people who are relatively objective. They are all discussing with you why Lu Xiuha's family has this attitude towards their relatives. Lu Xiuha naturally heard their discussion, but she chose to ignore it and continued to attack Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyu's family. Also, you said you wanted to take your parents to live in Shanghai. I think it's because you're afraid that they will lose face in their hometown. All the relatives in your family are richer than your family, so you have no choice but to let them live in a 30 square meter rental house in Shanghai. But you are embarrassed to just say it, afraid of being embarrassed, so you said you bought them a house in Shanghai, deceiving us old family members who will never go to Shanghai in our lifetime, right? Don't think you can fool me with your little knowledge, you are still a little naive. I've seen it today. It turns out that only rich people are relatives, and poor people are nothing. Su Xiaoyu shook her head directly, and she no longer called them aunt, uncle, or cousin. She called the three of them by their names. Whether I'm pretending to be rich or not, whether I don't have real ability, it's actually very easy to prove. Don't talk so much. You can't even take out 2,000 yuan, and you still dare to say that you have a Maybach? What are you bragging about? Lu Xiaohe still took out 2,000 yuan to motivate Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was not fooled at all. Provocation doesn't work on me, so save your energy, Lu Xiaohe. Seeing Su Xiaoyu being so disrespectful, Lu Xiaohe was furious. Su Xiaoyu, you uneducated kid, who told you to talk to your elders like that? Ha? Amelia Su deliberately pretended to be embarrassed. Oh, sorry, at your age, I should call you auntie. What do you mean? Su Xiaoyu. Xia Wei stepped forward and asked. I should be the one asking you what you mean. Su Xiaoyu said, from the time I came here until now, how have you treated me as a relative? Then what kind of relatives do I consider you? Watch your mouth, I'm telling you. Xia Wei pointed at Su Xiaoyu and said. Su Xiaoyu pushed Xia Wei's hand away. Don't point your hand here and there. Then, Su Xiaoyu took out her cell phone and called Yi Nantian, the person in charge of Nantian information. After the call was connected, Yi Nantian immediately asked, Mr. Su, what's the matter? Mr. Yi, are you busy? Su Xiaoyu asked. Yi Nantian said, it's okay. I'm not busy. No matter how busy I am, Mr. Su's business will definitely be the first one. Haha, since we started working together, I rarely see you in person, Mr. Su, and I haven't called you. Now that you finally called me, of course we have to have a good chat. Xia Wei, Lu Xiaohe and Xia Baojun saw Su Xiaoyu making a phone call with a smile on his face and thought that Su Xiaoyu was pretending. In fact, he was just making a casual call and acted like he was a big boss. Amelia Su continued, I want to ask Mr. Yi about one thing. Is there a person named Xia Wei in your company? Yi Nantian said, I'm not sure about this. Why are you asking this? I still want to know his information now. Can you help me ask him? He is the department head of your factory. Su Xiaoyu asked. Yi Nantian sensed Su Xiaoyu's anxiety and immediately asked the staff around him. He learned that Xia Wei was indeed a department head with more than 20 people under him, and these 20 people were in charge of more than 100 people. Su Xiaoxing, I found out. This Xia Wei is your cousin, right? I heard from them. Yi Nantian immediately asked Su Xiaoyu. Amelia Su was stunned. Everyone in your company knows that he is my relative? Yes, the head of our department resigned, and we chose a new one. The HR manager said that Xia Wei is Mr. Su's cousin, and Mr. Su is the most important partner of Nantian Information, so the position of head will definitely be given to him. Yi Nantian explained. Su Xiaoyu was even more angry. She didn't expect that because of the relationship between her name and Xia Wei, she had secretly helped Xia Wei. But today Xia Wei thought that it was a position he got with his own ability. It was really ironic. He immediately said, although this person is my relative, we no longer have any family relationship. Mr. Yi, you should immediately remove Xia Wei from his supervisory position. It would be best if you fire him. After hearing this, Yi Nantian agreed immediately, because he didn't like Xia Wei at all. None of the team leaders in that department liked Xia Wei either. However, they all thought that Su Xiaoyu forced him to be the supervisor, so they didn't dare to say it out loud even though they were not convinced. After Yi Nantian hung up the phone, he immediately gave an order to the manager of their Nantian Information Human Resources Department, Manager Lu, immediately remove Xia Wei from his position and fire him. This is the original intention of Su Xiaoyu, the boss of Huaxing Technology, and there must be no mistake. Lu Di, the HR manager, was stunned. He had dreamed of firing Xia Wei, but he never expected that this day would actually become a reality. So he immediately sent a notice to the department's work group, and also sent a notice of termination of the labor contract to Xia Wei himself. The people in Xia Wei's department were working in the workshop at this time. Suddenly, a team leader ran over and said to them, big news, big news. What big news is this? Why are you making such a fuss? Our supervisor Xia Wei was fired, huh? What? Xia Wei was fired. That's great. Ha 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 ha. The whole workshop went crazy. Each of them had endured Xia Wei for a long time, and now they felt like they were financially free. Chapter 107-107. Sorry, I was wrong. At the wedding scene, Xia Wei's cell phone rang. Seeing the WeChat message on his phone, Xia Wei didn't know what was going on. He smiled and said to Lu Xiaolian beside him, the message from the company workgroup should be that there is something that needs my decision again. They are just annoying, there is nothing I can do. Lu Xiaolian deliberately glanced at Amelia Su to attract his attention, and then said, there is no way, you are the supervisor, you can't ignore the company's affairs. Su Xiaoyu smiled without saying anything, watching Xiaowei open the group message. The bride was standing aside and came over to look at Xiaowei's phone, because she and Xiaowei were colleagues and also worked at Nantian Information. She was also very curious about whether the things in the company were related to her. The bride was also a little impatient, because their company had a lot of things to do. Every time they went on vacation, someone would call or send messages to ask questions, making it impossible for them to have fun. Xiaowei, from now on, you will officially terminate your labor relationship with Nantian Information Company, Limited. The company will compensate you for 2 months' salary. Thank you for your cooperation. The lines of text pierced into Xiaowei's heart like a knife. His expression was as if he was poisoned and he looked extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Xiaowei's expression, the bride quickly snatched the phone away to see what was going on. She was shocked and said hesitantly, Xiaowei, you were fired? Xiaowei didn't say anything for a long time, just staring at his phone blankly, feeling mixed emotions. Finally, after a minute, Xiaowei muttered to himself, impossible, impossible, Su Xiaoyu, you can even order our Nantian Information's Human Resources Department around, who are you? Su Xiaoyu said expressionlessly, I am just an ordinary person. I can't deploy anyone. All your results are your own fault. If you really have outstanding workability and make great contributions to the production of Nantian Information, will they fire you because of my words? Xiaowei was speechless. He had just said that Su Xiaoyu was a loser, and his parents had publicized that every word he said was to save face for Su Xiaoyu, and it was all lies. Now he thinks Su Xiaoyu was awesome just because he was fired. He himself felt that he was contradicting himself. The truth is indeed as Su Xiaoyu said. Who would fire their own company's employees because of a word from an outsider? Su Xiaoyu asked them to fire, and they fired. Wouldn't Nantian Information become Su Xiaoyu's family company? But at least one thing can be shown, Amelia Su's words are very important in their hearts. Even if Xiaowei is an incompetent supervisor in the eyes of everyone in the company, why didn't they fire Xiaowei before Amelia Su made this call? Since Xiaowei is so bad, why didn't Tiu choose someone else as the supervisor? All kinds of problems troubled Xiaowei and gave him a headache. Lu Xiuha next to him also felt that the matter was too sudden. This poor relative Su Xiaoyu in front of them was so powerful that she could get her son fired from the company. Lu Xiuha asked, Su Xiaoyu, don't be so heartless. At least we are still relatives. Xia Baojun also realized that he had offended a very powerful relative, so he immediately changed his attitude and began to plead. If Xiaowei was fired by the company, he would have to rely on his parents for support in the future, which was definitely not acceptable. The girl was willing to marry him mainly because of Xiaowei's job with an annual salary of 2 million, not because of his parents' face. Xiaoyu, we were just joking with you just now. It was all a misunderstanding. Ha, it was just a misunderstanding. Xia Baojun said with a grin. Su Xiaoyu said with a smile, misunderstanding? Are you kidding me? I knew when I was a few years old that your family looked down on our family the most, and you even specially lured other relatives to isolate our family. How many times have we been in danger? Not only did you not help us, but you also mocked and added insult to injury. Is this also a joke? Su Xiaoyu's tone slowly changed from calm to angry, and her aura suddenly came over. The Xia family, who had been so high and mighty just now looked servile, especially Xia Baojun. He really couldn't bear to see Xiaowei's marriage ruined like this, and the person who ruined his marriage was a relative whom he couldn't afford to offend. Xiaoyu, it's all your uncle's fault. Please show some mercy to him because today is Xiaowei's wedding and ask them not to fire him, okay? Xia Baojun's words were not very direct, but smart people should be able to understand. What he meant was that if Xiaowei lost this job, his girlfriend would leave him. Su Xiaoyu asked Xiaowei in return, Xiaowei, Nantian Information gave you this position because of my face. Otherwise, you can only dream of being a supervisor. I really didn't expect you to repay kindness with hatred. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also insulted my parents in front of so many people. What's even more ridiculous is that you actually think you got it by your own ability. What ability do you have? Ha? Xiaowei knew that it was useless to be tough, and now he could only ask Su Xiaoyu for forgiveness to save his job. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's my fault. If I knew you were so powerful, how could I say such nonsense? Look, doesn't the saying say that ignorance is not a crime? Please let me off this time, okay? Su Xiaoyu shook her head, you should finish the wedding honestly and think about finding other jobs in the future. It's best not to look down on others. I have made up my mind, so don't nag me anymore. Seeing that the bride had no intention of regretting her decision, Xia Baojun quickly persuaded Xia Wei and Lu Xiaohe not to delay the wedding. Then don't say anymore. We can talk about work later. Our wedding cannot be delayed. Let's get ready. Later, Xia Wei understood what his father meant and quickly got married, lest the bride wake up and regret it later. Then everything would be over. Lu Xiaohe and Xia Baojun continued to entertain the guests, and when Su Xiaoyu saw them leave and the crowd dispersed, she went straight to the lake for a walk. Xia Wei and the bride continued to greet guests at the entrance of the venue, as if nothing had happened just now. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu had already vented her anger about the Xia family's insult to the Su family. It was enough to embarrass Xia Wei in front of so many people. As for Xia Wei's wedding, he didn't want to ruin it, and even more didn't want to be the sinner who broke up someone else's marriage. So now Su Xiaoyu has been taking pictures by the lake and sending them to her mother to prove that she has been waiting here. While waiting for the meal to start, Huang Yuding sent a message saying that the business license had been successfully processed and it would take 7 working days to get the license. Su Xiaoyu also told Lu Xiolian the news. Chapter 108-108 At least let him die with understanding. Time passed very slowly and finally it was 16:30 and the meal officially started. There are 20 tables in total, divided into superior seats and ordinary seats. The superior seats are mainly for more important guests. There are 2 tables in total. One table is for older elders, and the other table is for younger but more distinguished people, such as the son of the local leader, company bosses, and major clients of the Xia family's business, etc. The ordinary tables are occupied by ordinary relatives and neighbors, Xia Wei's classmates, colleagues, the bride's best friends, classmates, colleagues, etc. Of course, there were other relatives that Su Xiaoyu knew here. He just found an ordinary seat and sat down, wanting to have a quiet meal and then leave. But just as he sat down, he saw Lu Xiaohe and Xia Wei, mother and son, coming over. The two of them smiled and said kindly, "Xiaoyu, how can you sit here? Go sit in the upper seat over there. This is for ordinary people." Su Xiaoyu felt that it didn't matter where she sat, and she was a little uncomfortable sitting with those big leaders, so she refused directly. "Forget it, let's leave those seats for them. I'll just have a meal, just don't chase me away." "Ha, Xiaoyu, you are joking. Why would we chase you away? Just eat and drink well. If you have anything, tell your aunt." Lu Xiaohe said a lot of polite words and then pulled Xia Wei away. The food at this banquet was really good, worthy of being the most famous and expensive hotel in their city. After the meal, Su Xiaoyu directly picked up her gift bag and went back. When he went back, he just left secretly without saying goodbye to the people from the Xia family. At 19:10, after arriving home, Su Xiaoyu gave the gift package to Su Shipa. There were 2 packs of cigarettes in it, which Su Xiaoyu could not use, but only Su Shipa smoked, so she gave them to him. "Dad, you should smoke less. As you get older, it's best to quit smoking," Su Xiaoyu said. Su Shipa nodded. "Okay, I don't smoke as much as before, I will slowly quit in the future." Su Xiaoyu continued, "Remember what you said. Don't get sick when the time comes. It will be troublesome. I have so much money now. I hope you can maintain a good body and enjoy a few more years of family happiness." Seeing the father and son chatting, Lu Xiaolian also ran over. She first asked about how the wedding was going today. "The wedding over there was pretty good, it's the largest hotel in our city." Amelia Su still approved of this wedding, and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, it can't be compared with the devil, but it's pretty good in my hometown." "Then your future wedding must be more grand and more exciting than his," Lu Xiaolian said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu immediately said, "That is for sure." Su Xiaoyu did not mention a word about the unpleasant things that happened with the Xia family today, because she was afraid that her parents would feel uncomfortable. After that, she prepared to take a shower and go to bed. But just as Amelia Su was about to leave, Lu Xiaolian stopped her. "Wait a minute, I have something to tell you." Su Xiaoyu asked hurriedly, "What is the matter?" "Aunt Wang told me today that she has introduced a blind date to you. She is the daughter of the Dashu family, who I used as an excuse. I heard she is very beautiful, but she has high standards and has not been able to find a partner. I am embarrassed to refuse, so you can go and take a look." Amelia Su was simply speechless. "Mom, what you mean is that you don't like it either, and you still want me to go and see it?" She was introduced by an acquaintance. Besides, who knows about fate? What if you just like her type? Wouldn't you miss out if you don't take a look? This also makes sense. With Su Xiaoyu's current conditions, finding a girlfriend is as easy as sprinkling water. She still doesn't know what kind of girl she wants to find, so it doesn't hurt to just go and take a look. Anyway, he won't leave tomorrow, and he has to go to Wenbing's house for dinner in the evening, so just treat it as killing time, okay? But if I don't like it, I won't save face. What you said is true. My son has become successful now and he can't be picked and chosen by those girls. Lu Xiaolian strongly supported Su Xiaoyu's attitude. At the same time, at Dashu's house. In a pink-decorated room, Dashu's daughter Qin Yuan was chatting with a close friend. Both of them looked at Su Xiaoyu's photo for a long time, trying to figure out what kind of person Su Xiaoyu was. Aunt Wang Fong got this photo of Su Xiaoyu when she was working part-time from Lu Xiaolian. She looked poor, had no taste in clothes, and had her hair flat on her head, looking very lazy. One, look at Su Xiaoyu. Does she look like the type of person Aunt Wang described, someone who is so powerful that she is about to reach the sky? She even drives a Maybach and buys a house in Shanghai. She doesn't look like that at all. Chen Yuan asked. This Chen Yuan is plump, about 165 centimeters tall, wearing a black tight sweater. Her figure is so proud that it is almost fatal. Sitting next to her is her best friend Tangwen, who has long legs. Her figure is not as plump as Chen Yuan, but also very sexy, otherwise they would not be best friends. Tangwen also shook her head in disappointment at Su Xiaoyu's photo. I think it's fake. Now there are Maybachs that cost more than 1 million, and some cost 4 or 5 million. If you can earn 20,000 or 30,000 a month working in Shanghai, you can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars after working for a few years and pay a down payment to buy one, but it's useless. You still have to pay the car loan. As for whether Shanghai has bought a house, how do we know? When they come for a blind date, they can't bring the property certificate to show us, so everything is just talk. It looks like some false information again. Why can't we have a sincere blind date these days? I'm convinced. Chen Yuan agreed with Tangwen's analysis and was completely disappointed. Tangwen said, then let's just meet casually and be perfunctory, and then we can go have fun. Okay, at least let them die knowingly, said Chen Yuan. The next morning. After Su Xiaoyu got up, he put on his best clothes and styled his hair to look very neat and handsome. Although he didn't know if they would be compatible, he wanted to at least make it pleasing to the eye. He would never do anything that was sloppy and disrespectful. Okay, I'm going. Since it was a long way from here to Dashu's house on the street, Su Xiaoyu could only drive there. Firstly, it is convenient, and secondly, it gives you extra points. In this day and age, economic strength is really a factor that cannot be ignored. There is no way around it. The street is the most prosperous place in the town. Basically 80% of the consumption places are concentrated here, so Wang Fong arranged the blind date to be held in a restaurant downstairs from Dashu's house. Chapter 109-109. Just because you say so, I will believe it? This restaurant is one of the better ones in the town. The decoration inside is very presentable. Girls from my hometown usually like to come here to eat. It was for this reason that Wang Fong chose to have a blind date here. Because the house was just downstairs from Chen Yuan's, she and her best friend Tangwen came down very early. Since they were waiting anyway, they ordered a few drinks and chatted while drinking. Not long after, Su Xiaoyu arrived. He walked into the hotel door at exactly the agreed time of 11 o'clock. There were not many people coming to have lunch at this time, only a few guests, and most of the seats were empty. There were 2 girls sitting on a seat in front of her. They looked like people from a big city and were obviously not in harmony with the countryside atmosphere. Su Xiaoyu was sure that they were them, so she walked straight over. Hello, both of you. Are you here for a blind date introduced by Aunt Wang? Tangwen and Chen Yuan looked up and saw that the man in front of them did not look as sloppy as in the photo. Instead, he was a clean-cut and handsome young man. After Su Xiaoyu greeted her, Chen Yuan responded, yes, please sit down. Chen Yuan was still very polite in his words, but it could be seen from his javelin that he did not have a very good impression of Su Xiaoyu. The main reason was that he did not know much about Su Xiaoyu's worth. If he really looked like Aunt Wang Fong lost so well, and with her current looks, Chen Yuan must have fallen in love with her. At the moment, she is only satisfied with Su Xiaoyu's looks. Hey, this is your blind date. She's pretty good looking. Tangwen whispered in Chen Yuan's ear. Chen Yuan nodded without saying anything, and then said to Su Xiaoyu, your name is Su Xiaoyu, right? Aunt Wang has already told me about your situation, but I am a person who speaks directly. If you are really that good, how could you be single and have to resort to blind dating? Su Xiaoyu smiled and asked directly, then why did you fall to the level of blind date, right? Chen Yuan also laughed, isn't this normal? Because I haven't met the right person. I'm a woman, so of course I choose men, not men who choose me. Hearing this, if it was half a year ago, Su Xiaoyu might agree very much, because in a country like China where there are more men than women, under equal conditions, women do choose men. But what time is it now? Su Xiaoyu had already obtained the blessing of the system and became a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. His self-confidence was of course much stronger than before. He faced the girls' questions calmly and did not feel guilty at all. Su Xiaoyu sat opposite the two girls. Her every move revealed her elegant temperament. She was different from the blind dates Chen Yuan usually had in her hometown. They either smoked or drank, or liked to brag and speak with a lot of swear words. But Su Xiaoyu was different. She was used to living in big cities, so her conversation was a little more sophisticated. But in Chen Yuan's eyes, all his actions were fake, because she believed that men all like to pretend. You are kidding, right? Who would leave their company behind when they go out? How do you want me to prove it? Su Xiaoyu asked again. Chen Yuan curled her lips, rolled her eyes and said, I knew you would say that. Every blind date partner, as long as the introducer says the conditions are good, will say that they can't prove it. They say things like, do I need to bring my company contract with me when I go on a blind date? Do I need to keep my property certificate with me when I believe in it? Do I need to bring my car purchase contract with me when I go on a blind date? In fact, they are all fake. Anything that can't be proven is fake. Amelia Su didn't indulge her either. It seems that you have been on quite a few blind dates. What kind of weird ones have you seen? Chen Yuan was a little unhappy. She felt that Su Xiaoyu had something else in her words. What do you mean? Tang Wen also said, yeah, what do you mean? You don't like blind dates, do you? You think Yuan can't get married, so you want to go on a blind date, right? It's nothing. It's not a shame to go on too many blind dates. Why don't you let people talk about it? Didn't 80% to 90% of our parents' generation go on blind dates? Su Xiaoyu said, if I looked down on blind dates, I wouldn't be here today. What I really hate is people looking down on others. These 5 words were very strong, almost like a direct blow to her face. How could Chen Yuan not be angry? She clenched her fists and said angrily, okay, then let's stop talking nonsense and get back to the point. Do you have a house? Chen Yuan spoke very quickly, and Su Xiaoyu basically had no time to react, but he was very generous and not at all low-key, yes. Oh? Full payment or mortgage? Pay in full, in the center of Shanghai, 10 million for each unit. I bought 2 units in total, one for me and my future wife and children, and the other for my parents. Are you satisfied? Su Xiaoyu spoke in one breath without pausing. But could Chen Yuan just believe it? Obviously not. She said, I will believe it if you say it. Su Xiaoyu said, don't disbelieve me, I really brought the property certificate with me. After saying that, he took out the property certificates of the 2 houses from his bag, one on the left and one on the right, placed them on the table facing Chen Yuan, and gently pushed them over. Chen Yuan and Tang Wen looked at each other, and both of them picked up the property certificate in disbelief, then opened it and took a look. Homeowner, Su Xiaoyu, this is really your house, paid in full. After Chen Yuan finished reading her own book, she put it on the table and turned to look at the one in Tang Wen's hand. The owner of that book was written as Su Shipa, which means it was bought in the name of Su Xiaoyu's father. Because of Su Xiaoyu's current status, he can only buy one house in Shanghai. How is it? Is it okay now? Su Xiaoyu asked. That's enough. I'll give them back to you. Chen Yuan gave both property certificates to Su Xiaoyu. Her mood was completely different from before. There was a hint of peach blossom in her eyes when she looked at Su Xiaoyu. Since he already had a house in Shanghai, she was even more curious about his other conditions, so she asked again, then, do you have a car? Su Xiaoyu asked quickly and answered, Maybach S680, do you know cars? Chen Yuan and Tang Wen didn't quite understand, because the people in their hometown were the same, they only knew Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi, and basically didn't know the others, so they both shook their heads and said, I don't quite understand, is there a Mercedes-Benz in that Maybach? Su Xiaoyu explained, Maybach is a model of Mercedes-Benz, specializing in large sedans. It is a luxury model in the Mercedes-Benz series. My 680 is about 4 million yuan, which is 5 to 10 times more expensive than the Mercedes-Benz you usually see on the road. Chapter 110 We are not suitable. After Su Xiaoyu introduced the difference between her car and other cars, Chen Yuanyuan and Tang Wen were stunned. So amazing. Here are the car keys. Su Xiaoyu took out the car keys at lightning speed and put them on the table. I really didn't bring the car purchase contract, and the car was bought in full. If you don't believe me, I can call the 4S store directly now and you will know if you ask. Chen Yuanyuan waved her hands repeatedly. She felt embarrassed. No, I'm sent by the police station to investigate you. He. Do you believe it? Su Xiaoyu asked. Chen Yuanyuan knew that Su Xiaoyu was angry because she had questioned him just now, and was deliberately being so tricky, so she apologized immediately. Handsome guy, just now I didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Then do you have anything else to ask? Su Xiaoyu didn't take it to heart and jumped directly to the next topic and took back the car keys. Tang Wen asked on behalf of Chen Yuanyuan, I heard from Aunt Wan that you run an internet technology company in Shanghai, and you are the big boss of the company, so you must have quite a bit of savings, at least several million? Amelia Su almost laughed out loud. Are you serious or joking? A big boss of a company has a few million in savings. What kind of big boss is this? And in the Magic City? Tang Wen knew that her vision was still too narrow, so she immediately asked again, is that tens of millions? Is it 50 million? Chen Yuanyuan also wanted to know the answer to this question, and stared at Su Xiaoyu's face with wide eyes. Su Xiaoyu thought about it and directly showed them her account balance interface to save time explaining, this is the cash assets and our total assets. The balance of the white card was directly displayed through the mobile banking app. The numbers were clear at a glance and Chen Yuanyuan could see them clearly. Balance, 630 million. More than 600 million? Chen Yuanyuan counted for a long time before confirming that it was more than 600 million, not 60 million. When Tang Wen saw this number, she almost fainted. She was wondering why it was Chen Yuanyuan instead of her who went on a blind date today. Tang Wen already has a partner and is married, but her boyfriend is a worker in a factory in her hometown, earning 5,000 yuan a month, which is just enough to survive in her hometown but not starve to death. Now look at Chen Yuanyuan's blind date. His conditions are simply amazing. If the two of them get together, all the girls in the town will be envious of Chen Yuanyuan. Starting with Tang Wen, they won't be able to sleep at night. After hearing what Chen Yuanyuan said, Su Xiaoyu took the phone again, exited the bank app interface, opened the East Wealth app, and said, that was just a part of my assets. My main assets, and most of my assets, are all in the company's stocks. Stocks? Oh yes, you are the boss of your company and also the major shareholder, right? Chen Yuanyuan asked. Su Xiaoyu nodded. At this time, he had already opened his stock holding interface and showed it to the two girls in front of him. 300 million? Oh no, it's 3 billion? Tang Wen fainted. Chen Yuanyuan saw Tang Wen lying on the table pretending to faint and ignored her. She came over to take a look and found that it was not 300 million, but 3 billion. Since the successful cooperation between Su Xiaoyu and Nantian Information, the stock price has been favored by market institutions in Yuzi, and has been directly driven up to more than 4 billion yuan, a fourfold increase. The total market value of Su Xiaoyu's shares has also increased from more than 900 million yuan at the beginning to 3 billion yuan now. With this net worth, if she were in any city, she would be a perfect match for more than 95% of the girls on blind dates. It is no exaggeration. However, Su Xiaoyu was able to sit down and chat with Chen Yuanyuan until now. Chen Yuanyuan felt that Su Xiaoyu must be the kind of person who did not forget her roots. She must find a partner in her hometown, and there are very few girls of Su Xiaoyu's age who are not married in her hometown. So Chen Yuanyuan felt that her hope was still great, so she asked further, okay, I promise you. Su Xiaoyu was not mentally prepared at all, so he was forced to agree by Chen Yuanyuan. How could he accept it? He quickly said, what did you agree to? I promised to be with you. Didn't you come here for a blind date? I thought you should think I'm pretty good. Otherwise, why would I have misunderstood you and made things difficult for you at the beginning? You should have just left. Chen Yuanyuan said with her head down and a little blushing. But it turned out that she thought too much. Amelia Su then said, I'm not leaving because I want to show off my wealth, otherwise why would I come here with the property certificate? Chen Yuanyuan. At this time, hearing Su Xiaoyu's words so unpleasantly, Tang Wen actually felt a little happy. As Chen Yuanyuan's good sister and best friend, her second biggest wish is that Chen Yuanyuan can find her Prince Charming as soon as possible, get married early, and have a baby soon. But her first biggest wish is that Chen Yuanyuan's partner is not better than her husband. That's right, there is only one top rich man like Su Xiaoyu in the city of his hometown, and there are at least a few in provincial level units. If Chen Yuanyuan really gets together with him, Tang Wen may not only lose sleep but also do something terrible. She hopes that Su Xiaoyu will not force her to make mistakes. Directly rejecting Chen Yuanyuan is the best outcome. Su Xiaoyu seemed to be very cooperative and didn't give Chen Yuanyuan face at all. I want to find a girl from my hometown, but I don't want to find a girl who is full of scheming. I want to find a girl who is a little more simple, you know? Otherwise, I might as well go to a big city outside to find one. I don't know how many beauties have thrown themselves at me in the magic city. Chen Yuanyuan was stunned after hearing what Su Xiaoyu said. She didn't know what to say. She watched Su Xiaoyu put away her property certificate, car keys, and mobile phone and prepared to leave. She didn't even have the interest to ask about her situation. But I'll give you some face. Just go back and tell your family that you don't like me and that's it. Su Xiaoyu said. Chen Yuanyuan tried to persuade Su Xiaoyu to stay. She felt that she could still be saved. If she didn't fight for it and work hard, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Su Xiaoyu, are you so heartless? Can't we give it a try? Su Xiaoyu shook her head. No need to try, I know you think I'm good, but we have different values, and we can't stay together at all. You should know this yourself. But I can change. I can become whatever you want me to be. As long as I can be with you, an ordinary girl like me can be with a rich man like you. What can't I change? Chen Yuanyuan said anxiously. Tang Wen sat beside him without saying a word, silently repeating in her heart, reject her, reject her, reject her. Chapter 111. Why blame me? Su Xiaoyu still shook her head and said, it's impossible. Human nature cannot be changed. This is the truth I have realized in the past 30 years. You think I am rich and you can change your personality and values for me, but that's not the case. You change for money. What if I get pregnant one day? These questions went straight to Chen Yuanyuan's heart. She didn't say anything and just sat there in a daze. Su Xiaoyu put on her bag, stood up and said goodbye to them. I'm leaving first, I think it's unlikely that we will meet again in the future. Tang Wen quickly waved to Amelia Su and said, bye, take care. After Su Xiaoyu left, Tang Wen finally felt relieved, but she still pretended to be very upset. She patted Chen Yuanyuan on the shoulder and said, forget it. A man like this is definitely not in the same world as us. Chen Yuanyuan was very depressed and refused to listen to Tang Wen's advice. She felt that she shouldn't have ridiculed Su Xiaoyu at the beginning, which made him have a bad first impression of her. If she knew that Su Xiaoyu was so capable from the beginning, how could she have ridiculed her? This matter was all Tang Wen's fault. Then, Chen Yuanyuan yelled at Tang Wen fiercely, stop talking, it's all your fault. Tang Wen was confused. What had she done wrong? Could it be that Chen Yuanyuan could see through Tang Wen's inner thoughts just now, and did she know that Tang Wen was cursing her for failing the blind date? Why blame me? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say anything. In order to evade responsibility, Tang Wen quickly found an excuse to distance herself from the matter and spoke evasively. If you hadn't been there to interfere and say bad things about Su Xiaoyu in front of me, saying that she was worthless, I wouldn't have been mocking Su Xiaoyu every time I saw him today. If I hadn't mocked him, he wouldn't have had such a bad first impression of me. You know, as long as a person has a bad first impression of another person, then no matter what the other person does, it's wrong and fake. So everything is your fault. Chen Yuanyuan and Tang Wen are indeed a pair of good friends. They are both first class at making excuses and shirking responsibilities, and neither of them is inferior to the other. But after Tang Wen heard what Chen Yuanyuan said, she immediately started to argue, this is also my responsibility. You didn't do anything wrong. Besides, even if you didn't mock Su Xiaoyu at the beginning, I think he probably wouldn't like you. With your current state, how do you think you are worthy of him? Chen Yuanyuan immediately retorted, whether I am worthy or not is up to others to decide, not you. Okay, stop making excuses and justifications. Don't you know that your own fund is worth billions? She is with you. Have you read too many romance novels and are obsessed with them? You have no shame. Tang Wen started to curse. She would never admit that this matter had anything to do with her no matter what. But Chen Yuanyuan insisted on pushing the blame onto Tangwan. I was right, right? Why don't you admit it? Admit what? You have always wanted to control me and didn't want me to be with such an outstanding man, so you deliberately provoked me at the beginning and caused me to misjudge Su Xiaoyu's ability. Then during the blind date, you never spoke up for me and remained indifferent the whole time. If we weren't best friends, would you have helped Su Xiaoyu to insult me? You are such a scheming bitch, I really misjudged you. Let's not meet each other in the future. I don't have a best friend like you. Chen Yuanyuan had indeed been best friends with Tangwan for a long time, and she could guess what she was thinking exactly. Tangwan was also shocked. She had to admire Chen Yuanyuan. She really knew herself very well. However, she would not admit it. If we don't want to be best friends, then we don't want to be best friends. I don't care. I won't take the blame for what happened today. You can tell anyone you meet. I'm not afraid. It depends on whether they believe you or me. After saying that, Tangwan left without looking back. Chen Yuanyuan was the only one left in the hotel, standing there in a daze. About 3 minutes later, Chen Yuanyuan remembered to call Aunt Wang to report the situation and ask her for help in reconciling the relationship. Beep beep. The phone rang for 30 seconds before Wang Feng finally answered. This made Chen Yuanyuan anxious to death. She immediately said to Wang Feng, Auntie Wang, the Su Xiaoyu you introduced to me just said that he doesn't like me. I think there is still a misunderstanding between us. It was all caused by my best friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't hate me so much. So I would like to ask you to help explain it again, okay? Wang Feng was also surprised to hear Chen Yuanyuan say this. What's going on? You said the other party misunderstood you. Is your old problem coming back? Chen Yuanyuan was a little at a loss for words, because she did have this old problem. In the past, she looked down on everyone who went on blind dates with her. She would start scolding them before even getting to know the other person's situation. When her family members criticized her afterwards, she refused to admit it and said that she was doing this to test Nan Feng's patience. But this time, she couldn't say that anymore. After all, Amelia Su didn't like her, so she still said to Wang Feng in a pleading tone, Aunt Wang, please help me talk to him, and talk to Amelia Su's parents, I really hope he will. Don't say that I didn't help you. Tonight, Su Xiaoyu's family is going to Wenbing's house for dinner. Their whole family is leaving for Shanghai tomorrow. If you really want to fight for it, just go to Wenbing's house for a simple meal. Aren't you very close to Wenbing's daughter-in-law? Just find a reason to go. The rest is up to you. You can do whatever you want. I will plead with Wenbing and Su Xiaoyu's parents and put in a good word for you. Wang Feng said. Chen Yuanyuan was so happy that she kept thanking Wang Feng. Thank you, Aunt Wang, thank you, Aunt Wang. If this works out, I will come to thank you and I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Wang Feng actually thought that Chen Yuanyuan had no chance at all. She said, forget the red envelope. Just fight for it yourself. I tell you, Su Xiaoyu is a high-quality boy that can't be found in the whole city. If you get married to him, your descendants will never have to worry about money for many generations to come. Okay, I will try my best, said Chen Yuanyuan. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuanyuan immediately contacted Wenbing's daughter-in-law Wu Ting. Wu Ting is Wenbing's daughter-in-law. She is now married and has a boy who is 2.5 years old. She is a full-time housewife at home every day, and all the work and money-making are done by Wenbing's son Wen Kuei alone. Chapter 112. I'm attracted to you. Wu Ting was playing in the water with her child when she suddenly heard the phone ring. She answered it and said, Hello, Yuanyuan, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Yuanyuan and Wu Ting had a very good relationship, so it was no big deal for her to visit her home, so she said directly, Are you home? I'll come to your house and play. Wu Ting was a little depressed at home, so she agreed immediately. Okay, then come to our house and have dinner. My mother cooked a lot of delicious dishes today. Chen Yuanyuan pretended to know nothing and asked, You have guests at your house today, is it convenient for me to go? It's convenient. They're not strangers. They're just Su Xiaoyu's family. They're moving to Shanghai. My father-in-law has a good relationship with Su Xiaoyu's father, so we specially invited them to be our guests. It's our final farewell. Wu Ting said with a smile, without any worries at all. She is a very competent daughter-in-law. Although she doesn't earn a penny, she does a lot of housework at home and takes care of the children by herself. She has a few good friends in town and they often come to her house. Her parents-in-law never say anything and always welcome them warmly. She was originally very lonely because she married and moved here from another place. If she couldn't even make a few friends, every day would be too boring. So when Bing and his wife were very understanding. Okay then, let's just say this, I'll be right there. Well, come on over. I'm just bored at home alone. At this time, Su Xiaoyu finished her blind date and returned home. She happened to meet her mother Lu Xiaolian, who was answering the phone. Every word she said was about Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu guessed that it was Aunt Wang Feng, the regular introducer, calling. Seeing Su Xiaoyu go home, Lu Xiaolian hung up the phone directly and then said, "Xiaoyu, I heard from Aunt Wang that there was a misunderstanding between you and Chen Yuan. Did she say something unpleasant and you just left?" Amelia Su explained, "Auntie Wang told you that, right?" "Yes, she just called and said that the girl was actually quite nice, but she had a bad mouth. At first she didn't know whether you were real or fake, so based on her past experience she judged that your car and house were fake, and then she said a few words to you, and you simply looked down on her." Lu Xiaolian repeated what Wang Feng meant. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said, No, I don't care if Chen Yuan doubts me, but she looks down on poor people so much that she specifically asks for rich people. This is too realistic. Fortunately, I went prepared today. If I didn't bring anything, wouldn't I have to eat a lot when I come back? Anyway, it seems that she likes you now. What do you say? The girl even called Aunt Wang specially. Lu Xiaolian said. Of course, Wang Feng only said that Chen Yuan liked Su Xiaoyu very much, and did not say that she would also go to Wen Bing's house for dinner tonight. So Lu Xiaolian and Su Xiaoyu didn't know about this now. He said, "What else can I do? I'm leaving tomorrow. Who will care about her? When we get to the Magic City, no one will recognize each other." Lu Xiaolian had no way to deal with her son, so she had to let him go. She immediately changed the subject and said, "It's up to you, but don't make the girl too sad. Let's prepare some things when we go to Wenbing's house tonight. You can go to the supermarket to buy some." Su Xiaoyu said, "Okay." After resting for a while at home and having lunch, Su Xiaoyu went directly to the supermarket. The supermarket in the town is not as good as the one in the city, let alone the one in Shanghai. There are only so many things inside. Su Xiaoyu knew that when Bing's daughter-in-law had a 2-year-old child, so she bought some toys for the child, food for the child, and some things for the middle-aged and elderly, including tea, wine, cigarettes, supplements, etc. She spent more than 2,000 yuan and filled the supermarket's delivery truck. "Master, add me on WeChat. I'll call you in the evening and send it to Wenbing's home." "Do you know him?" Su Xiaoyu said. The delivery man nodded and said, "Let's get to know each other. When you need a delivery, just call me." Then, the two added each other on WeChat. Su Xiaoyu transferred 100 yuan on the spot and then said, "It's just a little money, just consider it as hard work fee." The driver made a lot of money for 100 yuan for a delivery of less than 300 meters. He said happily, "Thank you, handsome man, thank you very much." "You're welcome." After saying that, Amelia Su left. The time soon came to 18:30 in the afternoon. Su Shipa said to Su Xiaoyu, who was playing with her phone on the sofa, "Let us go, it's almost time. People usually eat dinner late in my hometown, and no one pays attention to fitness or healthcare. The theory that you can't eat too much or too late at night like in big cities is simply not believed in my hometown." Since Su Xiaoyu started exercising with Sun Yan and his body has become perfect, he has started to eat casually and become less self-disciplined, because daily exercise has become his habit and an indispensable part of his life. Since he exercises every day, it must be for the sake of eating. I'll make a phone call and ask the supermarket to deliver the things. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, the whole family went out and locked the door. When they arrived at Wen Bing's house, the supermarket's truck had already arrived and was unloading the goods. Wen Bing, his daughter-in-law Wu Ting, and Wen Bing's wife Xuemei were all watching. They asked the chef, who said that Su Xiaoyu had sent them. Wen Bing smiled and said, "Su Xiaoyu is so polite. She brought so many things just to have a meal." Wu Ting hadn't met Amelia Su yet, so she quickly asked, "Who is Amelia Su?" Wen Bing said, "You probably haven't seen him. He's from our town, but he's been in Shanghai for the last few years and doesn't even come back for the new year." Xuemei also continued Wen Bing's words and said, "You have only been married to our family for more than 3 years, and Su Xiaoyu has not been back for at least 5 years. I remember that he has been away since he graduated from college. I didn't expect that he finally made it through these 5 years and never came back. Who knows how hard it was for him outside?" Wen Bing said. After listening to their words, Wu Ting became full of curiosity about Su Xiaoyu. He had been in this town for more than 3 years and had not seen any powerful people. "Hearing what you said, Su Xiaoyu is very powerful?" Wu Ting asked. Wen Bing nodded. "This child has been a very good student since he was young. After graduation, he worked in Shanghai. I heard that he is now a major shareholder of their company. He is really a typical child of other people's families." Alas, here they come. Chapter 113 I1T Let Go Easily. "Hey, they're here." After Wen Bing's wife Shuemei shouted, everyone's eyes turned to the direction where Su Xiaoyu's family was coming from. Su Xiaoyu's house is very close to Wen Bing's house, so they walked here directly instead of driving. At this time, Chen Yuan, who was playing with Wu Ting's children in the house, also heard the noise outside. She hurried to the door, secretly glanced at Su Xiaoyu's family, ready to give Su Xiaoyu a surprise at any time. Why does Su Xiaoyu look so much more handsome now than during the day? Chen Yuan said to herself, "Look, I'm going to take you down. If I can't take you down by yourself during the day, I'll take you down by your parents." Chen Yuan is an extremely extroverted person. She thinks she can directly please Su Xiaoyu's parents. As long as they approve of her, she can convince Su Xiaoyu to be with her. Judging from Su Xiaoyu's recent behavior, he is a person who listens to his parents very much. Now that he is rich, he is thinking about bringing his parents to live in a big city. This kind of boy must be very filial and considerate of his parents' feelings. If his parents are optimistic about Chen Yuan, then the chances between Chen Yuan and Su Xiaoyu are 80%, and the remaining 20% depends on Chen Yuan herself. "Ha, Shipa, you are here, come in and sit down, we have prepared dinner long ago, let's have a good drink tonight," Wen Bing said happily when he saw Su Shipa. Then, both parties walked into the hall. After arriving at the hall, just as Su Shipa and Wen Bing were walking towards the dining table, Su Xiaoyu suddenly saw a very familiar and scary figure. It was Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan laughed, waved to Su Xiaoyu and said, "Hi, we meet again." Su Xiaoyu was stunned and didn't say anything, but he also felt that this was not a chance encounter. Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, it was clear that she had been waiting for him here, so he walked over and asked, "Why are you here?" Seeing so many people present, Chen Yuan thought it was impossible for Su Xiaoyu to be too irritable to her, so she spoke to him boldly. Anyway, she was not afraid that Su Xiaoyu would be angry. "You can come, but I can't. I am also here as a guest." Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Okay, then neither of us should say anything to each other, so as to avoid misunderstandings." When Bing's daughter-in-law Wu Ting saw Su Xiaoyu talking to Chen Yuan and immediately came over. "What a coincidence, do you know each other?" Su Xiaoyu and Chen Yuan suddenly turned to Wu Ting, but before Su Xiaoyu could speak, Chen Yuan spoke first. "Yes, we are good friends." "Who gave you?" Before Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she was interrupted by Chen Yuan. She raised her index finger and shook it. "Alas! Alas! Be mindful of the occasion. There are so many people here today." Su Xiaoyu didn't want to give a bad impression to Wen Bing's family, so she didn't say anything. But the most excited person now is Wu Ting. She really wants to know about Su Xiaoyu, because there is such a powerful person in this small town. Of course, she wants to know more about her. It just so happens that there is a Chen Yuan in front of her who knows Su Xiaoyu, so she uses Chen Yuan's identity to get close to Su Xiaoyu and keeps talking to Su Xiaoyu. "Su Xiaoyu, I am Chen Yuan's good friend. Let's get to know each other. My name is Wu Ting, and I am Wen Kuei's wife." Su Xiaoyu was still very polite to Wu Ting, so he couldn't lose his temper with Chen Yuan. He said patiently, "Hello, I haven't seen you before, because I haven't been in my hometown for many years. You youngsters, come over and have your meal. Would you like to sit down and chat while eating?" Shuemei shouted to the three of them. Wen Bing and Su Shipa both sat at the table, while Shuemei and Lu Xiaolian went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Seeing them busying around, Chen Yuan hurried over to help. "Auntie, let me do it." Lu Xiaolian was also surprised to see Chen Yuan here, and asked quickly, Yuan, you are here too?" Chen Yuan said with a smile, "Yes, didn't I come here to bet that your Xiaoyu is here? I think he definitely doesn't understand me, so I want to get in touch with him again." Su Xiaoyu and Wu Ting continued to chat outside. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was far away and couldn't hear them talking, Lu Xiaolian whispered to Chen Yuan, "Xiaoyu is a soft-hearted child. Don't think that he seems to be very direct and speaks very coldly. In fact, he is not cold-hearted at all. If you get to know him more, you will have a chance. Lu Xiaolian was obviously optimistic about Chen Yuanyuan, so she gave her some advice. Chen Yuanyuan naturally felt it and was very happy. At least she and Lu Xiaolian stood on the same side to deal with Su Xiaoyu alone, which meant they had a 50% chance of winning. If we can also bring Su Shipa over, it will be 3 against 1, which will give us more hope. Chen Yuanyuan happily continued to serve the dishes to the table. After serving the dishes to the table, she deliberately put them down from beside Su Shipa and said to Su Shipa, "Uncle, would you like to drink? Let me pour you some wine." Su Shipa was not ready yet. Seeing Chen Yuanyuan so proactive and cheerful, Wen Bing nodded and agreed, "Pour it." On the table is Lao Baigan liquor, which is also the most popular liquor in the rural areas and small towns of my hometown. Liquors of the same level as Mutai, Wulianye, and Luzhou Laojiao are not affordable for ordinary families. Red wine is generally not served on the table, because it has a low alcohol content and is expensive, and no one likes to drink it. The main drink for the petty bourgeoisie in small cities is white wine. Chen Yuanyuan picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass for Su Shipa first. After pouring it, she said, "Uncle, this is for you." Su Shipa held up his wine glass and said, "Hey, good, good, good." Then Chen Yuanyuan went to pour wine for Wen Bing. "Uncle, this is for you, drink slowly, I'll pour more for you when you're done. I'm here to eat for free today, so let me serve you." Wen Bing laughed and said, "No way, little girl, you eat yours and we can handle it ourselves." Su Xiaoyu and Wu Ting also came to the table and sat down, and when Chen Yuanyuan saw Su Xiaoyu sitting down, she immediately sat next to her, so that Chen Yuanyuan was on Su Xiaoyu's left and Wu Ting was on her right. During the meal, Chen Yuanyuan was almost ready to toast Su Shipa with wine, but when she saw that Su Xiaoyu didn't drink, she simply pretended not to drink. In fact, she was a very good drinker, and could drink white wine, beer, and red wine. "Don't you guys drink?" When Bing looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Xiaoyu, you're doing business outside, don't you drink?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head, "I can drink, but I have to leave tomorrow and get up early, so I won't drink. You drink with my dad, and I'll just have a meal." Chapter 114. Am I ugly? Xiaoyu prefers to drink red wine instead of white wine. Lu Xiaolian explained. Chen Yuanyuan heard this and kept it in mind. Halfway through the meal, everyone was talking and laughing. Chen Yuanyuan took advantage of the fun and deliberately leaned towards Su Xiaoyu. She had a plump figure, a pear-shaped body with a thin waist, a big butt, and thick thighs. She swung her thighs slightly outward and leaned on Su Xiaoyu's thighs. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu didn't take it seriously, Chen Yuanyuan just leaned her leg forward and didn't move it away, while she continued talking to Lu Xiaolian, Xueme and the others, as if it was completely unintentional. After about 3 minutes, Su Xiaoyu felt something was wrong. Why were Chen Yuanyuan's legs always stuck to her body? There was clearly still a lot of space on her side. What did this mean? He had only heard of men being hooligans. Is it also popular for women to be hooligans these days? But since Chen Yuanyuan herself didn't take it seriously, Su Xiaoyu would take it even less seriously. Her legs were soft and elastic, and it was quite comfortable to lean on them. Besides, she was a woman and Su Xiaoyu was a man, so he wouldn't suffer any loss anyway, so he could just lean on them. Gradually, they were not just leaning against each other. Su Xiaoyu accidentally pushed towards Chen Yuanyuan. When Chen Yuanyuan felt it, she thought Su Xiaoyu had discovered her little trick and wanted to push her legs away. This aroused her resistance, and she also squeezed towards Su Xiaoyu and turned to glare at her. When Su Xiaoyu saw Chen Yuanyuan glaring at him, she immediately glared back. Well, now the darkness has turned into light. Su Xiaoyu squeezed towards Chen Yuanyuan again, and Chen Yuanyuan squeezed back. The two of them moved back and forth several times, and finally stopped halfway. Chen Yuanyuan finally knew how to deal with Su Xiaoyu. He was a man, and every man was lustful. If he couldn't move Su Xiaoyu with words, then he would move him physically. After all, Chen Yuanyuan is 28 years old, and she has not given away her virginity until now. If she gave it to Su Xiaoyu, one of the richest men in the province, she felt that even if she failed to win Su Xiaoyu in the end, she would not suffer any loss. From this moment on until the end of their meal, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Yuanyuan's legs were always close together, and they only separated when they stood up and prepared to go home. Chen Yuanyuan finally smiled and said to Su Xiaoyu's ear, "I know you definitely don't really hate me. I will keep pestering you until you agree to me. That's it for today. Bye." After saying that, Chen Yuan gave Su Xiaoyu a charming smile and blew a kiss, then walked out. Uncle and aunt, I'm going back first. Okay, be careful on the road. Su Xiaoyu, go and see them off. It's not safe outside at this late hour. Lu Xiaolian said. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. He felt that he didn't even have enough time to hide from Chen Yuan, so how could he possibly send her off? That's why he didn't move for a long time. Su Shipa also said, yes, it's pitch black outside, why are you sending them off? How can you be so ignorant? When Bing hurriedly tried to persuade her, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, please help us send Chen Yuan off. I'm sorry to bother you while we're having dinner together. Since when Bing said so, Su Xiaoyu had no way to refuse and could only walk out with a frown. Chen Yuan herself did not expect this scene. She had originally planned to just leave, but now she had no choice but to stand at the door waiting for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu came to Chen Yuan's side and said indifferently, let's go, I'll take you to the gate of the community. This community is different from those in the city. All the buildings are low, with one house for each family. However, they are definitely not villas or high-rise buildings. They are just ordinary rural buildings. Therefore, the area is very large. It takes 10 minutes to walk or ride a horse from Wenbing's home to the entrance of the community. Chen Yuan thought it was okay to send him such a long way, thank you. Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything and continued walking forward. Chen Yuan could only find something to say. Su Xiaoyu, do you think I'm ugly? Su Xiaoyu turned around and looked at Chen Yuan carefully, then shook her head. You're not ugly, you're actually pretty. I have to say that the first impression is really important. The reason why Su Xiaoyu thought Chen Yuan was annoying at the beginning was because her words irritated him, making him dislike Chen Yuan quite a lot before he had any close contact with her. But now it's different. I've met her twice and seen Chen Yuan's face and figure many times, so naturally I think she's much prettier. As the saying goes, if a person keeps walking in front of you, his or her appearance will improve. This is the reason why you like her the more you see her. Chen Yuan asked again, then why do you hate me so much? Su Xiaoyu didn't want to answer this question, because he had already explained it once during the blind date in the daytime. Didn't I say that you and I have different values, and do you know that rich people definitely don't have only one girlfriend? What do you want to be with me? Chen Yuan immediately said, I also said that I can change my worldview. Don't you know there are a lot of female lickers nowadays? Even if we can't get married in the future, it won't be in vain. Isn't it great that this cup has taught such an excellent boyfriend? To be honest, you don't want to get married. Come to think of it, you are just complying with your parents' request and giving them an explanation, right? It is impossible for me to get married so soon. I went on the blind date just to please my parents. Now the blind date is over and the show is over. Shouldn't everyone go back to their own homes and part ways in peace? Su Xiaoyu immediately expressed her thoughts. Unexpectedly, this sentence not only did not make Chen Yuan back off, but instead made her have an impulsive idea. Yes, you don't want to get married, and I don't want to get married either. Isn't this just right? Su Xiaoyu suddenly understood, just right? Yes, don't you rich people just like to have fun? I just meet your requirements. I'm not pestering you to marry me, so you can have fun however you want. Chen Yuan said. It seems so. Su Xiaoyu felt that there was nothing wrong with what Chen Yuan said. In terms of appearance and figure, Chen Yuan was not inferior to Huang Yuding and Yao Xiuxiu. It was just that she had been brought up in her hometown, and her living habits were very different from hers. The two of them might not get along well together, so Su Xiaoyu asked back, but I'm going to Shanghai tomorrow? Chen Yuan immediately responded, I'll go with you. Then what about your parents? How are you going to explain it? Su Xiaoyu asked again. Chen Yuan said, I just said that I don't want to stay at home anymore and want to go to a big city to work. Can you recommend a job for me? How about that? I can learn anything. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Their company is not short of people now, but his mother's fish meal shop really needs a salesperson. Chapter 115, The journey home is over. I can introduce you to a job, but it's just a job. My mother is going to open a fish meal shop in Shanghai soon. The business license has been obtained, and the decoration will start soon. After it's completed, you can go to work as a clerk for my mother, and I will give you 10,000 yuan a month. Su Xiaoyu said. He said it so casually that it felt like the 10,000 yuan came like a gust of wind, but Chen Yuan was stunned. Aren't you in the internet industry? Can't I go to work in your company? Su Xiaoyu shook her head decisively. Our company is all about technology, and only high-tech scientific research talents can get in. It's impossible for you to go there. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, Chen Yuan probably knew that the threshold for a tech company was very high, so she agreed to work in the fish noodle shop. Then I can work in the fish noodle shop. It would be nice to work with my future mother-in-law. Amelia Su immediately made it clear, don't think too much. Chen Yuan said with a grin, I know, it's just a joke, but do your salaries in big cities always seem so high? Back home, I only make over 3,000 a month. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said, not all of them are over 10,000 in Shanghai, but I'm taking special care of you. You have to help my mother take care of the store. She's so old, she only knows the technology of making fish meal, but she doesn't know anything else, and she certainly can't learn it. Chen Yuan is very confident that she can help Su Xiaoyu's mother take care of the fish meal shop. Although she may not be good at other things, she is an extrovert and is not afraid of strangers. She is always friendly to everyone she meets and can maintain good relationships with customers. This is a rare quality when doing business. If it were Su Xiaoyu, it would definitely not work. He has a socially anxious personality and doesn't like dealing with strangers. If he encounters an unreasonable customer, he might even curse at the customer. Putting aside the function of the system, his store might go bankrupt within a month. I will never let my aunt down, don't worry. Chen Yuan was not afraid of the big city at all. Instead, she was full of longing and expectation, which made Su Xiaoyu feel very relieved. Then come with us tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu's car can accommodate everyone, so she only needs to take some things from home, and then throw away all the unwanted things. The house in her hometown belongs to a newly built community, so she put it up for sale directly at the local sales office. It doesn't matter when she sells it, because she has given it to Wenbing for management, and Su Xiaoyu's family doesn't care about it anymore. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoyu's family moved all their things into the car. The trunk and the back seat were filled up, leaving only the middle seat and the front passenger seat empty. Lu Xiaolian, Su Shipa and Chen Yuan sat there directly. To drive from the town to the Magic City, one must pass the junction of Chen Yuan's house, which is also a crossroads. When Su Xiaoyu drove there, Chen Yuan was already standing on the side of the road waiting for her. She also had a suitcase, which was not very big, which made Su Xiaoyu very uncomfortable. He never expected that Chen Yuan had a suitcase, but now there was no space in the car, so Su Xiaoyu had to park the car on the side of the road and tidy it up. Chen Yuan came to the car door, watched Su Xiaoyu open the door, and then said, "Is it easy to put the things in?" Su Xiaoyu was at a loss. "I really miscalculated. Let me see if I can move it." Lu Xiaolian also got off the car. She was much more experienced and patient than Su Xiaoyu in placing items, so she helped out. "This should be fine if we just move it a little bit." Chen Yuan was also helping out. The three of them were tinkering around in the trunk of the car, attracting quite a few passers-by. Because this Maybach is not a common car, at least some people in their town have never driven one in their lives, but there are many people who know this car, so they gathered around from a distance. At this time, there was a fried skewers vendor next to the car. There were two young girls and a boy in front of the stall. They were about 3 or 4 years younger than Amelia Su. They turned their heads and looked over here. They looked at this side about 5 or 6 times. Finally, one of the girls asked, "Is that Amelia Su?" The boy also thought it was similar, but he wasn't sure. "Yeah." Su Xiaoyu turned around and looked at the voice. "Oh, what a coincidence." The 3 people in front of him were all playmates from their hometown village. They were several years younger than Su Xiaoyu, but they played together when they were young, so he recognized them at a glance. People who used to live in the village have basically moved to the town now. In addition, they haven't seen each other for many years, so they can hardly recognize Su Xiaoyu. The people she brought from her hometown are definitely different from people outside. Su Xiaoyu can recognize them, but it is difficult for them to recognize Su Xiaoyu. Seeing Amelia Su driving such a nice car, the 2 girls were envious. "Ah, Amelia Su, you are doing so well now. How much is this car?" Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "More than 4 million, Lu Ping, Wang. Have you been at home all this time?" Lu Ping smiled immediately. "We all work in the city, we don't want to travel so far, but the salary in my hometown is really low. There is no other way. I can afford a car worth more than 4 million. How much do you make a month outside?" Su Xiaoyu said very modestly, "I run my own company. I can't afford it in my next life by working." "By the way, are you all married?" Lu Ping said, "All 3 of us are married." Wang Wan pointed at the boy and said, Tang Chao and I are together. Chen Yuanyuan originally lived in the town, and she was not familiar with Su Xiaoyu and other friends who came from her hometown, so she, Lu Xiaolian, and Su Shipa continued to organize the trunk, and finally put Chen Yuanyuan's suitcase in with great effort. Su Sipo shouted, Okay, Xiaoyu. Amelia Su responded, Okay. Then I'll leave first. If I leave too late, the traffic on the highway will be terrible. Tang Chao and the other two bowed and said, Okay, be careful on the road and have a safe trip. Amelia Su also waved her hand, If you have time to go to the Magic City to play, come find me. Sure. 3 people raised their hands. Afterwards, Su Xiaoyu's family and Chen Yuanyuan all got in the car. Her parents sat in the back seats, and Chen Yuanyuan sat in the passenger seat. After the car started, it officially set off. The short few days passed quickly, and Su Xiaoyu, along with his parents and Chen Yuanyuan, embarked on a journey to the Magic City. This time, they might say goodbye to their hometown forever. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu himself was a little sad, but he knew that people need to go to high places and water flows to low places. Big cities must be the direction for people to strive for, and he believed that his choice would not be wrong. We talked and laughed along the way, and there was no traffic jam, so we arrived in Shanghai very quickly. Chapter 116, My First Experience in a Big City. The first thing to be solved is Chen Yuanyuan's accommodation problem. She is not his girlfriend, but just an employee in the fishmeal shop, so it is impossible for her to live in Su Xiaoyu's house, or in Su Xiaoyu's parents' house. So the only way is to find a house as an employee dormitory, and then recruit people to live in this dormitory with Chen Yuanyuan. However, finding a dormitory and recruiting shop assistants take time and cannot be done in a day or two, so Su Xiaoyu first took Chen Yuanyuan to live in her parents' house, and then moved to the dormitory when everything was ready. We're almost there. Su Shipa asked when he saw Su Xiaoyu's car was slowing down. They had entered the most prosperous area of the Magic City and were about to reach the house of Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian. The buildings on the road were becoming more and more mysterious and dazzling. Amelia Su said, Yes, it's just ahead. There are more cars in the city, so we have to drive slower. The security guard at the gate of the community saw Amelia Su's car and quickly came over to salute, Welcome, Mr. Su. This residential complex is a high-end one, and the security room at the entrance uses facial recognition to identify the information of all owners. Su Xiaoyu had registered here before, so his identity information was on the security guard's surveillance screen. When he saw Su Xiaoyu come in, he knew who this person was. Thank you for your hard work, security guard. My parents are in this car. Please help them register their information. This house will be theirs to live in from now on. Su Xiaoyu said to the security guard. In fact, this security guard is not even as old as Su Shipa. He is the security captain here. The other security guards are relatively younger. They are completely different from the 5 security guards in some old communities. They not only have to open and close doors, but also are responsible for community security and handling emergencies. If they get beaten up and fall to the ground and can't get up, that is definitely not acceptable. After Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian got off the car, they went into the security room to register their information, while Chen Yuanyuan sat in the passenger seat without moving. The security guard asked, Who is this girl? Don't you need to register? Su Xiaoyu explained, She is a fellow villager from our hometown. She doesn't live here permanently. She will be here for a few days and then leave. She doesn't need to register. The security guard nodded without saying anything else, still being very reasonable. Okay. After Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian registered their identities, the security guard gave them a card each, which was used to enter and exit the residential building in the main gate, and instructed, when you go out or enter the residential area in the future, just swipe this card. If you really forget to bring it with you because you are in a hurry to go out, you can also ask us to open the door, but try not to forget it all the time. Su Shipa nodded and said, Okay, we will definitely carry it with us, just like carrying keys when we go out. Yes. Many people just put it on their keychains. Anyway, the card is not big and very convenient. The security guard immediately gave a good suggestion. Su Shipa thought it was a good idea, so after taking the card, he got on the bus directly. After the car entered the community, it still had to walk a long way before reaching the door of the house, which really scared Su Shipa, Lu Xiaolian, and Chen Yuanyuan. After arriving downstairs in the community, Chen Yuanyuan exclaimed, The community is so big, it really is a big city. Come on, let's go in first and put our things away. I'll take you out for a meal later. First, get familiar with the surrounding environment, and then go check out the store. It was now exactly 12:30, the peak time for lunch. Su Xiaoyu felt that she should avoid the limelight, so she waited at home for a while before going out. After entering the house, Su Shipa, Lu Xiulian and Chen Yuanyuan were shocked by the exquisite and luxurious decoration. This house was exactly the same as the houses shown on TV where rich people lived. Lu Xiaolian even started taking pictures with her mobile phone. Amelia Su said, "Mom, this house will belong to you too from now on, what else is there to take pictures of?" But Lu Xiaolian just felt it necessary to take a photo to keep it as a souvenir, and then post it on WeChat Moments to show off. But she was not showing off to herself, but to Amelia Su. She told others that this was the house her son bought for her, so that those who once looked down on their family could see clearly who was the truly capable one. After taking the photo, Lu Xiaolian fiddled with her phone for 5 minutes and finally finished editing the text and posted it on her Moments. Su Shipa, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Yuanyuan had already moved all the things from the car up, and then began to tidy up and put everything in order. Then they tidied up their room, which was the large bedroom on the first floor of the house. It was extremely spacious, even larger than the 2 bedrooms in the house at home combined, at 40 square meters. An hour passed quickly. Su Xiaoyu saw that it was almost 2 o'clock and there were not many people in the restaurant, so she said to the 3 of them, "Let's go out for dinner." At this time, the 4 of them were already hungry, so they immediately got up and prepared to leave. Chen Yuanyuan asked, "Is it far?" Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, "It's a bit far, we must drive there." After packing up, the 4 people went downstairs, and Su Xiaoyu drove them straight to the nearby shopping mall Taikuli. Taikuli Qiantan is a very famous business district recently built in Shanghai. It is the 3rd Taikuli project after Tianjin in Chengdu. This mall is an open shopping center with crisscrossing buildings, which is very ornamental. After arriving at the parking lot and parking the car, Amelia Su said directly to her parents, "This is the mall of your fish powder store. Do you know how many people there are in this place? The daily flow of people is about 100,000, which is more than the population of our county. When it opens, the business will definitely be very hot, so you can be happy." Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness, there are so many people here. Su Shipa looked at the people coming and going and exclaimed, "Magic City is really an international metropolis." Chen Yuanyuan raised her hands and shouted, "Magic City, here I come." A passerby saw a beautiful woman, dressed reasonably but not particularly fashionably, shouting over here, and couldn't help but look over at her. To be honest, Chen Yuanyuan had a very good figure. She didn't look at all like a sloppy girl from the countryside. She loved to laugh. Whenever you saw her, she was smiling. Her eyes were very confusing. Many times, because of her eyes, it was easy for men to have the wrong impression that she liked them. Many boys from her hometown thought she liked them, and finally confessed their love to her, but were rejected. Su Xiaoyu and Chen Yuanyuan walked into the mall to find a restaurant. A few boys followed them. They did so for no other reason than that they had a crush on Chen Yuanyuan and were looking for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. Chapter 117. You guys still have the nerve to flirt with girls. Su Xiaoyu's family and Chen Yuanyuan walked into the shopping mall together. As they walked, Su Xiaoyu explained the facilities and customs here to her parents so that they would know how to order and what to do when they eat later. The 2 young men following behind them never took their eyes off Chen Yuanyuan's but. They saw that Chen Yuanyuan was talking to Su Xiaoyu's family in a carefree and cheerful manner, so they thought she was a good person to flirt with, so they kept looking for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. Unfortunately, they always failed. No chance. Finally, when Su Xiaoyu and the others arrived at the door of the restaurant they had made an appointment, Su Shipa and Lu Xiulian wanted to go to the bathroom, so Su Xiaoyu let them go in first. Then Chen Yuanyuan stayed outside alone to help them get their things, and waited for them to come out before going in. The 2 men saw this as an opportunity and hurried over to strike up a conversation. One of the men with a flat-top hairstyle came up to Chen Yuanyuan. Looking at her plump thighs and hips, he almost wanted to take action. However, this was a shopping mall and there were too many people, so he had to restrain his wolfish nature and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, beautiful lady." Chen Yuanyuan was also a newcomer, so she was very cautious when greeting a stranger. She stared at the flat-topped man and asked, "What are you doing?" The eyes were wide open, in stark contrast to the smiling look when she was talking and laughing with Su Xiaoyu just now. The flat-topped man also saw that Chen Yuanyuan was very nervous and was highly alert to them. "Beauty, don't be so scared. We just saw that you are very beautiful and wanted to come over and add you on WeChat." I wonder if it's okay, and then we can have a meal together and watch a movie. This kind of scene can be seen in the town where she grew up, in the county town or in the city, and it is nothing strange. Chen Yuan did not expect that people in big cities would use such vulgar means to pick up girls. She was really disappointed. But she knew that the other party had no ill intentions and was just looking at her beauty and making small talk, so she relaxed her guard and said, I thought that handsome guys from big cities like you would have some new and exciting ways to flirt with girls, but I didn't expect it to be the same old thing. That's right. From this sentence on, Chen Yuan had already entered the stage of being outgoing and friendly, and her eyes became smiling. It was this color that made the two men completely fascinated. The two of them were now looking at Chen Yuan's graceful figure and fair complexion from such a close distance, especially the skin on her face, which was extremely smooth without any impurities, as if it had been photoshopped. Her lips were neither thick nor thin. The most charming thing about her was her eyes, which had always been the focus of the two men. Another man with longer hair parted in a 3:7 style said, Oh, I didn't expect that beautiful women are so hard to flirt with. Is the guy with you just now your boyfriend? Chen Yuan nodded, No, that's my boss, but he will definitely be my boyfriend in the future. Are all girls in your big city so easy to fool? Just say beautiful girl, you are so beautiful, I like you, and they will add you on WeChat? Isn't that funny, brother? At this time, a woman happened to pass by. She looked very ordinary, but her makeup was very bright. When she heard what Chen Yuan said, she immediately stopped and said, Why are you pretending to be noble? Look at your big breasts and your perky butt. You are definitely not a decent woman. How can a decent woman look like this? Chen Yuan immediately cursed at the girl, Where did you come from, you bitch? You talk more nonsense than culture. The girl was about to leave after cursing, but after Chen Yuan talked back, she felt that she couldn't stand being taken advantage of, so she cursed back, Are you so angry after I said a few words to you? You look like a craftsman at first glance? Chen Yuan's voice was loud to begin with, and now that she was angry, it was even more exaggerated. Then you just stood there and let me scold you for no reason. I want to see if you are angry or not. Where is your brain? Judging from your appearance, you are not young anymore, are you uneducated? At this time, the two men had no intention of flirting with the girl anymore and just stood by as spectators. Oh my god, this girl is pretty hot, I couldn't tell. That's right, I just like this kind of wild and unruly woman, haha, I must do everything I can to get her. The two men were teasing her right under Chen Yuan's nose, but Chen Yuan was so focused on arguing with the girl who was scolding her that she had no time to pay attention to what the two men were saying. She didn't even hear it clearly. At this time, Su Xiaoyu came out of the toilet and heard the girl swearing at him, so she said to Chen Yuan, Okay, since you know she's a dog, don't worry about it. Chen Yuan handed the things to Su Xiaoyu and went to the toilet. When the girl saw Chen Yuan leave, she did not stay any longer and left instead. She did not dare to argue with Su Xiaoyu for fear of being beaten. But the two men were still standing there motionless, seemingly waiting for Chen Yuan to come out. Seeing Su Xiaoyu standing here, the flat-topped man was more social and asked, Brother, can you give us that woman? I heard she was your employee. Since you are the boss, you should not be short of women, right? Su Xiaoyu saw what they did just now. He looked down on the two men and immediately said, You two are worthy? What is that? The man with a flat top rushed over and tried to grab Su Xiaoyu by the collar. Fortunately, the man with the 3-7 haircut was relatively rational. He immediately grabbed the man with the flat top and told him not to cause trouble, don't be impulsive. What are you doing? He's the boss and a rich man. Are you crazy? The flat-topped man relaxed, then pointed at Su Xiaoyu and asked, You just have a few stinky bucks, but you're the only one who can flirt with girls, and we ordinary people can't, right? Do I need money to defeat a man like you? Su Xiaoyu asked back. Yuan was scolded by the woman opposite just now, what were you doing? The flat-topped man was at a loss for words, because he and the 3:7 split man not only did not help, but also mocked Chen Yuan. She was stuck in the quagmire, and the two of them were still making fun of her. Amelia Su continued, Are you watching the fun? No, we are, at. The man with the 3:7 split wanted to help the man with the flat top, but they were obviously just there to watch the fun and make fun of him, so he couldn't come up with any excuse after talking for a long time. Su Xiaoyu continued to ask, What are you doing? Tell me now? Say it now. The two men were finally so ashamed of themselves by Su Xiaoyu's questioning that they disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. At this time, Su Shipa, Lu Xiulian, and Chen Yuan all came out. Chapter 118 You misunderstood, Miss Wang. Finally they arrived at the store where Su Xiaoyu had made an appointment early in the morning, and the time was just right, without exceeding the time limit. This is a shop selling grilled fish. Have you ever eaten grilled fish before? Su Xiaoyu didn't know whether Chen Yuan and the others liked grilled fish. Chen Yuan said, I haven't eaten it yet. We don't have this thing in my hometown. Anyway, I like fish very much, so I should be able to accept it. Okay, let's order then. After we finish eating, we'll go check out our shop. Su Xiaoyu said. Chen Yuan was very curious, where is it? Su Shipa and Lu Xiaolian also asked, is it nearby? That's right, this entire building belongs to a shopping mall called Taikuli, which means that all the merchants here are from the same landlord, but this landlord is not a person, but a company, a group. Su Xiaoyu briefly introduced, there are a lot of people here, all of whom come here to consume, and our store is in one of the shops here, so we won't have to worry about lack of business in the future. Su Shipa sighed, my goodness, this landlord must make a lot of money every year. I think there are at least hundreds of shops here, or even thousands? I haven't counted this either. Let's take a look at the menu first. You guys order the dishes. I'll call my colleague at the company and ask her to come and take us there. After Su Xiaoyu said this, she went to contact Huang Yuting. After discussing with Lu Xiulian and Su Shipa, Chen Yuan ordered a grilled fish with lychees, 4 servings of Sichuan jelly, a plate of crispy bananas, and 4 servings of rice wine dumplings, and that was it. No drinks were ordered. After Su Xiaoyu finished the call and saw the menu, she handed it to the waiter and said, Waiter, please help me urge it, we are in a hurry. The waiter nodded and said, okay. I have just told our company's secretary that she will come over later and take us into the store. She is the only one who has the key. Su Xiaoyu said. It takes Huang Yuting about 20 minutes to take the subway from the company to here, but Su Xiaoyu has already told her that it will take about an hour and a half to arrive because they are having dinner. 20 minutes later, the grilled fish and all the dishes were served. The deputy committee also specifically said, handsome guys, beautiful girls, there are free drinks and ice cream over there. You can get them if you need them. Okay, thank you. Su Xiaoyu said. After saying that, he took Chen Yuan to get ice cream, and then prepared a cup of lemon tea for Su Sipo and Lu Xiaolian each. Su Xiaoyu has always reminded them not to eat too many sweets. At their age, many people suffer from the 3 highs. It is precisely because of Su Xiaoyu's daily reminders that the two of them can stay so healthy without any highs. After getting the ice cream, I treated it as a dessert before the meal. After that, I ate the grilled fish, which tasted especially delicious. Chen Yuan praised it highly, wow, it's so delicious, it's really something from the big city, it's so great. The guests next to her couldn't believe Chen Yuan's expression. It was so rare to see a woman from the countryside or a small city be so beautiful. After eating, Su Xiaoyu looked at the WeChat message on her mobile phone. Huang Yuting said that she had arrived at Taikuli and was walking over here. So Su Xiaoyu ended the fight, paid the bill immediately, left the store and went to find Huang Yuting. Because the store was a little far from here, in another building, they just went out of this building and went to the door first. When they arrived at the door, they happened to meet Huang Yuting. Huang Yuting was a little panicked when she saw such a beautiful and plump woman beside Su Xiaoyu, whom she had never seen before. She thought that this might be the childhood sweetheart that Su Xiaoyu brought from her hometown. But before she could think further, Su Xiaoyu introduced them directly, let me introduce them. This is my parents. This is a friend from our hometown named Chen Yuan. This is my secretary Huang Yuting. Huang Yuting was stunned and her vigilance soared. Friends from my hometown, wouldn't that mean they were childhood sweethearts? And now she also knows Amelia Su's parents, and she even goes out to eat with their family, which is simply too dangerous. Chen Yuan didn't have any thoughts about Huang Yuting, nor did she think too much, hello, nice to meet you. Huang Yuting came back to her senses and said with a smile, hello, nice to meet you. It has to be said that as a woman, Huang Yuting couldn't take her eyes off Chen Yuan. She was extremely worried. If a woman like this were to be with Su Xiaoyu every day, something bad would definitely happen. But whether anything happened or not seemed to be none of her business. She was not Amelia Su's girlfriend, and she couldn't say too much. She had to talk to Amelia Su first to separate the two of them. Boss Su, let's go check out the storefront first. It's in the building in front, on the first floor. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, okay. It takes about 5 minutes to walk from this building to the one in front. I have to say that the area here is really large. Like the previous building, the decoration style here is the same, and it is designed according to the top level of Shanghai. Not only can you eat, go shopping, and appreciate beautiful works of art, but you can also enjoy beautiful works of art. Mainly, people who come to Taikoo to play will choose to have a meal in the restaurant here. This leads to a lot of people coming and going. Under the leadership of Huang Yuding, they came directly to the side of the store. It's here, Mr. Su. The decorators come here to do the renovations at night. The mall doesn't allow renovations during the day. Huang Yuding explained, pointing to the fence at the door. Su Xiaoyu's whole family looked towards the fence and saw only the name of the shop on it, Suji Fish Noodles, with a picture that was found somewhere on the internet. It was very eye-catching and appetizing. Great. Open the door, Su Xiaoyu said. Huang Yuding immediately took out the key, opened the door, and then turned on the light at the door, and the entire space inside was lit up. Su Xiaoyu, Su Shipa, and Lu Xiaolian went straight to the kitchen at the back and looked at the warehouse. Coincidentally, they left Huang Yuding and Chen Yuan in the hall outside. Huang Yuding found that there were only 2 of them here, so she looked at Chen Yuan and said unfriendlily, "Hey, can you stay away from our President Su?" After hearing this, Chen Yuan was stunned, and her whole face became dull. But she soon realized that the other party was jealous, and immediately started laughing. Huang Yuding thought she was provoking her, so she asked again, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Yuan immediately said, "Miss Huang, you must have misunderstood. I am just a fellow villager of Su Xiaoyu. I came to Mo to work in this fishmeal shop." Chapter 119, Meet an Old Colleague. Although the boss is really good, I don't have any opinion about him, Chen Yuan said. At least he couldn't reveal his thoughts directly now, because Chen Yuan could see that the woman in front of him should also like Su Xiaoyu. After Huang Yuding heard what Chen Yuan said, she was stunned and said, "So that's how it is. Are you telling the truth?" Huang Yuding was obviously a little worried. After all, Chen Yuan and Su Xiaoyu both came from here, and now she knew Su Xiaoyu's parents. If she wanted to take action against Su Xiaoyu, she would have much more advantages than these women from other places. "Of course, there is no reason for me to lie to you," said Chen Yuan. Huang Yuding felt that she could believe Chen Yuan's words for the time being, but she must strengthen her precautions in the long run. Just when the two were chatting excitedly, a discordant voice suddenly came from outside the shop. "Ting Ting, why are you here?" At this time, a girl who looked very charming walked over. This person was none other than a female employee who had resigned from Huashing Technology, named Meng Yanru. She had noticed Huang Yuding looking for a store in this place before, and had been to this place twice with the investment manager of this shopping mall. After resigning from Huashing Technology, Meng Yanru started working in this shopping mall as a store clerk, and this store happened to be opposite Suji Fish Powder. Huang Yuding saw her and didn't look happy. She asked directly, "How do you know I'm here?" Meng Yanru said, "I work at the hot pot restaurant across the street. I saw you looking for the shop before, so I noticed you. You won't be angry because I secretly observed you, right?" Amelia Su and her parents just came out and saw the scene outside. They were also surprised. "Meng Yanru, why is it you?" When Meng Yanru saw Amelia Su, she looked disdainful. "Oh, Amelia Su was here too. You two seem to be really extraordinary. I heard that you are now the new boss of Huashing Technology. What's wrong? Are you still opening a store here?" Su Xiaoyu had a bad relationship with Meng Yanru before. When he was still flattering Wang Jing, many girls mocked him. Among them, Meng Yanru was the most aggressive one, saying bad things about Su Xiaoyu everywhere. Later, after Su Xiaoyu accepted Huashing Technology, many old employees who had resigned before returned. Some of them wanted to pull Meng Yanru back, but Meng Yanru felt that it was impossible for Su Xiaoyu, a young man who was still wet behind the ears, to run Huashing Technology. There was no development for him if he returned, so she refused. When these things reached Su Xiaoyu's ears, he didn't take them seriously at all and chose to ignore them, because he thought that he was no longer an employee and should have some vision. If he cared about everyone, he would be busy all day. Now Meng Yanru was the first to bring up the topic, create conflicts, and mock Su Xiaoyu. "It seems that Huashing Technology can no longer operate under your hands, so you have to find another industry now to avoid losing all your money, right?" Huang Yuding was angry on behalf of Su Xiaoyu, and immediately retorted to Meng Yanru, "Meng Yanru, keep your mouth shut. Huashing Technology's performance is much better than before, and its stock price has increased several times. You don't know how to trade stocks, but can't you read the news? Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, knowing that Meng Yanru was ignorant and liked to spread rumors. It was a waste of time to argue with her. He was just afraid that his parents would feel uncomfortable seeing this scene, so he asked Lu Xiaolian and Su Shipa to go shopping in the mall first, and he would go find them later after he had dealt with his business. After the old couple left, a middle-aged man came to Meng Yanru from the opposite side. He was probably in his 40s, still considered young, but he had a bald head. Fortunately, he was wearing a branded suit, and you could tell at a glance that he was a successful person. "Honey, you're here? I missed you so much." Seeing the middle-aged man coming, Meng Yanru immediately started calling out in a delicate voice. Huang Yuding got goosebumps all over her body when she saw the scene. Meng Yanru was Huang Yuding's former roommate. She had a bad relationship with Huang Yuding because she was jealous that Huang Yuding was prettier and had a better figure than her. Anyway, it's just 2 words: deep jealousy. Meng Yanru, who are these people? At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes immediately fell on Huang Yuding, and his eyes were quite obscene. Looking at his expression, it was as if he was about to eat Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding's face changed immediately. After hearing the middle-aged man's question, Meng Yanru immediately left his arms and started to introduce them. "These two are my former colleagues, this is Su Xiaoyu, and this is Huang Yuding." It doesn't really matter who Su Xiaoyu is, because the middle-aged man only has Huang Yuding in his eyes, and his eyes have never left Huang Yuding's chest. "Oh my, so you are all Meng Yanru's former colleagues. Have you all had lunch? Let's go together. I just booked a private room at the Jinjuwei in front. Let's go together." The middle-aged man was very excited. He felt that he could win Huang Yuding. No. Unfortunately, at this time, Huang Yuding shook her head to refuse. The middle-aged man was not angry either. He just winked at Meng Yanru, which meant, "Help me take down your colleague, or I'll make you pay." In an instant, Meng Yanru's expression changed. The next moment. Cough, cough. Meng Yanru immediately coughed twice. Huang Yuding and Su Xiaoyu didn't know what she was coughing about. Meng Yanru felt that as long as she revealed the identity of the middle-aged man, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding would be scared, and it would be easy to take down Huang Yuding. Therefore, at this time, before Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding could react, she said directly, "Let me tell you, he is the marketing manager of Nantian Information, Zhang Chao, President Jiang." Nantian Information, I don't think I need to introduce it to you in detail. It is a cooperative unit of your Huaxing technology. Meng Yanru said so directly, with a look of pride on her face, as if Nantian Information belonged to her. However, it must be said that Huang Yuding was indeed scared. Nantian Information is the first major partner that gave Huaxing Technology a new lease of life. The reason why Huaxing Technology can reach its current state, turn losses into profits, and restore production to its previous peak state, is mainly because of the order signed by Nantian Information. In the eyes of all the marketing staff of Huaxing Technology, Nantian Information is a godlike existence, so they must not offend anyone in their company. However, not only Huang Yuding had never heard of this Zhang Chao, even Su Xiaoyu had never heard of him, because when he cooperated with him before, he had a face-to-face discussion with Yi Nantian, the boss of Nantian Information, and it did not go through the marketing department at all. Chapter 120-120 I'm not afraid of you. But Huang Yuding was already frightened at this time. Suddenly, Zhang Chao started to show off, with a smug expression on his face. Meng Yanru struck while the iron was hot. "Huang Yuding, you have seen that if something happens between you and our CEO Jiang, your future will be much easier, but it depends on whether you are willing or not." After Meng Yanru finished speaking, she looked at Huang Yuding with a half-smile on her face. Her meaning was very clear, and Huang Yuding understood it quickly. Isn't it just sleeping together? Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Are you overthinking it? Are you sick? Go back to where you came from. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Huang Yuding cursed immediately. Girl, are you really so mean? Zhang Chao asked with a slight smile, not angry. To him, women are just like his prey in bed. It is normal for them to have some emotions. Just like coaxing a child, there are always ways to coax him into doing well. It can be seen that he does not regard women as human beings at all. In Zhang Chao's eyes, women are creatures that are meant for men's entertainment, and this is their fate from birth. But Huang Yuding didn't give Zhang Chao any face at all. She was the head of Huaxing Technology and now Amelia Su's secretary. Even if she wanted to sleep with him, she had to sleep with Amelia Su. A small manager dares to ask her to do such a thing. Who else should he blame if not him? Just at this moment, Jiang Chao and Meng Yanru, who were originally full of absolute confidence, immediately turned ugly. Meng Yanru never dreamed that she would be scolded after she revealed Jiang Chao's identity. She just saw Huang Yuding's expression, and it was obvious that she was frightened. Doesn't she know the consequences of offending President Jiang? Moreover, in Meng Yanru's understanding, women all over the world are the same as her. As long as they can have money, they should not hesitate to give up everything they have. That's why she looked at Jiang Chao aggrievedly. Dear. At this time, Jiang Chao didn't expect that he was rejected. You know, this was the first time he was rejected by a woman, so his face turned ugly. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chao looked at Huang Yuding and said, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. You'd better think it over carefully, because I'm the marketing manager of Nantian Information. If I really want you to do something, it's easy. That's right. At this moment, Jiang Chao was a naked threat to Huang Yuding. Of course, what he said was true. If the top management of Nantian Information really wanted to take action against a woman with no background, it would be easy to do so. But Huang Yuding was not afraid at all, so in an instant, Huang Yuding started to curse again. You are a bald man, you think you are so great just because you are a senior executive of Nantian Information? I told you that I can do whatever I want to you. You don't like it, right? If you don't like it, come and take revenge on me. I am not afraid of you, come on. Huang Yuding started right away without any fear. Seeing this, Jiang Chao's face turned awkward. Okay. You remember this. However, before Jiang Chao could finish his harsh words, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Alright, stop trying, you're going to lose face, Mr. Jiang. That's right. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu, who had been standing aside without saying anything, suddenly spoke. He said to Huang Yuding, what you said just now is right. Then, Su Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chao with a cold expression. You bald man, how dare you be so arrogant and openly tease the executives of Huaxing Technology in front of me? Didn't your father teach you how to speak? Under Su Xiaoyu's very serious gaze, Jiang Chao and Meng Yanru were both stunned, but Jiang Chao immediately became angry. He shouted at Su Xiaoyu, where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare you stop me and talk like that? Didn't you hear me just now? I am the manager of the marketing department of Nantian Information. If I am unhappy, I can make your orders from Huaxing Technology invalid. If I do something to you, you can't stay in Huaxing Technology. Brat, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I might consider forgiving you this time. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. This Su Xiaoyu is the new boss of Huaxing Technology. Meng Yanru explained. However, Jiang Chao didn't take it seriously at all, because he felt that Huaxing Technology was a small company that was not even worthy of Nantian Information support, and their boss was nothing special. Oh, it's the boss of that rubbish company, Su Xiaoyu, who took over. I think I heard you talk about it before. Yes, that's him. But look at him now. He's looking for a shop here to open a restaurant. It looks like Huaxing Technology is not far from bankruptcy under his leadership. Ha ha ha. Ah, that's really fast. Jiang Chao also laughed. Then, Meng Yanru looked at Amelia Su and said, you'd better apologize to our President Jiang as soon as possible, otherwise, you will die without knowing how you died. Jiang Chao and Meng Yanru looked so arrogant, as if they could definitely defeat Su Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyu immediately laughed. Are you so sure that you, the manager of the marketing department of Nantian Information, can take over my position? Jiang Chao and Meng Yanru were both stunned for a moment, and then they looked at each other. Could it be that the boss of this small, shabby company really thinks he is a big shot and that he is more powerful than the marketing manager of Nantian Information? Or maybe he has a special relationship with Nantian Information, so that even he, the marketing manager, cannot touch Huaxing Technology's orders? If that's the case, then things will be a bit difficult? Jiang Chao immediately glanced at Meng Yanru, and after Meng Yanru understood, she immediately asked Su Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Su Xiaoyu said, what do I mean? Su Xiaoyu pretended to be deep. Meng Yanru and Jiang Chao both looked at him, as if they couldn't wait to know the truth. What? Su Xiaoyu said, I'm your father. Huang Yuding and Chen Yuan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You. The two people laughed so loudly that Zhang Mo was so angry that he started to tremble. He never expected that Su Xiaoyu actually took advantage of him. What is going on? The onlookers began to ask. It's like this. This bald guy, oh no, it seems to be the marketing manager of Nantian Information, wants a beautiful woman to sleep with him, but the beautiful woman doesn't agree, so isn't this a conflict? How shameless. Chapter 121. Hurry up, I can't wait. It doesn't matter if he is shameless. You have to know that he is the marketing manager of a listed company. If Renji and I just moves his finger, you may not be able to stay in the Magic City anymore. You're right, but if you say that, then the guy on the other side will be miserable, right? Of course not. Ah, what a handsome young man, what a pity. Su Xiaoyu and Jiang Chao naturally attracted many people to stop and gather around to watch. In an instant, they started pointing and talking. Yes, such a handsome young man. But I have to say that this handsome young man is really good. He actually used such a method to embarrass the manager of the listed company. Yeah, it's amazing. Didn't you see that bald guy, no, it should be the manager of the listed company whose face turned green and his lips were trembling. It seems that he was really angry. That handsome guy is in real trouble this time, ah. Yes, at this time, Jiang Chao was so angry that his lips were shaking. He cursed at Su Xiaoyu, damn kid, you dare to tease me like this, I must teach you a lesson, I must. Seeing Jiang Chao's rage, Su Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. He looked directly into Jiang Chao's eyes and asked without dodging, why are you so excited? I tell you, do you believe that I can make you lose your job right away? I will let you hold the position of marketing manager and bully others all day long. Jiang Chao was originally going to use his position and influence in Nantian Information to intimidate Su Xiaoyu, and even wanted Su Xiaoyu to apologize to him for what she had just said, but at this time Su Xiaoyu's words made him laugh. You are really arrogant, you little bastard, come on, let me take a good look at how you made me lose my job right away, hurry up, I can't wait, hurry up. At this moment, Jiang Chao was extremely mocking Su Xiaoyu in his heart. This boy could even say such words. Is he telling a joke? Too bad his joke wasn't funny at all. And let him lose his job immediately? Do you know who I am? I am not only the marketing manager of Nantian Information, but I am also the cousin of the general manager of Nantian Information. Are you going to make me lose my job right now? Do you know that in my eyes, you are just an extremely arrogant fool? At this time, Su Xiaoyu did not say anything. He just took out his mobile phone and dialed a number immediately. The phone rang twice, and then an extremely respectful voice came, Mr. Su, hello, what's the matter that alarmed you to call me in person? When she was at home, Su Xiaoyu had already asked the company's human resources department to fire her cousin Xia Wei. Now she called them and asked them to fire Jiang Chao. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, Mr. Yi, I have something to trouble you with again. Yi Nantian said, Mr. Su, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Why do you still say the word troublesome? During this period, Nantian Information's computing power leasing business saved them a lot of costs because Su Xiaoyu gave them so many discounts. The leasing costs of other artificial intelligence companies in the same industry were very high and could not be compared with Nantian Information at all. Precisely because the cost of computing power has been reduced, the cost of Nantian Information's robot products and smart homes has also been reduced. They have set the prices of their products at prices that other companies in the same industry will never be able to achieve, so Nantian Information has basically become a stable leader in the domestic smart home sector. All of this is due to the support of Huaxing technology. Without Huaxing technology, there would be no Nantian Information's current achievements. It was also the leader in domestic smart home before, but it was not the absolute leader. There were many companies that could compete with it. Now it is the unique leader, and the situation is completely different. Therefore, Yi Nantian, the boss of Nantian Information, has always regarded Su Xiaoyu as a godlike figure. When he saw that Su Xiaoyu actually called him, he did not dare to neglect her at all. It's not really in order, we are all partners, but I was shopping in Taiku Li and I met someone who made me very unhappy. This person is from your company. Ah. Yi Nantian was able to become the chairman of Nantian Information, so he naturally knew how to read people's expressions and could tell the good from the bad in their words. So, when Su Xiaoyu said that, Yi Nantian was immediately stunned. Not wanting to waste time, Yi Nantian immediately asked, Mr. Su, who is this person you are talking about? Wait, let me ask. Su Xiaoyu immediately forgot Jiang Chao's name, so he turned around and asked, what's your name? Jiang Chao got angry when he saw Su Xiaoyu's attitude. You little bastard, you are pretending well, come on, I'll just watch you pretend. So he did not stop Su Xiaoyu from making the call, but what made him very angry was that Su Xiaoyu was still acting like it was real, as if he would be fired the next second as long as he reported his name. He was so angry that he said to Amelia Sue fiercely, "Didn't you let me lose my job? Let me see how you let me lose it. Why are you in such a hurry? But I still don't know your name. I didn't remember it just now." "Sorry?" Su Xiaoyu said this deliberately, as if Jiang Chao's name was not very important and not worth his time to remember. "His name seems to be Jiang Chao." Chen Yuan stepped forward and told Su Xiaoyu. Originally, Jiang Chao thought that Su Xiaoyu had no way of making him lose his job, so he pretended not to remember the name and asked the name here to delay time. But when Chen Yuan told Su Xiaoyu the name, Su Xiaoyu stopped asking Jiang Chao without saying anything and said directly to the phone, "Did you hear it, Jiang Chao?" As soon as these words came out, Yi Nantian immediately took a breath of cold air. "Well, I wonder how Jiang Chao offended Mr. Su." Su Xiaoyu did not answer this question, but directly said in an imperative tone, "Mr. Yi, if you don't want your company to go back to where it came from, fire this person named Jiang Chao immediately. I want to see him leave Nantian information within today." Ah. Yi Nantian was a little unsure about making a decision and wanted to mediate. "Is there any misunderstanding? Let me ask you a question. Is Jiang Chao married?" Su Xiaoyu asked back. Yi Nantian nodded. "Yes, Jiang Chao got married 10 years ago, and I attended his wedding. At that time, he was just an ordinary salesperson in the marketing department of our company." What's wrong? Chapter 122. You are a pig. That's it. Su Xiaoyu said immediately, "A married man is still messing around with other women. It's fine if he messes with other women, but he even dares to flirt with the female employees of our washing technology, and in front of me. If I let it go like this, where will I put my face?" After saying that, Su Xiaoyu hung up the phone and left the matter to Yi Nantian. "Ha, you're pretending really well. You just randomly called a number and said you were Mr. Yi. Who do you think you are?" It really made me laugh to death. I was scared. I'm going to be fired. As soon as Su Xiaoyu hung up the phone, Jiang Chao started to sneer. Ding ling ling. But before he could finish his sarcastic words, his cell phone rang. Jiang Chao was stunned for a moment, but he still took out his cell phone. That's right. His heart suddenly trembled, because the person who called him at this time was none other than the chairman of Nantian Information, Yi Nantian. Generally speaking, he doesn't receive many calls from the chairman, so Jiang Chao panicked. No, did this guy really call Yi Nantian? Suddenly, a bad premonition surged into Jiang Chao's heart, but it was quickly swept away by him. Ha, this is just a coincidence. How could the boss of such a small shabby company be able to contact the boss of Nantian Information? Jiang Chao thought of this and immediately answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Chao, you really deserve to die. How could you offend the boss of washing technology? You are just like a pig. Calling you a pig is an insult to pigs. Do you know that you are finished now? Unfortunately, before Jiang Chao could finish his words, a burst of cursing came from the phone. Mr. Yi, Jiang Chao tried to explain. But he was interrupted by Yi Nantian again. What do you mean? You really pissed me off. Let me tell you, Jiang Chao, you will no longer be the marketing manager of Nantian Information. Our company is really unlucky for hiring someone like you. It's really unlucky. In the face of absolute interests, it is acceptable to fire Jiang Chao. After all, this position can be filled by promoting anyone from the bottom. Then Yi Nantian said, Jiang Chao, I'm informing you now that you are fired from the company. I was fired? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chao immediately lost his composure. Mr. Yi, you are not mistaken, I am the cousin of our general manager. We have worked hard for the company for so many years, and you are going to fire me for an order from a shabby company. This is so unfair. Don't think I don't know what you did. You flirt with other women whenever you have the chance. It would be fine if you flirted with other women, but you actually messed with Su Xiaoyu. What do you want me to do, huh? Yi Nantian said that he was forced to do so because Su Xiaoyu was someone he could not afford to offend. Also, your cousin is not a good guy either. I will teach him a lesson one day. Yi Nantian thought for a while and added. Jiang Chao still couldn't understand. He didn't know how he died even if he died. He asked again, Mr. Yi, this Su Xiaoyu was just the boss of washing technology. What's so great about him? Their company survived because of the orders we gave them. We, Nantian Information, are also the savior of washing technology. In fact, he should beg us. Why Mr. Yi cares so much about such a broken company? I really don't understand. Yi Nantian was furious. Just because you said this, I am more convinced that you are not suitable to continue to be the manager of the marketing department. Washing technology is the savior of our Nantian information, do you know that? Zhang Chao said helplessly. Why? Because washing technology rents computing power for us at a very low cost, our costs are reduced and our product prices are cheap, so that we can become the unique leading smart home company in the market. Your current thinking is typical of not knowing what is good for you, or being ungrateful. Yi Nantian continued, washing technology's rental fee is 20% cheaper than the average price in the market. If we offend them, they will turn around and cooperate with other companies. A lot of AI companies will rush to cooperate with them. Do you still think they need our help? After listening to Yi Nantian's words, Zhang Chao suddenly came to his senses, but he still didn't understand. Since washing technology is so powerful, why doesn't it do all the computing power leasing business in the country? You're crazy. Do they have so many equipment? Most of them have been rented by our Nantian information in the first batch. Do you understand, you pig brain? Now they have reserved resources to cooperate with NVIDIA, so they have never accepted orders from other companies. If they had been allowed to accept them, they might have been successful long ago. Yi Nantian cursed while explaining, and he was very emotional. Zhang Chao was completely convinced. Things were completely different from what he thought. What Yi Nantian said was also very reasonable. It was indeed that washing technology did not beg Nantian information, but Nantian information could not do without washing technology. Yi Nantian on the other end had finished speaking and hung up the phone. Alright, that's it, you can do whatever you want. There was a beep sound from the other end of the phone. Zhang Chao felt as if he had suffered a series of attacks. He was so confused that he almost fell to the ground. Why is this happening? He looked distraught, as if he had lost all his soul. Honey, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Meng Yanru on the side immediately supported Zhang Chao and asked. But at this time, Zhang Chao ignored her, because he looked directly at Amelia Su. It's you, isn't it? That's right, Zhang Chao had already understood it at this time, because just after Su Xiaoyu finished the phone call, Zhang Chao was fired by Yi Nantian and scolded. If he still didn't understand, then he would be no different from a pig. So he yelled at Su Xiaoyu, boy, how did you do it? Ha ha. Su Xiaoyu said, didn't Yi Nantian tell you? I'm asking how you can set the rental price so low? Zhang Chao asked again. There's no need for me to tell you this. Anyway, you've been fired now and you're no longer my partner. How can I tell you such a business secret? Su Xiaoyu said solemnly. Anyway, he had been fired. Even if Zhang Chao begged Su Xiaoyu humbly, it would be useless, so he simply started to curse. I don't believe that washing technology doesn't make money. Just sell it at a low price. I don't see how much profit you can make. Chapter 123 I won't let you go. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, we are not reducing profits, but using advanced technology to reduce costs. Zhang Chao said angrily, I don't believe it. Apart from the favorable price, what other advantages do you have? Now is the initial stage of AI development, and no one has much technology, so you can grab the market by being cheap. When the technology matures in the later stage, let's see how you will play. Su Xiaoyu replied confidently, isn't that very simple? We just need to improve our skills. You guys are improving your technology? Zhang Chao looked at Su Xiaoyu in disbelief, and then asked in disbelief, how can you improve your technology? Don't I know what kind of company washing technology is? Don't think you are the savior and you can grab the market with just a little bit of discount. If it were that simple, wouldn't everyone just lower their prices? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Zhang Chao impatiently. I still say that reducing costs does not mean reducing profits. Think about it, why other companies don't do such a simple thing, only our washing is doing it. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's question, Zhang Chao knew washing's capabilities clearly. They might indeed have strong technical support, otherwise they would have gone bankrupt long ago if they had lowered the price so low. But Zhang Chao still refused to admit defeat. He continued to speak harshly, then what can you use to compete with others? If someone else masters your cost reduction technology one day, what else can you compete with them for? Then we can improve from other places. We at Washing don't waste time on R&D. I have money, so I can directly buy other people's technology. Just like we are about to go to Nvidia to discuss cooperation, we can directly spend money to buy their technology. Su Xiaoyu said casually. Jiang Chao smiled, tilted his face, and looked at Su Xiaoyu as if he was looking at a fool. At the same time, he also remembered that Yi Nantian did say that Huaxing Technology wanted to cooperate with Nvidia. He said, "Do you think Nvidia is a roadside store? If you want to cooperate, they will cooperate with you. If you want to buy technology, they will sell it to you?" Su Xiaoyu nodded leisurely. "Yes, I want to cooperate with them, and I am very sure that he will definitely find us to cooperate." After saying that, Su Xiaoyu stopped talking nonsense with Jiang Chao because she was about to go find her parents and take them to buy some daily necessities, bring them back in the evening, and go shopping in the afternoon. After all, it was the first time for the old couple to come to the Magic City, and they must be curious about everywhere. Why would you care about the future of Huaxing now? You should worry about yourself. If you dare to attack anyone from Huaxing again, I will put you in jail for life. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she took Chen Yuanyuan and Huang Yuting away. Seeing Huang Yuting's receding back, Jiang Chao was extremely unwilling to see the charming figure slip away from him. Not only did he not get the girl, he also lost his job. He lost both his wife and his army. Jiang Chao was so angry that he was shaking all over, confused, and had indigestion. He yelled, "If you don't want me here, I'll find another place that will. I'll go to another company and kill you Huaxing." Passers-by saw him swearing, while those who didn't see what happened thought that Jiang Chao was bullied, so the atmosphere of 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west was very good. However, when Su Xiaoyu and the others disappeared from sight, Jiang Chao slapped Meng Yanru hard in the face. Meng Yanru was so confused after being beaten that she touched her painful face, looked at Jiang Chao innocently and asked, "Brother Chao, why did you hit me? You still have the nerve to ask me why I hit you? You are such a shameless person, it's all because of you, it's all because of you, if it weren't for you, how could I have offended Amelia Su?" Jiang Chao yelled loudly, in front of so many people, not caring about his image at all, "I'm going to beat you to death, I'm going to beat you to death, you bitch." All I saw was him punching and kicking Meng Yanru in an instant. Ah! In an instant, Meng Yanru screamed. Seeing that something was not right, the people watching around immediately became confused. What on earth is going on? Aren't they in the same group? Why would the man hit the woman? That's right. To be honest, they didn't understand it clearly, but at this moment, Jiang Chao left the crowd like a stray dog. At this time, everyone started discussing it. What's going on? Why is this man hitting a woman? He is so uneducated. Why else could it be? This marketing manager of Nantian Information thought he was so great, but he didn't expect that when he was picking up girls, he flirted with a woman who was a big client of Nantian Information. Now he's been fired, so he's in a very bad state. However, the girl named Mr. Su just now is really nice. It would be great if she didn't have a girlfriend. You're overthinking it. Don't you even look at what you look like? You're not even 1/10,000th as good as Miss Huang next to him. Miss Huang may not even be Mr. Su's girlfriend. Just forget it. That's right, I really think I'm a fairy. I dare to dream anything. At this time, Su Xiaoyu had already found her parents with Chen Yuanyuan and Huang Yuting in a general store. "Mom and Dad, it's a good opportunity for you to be here. Let's go see if there's anything we want to buy. We can deliver everything to your home, so you don't have to worry about not being able to get it all in one trip." Su Xiaoyu came to them and immediately spoke. After hearing what Amelia Su said, Lu Xiaolian decided to buy all the things that were missing at home. She was really worried that she couldn't buy too much at one time. Since the supermarket could send it back, she would buy as much as she wanted. Su Xiaoyu had finished looking at the store, so she said to Huang Yuting, "Ting Ting, it's almost time to get off work now, you should go back first, there is nothing for you to do here." Ah! Huang Yuting was a little bit unconvinced that it was almost time for her to get off work. But she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she wanted to continue shopping with Amelia Su and the others because she was worried about whether Chen Yuanyuan had something to do with Amelia Su. If she went back like this, she would definitely not be able to sleep the whole night. Although Chen Yuanyuan had just said that the relationship between her and Su Xiaoyu was only master and servant and there was no other relationship, who could guarantee that Chen Yuanyuan was not lying? "Well, I'm not in a hurry to go back. Don't you want to buy something? I can give you some advice. It just so happens that I want to buy something here too." After hearing this, Su Xiaoyu felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He thought that Chen Yuanyuan should change her image after coming to the big city, so he simply let Huang Yuting teach her. Chapter 124. Don't buy cosmetics that are too bad. Okay, then you can teach Yuanyuan first. This is her first time in a big city and she doesn't know anything. Okay, no problem. Huang Yuting became excited instantly after hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, because as long as she kept talking and shopping with Chen Yuanyuan would definitely not have time to interact with Su Xiaoyu. After that, Su Xiaoyu said directly to Chen Yuanyuan and Huang Yuting, then let us go in. The things in this supermarket are very cheap, including daily necessities, cosmetics, skincare products, bags, and everything else. Su Xiaoyu and her parents were mainly shopping in the daily necessities area, while Huang Yuting and Chen Yuanyuan went to look at clothes and cosmetics. Su Xiaoyu suddenly thought that Chen Yuanyuan must not have brought much money with her when she came out of the magic city, so she called out to them and said, "Wait a minute." Chen Yuanyuan and Huang Yuting turned around and looked and said, "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoyu said, "Don't buy clothes and cosmetics that are too bad." Then he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and transferred 20,000 yuan to each of Chen Yuanyuan and Huang Yuting, saying, "I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to each of you for now, so you can buy something better. Tell me when it's not enough. I'm going to go shopping with my parents first, you guys go shopping on your own." Chen Yuanyuan was shocked. When she saw the transfer on WeChat, she couldn't believe her eyes. She had never had a boy transfer so much money to her at once except her parents. Seeing Huang Yuting click to accept, she also clicked to accept and said, "Hey, your name is Tingting, right? I'm definitely older than you, so I'll call you Tingting from now on, okay?" Huang Yuting was indeed younger than Chen Yuanyuan and Su Xiaoyu, so she nodded and said, "Sure, we don't distinguish between big and small here. Although you are older than me, you don't like people calling you sister, right? I'll just call you Yuanyuan." "Okay, ha ha ha." Chen Yuanyuan laughed very cheerfully. "Let me ask you, does Su Xiaoyu always give 20,000 to your company every time?" Chen Yuanyuan asked. Huang Yuting thought about it and wondered whether she should say this or not. If she said it, it would make Chen Yuanyuan jealous. If she didn't say it, it would seem that her status was the same as Chen Yuanyuan's. After thinking it over, Huang Yuting chose the former, because now is not the time to be hostile to Chen Yuanyuan. Maybe Su Xiaoyu doesn't even like either of them. It would be funny if the two of them were jealous of each other like fools. No, this is the first time today. Chen Yuanyuan was relieved to hear this. Really? I thought he was always like this. He told me that he had billions of assets, and I was shocked. You know, Su Xiaoyu's family was very poor in our hometown. Really? Huang Yuting began to inquire about Su Xiaoyu's hometown. What do Su Xiaoyu's parents do? It's like this. Just like that, the two of them, one talked about things in Shanghai, the other talked about things in his hometown, and the topics were endless. But when they arrived at the cosmetics store, Huang Yuting always felt that someone was following her from behind, but she could never see who it was, and she felt very nervous. There are a lot of people buying cosmetics here, both men and women, especially in some narrow aisles, which are crowded with people. At this time, Huang Yuting stopped, bent down to look at a better perfume, and casually asked Chen Yuanyuan, "This brand of perfume is very good, and the price is also reasonable. Let's each have a bottle." Because there were so many people, she couldn't turn around at all. Huang Yuting felt someone touching her buttocks, so she sensitively straightened up quickly, looked back, and found a very familiar shadow. That's right, this person was Jiang Chao from before. He pretended to be buying something here, and then took advantage of Huang Yuting when there were many people around. He was about to leave the mall just now, but he found this place because he heard Chen Yuanyuan's laughter. It happened to be crowded here, and Huang Yuting was not on guard, so even if he took advantage of her, she wouldn't notice anything. So he had already taken advantage of her several times, including this time, but this time he was particularly bold and directly pushed Huang Yuting forward a step. When Huang Yuting turned around and took a look, Jiang Chao had already walked away. At this time, Jiang Chao did not realize that Huang Yuting had noticed him, so he turned around from a distance and prepared to come back. Huang Yuting, who was on guard, deliberately avoided Jiang Chao all the way, but she didn't dare to expose them in public for fear of retaliation. She took the perfume and put it in the shopping basket in her hand, and said to Chen Yuanyuan, "Let's go to the front and take a look." Chen Yuanyuan didn't care about anything anyway. She just listened to Huang Yuting. She would take whatever she said and put it in the box. Huang Yuting had already sent a message to Su Xiaoyu on her phone. "Boss Su, the pervert is here and has been following me and Yuanyuan. Come over quickly. We are selling cosmetics here. Su Xiaoyu saw the message on the phone, but she couldn't leave her parents, so she sent a message to Zhang Qin, asking him to come quickly, because when she went out just now, Su Xiaoyu had already made arrangements with Zhang Qin, and he was now secretly protecting Su Xiaoyu and the others in Taikuli. Otherwise, how could Su Xiaoyu be so bold when confronting Jiang Chao just now? If Jiang Chao brought his men with him, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Even if you have money, you can't joke with your life. If Jiang Chao is a desperate person and knows that he will definitely be fired, and he directly fights with Su Xiaoyu, then everything will be over. After Zhang Qin received Su Xiaoyu's message, he immediately rushed over and replied to Su Xiaoyu, "I'll be there soon, 3 minutes." Su Xiaoyu said, "Okay." At this time, Su Xiaoyu told Huang Yuding the news again, "Try to stay away from this guy. If he keeps pestering you, Zhang Qin will teach him a lesson." "Don't worry." With Zhang Qin's protection, Huang Yuding felt more at ease. "Okay." Chen Yuan also saw that Huang Yuding had been sending messages, so she asked curiously, "Who are you chatting with?" Huang Yuding saw that Chen Yuan didn't know that Jiang Chao had been following them, so she said, "That Jiang Chao has been following us, and just now he took advantage of me when there were so many people around." "Didn't you notice?" Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that she had been squeezed several times before. She thought it was because of the large crowds. But after hearing what Huang Yuding said, it didn't seem to be the case. "I seem to feel that when I get to crowded places, someone will cut in on me and squeeze me." It turned out to be Jiang Chao. This guy has been fired now. He must be a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. But it doesn't matter. Su Xiaoyu has already asked bodyguards to protect us. If Jiang Chao dares to take action again, the bodyguards will subdue him on the spot. Huang Yuding explained. Chapter 125, Jiang Chao's Evil Heart. But not long after, Jiang Chao still had the evil intention to die. When he saw Chen Yuan and Huang Yuding coming to a crowded place, he started to move closer behind them. Huang Yuding had already seen Jiang Chao's figure and she had been remaining vigilant, but when she saw Zhang Qin appear in front of her, she felt at ease. Zhang Qin had just seen the photo of Jiang Chao that Su Xiaoyu sent him, so he knew Jiang Chao, but Jiang Chao had never seen Zhang Qin before, so he was still not on guard and was ready to reach out and touch Huang Yuding. Just when Jiang Chao's hand was about to touch Huang Yuding's body, it was restrained and grabbed by a hand that came from nowhere. Jiang Chao didn't react at all, and didn't know someone was watching him, because his attention was all on Huang Yuding and Chen Yuan. Being caught so suddenly, he was a little annoyed, but he didn't dare to say a word, for fear of attracting Su Xiaoyu. So he tried to break free from the hand that was holding him and leave immediately. But what he didn't expect was that even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break free from those hands, and those hands basically didn't move at all, as if he didn't use much strength. This made Jiang Chao a little uncomfortable. He glared at Zhang Qin and asked, "What are you doing?" This question attracted the attention of the people around him. All pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Qin, but Zhang Qin was not panicked at all. He said righteously, "I have seen you several times. Are you secretly taking advantage of this beautiful woman? Do you think everyone is blind?" Jiang Chao was even more confident and did not lose the upper hand at all. "What did you say? What evidence do you have? There are so many people here, who hasn't bumped into something? Stop slandering me, or I'll sue you for defamation." Zhang Qin called Huang Yuding and Chen Yuan over. "Come here, both of you. Did he follow you just now and take advantage of the crowd to take advantage of you? I want to ask you, do you want to deal with this matter? Should we call the mall security or call the police directly?" Huang Yuding knew Zhang Qin, and she knew that Zhang Qin would definitely help them get justice, but Chen Yuan didn't know what was going on. She didn't understand the rules in the big city. She only knew that in her hometown, if she was bullied or taken advantage of by a man, she could only blame herself for her bad luck, and it was useless to call the police. "I don't think I can do anything to this guy. Why don't you beat him up and let me vent my anger? I don't want to call the police. It's a waste of time." Chen Yuan was still thinking, but Huang Yuding spoke directly. Zhang Qin was protecting Huang Yuding and Chen Yuan according to Su Xiaoyu's request, so he tried his best to meet their requests. "Okay." Then, Zhang Qin drove straight to Jiang Chao and said slowly, "Now I give you 2 options. One is to call the police and let them arrest you and take you to the detention center." But before Zhang Qin could finish his words, Jiang Chao interrupted him. "Why arrest me? You said you would arrest me, but where is the evidence? What have I done? Just stop making useless excuses, okay? Are all the surveillance cameras in the mall blind? If you don't want to go to the police station, there is another way. Miss Huang has already said that we can settle it privately on the spot." Just let us beat you up and the matter will be over. Although Jiang Chao didn't dare to call the police, he didn't come without preparation. He also brought 2 bodyguards to protect him in secret, so he shouted arrogantly, "I don't want to choose either now." Shen Yuan and Huang Yuding were standing nearby, and seeing that the 2 of them were talking with a tone of gunpowder, one stronger than the other, they were so scared that they didn't dare to get close. Huang Yuding, in particular, directly pulled Shen Yuan back 2 steps with her hand and whispered, "Let's stand aside." Chen Yuan asked a little worriedly, "Does he believe it alone? Are we going to fight?" "It's okay, just leave it to Zhang Qin. He is Su Xiaoyu's bodyguard. He is very skilled, so you don't have to worry about him." Huang Yuding comforted Chen Yuan. Afterwards, Chen Yuan felt relieved. He didn't want to see anyone get hurt while helping him. At this moment, 2 men appeared behind Jiang Chao who had just said those harsh words. They were all fat and strong, wearing sunglasses, and looked very powerful. Jiang Chao thought that Zhang Qin would feel guilty when he saw that he had 2 helpers around him, and would stop interfering and retreat. However, Zhang Qin was indifferent and acted as if he didn't see the 2 men. He just glanced at the 2 men, then continued to stare at Jiang Chao and said, "You must choose one. If you don't choose, then I will choose for you." To put it bluntly, Zhang Qin has never had a proper fight since he followed Su Xiaoyu as her personal bodyguard and butler. This time, he has to stretch his muscles. As long as the other party makes the first move, he will definitely retaliate and attack the other party with all his strength. The next second, Zhang Qin's wish came true. I only saw the 2 men in sunglasses rushing over, grabbing Zhang Qin, and trying to pin him to the ground and beat him up. Jiang Chao's giggling voice could be heard from behind, "Beat him to death, ha, you little bastard, you actually dare to meddle in my business." These 2 men took Jiang Chao's money to be scapegoats for the beating. After beating Zhang Qin, if the police come to pursue legal responsibility, all the consequences will be borne by them. Now they are both fighting to the death and they are not afraid of death at all. But despite this, they were still no match for Zhang Qin. He just exerted a little force and swung his arm, knocking one of the men to the ground. The other one didn't take it seriously, thinking that his companion just fell accidentally, so he wanted to wait for his colleague to stand up and continue to deal with Zhang Qin with him. Unfortunately, his colleague did not stand up again, but fell to the ground and was taken a nap by Zhang Qin. He could not stand up at all and lay on the ground motionless. Before he could react, Zhang Qin had already punched him in the face with a powerful punch, killing him instantly and sending him falling to the ground. As expected of a trained bodyguard, all of Zhang Qin's attacks hit the vital points with great efficiency. His moves were much cleaner and neater than those of ordinary people, which stunned Jiang Chao who was standing behind him. He found that this man was so ruthless that he knocked down his 2 bodyguards in just a few moves. Jiang Chao was totally out of his depth, so he took 2 steps back in fear, knelt down, and immediately began to beg for mercy. His attitude changed very quickly. "Brother, spare my life." Zhang Qin would not hit Jiang Chao who did not fight back. He just glared at him and said, "Don't beg me. Beg the police later." Just as Zhang Qin finished speaking, footsteps were heard from the side. It turned out to be Su Xiaoyu coming over. Chapter 126. I'll leave it to you. He had received the message from Huang Yuding and knew that Zhang Qin had subdued Jiang Chao and his 2 helpers, so he came to take a look. But it didn't matter if she didn't come. Su Xiaoyu's arrival immediately gave Jiang Chao new hope. He immediately crawled to Su Xiaoyu and begged for mercy. Mr. Su, please be merciful and spare me this time." Amelia Su was completely blinded. "He just came to watch the fun, why are you begging me? I know that this expert must be your bodyguard. You can spare my life with just one word." "I know it's all my fault. I was confused for a moment. Please don't bear grudges and just ignore trash like me." Jiang Chao had become so humble that he was shameless. At this time, more and more people were watching the fun, and they were all pointing and talking about Jiang Chao. How can this person be so shameless? I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone this shameless. I'm impressed. That's right, a grown man has no self-respect, he dares to do it but not to take responsibility for it. Su Xiaoyu still had no intention of letting Jiang Chao go. She smiled slightly, said nothing, and shook her head. At this moment, Jiang Chao suddenly remembered what happened just now. His eyes rolled and he hugged Su Xiaoyu's thighs, crying, "Dad, I am your son, please forgive me, Dad." Su Xiaoyu was simply stunned. He had never seen such a shameless person. A man in his 40s recognized a man in his 30s as his father. This simply messed up the generations. Get lost, I don't have that rubbish son, and he's so ugly. Su Xiaoyu slapped Zhang Chao's hands away, and then said to Zhang Qin, send him to the police station, and make sure he learns a lesson. After Zhang Qin received Su Xiaoyu's order, he immediately said to Zhang Chao, wait, we can talk about it at the police station. Zhang Chao knew that he would not be able to escape from Zhang Qin's hands, so he did not resist. Chen Yuan was still a little skeptical. Will the police really take care of such a small matter? Huang Yuding said angrily, of course they will. This is not dangerous and they can still complete their targets. Why don't they care? Then you deal with this matter first, and I'll give you the car. When you're done, come here to pick us up. Su Xiaoyu threw the car keys directly to Zhang Qin and said, okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Zhang Qin took Zhang Chao and left the crowded place directly and headed to the nearby police station. At this time, a man about 35 years old came over from the crowd. When he saw Su Xiaoyu, he said directly, hello, Mr. Su. I really didn't expect that a big shot like you would visit our store. It's really an honor. Su Xiaoyu didn't know the person in front of him at all, so he asked, who are you? Do we know each other? The man said, oh, it's like this. I'm the owner of the restaurant you just had dinner at. My name is Yu Cho. I didn't know when you went to eat just now. I heard from the waiter that it seemed that the boss of Huaxing Technology came to eat. If there hadn't been a little conflict here, I might not have been able to find you. I rushed over as soon as I knew it. I wonder if we can add WeChat. I treated you to the meal just now, so let's just consider it as making friends. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that her identity as the boss of Huaxing Technology would be so useful that she could even get the restaurant owner to come to her for the order. But the meal didn't cost much in total, and he had already finished eating and left the restaurant. It would not be appropriate to ask for the bill now. It was enough that he had the intention. Besides, the system has already given the rebate, and Su Xiaoyu himself didn't spend a penny, so he immediately understood Yu Cho's kindness and said, boss you are asking too much. I have already paid the money, so there is no need to bother you to waive the bill. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After he finished speaking, he directly asked Chen Yuan, Huang Yuding, and his parents to leave. Let's go boating. I have already bought the tickets. There is an amusement park just outside Taiku Li where you can play water sports such as boating, rafting, and even water flying. Yes, it's very comfortable to row a boat after dinner. Chen Yuan and Huang Yuding were both very happy and couldn't wait to leave. In an instant, Su Xiaoyu and others were ready to leave. Wait a minute, but at this time Yu Cho directly shouted. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu frowned again. Boss you, do you have anything else to do? After being looked at by Su Xiaoyu, Yu Cho immediately started coughing. Ahem, well, Mr. Su, I heard you say that you want to go boating, right? It's like this, Mr. Su, I happen to have a yacht here. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, I can lend it to you. Yacht? That's great, a yacht is more fun than a boat. At this time, before Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth to agree, Huang Yuding on the side started clapping and cheering. Ting ting. Seeing this, Yu Cho immediately said to Su Xiaoyu, Mr. Su, look. However, Su Xiaoyu did not agree immediately. Instead, he thought about it carefully, and soon looked at Yu Cho and said, is the yacht expensive? Ah. This time he was confused by Yu Cho's question. Chen Yuan, Huang Yuding, and Su Xiaoyu's parents were also shocked. What does Su Xiaoyu mean by asking this? He's not going to buy a yacht, is he? He can't be that arrogant. Mr. Su, are you going to buy a yacht? Huang Yuding asked first. Amelia Su looked at Huang Yuding and said indifferently, is it not possible? Of course you can, but Mr. Su, this yacht is not mine. This time, it was Yu Cho who came back. At this moment, Yu Cho's face looked a little unhappy, because the small yacht he was talking about was not his at all. But at this time, Su Xiaoyu wanted to buy it. Could he sell it? But if we don't sell it, won't the relationship become strained immediately? At this time, he can only ask tentatively, Mr. Su, can I ask the owner of this yacht if he is willing to sell it, or ask him where he bought it? After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Amelia Su's answer. The next moment he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Boss Chen, I want to ask about your yacht. Is it Huadong Shipbuilding Company, Limited? Oh, okay, I see. Thank you, Boss Chen. In front of Su Xiaoyu, Yu Cho called the owner of the small yacht he had. The reason why he helped Su Xiaoyu so hard was that he just wanted to have a friendship with Su Xiaoyu, so that it would be easier to ask Su Xiaoyu for help in the future. Chapter 127 127. Do you really want to buy it? After all, Su Xiaoyu is the boss of Huaxing Technology and has an absolute controlling position. In addition, Huaxing Technology also cooperates with Nantian Information, a leading domestic smart home company. Yu Zhou also read the news recently and learned that Nantian Information always acts according to Huaxing Technology's wishes, which shows that Su Xiaoyu does have some status in the field of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is developing very rapidly now. Whether it is AI robots, various AI writing, AI painting, AI intelligent conversation and other software, or the popularization of intelligent furniture, they are all blossoming in all aspects. As long as there is a boss with some money or some connections, he wants to find an opportunity to get a piece of the pie. It is not needed now, but it does not mean that it will not be needed in the future. Businessmen have very keen sense of smell and they are making plans for their future. Moreover, Huaxing Technology is now a treasure company in the field of AI intelligent technology. Although the company is small in size, it is very famous. As the boss of Huaxing Technology, Su Xiaoyu's strength is naturally unquestionable. He is definitely a big boss. It is definitely beneficial to make friends with Su Xiaoyu. After finishing the call, Yu Zhou immediately said to Su Xiaoyu, "Mr. Su, I just asked, that boss Chen said that the place where he bought it was actually the East China Shipbuilding Company. The quality of the yachts there is very good. If Mr. Su really wants to buy one, he can go there and take a look." "Yeah, okay, thank you." "You're welcome." At this time, Huang Yuding Mashan asked, "Su Xiaoyu, you don't really want to buy a yacht?" Because the price of the yacht was too expensive, Huang Yuding looked at Su Xiaoyu with surprise. She was so excited that she didn't even call her general manager Su but called her by her name directly. However, Su Xiaoyu didn't care, because Huang Yuding had always been on the same level as Su Xiaoyu, and now she just spent money to buy Huaxing Technology. In fact, he was not used to these people calling him President Su, even calling him Mr. Su sounded better. As Huang Yuding asked the question, Shen Yuan and Su Xiaoyu's parents next to them began to look at Su Xiaoyu in surprise. Facing the gazes of the three people, Su Xiaoyu nodded firmly. "Are you kidding?" He heard that yachts are very expensive, costing 100 or 200 million yuan at any time. He has not made any lavish purchases since he opened the company. Because the value of the company itself has been rising, Su Xiaoyu's personal net worth has also been rising. However, his real way of making money is still the system. No matter how fast the company develops, it cannot compare with the system's rebate speed. So Su Xiaoyu is sure to make money from this rebate. "Well, Amelia Su, listen to me, I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously." Seeing Su Xiaoyu nod, Huang Yuding immediately became embarrassed. Chen Yuan immediately began to persuade her, "Yes, Ting, I was just joking. Don't really buy a yacht." "Okay, stop talking. Actually, I have wanted to buy a yacht for a long time, but I just haven't found a suitable seller. Today is an opportunity, so there is no need to say anything. Let's go directly." Su Xiaoyu interrupted them directly. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu immediately prepared to go over and asked Yu Zhou to arrange a car. Shen Yuan, Huang Yuding, Lu Xiaolian, Su Shipa and others looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. Under the guidance of the navigation, Su Xiaoyu and others immediately went to the East China Shipbuilding Company. After arriving at the company, no one greeted him at the door, but Su Xiaoyu was not surprised. After all, he did not tell the other party in advance that he was here to buy a yacht. They stood at the door and looked for a minute, but no one came up to greet them. This made Su Xiaoyu frown, but while he was waiting here, he also saw a lot of yachts. The appearance of these yachts were very beautiful and domineering. Just one glance, Su Xiaoyu's heart was immediately excited. No wonder the rich people on TV always like to buy their own private yachts. Just imagine, driving your own private yacht, galloping freely on the sea, how majestic and domineering that would be. There was a group of bikini girls on the deck, and I just lay among them. It felt so comfortable. Thinking of this, Amelia Su stopped waiting and walked directly to a staff member of the East China Shipbuilding Company and said politely, "Hello, I want to buy a yacht." The staff member nodded casually and glanced at Amelia Su with an average attitude. "All these yachts here are worth tens of millions? You can take a look. They have been working here for so many years and have seen too many wealthy people. Many second-generation rich people come here to buy yachts purely for the purpose of picking up girls. They don't want to receive such people at all, because such people are extremely lustful and think of themselves as gods when buying things. Their attitude is very arrogant. Not only will they not get any benefits by receiving such people, after all, the commission is very low, and it may even bring trouble to themselves. After a few visits, they all had a general attitude towards this kind of people. In addition, Su Xiaoyu was accompanied by two beauties, Huang Yuting and Chen Yuanyuan, so they didn't want to receive Su Xiaoyu. But now that Amelia Su has taken the initiative to come forward and ask, there is nothing I can do if I refuse to receive her. The words of the staff member of the East China Shipbuilding Company made Su Xiaoyu feel a little uncomfortable and depressed, because his words sounded as if she could only afford a few tens of millions. Su Xiaoyu immediately began to talk to herself. Is that really the case? You look down on me too much. If you want to buy something, buy the most expensive one. In an instant, Su Xiaoyu smiled slightly, and then said to the staff of East China Shipbuilding Company, "Brother, I won't look at the yachts worth tens of millions. You should take me to see the most expensive one here." The staff of the East China Shipbuilding Company were stunned at the time. At the same time, Huang Yuting, Chen Yuanyuan and Su Xiaoyu's family were all stunned. Buy the most expensive yacht? Are you kidding me? Sir, do you really want to buy the most expensive yacht we have here? After being stunned for a long time, the staff member finally spoke. Yes, do you think I can't afford it? Su Xiaoyu was already a little dissatisfied with the attitude of the staff of the East China Shipbuilding Company. Now that he dared to question it? Su Xiaoyu would definitely not give a good face, so his face immediately became gloomy. No, sir, that's not what I meant. At this time, the staff member immediately panicked. Because he really made a mistake this time, he immediately explained, "Sir, you want to buy the most expensive yacht we have here, but I don't have the authority, so our manager has to come and receive you in person. Please wait a moment, I will ask our manager to come over right away." This time, the staff member's attitude changed 180 degrees, and after he finished speaking, he went to find their manager without any pause. Chapter 128, 1 billion. After leaving, the staff member did not greet his colleagues, but directly brought them some top-quality coffee, and then took them to the VIP room. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh that money is really a good thing, it can make people change their attitudes immediately. In the VIP room. Amelia Su, do you really want to buy the most expensive yacht here? Yeah, Amelia Su, have you thought about it? Huang Yuting and Chen Yuanyuan both started asking, excitement and panic showing on their faces. Although they knew that Su Xiaoyu was rich, yachts were not very cheap. The cheapest one cost tens of millions, so what about the most expensive one? This must be several hundred million, right? They really couldn't believe it. In fact, from the moment Su Xiaoyu wanted to buy a yacht until now, they have been a little bit unconvinced in their hearts. Now Su Xiaoyu says that she wants to buy the most expensive one, isn't that even more exaggerated? Okay, stop being so exaggerated. Since I want to buy it, I must buy the best. Seeing their expressions, Su Xiaoyu immediately explained. Are you saying I can't buy the most expensive one? Originally, Huang Yuting and Chen Yuanyuan were about to say something, but at this moment, the door of the VIP room was opened, and the staff member just now brought in a middle-aged man. Manager Zhou, this is the guest I just told you about. He's the one who wants to buy the most expensive yacht we have here. After entering the private room, he introduced Su Xiaoyu to the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was no other way. Su Xiaoyu was so beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament, so he immediately spoke to Su Xiaoyu with an extremely respectful attitude. Hello, sir. I am Zhou Kai, the manager of East China Shipbuilding Company. Hello. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately stood up and shook hands with Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai asked, "What's your name?" "No need to mention your surname, Su." Su Xiaoyu responded. Then Zhou Kai said, "Mr. Su, this is the case. You want to buy our most expensive yacht, right?" "Yes." Su Xiaoyu said. "Okay, Mr. Su, please come with us. I will take you to see the most expensive yacht we have first." As he said that, Zhou Kai made a please gesture. Then they all left the VIP room and, led by Zhou Kai, immediately came to another factory. Here, you can directly see every huge yacht right in front of you. Mr. Su, this is the most expensive yacht of our East China Shipbuilding Company. Our yacht is 60 meters long and weighs 500 tons. Zhou Kai began to introduce. Well, not bad. Su Xiaoyu nodded immediately after hearing Zhou Kai's introduction. This yacht not only looks beautiful and luxurious, but more importantly, it is large enough. It is at least 3 times larger than the yachts we saw outside just now. This yacht is really nice. Mr. Su, the interior of our yacht is made of high-end materials. Especially some customized leather seats and mahogany equipment, all of which are handmade. Zhou Kai saw that Su Xiaoyu was very satisfied, so he continued to introduce it immediately. Okay, this is it, I want it. This time, before he could finish his words, Su Xiaoyu interrupted him immediately. What? Mr. Su, you really want it? Zhou Kai couldn't believe it, because he hadn't even taken Su Xiaoyu to see the interior of the yacht yet, and he wanted it already? Do you have any objections? Su Xiaoyu said disapprovingly, okay, just tell me the price of this yacht. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Kai took a breath of cold air. One must have to be so arrogant to say such words. But he immediately said, Mr. Su, the price of our yacht is 1 billion. I wonder if Mr. Su is prepared to pay it all at once or take out a mortgage. If Mr. Su plans to pay it all at once, we can pay in full at once. Here, swipe the card. Su Xiaoyu said this, and immediately took out his bank card and handed it to Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai was stunned. To be honest, he didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to be so straightforward. Then he immediately took the bank card from Amelia Su's hand, but when he saw the bank card in Amelia Su's hand clearly, he was shocked. This is a white card. There are only a few supreme white cards in the world. At this moment, Zhou Kai finally understood why Su Xiaoyu was so arrogant and straightforward. It turned out that she was really rich. Hurry up, why are you still standing there? I want to go to the beach and take a look. Seeing that Zhou Kai didn't move, Su Xiaoyu urged him. Oh, okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I will handle it for you right away. Zhou Kai needed to delay for a while, so he quickly called other staff to entertain them. All of a sudden, all the employees of the East China Shipbuilding Company were mobilized. Since Su Xiaoyu chose to pay in full at one time and Zhou Kai expedited the process, the procedures for purchasing the yacht were quickly completed. After the formalities were completed, the next step was to pay. This time Zhou Kai did not handle it himself because his hands were shaking at this time, so he gave the white card in his hand to the staff member who received Su Xiaoyu at the beginning, and said, Xiao Shi, this order is your credit, so you should help Su Xiaoyu to handle the payment. Okay, Manager Zhou. Xiao Shi smiled because Manager Zhou did not take his order. But the moment Xiao Shi's hand touched Zhou Kai's hand, he was stunned. Why are my manager's hands shaking? It's summer now, and it's not cold, but he's shaking. It seems that Mr. Su's identity is really not simple. He immediately became nervous, took a deep breath, and then took the bank card and prepared to swipe it. But at this time, Amelia Su suddenly said, wait a minute. Everyone's eyes turned directly to Su Xiaoyu, especially Zhou Kai, whose forehead was sweating. Could it be that he was not satisfied with something he had done? No, I have followed the regular procedures and did not dare to delay. What is going on? What's wrong, Mr. Su? Manager Zhou, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to buy it. Su Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Kai, who was nervous, and said speechlessly, it's like this, I suddenly remembered something, I wonder if Manager Zhou can help me. Zhou Kai was a little depressed. It turned out that he wanted to ask him for help. Although he was frightened, Zhou Kai did not dare to neglect it and immediately said, Mr. Su, please tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely do it. Su Xiaoyu immediately said, I can't drive a yacht, so can you find me some sailors? Su Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. He really didn't know how to drive a yacht. Chapter 129 Sunscreen. Is that it? Zhou Kai immediately patted his chest and said, Mr. Su, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Okay. Su Xiaoyu nodded, swiped the card. Staff member Xiao Shi looked at Zhou Kai, and Zhou Kai nodded immediately. Drop. The platinum card was swiped directly on the POS machine. Mr. Su, please enter your password. Staff member Xiao Shi asked cautiously. Without saying a word, Su Xiaoyu immediately entered the bank card password, and the receipt was printed out immediately. Congratulations to the host, the punishment is 6 times the rebate, and 6 billion is obtained. Usually, Su Xiaoyu doesn't even look at rebates when it comes to small amounts of money, but today, of course he has to take a look at the rebate of billions. It must be said that the arrival of the 6 billion quickly made Su Xiaoyu feel confident. He hasn't felt so good for a long time. Mr. Su, please keep your bank card. After the payment was completed, Xiao Shi respectfully returned the bank card in his hand to Su Xiaoyu. At the same time, Zhou Kai said directly, Mr. Su, you may have to wait a little while. I will arrange sailors for you right away. Once the sailors arrive, Mr. Su, you can go sailing on the sea right away. However, during this period of time, Mr. Su, please bring your friends to our VIP room and wait. After saying that, Zhou Kai made a respectful please gesture to Su Xiaoyu. But Amelia Su refused. No need, Manager Zhou, please, after you have made the arrangements here, let the sailors drive the yacht directly to the Bund Pier, and we will go for a tour right away. Okay. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Kai quickly agreed. Mr. Su, please rest assured, I promise to find the best sailors as quickly as possible, and then let them deliver the yacht to you. Okay. Afterwards, Su Xiaoyu, her parents and others all left East China Shipbuilding Company, Ltd. The Bund Pier. The scorching sun shines on the shore, and the light it emits is so enchanting. There are crowds of people here, all of whom come here to have fun. It's just that all the yachts that go sailing on the sea depart from here, so everyone takes photos and checks in here, while some come here purely to see the scenery. Su Xiaoyu and others in the crowd were not idle either. Huang Yuding and Chen Yuan had already started taking pictures, and they even pulled Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyu's parents to take pictures, making the old couple almost embarrassed. Ah! Huang Yuding suddenly screamed, it's over. I just came here to bask in the sun and forgot to put on sunscreen. Look, Yuan, you're tan now. It doesn't matter if I get tanned. Chen Yuan said. She was not afraid of tanning at all. Tanning was a common thing in the countryside and she would recover soon. But Huang Yuding didn't think so. You can't get tanned. After that, she took out a bottle of sunscreen from her bag and threw it to Chen Yuan, look at your skin color, your forearms are a little dark. Chen Yuan looked at her forearms, which seemed a little dark, so she picked up the sunscreen and started applying it. After applying the makeup on her arms, she was about to apply it on her back, so she said, Amelia Su, please help me apply it on my back. However, it was very surprising that Su Xiaoyu had not moved at this time, but Huang Yuding looked unhappy, and her eyes were staring at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu indeed made her even more unhappy. She saw that many other female tourists around her were being applied sunscreen by the male tourists accompanying them, so she agreed to Chen Yuan's request. Chen Yuan was a little hesitant. She couldn't compare with those women who just lay on the ground and untied their shoulder straps. She just turned her back to Su Xiaoyu. Of course it was impossible for Su Xiaoyu to untie Chen Yuan's shoulder straps, so she just applied it like this. When he reached the place where the shoulder strap was, he went around it and continued applying it downwards. It was also the first time that Chen Yuan had her body touched by a man. Although she seemed carefree and mysterious on the surface, she actually still blushed a little when encountering contact between men and women. Since Su Xiaoyu didn't know how to apply sunscreen, she applied it very slowly, which caused Huang Yuding, who was standing next to her, to completely lose patience. She immediately snatched the sunscreen from Su Xiaoyu's hand, saying 1,000 times in her heart, I shouldn't have reminded her to apply sunscreen, and then started to apply it on herself. Chen Yuan had no choice but to sit aside and watch Huang Yuding. After applying the lotion on her forearms and neck, Huang Yuding also started to apply it on her back, but she still couldn't reach it, so she asked Amelia Su for help. Amelia Su, please apply it on my back too. Su Xiaoyu said, okay. Just when Su Xiaoyu was about to reach out to apply it, Huang Yuding simply lay down and lay flat on the beach, which stunned Su Xiaoyu. Are you going to apply it all over your body? Huang Yuding nodded and said, yes, you have already applied it to me, why not just apply it all over my body, I'm too lazy to move. When Su Xiaoyu saw Huang Yuding's smooth and white back and her round and slender thighs, she couldn't believe that she was really asked to apply the makeup. If she did this in a hotel room, it's understandable, but is she really allowed to do this in broad daylight in front of so many people? Girls nowadays have a weak sense of self-protection, right? If there weren't so many people around Su Xiaoyu, those perverts would have taken pictures until their phones ran out of battery before they would stop. That's not all. Huang Yuding's next move simply left Su Xiaoyu dumbfounded. I only saw her put her hands behind her back and unfastened her shoulder straps, revealing her entire back. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu has started to have some physical reactions. He never expected that Huang Yuding could be so open-minded. It seems that staying in a big city for a long time can easily make a woman brainless. She must be educated well in the future so that she will remember it. Hurry up! Huang Yuding, facing down, urged without even looking at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had no choice but to apply it. He stretched out his hand to apply it on Huang Yuding's back. When his hand touched the skin, it was very elastic and smooth. It was completely different from the way he applied it on Chen Yuan's back while she was sitting there. This angle made Su Xiaoyu imagine more. Ha 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 ha. Huang Yuting was obviously a little ticklish. She kept laughing and twisting her body. Su Xiaoyu suppressed his own reaction while applying the lotion on her back, and then applied it on her thighs. At first, Su Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed, and looked at the other people around him to see if they noticed him, because it was so obscene for a grown man to touch a beautiful woman's thigh in front of so many people. Su Xiaoyu himself felt very unnatural, but when other men around him did the same, he didn't think it was a big deal. Chapter 130, that's a boat, right? It's just like the female anchors on TikTok who are often seen borderline exaggerated at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, wearing bikinis at the beach is much more exaggerated than this, so it is naturally acceptable at this time. Su Xiaoyu pretended to be calm and applied the lotion on Huang Yuting's thighs. During the application process, Huang Yuting clearly felt that Su Xiaoyu's strength was uneven, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and sometimes even very fast. In this way, she knew that Su Xiaoyu must be nervous, and she was secretly happy in her heart. Being able to make a man of Su Xiaoyu's level feel uneasy means that Huang Yuting's beauty trap has worked. Now it is certain that half of Su Xiaoyu's heart is already on Huang Yuting. But just after I applied the quick-acting sunscreen, I suddenly saw darkness in front of my eyes. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. He asked confidently, "Two beauties, can you play with me?" After hearing the young man's words, Su Xiaoyu's expression changed immediately. "Didn't you notice that there is another man here? You just invited the two women and ignored the men. Isn't this sexism? You know, these two girls are with me. What do you mean by inviting them in front of me? You probably don't know how serious the consequences of snatching food from a tiger's mouth are. Sorry, we're not interested." Huang Yuting didn't even look at the man. She put on the shoulder straps directly, then sat up and said. Chen Yuan also echoed, "Yes." Seeing this, the young man immediately frowned unhappily. "Didn't you hear that they didn't want to? So you can leave now." Su Xiaoyu was already angry, so she immediately ordered him to leave. The young man's face darkened, anger surged in his heart, and he immediately said, "Two beautiful ladies, we are planning to go surfing, and over there is my luxury yacht." As the man spoke, he pointed in a direction with an arrogant expression on his face, then looked at Su Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "My friend, if you want to go with us, it's not impossible. My yacht can accommodate 10 people. Originally, Su Xiaoyu planned to ignore this man, but she didn't expect that this man would shamelessly show off his yacht. Then I'd like to see what's so special about your yacht." In an instant, Su Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the man's finger, and then burst out laughing. I said you are a small boat, with just a small boat, you dare to pick up girls? What? Su Xiaoyu's words made the young man instantly angry. He spent 150 million to buy his yacht. It was not luxurious, but it could at least accommodate more than 10 people. However, Su Xiaoyu laughed at him in public. He asked, "Boy, what are you talking about? You said my yacht is a small boat? Then why don't you take out a bigger yacht than mine?" Su Xiaoyu smiled slightly, but did not answer. She immediately took out her mobile phone and answered a call. "Okay, you can drive over." Then, he said directly to Huang Yuting, Chen Yuan, and his parents, "Okay, we have seen enough of the scenery here, let's go to the dock, the yacht will be here soon." Chen Yuan, Huang Yuting, and Su Xiaoyu's parents all nodded, and then they stood up. The next moment, Huang Yuting and Chen Yuan looked at the young man as if he were a fool. The man looked confused. How could he be a fool? But the next second, he understood, because at this time, a scream came from behind him. "Look, that yacht is so big. Wow, I've never seen such a big yacht." On the calm water surface, a huge yacht immediately appeared. It looked luxurious and charming. Its appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. "I think this yacht is worth several hundred million." "What do you mean hundreds of millions?" "I know this yacht. It's the most expensive yacht in the East China Shipbuilding Company, with a market value of 1 billion. At this moment, someone recognized him and he immediately started to share the information with everyone. And it was precisely because of his popular science that people around him began to gasp. 1 billion, just to buy a yacht? How rich does that have to be? The young man also saw the yacht and was stunned. "Now you understand why I called your yacht a small boat, because the yacht you see is mine." And at this moment, Su Xiaoyu spoke to the man. After saying that, they immediately walked past the young man, and the man was stunned like a fool. Su Xiaoyu and others came to the side of the yacht and could feel the aura of this giant from a close distance. There were two sailors welcoming them at the door. They knew that it was the first time for Su Xiaoyu and the others to go on a yacht, so all the facilities and equipment were prepared in advance, and safety knowledge was explained to them in detail before they were allowed to go on board with confidence. This time they didn't have much experience, and they didn't plan well in advance. It was completely their first experience of sailing, so Su Xiaoyu and the others sailed on the sea for more than an hour, took photos and videos, and ended the trip so hastily. Okay, we didn't have much fun this time. After we come back from the United States, we will take a yacht to the island to play, eat seafood, and have a good time. Su Xiaoyu said to them on the way back. Okay, then we'll spend the whole day there. Today is indeed a bit too rushed, said Chen Yuan. After returning home in the evening, Su Xiaoyu thought about Ono Green again. She hasn't replied to any messages yet. So he immediately sent a message to Ono Midori, asking her if she was ready. If there was enough time, he wanted to resolve Ono Midori's issue before going abroad. At this time, Ono Midori was in a daze at home, looking at the messages on her mobile phone. She was very confused. Last time, Su Xiaoyu said that she would pay her the penalty for breach of contract and help him to create a new domestic Douyin account, but the Sushi Naoki restaurant here has not let her go, so there has been no progress so far. In addition, the people from the Yame company were also putting pressure on her. They didn't believe that anyone would be so stupid as to pay a high penalty for breach of contract for her. And Su Xiaoyu was quite busy recently and had no time to ask, so she had left it until now. Ono Midori replied on WeChat, "The people at the restaurant and the Yame company are unwilling to let me go. They also said that if I leave, even if someone helps me pay the penalty, they will still make trouble for me in the future and won't let me have an easy time." It was obvious that Ono Green was threatened by them and chose to accept it without changing her mind. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she asked, "They treated you like this, why don't you leave?"